In the martial arts training ground of Jiang City No. 7 High School, stars dotted the dark sky, twinkling faintly. On the field, a few students were still practicing diligently, while Suyu stood alone in the center, dressed in a white training uniform and holding a specially crafted longsword. Draw the sword. Strike. Retract. A series of sword moves flowed seamlessly from Suyu's hands. As he executed these moves, his internal energy grew stronger. These seemingly simple actions were the most fundamental techniques in basic swordsmanship. Suyu practiced them meticulously, as they were the best way to strengthen his vital energy during his pre-warrior phase. This had been his daily routine for the past 3 years. From initially being able to practice only a dozen times a day to now performing hundreds of repetitions without rest, Suyu's progress was evident. Yet, as his classmates changed into their regular clothes and prepared to leave, Suyu remained immersed in his practice of basic swordsmanship. "Suyu, we're heading out," called the last student as he reached the door of the training hall, waving goodbye. Suyu merely smiled and continued his practice. The student shook his head with a complex expression in his eyes. In this world of revived spiritual energy, where the abyss looms and terrifying creatures threaten, warriors are humanity's only defense. This backdrop has elevated the status of warriors on Blue Star to extraordinary heights. However, behind the glamour lies a brutal and bloody reality. Suyu's rigorous training stemmed from a hidden past. 13 years ago, Jiangqing fell to an invasion of myriad races, and Suyu's parents were brutally killed. If not for a warrior's self-sacrifice, Suyu would not have survived. The warrior's dying words became Suyu's driving force. "Kid, you are the future of the Xiao. Live well. Become a warrior. Become a top warrior. Only then can you fight the myriad races and protect the Xiao." Thinking of this, Suyu's body trembled slightly, but his movements grew even more vigorous. Though basic, the sword techniques were perfect for Suyu's current pre-warrior stage. Without any medicinal aids or external help, this was his only path to becoming a warrior. Tomorrow was the class division assessment at No. 7 High School, which would determine whether Suyu could enter the martial arts class and gain better resources. For the impoverished Suyu, this was his only chance. Failing the assessment would make it nearly impossible for him to stand out in the global arena. As Suyu focused intently on his practice, a slender middle-aged man stopped at the entrance of the training ground. This was Li Feng, the class teacher, who had heard of Suyu's dedication. However, he couldn't help but feel concerned, knowing that becoming a warrior required more than just hard work. Just as Li Feng was about to enter the training ground, Suyu's body suddenly halted. The first light of dawn streamed through the windows, bathing Suyu in a golden glow. In that instant, Suyu's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. His vital energy became more concentrated and solid. From within Suyu, one could faintly hear the sound of his vital energy flowing. Feeling the flow of energy and blood coursing through his limbs, Suyu couldn't contain his excitement. 3 years of rigorous training were about to culminate in the class assessment, and a breakthrough was imminent. His emotions surged, but his extensive training had also honed his extraordinary composure, allowing him to quickly calm down. He took a deep breath, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a crisp round of applause. Suyu looked towards the sound and saw Teacher Li Feng standing at the doorway with a pleased smile on his face. "Teacher Li?" Suyu asked in surprise. "Why are you still here so late?" Li Feng walked closer, smiling. "Congratulations, you've finally stepped into the ranks of martial artists." Suyu responded calmly. "Thank you, Teacher Li. But why are you still at school at this hour?" Li Feng's expression turned a bit strange as he pointed to the window. "Take a look at what time it is." Only then did Suyu notice the first light of dawn breaking on the horizon. He exclaimed, "It's almost morning!" Clearly, he had been so immersed in his practice that he had lost track of time. Li Feng patted Suyu on the shoulder. "All right, you've practiced long enough. You should rest now. The assessment is in 2 hours, so take this time to adjust yourself. Even though you've had a breakthrough, your new power isn't fully stable yet." Nodding, Suyu found a corner and sat down cross-legged. Despite staying up all night, he felt invigorated after his breakthrough. Silently, he adjusted his state of mind, thinking to himself, "Next is entering the martial arts class and preparing for the global martial arts competition. Only by standing out there can I enter the top martial arts academies and become a guardian of the Xia." 2 hours flew by, and other students began to arrive. Someone noticed Suyu and teased, "Suyu, did you practice all night?" Suyu simply smiled and didn't answer. His classmates started discussing the upcoming assessment. One of them whispered, "Do you think Suyu has a chance to get into the martial arts class?" As he spoke, he stole a glance at Suyu, who appeared to be resting with his eyes closed. Although Suyu trained diligently, the path of martial arts ultimately requires innate talent. The status of a martial artist is highly revered, but not everyone can achieve it. He had been practicing basic sword techniques for 3 years, but still hadn't crossed the threshold to become a martial artist. Whether he could enter the martial arts class this time was a matter of great uncertainty. In the classroom, whispers floated among the students as their eyes occasionally glanced at a sturdy young man in the front row, Yu Pingin, the class leader of Class 3. 5 months ago, he had already advanced to the Qi and Blood stage, becoming the first student in the class to enter the ranks of martial artists. Envy sparkled in the eyes of his peers as they murmured, "The one most likely to get into the martial arts class is probably our class leader, Pingin." In the center of the martial arts training ground, staff members wheeled in a massive black machine. Its surface was sleek and ink black, with an electronic screen embedded in a recessed area at the center. As the machine was positioned, the arena gradually fell silent. The students stared at the Qi and Blood tester with curiosity and excitement. A precision instrument designed specifically for Qi and Blood stage martial artists, with an error margin of no more than 0.01. Everyone gather around. Prepare for the Qi and Blood test. A middle-aged man's shout broke the silence. Instantly, the training ground buzzed with activity as students rose and lined up. Suyu silently followed his classmates, discreetly observing the testing machine. "Class 3, come over here," called Teacher Li Feng. The students of Class 3 filed out, with Yu Pingin standing just behind Suyu. "Class leader, you have to give it your best this time. If you get into the martial arts class, we'll all be proud." "Yeah, class leader, we can boast that our class leader is a member of the martial arts class. How cool would that be?" The classmates showered Yu Pingin with compliments, and he responded with a modest smile. Someone noticed Suyu and said perfunctorily, "Suyu, you should try hard too." The enthusiasm in their tone was noticeably less compared to that for Yu Pingin. Yu Pingin patted Suyu on the shoulder and comforted him. "Don't be nervous, it's just a test. Even if you don't get into the martial arts class, as long as you become a martial artist before the global tournament, you'll still have a chance to enter a martial arts academy. With your diligence, you'll become a Qi and Blood martial artist sooner or later." Suyu merely smiled faintly without saying much. Li Feng overheard their conversation, and a peculiar expression flashed across his face. He thought to himself, "These kids, well, it's understandable. They don't know Suyu just had a breakthrough." Then he smiled and said, "All right, Suyu, step up for the test." Suyu nodded and stepped forward. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he took a deep breath and gripped the practiced longsword he had prepared. "Draw your sword." With a clang, the sword resonated. "Swing your sword." Thud. The longsword struck the tester heavily, causing the Qi and Blood within Suyu to surge. Buzz! The tester emitted a soft hum, and a number appeared on the screen. Qi and Blood 1. Scarlet numbers came into view, drawing everyone's attention. Li Feng looked at Suyu with satisfaction. As a teacher, he felt proud that this diligent student had become a warrior before the test. Even though it was just a blood energy test, passing it already showcased his extraordinary talent. In the classroom, the reactions of other students were completely different. When they saw the bright red 1 on the blood energy tester, their pupils involuntarily contracted. This number meant that Suyu had already stepped into the blood energy realm, successfully reaching the first level. Whispers of shock spread throughout the classroom. Some gasped, staring at the number in disbelief. In all the senior classes at Jiangcity 7th High School, having 1 or 2 students step into the blood energy realm was quite impressive. Before this, only Yu Pingin from Class 3 had achieved it, but now Suyu became the second. Students in the back row, hearing the commotion at the front, squeezed forward. When they saw that it was Suyu standing next to the blood energy tester, they were also stunned. Yu Pingin's expression turned a bit complicated as he recalled the dismissive things he had said to Suyu before. He couldn't help but smile wryly. "All right, Suyu has passed the test. You can come back now," Li Feng said with a smile. Suyu looked at the number on the tester, his clenched fists revealing his inner excitement. Finally, the first step is over, he thought to himself, slowly walking back to his seat. Yu Pingin stepped forward, scratching the back of his head, and apologized with a sheepish smile. "Suyu, about what I said earlier, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to break through to the blood energy realm. Please don't take it to heart." Suyu responded with a smile. "No worries, class monitor. It's your turn now." Seeing Suyu's smile, Yu Pingin felt a sense of admiration. He realized that Suyu had reached this point all on his own, without any help from elders. In contrast, Yu Pingin had become a warrior earlier, but had the support of his parents' resources. Other students crowded around, congratulating Suyu and praising his talent. Suyu responded to each of them gracefully. At this moment, Li Feng walked over to Suyu, smiling. "Well done, young man." Suyu replied sincerely, "I have to thank you, teacher." He knew that his ability to train freely in the martial arts training ground was all thanks to Li Feng's support. Over the past 3 years, Li Feng had indeed helped him a lot. "All right, enough of that. Just wait here. Once everyone finishes their tests, I'll take you to claim your rewards from the martial arts class." This statement was like a bolt of lightning, instantly lighting up Suyu's eyes. "Rewards from the martial arts class. The words echoed in his mind, stirring up immense anticipation. The martial arts class at 7th High School, established with significant investment, was naturally different from ordinary classes. For a martial artist, aside from talent, martial arts and resources are the keys to becoming stronger. Even with exceptional talent, without suitable martial arts and ample resources, progress would be painfully slow. So you understood this well. As an orphan, his high school life was full of hardships. Apart from practicing basic sword techniques every day, he had hardly any time to work and earn money. If it weren't for the subsidies from Jiangcity, even basic tuition and living expenses would be a problem. This meant he had never used any resources in the past 3 years, relying solely on the most basic sword techniques from 7th High School and relentless practice. While other students began using various elixirs to aid their training, so you had to work even harder. Despite this, he surpassed most students and successfully entered the Qi and Blood realm. This was precisely why he yearned to join the martial arts, class abundant resources, and precious martial arts rewards. Thinking about this, Suyu's heart started to race. At this moment, Yu Pingin's test began. 5 months ago, Yu Pingin had already entered the Qi and Blood realm, causing quite a stir at 7th High School. Suyu curiously looked over, wanting to see how much progress Yu Pingin had made during this time. Yu Pingin stood in front of the Qi and Blood testing device, took a deep breath, and his usually honest eyes turned serious. With a low shout, he steadied his stance, and under his skin, faint red Qi and blood could be seen flowing, occasionally flashing with a hint of gold. Suddenly, Yu Pingin punched out, hitting the testing device heavily. Boom! A dull sound echoed through the martial arts training ground, drawing everyone's attention. The testing device trembled slightly, and the screen displayed a striking number, 7. 7th level of Qi and Blood. Suyu watched in astonishment. As expected of the class monitor of Class 3, a genius who had entered the Qi and Blood realm 5 months ago, now reaching such heights. Did you notice? Yu Pingin's body flashed with gold just now, Li Feng said beside him. Suyu nodded. Li Feng explained, that's the Qi and Blood martial arts provided by Yu Pingin's family. For a Qi and Blood realm martial artist, continuing to train with basic martial arts has little effect. They need new Qi and Blood martial arts to speed up their progress. However, training with Qi and Blood martial arts below the martial artist level can be very dangerous. So the Martial Alliance mandates that only martial artists can learn them. He patted Suyu's shoulder. You are now a martial artist. Once you join the martial arts class, you can choose from the Qi and Blood martial arts provided by the school. Suyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He understood the grading of martial arts. Basic sword techniques were only suitable for foundational training of pre-martial artists, whereas the Qi and Blood realm required Qi and Blood martial arts to further enhance oneself. However, obtaining Qi and Blood martial arts was no easy feat besides the restriction that only martial artists could learn them. Most Qi and Blood martial arts needed to be exchanged for merit or contributions. The few that could be purchased were extremely expensive. For Suyu, with only a few thousand yuan in savings, it was an astronomical figure. Fortunately, joining the martial arts class would grant one free Qi and Blood martial art. Suyu clenched his fists, clearly feeling that basic sword techniques were no longer sufficient to improve his Qi and Blood. Yu Pingin's test results caused a stir in the training ground, but it soon calmed down. After all, everyone knew his talent. Breaking into the Qi and Blood realm 5 months ago and reaching this level was expected. Compared to the prolonged foundational training of pre-martial artists, Qi and Blood realm martial artists could use various elixirs and rare materials to aid their training, naturally speeding up their progress. Soon, the tests for Class 3 were all completed. In this assessment, only Suyu and Yu Pingin reached the level of martial artists. Despite this, Li Feng felt gratified. After all, out of the 30 classes in the entire senior year, the martial arts class had only 37 students. Having 2 martial artists in one class was quite impressive, especially since some classes didn't have any. Li Feng was particularly proud because Suyu, whom he greatly admired, successfully passed the test. All right, you two, come with me, Li Feng said with a smile to Suyu and Yu Pingin. Suyu's eyes immediately lit up with excitement, his heart racing. The rewards for joining the martial arts class were finally here. Becoming a member meant he could choose a blood energy martial art from the school. Li Feng led the two through the campus towards the library of Jiang City No. 7 High School. The library was a highly coveted place for all students, as it housed not only a vast collection of basic martial arts, but also extremely rare blood energy martial arts. Normally, without special permission, students were not allowed to enter the library. As the three of them approached the library, Suyu and Yu Pingin's hearts began to beat faster. Even though Yu Pingin had already mastered a technique like the diamond body, he couldn't hide his excitement. After all, no martial artist would ever think they had too many martial arts skills. Li Feng stopped at the library entrance and turned to the two of them. This martial arts class is something the school has invested a lot of resources in. Just by entering the class, you get the chance to choose a blood energy martial art from the library. You guys are really lucky. Soon, with Li Feng leading the way, the three of them entered the library and went straight to the second floor. This was where the real blood energy martial arts were stored, with rows of bookshelves filled with ancient books made of sheepskin. Li Feng first turned to Yu Pingin and said, Yu Pingin, your diamond body technique is already good at refining the body, and your blood energy has reached the 7th level. You need a martial art that's good at offensive attacks. As he spoke, he took 2 books from the shelf, Arhut Fist and Thunderpalm. These 2 should suit your current situation best. Yu Pingin carefully examined the 2 martial arts books, and, after a moment of thought, took up Arhut Fist from Li Feng's hand, holding it joyfully. Then, Li Feng turned his attention to Suyu. As for you, Suyu, although you've just broken through to the blood energy stage, you've been diligent in your practice over the past 3 years, and your foundation is very solid. Since you've been practicing basic sword techniques, I suggest you choose a sword-based blood energy martial art. With your foundation, you should be able to pick it up quickly. Li Feng went to another bookshelf and took out 3 books, Long Wind Sword, Red Fire Sword Technique, and 9 Mysteries Sword Technique. These 3 sword techniques each have their own strengths. The first one excels in speed, the second focuses on offensive power, and the third emphasizes defense. Take a look and see which one you want to choose. Suyu cautiously asked, Teacher, can I take a look at these martial arts first? Li Feng smiled and nodded. Of course, but you can only read them here. Suyu took the 3 martial arts books and carefully browsed through them. He found that while the Long Wind Sword excelled in speed, it had fewer bottlenecks. The Red Fire Sword technique focused on offensive power but was challenging to perfect. As for the 3rd martial art book, Suyu was calculating in his mind. Hitting a bottleneck in martial arts training without sufficient resources makes it hard to break through. Given his current family situation, he dared not choose recklessly. Suyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. If it weren't for the rewards from the martial arts class, he wouldn't even know when he'd get his first blood energy martial art. I'll go with the Long Wind Sword, Suyu sighed softly. Although he was tempted by the other 2 martial arts books, the Long Wind Sword was undoubtedly the most suitable for him at the moment. Li Feng wasn't surprised to see Suyu choose the Long Wind Sword. Given Suyu's current situation, it was indeed the most appropriate blood energy martial art for him. After selecting their martial arts and copying the transcripts, Li Feng sternly reminded them not to share the content without permission. This was not only disrespectful to the creators of the martial arts, but also crucial for preventing premature training that could harm those not yet ready. Suyu and his classmate nodded earnestly in agreement. Afterward, Li Feng took them for a brief registration and then left the library. Just outside the door, Li Feng took out several glass bottles from his coat, each containing blood-red pills. Even through the bottles, Suyu could smell the rich medicinal aroma. What are these? Suyu asked, looking at Li Feng in confusion. These are blood energy pills, Li Feng explained. Unlike pre-warriors, blood energy warriors can train with the help of these pills and other natural treasures. While pre-warriors can use some auxiliary medicines, those are too expensive for most families. Once you reach the blood energy stage, the available resources increase significantly. These blood energy pills are the best resources for blood energy warriors. This is your reward for the month from the martial arts class. Upon hearing the explanation, Suyu's eyes were immediately drawn to the blood energy pills. Li Feng continued, You just broke through to the blood energy stage and are ranked 32nd in the martial arts class, so you only get 1 blood energy pill per month. Suyu raised his eyebrows, puzzled. The rankings came out so quickly? What do these rankings mean? Li Feng seemed to read his thoughts and smiled as he explained. We just got the news. There are currently 37 people in the martial arts class at 7th high, and you're ranked 32nd. The martial arts class is great, but also tough. Here, rankings are everything. The higher your rank, the more resources and rewards you get. There's a ranking assessment every month, which is the only way to change your position. If you want more resources, you must continuously improve your ranking. With your current rank, you only get 1 blood energy pill a month. Understanding dawned on Suyu as he took the blood energy pill from Li Feng, unable to help but lick his lips. That's it for today, Li Feng said. The martial arts class starts in 3 days. Get some rest and adjust your state of mind. After all, his tone shifted, and a complex expression appeared on his face. The martial arts class is no walk in the park. After bidding farewell to Li Feng, Suyu returned directly to his small house on the outskirts of Jiangcity. This house was subsidized by the Martial Alliance. Otherwise, he couldn't afford the rent. Back home, Suyu couldn't wait to take a nap. Although his energy and spirit had increased significantly after breaking through to the blood energy stage, he was still tired from practicing basic sword techniques all night without sleep. When Suyu woke up, the night had already fallen, and stars dotted the sky. Seeing that it was almost dawn, he decided to get up, wash, and then take his training sword to practice the newly acquired long wind sword techniques in the living room. However, as soon as he started practicing, Suyu was surprised to find that he was exceptionally familiar with the long wind sword techniques. After practicing just a couple of times, he had fully memorized all the moves. The Chongfeng sword is an ordinary martial art focused on qi and blood, divided into 3 stages: breeze, gale, and long wind, corresponding to the 9 levels of a qi and blood practitioner. Suyu picked up the practice sword and began performing the moves of the Chongfeng sword. To his surprise, he memorized all the moves after just 2 or 3 attempts, indicating that he had already grasped the basics of the Chongfeng sword. Suyu found it hard to believe and practiced the moves once more. As he drew and swung the sword, it moved like a breeze, light yet sharp in his hands. At that moment, Suyu was certain he had truly mastered the basics, marveling at his own talent in swordsmanship. Reflecting on his first encounter with basic sword techniques, Suyu had also mastered them after just 1 attempt. At the time, he didn't think much of it, as basic sword techniques were quite common. Despite his quick learning, it took him 3 years to break through the qi and blood stage due to his limited innate talent and resources. Having discovered his talent in swordsmanship, Suyu decided to continue practicing. He tirelessly performed the Chongfeng sword in his living room until his qi and blood were depleted. When he finally set the sword down, he was drenched in sweat, but his eyes were bright, feeling an immense sense of exhilaration. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a glow on Suyu's lean yet powerful figure. Although practicing qi and blood martial arts requires qi and blood support, he was fortunate to have qi and blood pills rewarded by his martial arts class to replenish his energy. Suyu took out a red qi and blood pill and swallowed it, soon feeling his qi and blood restored. For the next 3 days, Suyu spent almost all his time practicing the Chongfeng sword, only pausing for meals and sleep. His progress was astonishing. In just 3 days, he had mastered the first stage, breeze, and his qi and blood level had risen to the second layer. This was an accomplishment that would take an average practitioner 3 months to achieve. After mastering breeze, Suyu practiced the Chongfeng sword once again. As he drew the sword, its blade was as sharp as the wind, light yet fierce. In that moment, Suyu had truly grasped the essence of the sword as a breeze, striking like the wind. Looking at the empty bottle of qi and blood pills on the table, Suyu smiled wryly, acknowledging the resource-intensive nature of the martial arts path. However, he had no regrets, for he was now much stronger than he had been on the day of the martial arts test. To Suyu, it was all worth it. Thinking of this, a satisfied smile spread across his face. 3 days. In just 3 days, Suyu not only advanced to the second level of qi and blood cultivation, but also mastered the breeze wind sword technique, which usually takes an ordinary martial artist 3 months to learn. Such swordsmanship talent is truly terrifying. Suyu glanced around and thought to himself. In the entire Jiangcity, even within the confines of 7th High, he had never heard of anyone displaying such extraordinary swordsmanship talent. Of course, it could be due to his limited experience, but it undoubtedly highlighted that his talent in swordsmanship was anything but ordinary. He gently caressed the long sword in his hand and continued to ponder. Although his qi and blood talent isn't as impressive as his swordsmanship, the 3 stages of the long wind sword technique have increasingly significant effects on refining qi and blood as one progresses. If he could cultivate the long wind sword to perfection, it would in turn enhance his qi and blood levels. At that point, even if his qi and blood talent were slightly inferior, his cultivation speed would increase significantly. A determined look flashed in Suyu's eyes. In this way, it might be possible to carve out a unique martial path, to become a martial artist, to become a top martial artist, to stand against the myriad races and protect the great Xiao. With this thought, Suyu was filled with energy. He quickly washed up, got dressed, and strapped his training sword to his back before heading swiftly towards 7th High. Today was the first day of the martial arts class, and he couldn't afford to be late. He was counting on gaining more experience and resources from it. Soon, Suyu arrived at 7th High. After finding out the location of the martial arts class from Li Feng, he headed straight to the classroom. Although it wasn't time for class yet, many students were already seated inside. Suyu's arrival drew a few glances, but everyone quickly returned to their own activities. Suyu, over here! A burly figure by the window, Yu Pingin, waved at him, and there was an empty seat beside him. Suyu smiled and walked over to sit down, thinking it was nice to have a familiar face in an unfamiliar class. Yu Pingin grinned and said, "We'll be classmates for the next 3 years, so don't forget about your old buddy here after the Global Martial Arts Tournament." After a bit of small talk, Yu Pingin began to introduce the details of the martial arts class. Given his affluent background, he had more information than Suyu. Suyu listened attentively, but suddenly Yu Pingin changed the subject. "By the way, did you know you're the only student in our martial arts class who broke through to become a martial artist on the very last day?" Suyu raised an eyebrow. "Then why am I not ranked at the bottom? Logically, he should be last. After all, Those who could get into the martial arts class either had extraordinary talent or came from wealthy families that could afford expensive herbs. Yu Pingin explained, "You might not know this, but although you were the last to break through, the foundation of your qi and blood, built up over 3 years, is extremely solid. While everyone in the class is a martial artist, some relied on herbs to boost their levels, making their foundation less stable than yours. Because of the effects of the herbs, their qi and blood are quite unstable, so your ranking is actually higher." So you suddenly understood. Although the martial arts class was intended for the top students at 7th high, some people use herbs to force their way in. Such martial artists, despite being at the same level, had a much weaker foundation compared to those who relied on their own cultivation. No wonder he was ranked 32nd. "And what about your ranking?" Suyu asked curiously. He remembered that Yu Pingin had received far more resources than him when they left the library and had demonstrated a qi and blood level of 7 during the test, so his ranking must be high. Yu Pingin scratched the back of his head somewhat bashfully. "3rd place." Hiss! Suyu gasped in admiration. No wonder Yu Pingin was the first in their class to become a martial artist. Terrifying! Suyu gasped in shock. It wasn't just that Yu Pingin ranked 3rd. What stunned him more was that even with a 7th level qi and blood cultivation, Yu Pingin could only secure the 3rd spot. His eyes swept over the students in the martial arts class, his curiosity fully piqued. He couldn't help but ask, "Class monitor, you're only 3rd? The two ahead of you must be real prodigies. Who are they?" A complex expression flashed across Yu Pingin's eyes as he slowly began to explain. "Those two are the true geniuses of 7th high. The one ranked first has an extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. It's said that he showed remarkable talent in swordsmanship as a child and was personally mentored by a swordmaster. He rarely stays at 7th high because he's been training with that mentor. He's not here today, either." Suyu narrowed his eyes, a peculiar glint flashing in them. "And the second one?" he pressed. Yu Pingin fell silent, a conflicted look crossing his face. After a moment, he hesitantly spoke. "The second is Wong Mao. About him, there's not much good to say. I can only tell you he's not a good person." Silently, Suyu noted Wong Mao's name, pondering to himself. For someone as mild-tempered as Yu Pingin to say such things, Wong Mao must really be trouble. Just as the two were chatting, a middle-aged man in a black trench coat appeared silently at the door of the martial arts class. He frowned at the commotion in the room, coughed a few times, and then strode to the podium. The moment everyone noticed him, the classroom fell silent. Suyu scrutinized the man. Under the black trench coat, a neat military uniform was faintly visible, and a menacing scar snaked across his face like a centipede. The man's gaze was sharp as a knife as he scanned the class, his voice authoritative. "My name is Xiao Long, and I am the person in charge of this martial arts class. I'm not a teacher, so don't call me that. I prefer you call me Instructor." His voice seemed to carry the weight of battles fought, resonating with a steely resolve. The entire class was deathly quiet. Xiao Long nodded in satisfaction, opened the file in his hand, and continued. "As you all know, this year's martial arts entrance exam is different from previous years. It will be a global competition. You will be pitted against high school students from all over Blue Star. Jiangcity is just a small city on Blue Star. To stand out in a global competition, we can't use the same gentle methods as before." The smile on Xiao Long's face grew more sinister, his voice filled with a murderous aura. "From now until the global competition begins, you will undergo training that can only be described as hellish." As Xiao Long's words fell, the atmosphere in the martial arts class instantly became oppressive. "Intense training, huh?" Suyu murmured to himself as he listened to Xiao Long's words. Instead of showing any sign of retreat in his eyes, they sparkled with determination. As a true training fanatic, Suyu firmly believed that the key to becoming a top martial artist was relentless practice. If once wasn't enough, he'd do it twice. If twice wasn't enough, he'd do it 4 times. If that still didn't work, he'd practice 100 times, 1,000 times, even 10,000 times. He was convinced that with enough practice, any difficult bottleneck could eventually be broken through. However, the other martial arts class students had quite different reactions to the upcoming intense training. Those who had become martial artists through their families' resources and shortcuts looked visibly uneasy. Even Yu Pingin couldn't help but show a hint of bitterness on his face. Xiao Long glanced at the file in his hand and let out a cold laugh, completely indifferent to everyone's reactions. "This ranking is useless." He closed the file, his gaze sweeping over the students as he spoke in an icy tone. "I've seen your martial arts class rankings, and to say they're a mess would be an understatement. Martial artists are meant to battle against myriad races. Since when did rankings depend on talent? Do you think you can rely on talent when fighting against other races? If you want to be a martial artist, then rank like one." Suddenly, Xiao Long shouted, "Everyone, stand up!" His powerful voice echoed like thunder in the classroom, and all the students, including Suyu, instantly stood up. "Now, run to the martial arts training field for a combat ranking. Xiao Long commanded in a low voice, walking out without looking back. In the classroom, the martial arts class members exchanged glances, each showing different expressions. Combat ranking up. Suyu muttered to himself, a glint of excitement in his eyes. He remembered Li Feng telling him that the class rankings determined the monthly resource rewards. Honestly, Suyu was not satisfied with his 32nd place ranking. Especially in the past 3 days, his combat power had significantly improved. This combat assessment was exactly what he needed. Without hesitation, Suyu headed towards the martial arts training field. In the classroom, besides Suyu, a few others were eager to try, especially those at the bottom of the rankings. Although they had become martial artists through shortcuts, they had entered the Qi and Blood realm earlier than Suyu, and many had even trained in Qi and Blood martial arts. To them, Suyu was no match. Perhaps this combat test was their chance to change their rankings. Soon, everyone arrived at the martial arts training field. Xiao Long had already taken off his black trench coat, revealing the military uniform underneath, adding to his imposing presence. Beside him stood a fully steel-craft mechanical puppet. Xiao Long surveyed the students and slowly said, "This is a martial arts puppet. Your rankings will be determined based on your combat performance against it." The puppet hasn't mastered any martial arts, but it has been programmed with extensive combat experience and can adjust its power level from Qi and Blood level 1 to 9. Now, when I call your name, step forward for the test. Li Xiong. Here. A burly young man stepped forward with a grin. Xiao Long said indifferently, "What are you waiting for? Attack." Li Xiong scratched his head, then activated his Qi and Blood, letting out a roar as he punched towards the puppet. Just as his fist was about to hit the puppet, its eyes gleamed red. Its aura surged, instantly adjusting to match Li Xiong's level, and it dodged the punch with an uncanny movement. The next moment, the puppet swept out a leg. Boom! Li Xiong was hit by the martial arts puppet, his body flying back as if struck by a car, and he landed heavily on the ground. Hiss! The crowd gasped collectively at the scene before them. The martial arts puppet had defeated Li Xiong with astonishing speed, leaving the students present in utter shock. Xiao Long shook his head expressionlessly, quickly jotting down notes on his list. Too weak. Clearly someone with no battle experience. And he hasn't even properly practiced his martial arts, Xiao Long thought to himself. He then continued, "Next, Zhang." One by one, the martial arts class students stepped forward to face the puppet. However, their performances only made Xiao Long's frown deepen. Almost all of them appeared entirely inexperienced in real combat, like lambs to the slaughter. Terrible, Xiao Long scoffed internally. If they enter the underground cave, it's a one-way ticket to death. Next, Yu Pingin, Xiao Long called out. Present. Yu Pingin replied with a grin, exchanging a glance with Suyu before walking forward. However, as he stood before the martial arts puppet, the grin vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Yu Pingin took a deep breath, calculating in his mind. Although he appeared simple-minded, he was far from foolish. The puppet was experienced in combat, so his only chance at victory lay in his martial arts skills. Ah! Yu Pingin shouted, thrusting his fist forward. A faint sound of blood and qi resonated from within him. It was the Luohan fist. Seeing this, Xiao Long's frown slightly relaxed. Qi and blood martial arts, Luohan fist, huh? Finally, someone with some potential. The wind howled as Yu Pingin's fist aimed at the puppet. The puppet responded with a punch of its own. Just as their fists were about to collide, a cunning smile appeared on Yu Pingin's face. A faint golden glow shimmered on his fist. Thud! With a dull sound, Yu Pingin was pushed back several steps before he managed to stabilize himself, a look of helplessness crossing his face. Xiao Long pondered, a golden glow on his skin, yet he's only at the qi and blood stage. Could it be the Vajra, indestructible body? Yu Pingin? You? Could he be the son of that you? What a pity! He shook his head and wrote something else on his list. His martial arts are decent, but his qi and blood strength is lacking. That last punch could be matched by any third-level martial artist in the military. Xiao Long evaluated internally. Yu Pingin gave an awkward smile and returned to the group. Suyu asked how it went, and Yu Pingin shook his head saying, "This puppet is strange. Even though it's at the same level, its strength is much greater than mine." Suyu nodded thoughtfully. Soon, other students also took their turns, but the results continued to disappoint Xiao Long. Next, Suyu. Hearing his name, Suyu smiled, took a training sword from his back, and slowly walked up to the martial arts puppet. "Good day, Instructor." Suyu greeted Xiao Long politely before gripping his sword and locking eyes with the puppet. Xiao Long nodded slightly. He had noticed Suyu the moment he entered the room, not because he stood out, but because his qi and blood were exceptionally solid, even surpassing that of military martial artists. This kind of foundation was clearly the result of long-term, rigorous training. Xiao Long wrote next to Suyu's name on the list, "Solid foundation, good perseverance." Suyu stared intently at the puppet, a slight smile on his lips. This was his first real combat after years of practicing swordsmanship. Even though his opponent was just a puppet, it was worth giving his all. Draw your sword. Clang. The sound of the sword echoed around them. Suyu moved instantly, his sword swift like a breeze, aiming at the puppet. This was the breeze move from the long wind sword technique. The puppet's eyes gleamed red, its power automatically adjusting to the third level of chi and blood, and it threw a punch. However, at the critical moment, Suyu's sword changed direction, avoiding the puppet's fist with even greater speed and targeting its shoulder. Xiao Long's pupils contracted in surprise. This is the breeze move from the long wind sword technique, and it's at the level of mastery. Practicing with a long sword typically involves wielding a weapon that weighs around 10 pounds. Although this might not seem heavy to the average person, to swing it as if it were weightless is a feat even some seasoned martial artists struggle to achieve. At this moment, in Suyu's hand, the long sword moved with the lightness of a breeze, creating a flash of sword light that struck the martial arts dummy with force. Bang! The dummy's shoulder took the hit directly. Thanks to its extremely durable construction, it showed no signs of damage despite the blow. Impressive swordsmanship. Xiao Long's eyes lit up as his gaze landed on Suyu, filled with newfound admiration. He thought to himself, who would have thought that 7th High would have such a promising talent? It's a pity his cultivation is only at the second level of the chi and blood stage, which is quite low. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Long took out his phone and sent a message. Shortly, a document arrived on his phone. When he opened it, it contained detailed information about Suyu. Practiced swordsmanship for 3 years, broke through to the chi and blood stage recently, and has only had the martial arts manual for 3 days? Xiao Long's pupils contracted with disbelief. 3 days? This guy reached mastery of the breeze sword technique in just 3 days? How is that possible? Shocked, Xiao Long's gaze towards Suyu grew even more intense, like a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. I can't believe I found such a gem. Excellent, excellent. He couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Suyu, although using his mastery of the breeze sword technique to suppress the martial arts dummy at the same level, was still in his first actual combat. Despite his strong grasp of the technique, the dummy's chip contained countless combat experiences from chi and blood stage martial artists. Guided by these experiences, the dummy found an opening and punched Suyu in the chest. The powerful blow made Suyu's chest ache, leading to his defeat. Even so, the surrounding martial arts class students were stunned. It was known that even the third-rank Yu Pingin could only last a few moves against the dummy. Yet Suyu managed to suppress it for a minute and a half. An extraordinary feat. In their shock, the students started discussing, wasn't this guy only at the first level of the chi and blood stage 3 days ago? How did he suddenly reach the second level? Yeah, and considering his poor family background, he only got the chi and blood martial arts manual 3 days ago. How is his swordsmanship so advanced? Xiao Long watched Suyu's defeat with a bright smile, like a blooming chrysanthemum. Well done. Go and rest. Hearing Xiao Long's words, Suyu felt flattered. The other students hadn't received such a warm reception from Xiao Long, who had even earned the nickname Cold-Faced Xiao. Although Xiao Long's smile seemed a bit sinister to Suyu, he still felt quite pleased. In contrast to Suyu's joy, the other martial arts class students felt a bit jealous. Even the genius Yu Pingin hadn't received Xiao Long's smile, but Suyu, with only a second-level chi and blood cultivation, did. For a moment, their gazes towards Suyu became complicated. Soon, Suyu returned to the lineup. Xiao Long opened the file, his eyes locking onto Suyu's name. He carefully reviewed his previous assessment, and after a moment of contemplation, added a new comment. Outstanding talent in swordsmanship, average in chi and blood, but exceptional perseverance. Overall evaluation. High potential. Further observation needed. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Long's lips as he looked at the evaluation. His gaze shifted to Suyu among the group, and a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps, this young man has a chance to join that program. His thoughts then turned to Yu Pingin. If he could improve his chi and blood tempering, he might have a shot too. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Next, Xiao Long announced, signaling the next martial arts student to begin their test. The subsequent test results were dismal, especially for the students following Suyu. Although they also had chi and blood levels of 1 or 2, some couldn't even withstand a single move against the martial puppet. Xiao Long's expression, which had brightened with Suyu's performance, quickly turned grim. The students after Suyu didn't dare to meet his eyes, as if afraid he might devour them whole. After the test, Suyu returned to the group, standing next to Yu Pingin. Yu Pingin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, Suyu, I didn't expect you to be so amazing. That puppet is a monster, and I couldn't even handle it, but you managed to suppress it early on. Suyu humbly touched his nose and smiled. I'm only at chi and blood level 2, while you're facing level 7. It's not a fair comparison. Yu Pingin didn't seem pleased. Instead, he looked a bit dejected. Even though my level is higher than yours, your talent in swordsmanship is extraordinary. Compared to you, I'm nothing. My dad always said my chi and blood tempering was very superficial, but I didn't believe him until I fought that martial puppet. Suyu raised an eyebrow, silently agreeing. Although his level was lower than Yu Pingin's, he could tell that Yu Pingin's chi and blood felt hollow and inflexible, lacking the explosive power needed for lethal strikes. However, Yu Pingin's defense was impressive, able to withstand several punches from the puppet, whereas Suyu was defeated after just one. Suddenly, Yu Pingin spoke nervously. Suyu, can I ask you a favor? Suyu smiled. Sure, what is it? Yu Pingin's eyes lit up. Suyu, with your incredible talent in swordsmanship, would you be my sparring partner? I know my attack techniques are lacking, and I just started learning Luohan Fist. Your current strength is perfect for me. He quickly added, of course, I won't ask you to do it for free. How about I give you 2 bottles of chi and blood pills each week? 2 bottles? Suyu's eyes sparkled, but he quickly realized Yu Pingin was looking out for him. After all, it would benefit both of them by increasing their combat experience. Suyu felt a warm sense of gratitude and readily agreed. Yu Pingin grinned broadly when Suyu accepted. At that moment, Xiao Long approached with a stern face, standing in front of the group with his hands behind his back. To be honest, your performance in the test was very disappointing. His words immediately cast a shadow over the mood. Here are the new rankings. Take a look, Xiao Long said, revealing the updated list. Suyu noticed his rank had jumped from 32nd to 25th. Xiao Long continued, although I'm disappointed, I still have some rewards for you. Normally, this month's resources have already been distributed, but I've requested an additional round based on these new rankings. Hearing this, the group's spirits lifted, and their impression of Xiao Long improved slightly. However, Xiao Long's tone turned icy as he added, of course, with this reward comes an expectation. I don't want to see anyone performing like this again next month. I'll tell you in advance, next month's ranking test won't be just sparring with puppets. It will be real combat. After receiving their extra chi and blood pill rewards for the month, Suyu and Yu Pingin walked out of the martial arts training ground. Suyu's mind echoed with Xiao Long's words. Next month's ranking assessment will be real combat. This statement made him both excited and nervous. Today's test was merely battling against martial arts puppets, and even if you lost, the worst outcome would be some physical pain. However, real combat was different. A slight mistake could leave lasting injuries or even cause serious harm. Despite this, Suyu felt no fear. Instead, he was filled with anticipation. Although this was Suyu's first real combat, and his opponent was just a martial arts puppet, he discovered that with a long sword in hand, he felt completely at ease. Every sword move made him feel incredibly relaxed, as if he was born to wield the sword. In the past, as a prospective warrior, Suyu focused solely on building his foundation. Breaking through to the warrior realm was his only goal. He had little experience in actual combat, spending his days practicing basic sword techniques. Now that he had entered the chi and blood realm, while cultivation remained important, honing real combat skills became even more crucial. The reason warriors hold such a distinguished position is due to the significant responsibilities they bear. Faced with the crisis posed by the 108 caves, only warriors can step forward and prevent disaster. In the future, Suyu would inevitably confront the ferocious myriad races, making the refinement of combat skills and experience all the more vital. Soon, the two arrived at the school gate. Yu Pingin smiled and said, all right, I'm heading home now. Come to my place this weekend to be my sparring partner. It's settled. Suyu nodded in agreement, and the two then went their separate ways towards their homes. Upon returning home, Suyu immediately picked up his practiced longsword and continued practicing the Chongfeng sword technique. Each of his movements circulated his internal chi and blood, constantly training his body. When his chi and blood were depleted, he would take a chi and blood pill to recover. While the pill took effect, Suyu seized the time to practice repeatedly, gradually improving both his chi and blood levels and his sword technique proficiency. Even though this method quickly consumed resources, Suyu believed that resources were meant to be used. Only by converting resources into strength could their true value be realized. Therefore, despite the preciousness of chi and blood pills, Suyu used them without hesitation. The learning pace in the martial arts class was straightforward. One class every 3 days, with the rest of the time dedicated to completing tasks assigned by the teacher or self-training. This seemingly simple schedule was not to be underestimated. The martial arts class teachers were elite warriors invited from the military, whose rich combat experience against the myriad races in the caves provided invaluable lessons for these budding students. 3 days later, in the classroom of the martial arts class at 7th High School, the students sat at their desks, their eyes focused on Xiao Long at the podium. Xiao Long stood with his hands behind his back, his expression stern. The scars on his face and his faintly intimidating aura made some timid students avoid direct eye contact. Today is my first class with you, Xiao Long said calmly. Let's keep it simple. I believe many of you only have a rough idea of the martial arts realms and lack detailed knowledge. Suyu nodded in agreement. Although he knew he was now in the Qi and Blood realm and was aware of subsequent realms like the Blood refining realm and the Organ refining realm, he didn't have a clear understanding of the specifics of each realm. This information was extremely mysterious to non-warriors, much like how Qi and Blood techniques were restricted by the Martial Alliance and not accessible to non-warriors. Of course, if a student's family had warrior elders, this information wouldn't be a secret. However, not all students in the martial arts class were privy to such details, so Xiao Long found it necessary to explain the warrior realms in detail. After all, if you don't understand your goals, what's the point of striving? Xiao Long took a sip of water and continued. For ordinary people, warriors are simply divided into prospective warriors and warriors. But you should know that there are significant differences among warriors. To me, you're all just a bunch of weaklings. He smirked, but no one refuted him, which left him slightly disappointed. Nonetheless, he pressed on with his lecture. Currently, you are in the Qi and Blood realm. This realm isn't particularly special. It's about continuously increasing your Qi and Blood. When your Qi and Blood reach a certain level, you can advance to the next realm. But before that, there's something crucial you need to know. Xiao Long's expression turned serious, and his gaze swept across the class. As you all know, reaching 9 points in Qi and Blood means you're at the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm, and you should be ready to advance to a higher realm. But what I need to tell you is that the upper limit of the Qi and Blood realm is far beyond 9 points. Qi and Blood are the most fundamental and important aspects for a warrior. 9 points of Qi and Blood are merely the prerequisite for advancing to the next realm, not the limit of the Qi and Blood realm. 9 points of vital energy and blood are merely the necessary condition for advancing to the next levels. Suyu raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit surprised. He had originally thought that reaching 9 points would naturally lead to the next stage, but it seemed things weren't that simple. Xiao Long's voice broke the silence in the classroom. Just like when you were preparing your foundation as pre-martial artists to withstand the impact of vital energy and blood, some people build a very solid foundation and become stronger than those at the same level when they break through. He glanced meaningfully at Suyu and continued, while others rely on drugs to forcibly enhance their physique, resulting in extremely unstable energy and blood. The same applies to the vital energy and blood stage. Xiao Long raised his voice. If you advance to the next level with just 9 points of vital energy and blood, you will only become the most mediocre martial artist. His gaze swept across every student, his tone turning stern. As my students, my requirement for you is, when you reach 9 points, do not immediately attempt to break through to the next level. You must continue to enhance your vital energy and blood until you feel you've reached your limit before advancing. Otherwise, he paused, a hint of menace in his voice. You will be expelled from the martial arts class. The classroom fell silent. Some students showed expressions of frustration and reluctance. They all aspired to advance quickly, seeking higher realms at their age. Xiao Long's demand to delay their advancement was almost unacceptable to them. Noticing the students' reactions, Xiao Long snorted coldly. I've said before, vital energy and blood are the foundation of a martial artist. Only by pushing them to the limit can you have a better future. He grinned, with a hint of threat. Of course, you can choose not to listen, but the consequence will be leaving the martial arts class. I, Xiao Long, do not need such students. The classroom fell silent again. Suyu sat in his seat, deep in thought. He pondered silently. It turns out that 9 points of vital energy and blood are not the limit. Everyone's limit is different. I wonder what my limit is. His eyes flashed with anticipation. According to Xiao Long, the higher the limit of vital energy and blood, the better the talent and the brighter the future. As someone aspiring to become a top martial artist, Suyu naturally hoped his limit would be as high as possible. Xiao Long noticed Suyu's excited expression, raised an eyebrow slightly, but quickly resumed his serious demeanor. He continued, now that we've covered the vital energy and blood stage, let's talk about the other stages. He wrote a few words on the blackboard, drawing everyone's attention back. After the vital energy and blood stage comes the blood refinement stage. This stage involves purifying your vital energy and blood. Each purification is considered a level, and it needs to be done 9 times to completely expel the impurities from your vital energy and blood before moving on to the next stage. Xiao Long paused, scanning the room to ensure everyone was paying attention. Here, you will see the difference. Someone who advances to the blood refinement stage with 9 points of vital energy and blood, even after 2 purifications, cannot compare to those who started with more than 10 points. Hearing this, the students finally understood why Xiao Long emphasized reaching the limit before advancing to the next stage. The difference would become apparent from this point onward. Xiao Long continued, after the blood refinement stage, your vital energy and blood reach a near-perfect state, and generally, it's impossible to generate more. However, his tone grew serious. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the human body has undergone terrifying changes. The potential of the human body is limitless. To continue enhancing your vital energy and blood, you need to focus on other parts of your body, your internal organs. The atmosphere in the classroom grew tense. Everyone held their breath, listening intently to Xiao Long's every word. Purifying the internal organs is known as the organ refinement stage. This is the stage following blood refinement. Xiao Long's voice echoed in the classroom. Organ refinement involves unlocking the hidden potential of the human organs. The heart houses the spirit, the lungs house the corporeal soul, the liver houses the ethereal soul, the spleen houses the intellect, and the kidneys house the essence. These are the 5 organs. When talking about the stage after organ refinement, Xiao Long suddenly smiled and said, "You don't need to know about that yet. Once you reach the organ refinement stage, you will naturally understand. Knowing too much now might not be beneficial for you." With his hands behind his back, Xiao Long paced slowly on the podium, speaking earnestly. Remember, in the path of martial arts, the most dangerous thing is to aim too high without a solid foundation. Xiao Long stood at the podium, his eyes scanning the martial arts class students. With a steady and powerful voice, he began, "Today, I'll be discussing the intricacies of the lianzong realm." His gaze fell upon a few students who had relied on pills to advance. Then he continued more sternly, "If reaching the qi and blood realm and the lian shui realm can be achieved through medication, entering the lianzong realm is not that simple. To cross into this realm, you need genuine martial arts talent and a solid foundation." Xiao Long looked directly at the lower-ranked students and said bluntly, "For those who have entered the qi and blood realm through pills, I suggest you take this chance to rebuild your foundation. Otherwise, the lian shui realm will be your limit." These words made the students feel deeply ashamed, but Xiao Long was unbothered. He knew that while these words might hurt their pride, it was better than them being stuck in the lian shui realm forever. "The lianzong realm is a crucial milestone in a martial artist's journey," Xiao Long continued. "In the underground world, martial artists in the lianzong realm are the backbone. Lianzong involves tempering the 5 internal organs first, followed by the 6 hollow organs. The 6 hollow organs here are metaphorical, including all organs outside the 5 internal ones. In other words, to complete the lianzong realm, you need to temper every organ in your body." He added, "In some places, the lianzong realm is also referred to as body refinement, but essentially it's the same thing." Sensing the curiosity in the students' eyes, Xiao Long smiled with a hint of pride. "I know many of you are curious about my cultivation level. Although I haven't perfected the lianzong realm, I've reached the 3rd step, the stage of the liver, storing the soul." This revelation drew gasps from the classroom. Even Suyu couldn't help but feel impressed. No wonder the instructor always exudes such a powerful presence. He has already reached the 3rd stage of the lianzong realm. Xiao Long clapped his hands and glanced at his watch. "That about covers the introduction. We still have plenty of time." He suddenly raised his voice, sounding like a thunderclap that made the students' ears ring. "Everyone, stand up. Destination: the martial arts training ground." The students didn't dare delay, quickly rising and running towards the martial arts training hall. On the way, Pingin curiously asked Suyu, "What do you think the instructor has planned for us?" Suyu shook his head. "I don't know. We'll find out when we get there." Upon arriving at the training ground, they saw 5 martial arts puppets neatly lined up, and a sense of foreboding filled their hearts. Xiao Long approached from behind, patting one of the puppets and revealing his white teeth. "I assume you're all familiar with these? It took quite a bit of effort to bring them out." He looked around at everyone, his tone firm. "I believe in one principle. A martial artist is forged through combat. Whether it's fighting other martial artists or battling different races, only through actual combat can a strong martial artist be cultivated." The students' unease grew, and Xiao Long finally announced, "From now on, besides 1 theory class per week, each of you must spar with the puppets. You must complete 20 matches per week. Fight against the dummies. 20 matches every week." As soon as Xiao Long's words fell, the atmosphere in the martial arts class turned heavy. Although the students didn't dare to openly complain, they were already cursing silently in their hearts. Martial arts dummies, seemingly harmless training tools, were actually a love-hate existence. They wouldn't cause real injury, but they could make one ache all over. These dummies carried the battle experience of countless martial artists, and aside from being on par with the students' level, they were practically living martial arts masters. For most students, this meant being one-sidedly beaten, and having to endure it 20 times was a torment hard to bear. However, amidst this gloomy atmosphere, There was an exception, Suyu. Suyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stared at the martial arts dummies beside Xiaolong. He knew these dummies were excellent tools for making up for a lack of real combat experience. As someone obsessed with swordsmanship, Suyu saw an opportunity, not a challenge. Before anyone else could react, Suyu stepped forward, carrying his practice sword, and faced one of the martial arts dummies. The sword left its sheath with a crisp ring, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The other students watched Suyu's actions, their lips twitching. While they were still struggling internally, Suyu had already started his combat training. This contrast left them feeling somewhat ashamed. Even the usually composed Yu Pingin couldn't help but sigh before following Suyu's lead, choosing a martial arts dummy as his opponent. Zhao Long nodded in satisfaction, his appreciation evident. However, when his gaze swept over the other students, it turned sharp. Those still hesitating immediately realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly lined up, bracing themselves for the impending education. Unaware of the undercurrent behind him, Suyu was fully immersed in his sparring with the martial arts dummy. Starting from the most basic sword techniques, he gradually transitioned to the newly understood gentle breeze sword, continuously honing his combat skills. Although Suyu had already reached the level of mastery in the gentle breeze stage, there was always a gap between theory and practice. However, through constant sparring with the martial arts dummies, this gap was slowly closing. The intense battle quickly drained Suyu's energy. Even with his solid foundation, his stamina was soon depleted. Fortunately, the chi and blood pills he carried with him came in handy, quickly restoring his condition and allowing him to continue training. Suyu was pleasantly surprised to find that the combat training with the martial arts dummies was far more effective than practicing alone. In just 10 minutes, he felt he had touched the threshold of the swift wind stage. The three stages of the long wind, sword, gentle breeze, swift wind, and long wind each represented a qualitative leap in swordsmanship. The gentle breeze stage made the sword as light as a breeze, while the swift wind stage made it as fast as a gust. Typically, martial artists needed more than 6 months to reach the swift wind stage, but Suyu was just a step away after only a few days, showcasing his astonishing talent. Watching this scene, Zhao Long's eyes flashed with delight. However, when he flipped open the martial arts class roster, his gaze lingered on the names Gu Yun and Wong Mao, and his expression darkened instantly. How dare these two skip his class? Zhao Long sneered, pulling out his phone to dial a number. Hello? This is Zhao Long, he said coldly. Give Gu Yun and Wong Mao 3 days. If they don't show up for martial arts class, they can forget about their resources. I don't care where they are or who their teacher is. If there's a problem, they can talk to my boss. After hanging up, Zhao Long turned his anger towards the students trying to slack off, his stern reprimands echoing across the training ground. The students finally understood what hellish training meant, inwardly lamenting. This is worse than death. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the martial arts training ground of 7th Middle School, Suyu had just finished an intense sparring session with a martial arts puppet. He sat cross-legged in the center of the ground, drenched in sweat. His chest heaved, and his heavy breathing echoed in the empty space, his clothes soaked through. Despite his exhaustion, Suyu's eyes shone with an unprecedented light, filled with a deep yearning and confidence in martial arts. During these 3 days, Suyu barely left the training hall. The task set by Zhao Long of 20 sparring sessions in a week was completed by Suyu in just 2 days. He ended each session only after exhausting every last bit of his strength, quickly depleting all his chi and blood pills. However, the hard work paid off. In just 3 days, Suyu not only raised his chi and blood level to the 3rd tier, but his mastery of the Chongfeng sword technique also advanced from the great accomplishment of the Gentle Breeze stage to the perfect completion of the Gentle Breeze stage, just a step away from the Gale stage. At this moment, his practiced sword already showed signs of the Gale stage, moving with a speed and power that mimicked a fierce wind. More importantly, through repeated sparring with the martial arts puppet, Suyu's combat skills improved significantly. Although the puppet couldn't fully replicate the real feel of fighting against various races, it was an excellent tool for honing the combat experience of a chi and blood stage warrior. On the high platform of the training ground, Zhao Long looked down at the students training hard below, his gaze frequently resting on Suyu with a look of appreciation. Checking the time, Zhao Long clapped his hands and announced loudly, "All right, stop now. This week's training is over. Take the weekend to rest properly." Upon hearing this, all the students, except for Yu Pingin and Suyu, broke into delighted smiles. Under Zhao Long's rigorous training, they had long forgotten the concept of weekend breaks, so this felt like an unexpected joy. Seeing their delighted faces, Zhao Long laughed and scolded, "Look at you all. If it weren't for the martial arts puppets needing weekly maintenance, I wouldn't even give you a break." Despite his words, the students couldn't suppress their smiles. "All right, rest well, and we'll continue next week." Zhao Long waved his hand, and then arranged for the martial arts puppets to be moved out of the training ground. Watching the puppets being taken away, Suyu couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. He had originally planned to continue sparring over the weekend, but it was clear that these lifeless puppets also needed regular maintenance. Although the students were only at the chi and blood stage, prolonged intense battles inevitably caused some wear and tear on the puppets. At that moment, Yu Ping'an, covered in sweat, walked up to Suyu and suggested, Suyu, it's the weekend. How about sparring with me? Over this period of training, Yu Ping'an, who was already burly, looked a bit leaner, but had gained a sense of strength. Suyu nodded in agreement. This was something he had promised Yu Ping'an earlier. Besides, without the martial arts puppets, sparring with Yu Ping'an, who was at the 7th tier of the chi and blood stage, was also a good opportunity to improve his skills. Shall we go to my place now? Yu Ping'an asked eagerly. Initially, he had some resistance to the martial arts puppets, as even with his defensive abilities, the puppets' attacks often broke through his defenses. But over time, he realized that through constant beatings, his somewhat unstable chi and blood gradually became more solid. Before the martial arts class started, Yu Ping'an had always focused on improving his level, neglecting the tempering of his chi and blood. Despite practicing his family's martial arts technique, the indestructible Vajra, he hadn't truly valued it. It wasn't until Xiao long emphasized the importance of the chi and blood stage that Yu Ping'an woke up. Since then, like Suyu, he developed a keen interest in sparring with the martial arts puppets. The two of them quickly tidied up, took a hot shower in the training grounds bathroom, changed into clean clothes, and headed to Yu Ping'an's home. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Yu's residence. Looking at the modest courtyard-sized house in front of him, Suyu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The Yu family's residence appeared modest and unadorned. Apart from being larger than Suyu's rundown suburban house, everything else was extremely simple. Even the front gate was just an ordinary iron gate. However, one statue caught Suyu's full attention. Standing in the center of the courtyard was a statue of a middle-aged man. The figure was even more robust than Yu Ping'an, with muscles so well-defined they seemed to burst forth. Even as a stationary sculpture, it exuded a strong sense of power. The statue had a golden sheen, and under the sunlight, it seemed to shimmer with a golden glow. Suyu's gaze was drawn to the statue's eyes. Those eyes were bright and full of heroism, as if saying, no matter how many soldiers and horses you bring, I will remain unshaken. This kind of look, Suyu had only seen it 13 years ago, during the fall of Jiangcity in the warriors who defended the city. Looking at the statue, Suyu felt something stirring within him. He took a deep breath and turned to Yu Ping'an, asking, who is this? Yu Ping'an's eyes also fell on the statue, a trace of pride flashing in them. This is my grandfather. Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately felt a deep respect. He recalled the knowledge he had learned in high school theory classes. Such a golden statue was the highest honor awarded by the Daxia Martial Alliance, the Martial Dao Golden Body. The Martial Dao Golden Body had two meanings. One was the literal golden body, representing the pillars of Daxia's warriors, who had truly elevated their cultivation to the golden body realm. The other was the warriors who guarded the 108 cave defenses. These predecessors turned their lifelong martial arts into golden bodies to protect the line of defense against the myriad races. When a warrior reached the organ refining realm, they could practice a special martial art called the golden body technique. This technique could unleash the warrior's full potential, producing combat power several times greater than their usual level. But the cost was dire. After this full-force strike, the warrior would lose all vitality, leading to death, with their body turning into a golden statue. Even more terrifying was that the process of becoming a golden body was extremely painful and irreversible. Once this martial art was used, it meant the warrior was ready to die. After becoming a golden body, the warrior would retain some of their innate mental will, causing continuous mental pressure and instinctive counterattacks against the myriad races. Today, on the 108 cave defenses, there were millions of such statues like Yu Ping'an's grandfather. These warriors, who had reached the organ refining realm or higher, transformed into golden statues, using their lives to build a defensive line for humanity, leaving their lifelong skills to resist the invasion of the myriad races, all to protect the millions of lights behind them on Blue Star. Such warriors were awarded the highest honor of the martial Dao Golden Body, and their descendants were also given special treatment. Suddenly, Yu Ping'an spoke in a hoarse voice. 13 years ago, my grandfather was also a warrior guarding the caves. But as you know, the defense line of Cave 67 was suddenly breached by the myriad races, and countless strong beings surged into Blue Star. Jiangcity and 15 surrounding cities turned into hell. Yu Ping'an clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly. My grandfather and his comrades were ordered to come, and upon seeing the devastation in Jiangcity, they were utterly enraged. Led by a golden body senior, they repelled the myriad races, and finally, resolutely charged into Cave 67. saving Jiangcity and the surrounding cities. Those warriors who entered the cave with my grandfather all used the golden body technique to rebuild the defense line, and they remained there forever. Tears seemed to glisten in Yu Pingin's eyes. Originally, because of my grandfather, the Daxiao martial alliance would not have treated us descendants poorly. If we wished, we could live a prosperous life. But his gaze fell again on the golden statue. Perhaps this is the fate of the Yu family. We were born to resist the myriad races. After my grandfather passed, my father also resolutely led all the Yu family warriors to guard the caves. 13 years have passed, and now, in my generation, I'm the last one left in the Yu family. Yu Pingin's hoarse voice echoed in Suyu's ears, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Staring at the last descendant of the Yu family before him, Suyu felt a mix of emotions. Although he didn't know how many members the Yu family once had, their unwavering commitment to guarding the cave defense line, to protect humanity, and the last sanctuary of the great Xiao moved him deeply. Your family has sacrificed so many people. Do you regret it? Suyu asked softly, his voice tinged with complex emotions. Yu Pingin smiled wistfully, his gaze resting on his grandfather's golden statue. Regret? If we regretted it, my grandfather's statue wouldn't be here. He recalled the answer his father gave him when he asked the same question as a child. My father gave me only one and swore no regrets. No regrets. These two words, though brief, carried immense weight, making Suyu feel the determination behind them. From Yu Pingin's grandfather's generation, the entire Yu family either guarded the cave or turned into golden statues to remain there forever. Now, only Yu Pingin was left. Despite this, they still held firm to no regrets, a resolve that commanded Suyu's utmost respect. Gazing at his grandfather's statue, Yu Pingin softly said, "When I achieve mastery in martial arts, I will enter the cave like my grandfather and father. For the Yu family, dying in the cave is the highest honor. The myriad races are both a national and a personal enemy to me." His words reminded Suyu of a warrior who once stood before him. The warrior's dying words seemed to echo in his ears. Become a warrior. Become a top warrior. Fight the myriad races and protect the great Xia. Suyu. Yu Pingin's call snapped Suyu out of his thoughts. Looking at Yu Pingin's honest face, Suyu suddenly realized that his gentle attitude towards others might stem from his family environment. In Yu Pingin's heart, the enemy of humanity was always singular the myriad races of the cave. Wasting energy on scheming against classmates or other humans seemed utterly unwise. With a bright smile, Yu Pingin invited, "If you ever get the chance, would you like to visit the cave with me?" Without hesitation, Suyu replied, "Of course." They exchanged smiles, and Yu Pingin then led Suyu to his usual training spot. The Yu family estate was 2 to 3 times larger than Suyu's home. Since everyone else was guarding the cave, Yu Pingin had the entire estate to himself, which was convenient for his training. After changing into training clothes, Yu Pingin took out 2 bottles of qi and blood pills from a box and handed them to Suyu. "These are this week's qi and blood pills. You take them. I noticed you might have used up your resources for this month, and you probably need them now," Yu Pingin said with a smile. A wave of warmth surged in Suyu's heart, and he accepted the pills without hesitation. Standing opposite each other, Suyu gripped a wooden sword. They didn't use practice longswords because even those could cause injuries. Despite Yu Pingin's impressive defense from his Vajra indestructible technique, Suyu's Gale Sword technique was also formidable, nearing the level of swift wind, with significant lethality. For sparring, the wooden sword was just right. "Be careful," Suyu shouted, and his wooden sword whistled through the air. In his hands, the wooden sword felt weightless, moving with a speed that was almost at the swift wind level. Suyu's talent in swordsmanship was truly remarkable. Yu Pingin's expression grew, increasingly serious as he watched. Although he could overpower Suyu in terms of physical strength, witnessing Suyu's brutal sparring sessions with a martial arts dummy over the past few days was eye-opening. Even without real combat experience, Suyu's fighting skills had reached an impressive level. "Arhut fist!" Yu Pingin shouted, thrusting his fist forward. A faint golden glow emanated from his fist, and Suyu could almost hear the roar of an Arhut echoing in his ears. The wooden sword and Yu Pingin's fist collided with a dull thud. Suyu quickly retracted his sword, shifted his stance, and launched another fierce attack at Yu Pingin. His swordplay was like the wind, seemingly chaotic, but imbued with lethal intent. As a sparring partner, Suyu knew he had to give it his all. Only by doing so could he push both of them to their limits. As Zhao Long had said, powerful martial artists are often forged in the heat of battle. Only in real combat can a warrior's potential be fully unleashed, making breakthroughs more seamless. The training room echoed with the sound of their clashes. After half an hour, both Suyu and Yu Pingin were drenched in sweat, but their eyes were brighter than before. Suyu silently assessed. While his swordsmanship could suppress the squad leader, the leader's defense was nearly impenetrable, leaving no openings. Although Yu Pingin's offensive power wasn't strong, so you couldn't break through his defense either. But then, a slow smile spread across Su Yu's lips. In an instant, he swung his sword, its speed suddenly increasing by several folds. This strike had reached the level of a swift gale. The moment Su Yu swung his sword, the energy within him surged like boiling water, coursing through his entire body. He could distinctly feel more energy emerging from deep within, bolstering his strength. As he reached the swift wind level of the long wind sword technique, Su Yu's energy cultivation also broke through to the 4th level. This scene did not escape Yu Pingin's eyes. His pupils contracted slightly, a flicker of astonishment in his gaze. It had only been 8 or 9 days since Su Yu broke through the energy cultivation realm, and he had already advanced from the 1st to the 4th level. Such speed was truly unbelievable. Yu Pingin himself had been stuck at the 7th level for half a month without making any progress. With the dual enhancement of his sword technique and energy cultivation, Su Yu unleashed a sword strike of immense power, which instantly landed on Yu Pingin's chest. With a bang, the golden glow covering Yu Pingin's chest shattered, and the wooden sword cut a white mark on his chest. A smile appeared on Su Yu's face, while Yu Pingin looked at the mark on his chest with a strange expression. Although his attack power wasn't strong, his defense was top-notch. Even warriors at the 5th or 6th level of energy cultivation wouldn't necessarily be able to breach his defense. Yet Su Yu, at the 4th level, had managed to do so. This scene ignited Yu Pingin's pride and competitive spirit. He laughed heartily. Good. Let's go again. The two resumed their fierce battle. Over the course of the weekend, Su Yu and Yu Pingin sparred continuously. During this time, Yu Pingin finally broke through the bottleneck of the 7th level, reaching the 8th level of energy cultivation. Although his Arhut fist technique didn't improve much, the breakthrough in his cultivation made him extremely delighted. Su Yu's progress was even more astounding. In just 2 days, he had become highly proficient in the swift wind level of the long wind sword technique. Although he hadn't yet reached the full mastery stage, it was evident that with a bit more time, he would undoubtedly achieve greater heights. In the training room, the two lay on the floor, panting heavily. The intensity of their sparring was no less than fighting against dummies, and due to their evenly matched skills, they could better see their own shortcomings through each other. That was awesome. Yu Pingin suddenly laughed. It's been a long time since I had such a satisfying fight. Now I understand why you're so diligent. This is really addictive. Su Yu smiled faintly, a look of joy in his eyes. He had advanced from the bottom tier of the martial arts class to an intermediate level. Coupled with his improved combat skills and the long wind sword technique reaching the swift wind level, he reckoned he could now take on inexperienced warriors at the 5th level of energy cultivation. After a brief rest, Su Yu stood up and said, "All right, that's enough for today. We still have to train with the dummies tomorrow, and we can't be late in front of the instructor." The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight touched Jiang City, Su Yu was already awake. After a quick wash, he headed straight to the martial arts training ground of 7th High School. Upon arrival, he found that Yu Pingin had just arrived as well. They exchanged smiles, and each began practicing with a dummy. As time went on, more and more students arrived at the training ground. Around 8:30, Xiao Long arrived punctually. He scanned the area, and his gaze eventually fell on Su Yu and Yu Pingin, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Xiao Long murmured. "Yu Pingin and Su Yu, come with me?" The other martial arts class students listened to Xiao Long's words, and their envious gazes naturally fell on Su Yu and Yu Pingin. Although they felt a bit helpless about Xiao Long's actions, they couldn't find anything to argue against. After all, Yu Pingin was the top student in the martial arts class, and Su Yu, even though his skills weren't the best, was acknowledged as the most diligent. During puppet sparring, most students considered a 10-minute session to be long, while Su Yu could persist for half an hour. As time went on, the students' energy and blood gradually depleted, but the martial puppets remained in perfect condition, making the sparring increasingly difficult. Su Yu's ability to endure for such a long time was a testament to his perseverance. Some students even nicknamed him Madman because he practiced to the point of forgetting to eat and sleep. Upon hearing Xiao Long's call, Su Yu and Yu Pingin immediately exited their sparring state and ran to his side. The three of them left the martial arts training ground, with Xiao Long walking ahead with his hands behind his back, not revealing their destination. The two young men exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of his intentions. "Why did the instructor call us out?" Yu Pingin whispered. Su Yu shook his head and replied, "I don't know, but since he called us out alone, it must be something important." They speculated that it might be related to their progress in martial arts, especially since they were the only ones training together over the weekend while the other students rested. "What are you two whispering about? Keep up." Xiao Long's voice came from ahead, prompting the two to quicken their pace. Noticing the two youngsters, Xiao Long's face twisted into a hint of a sinister smile. "Do you know why I called you out here?" They shook their heads. Xiao Long stopped, turned around, and looked at them with an unsettling gaze. Do you want to see the real world of martial artists? Do you want to see blood? Hearing this, their eyes lit up immediately. Although martial artists held a high status in society, they were rarely seen in Jiangqing. Most martial artists either guarded the underground layers or served in the military to protect the region. Only a few enjoyed a peaceful life on Blue Star. Nearly 90% of martial artists, like Yu Pingin's father and grandfather, resolutely entered the lairs to guard against the myriad races. They completely ignored Zhao Long's last sentence. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they looked at Zhao Long, who merely gave a faint smile and signaled, "Follow me." Soon, the three arrived at the Jiangqing branch of the Martial Alliance. Standing at the entrance, Suyu and Pingin were surprised to see that everyone going in and out was a martial artist. Upon entering the Martial Alliance, Suyu noticed that the martial artists inside all had weary and anxious expressions, moving with a sense of urgency. If not for the sign at the door prohibiting running, the hall would likely be filled with running martial artists. Zhao Long led Suyu and Yu Pingin away from the Jiangqing Branch Alliance, heading towards the outskirts of the city. On the way, he explained, according to the rules, you have to wait until after the college entrance exams to join the Martial Alliance. But seeing your talent, I'll make an exception and let you join early. The two exchanged a smile and sincerely thanked him. Thanks, Instructor. Although joining the Martial Alliance now might not seem immediately beneficial, having the token would allow them to exchange for resources, martial arts, and other necessities, which was undoubtedly a good thing. Yu Pingin looked around and noticed they were heading further away from the city center. Instructor, this isn't the way back to school. Where are we going? Zhao Long smirked. Remember what I said earlier? You've seen the world of martial artists, but you haven't seen blood yet. The two boys halted, recalling Zhao Long's earlier question. Do you want to see blood? Zhao Long stopped and looked at them challengingly. What? Are you scared? Under such a gaze, the two spirited youths couldn't back down. Scared? Not at all. Good, then follow me, Zhao Long said with a triumphant smile, quickening his pace. Soon, the three arrived at a rundown neighborhood on the edge of Jiangqing. The streets were dirty and deserted, a stark contrast to Suyu's neighborhood. Zhao Long navigated the narrow alleys with familiarity and finally stopped in front of a dilapidated house. Lighting a cigarette, he blew out a ring of smoke. This is the place. He led them into the courtyard, ignoring the curious glances from around, and walked to the center, where he stomped hard on the ground. The floor suddenly shifted, revealing an entrance to a tunnel just wide enough for one person to pass through. What's this? The two boys asked in confusion. Zhao Long grinned. This is the entrance to Jiangqing's underground black market. Seeing their puzzled expressions, he explained. Only martial artists can enter here. You can buy anything martial arts, resources, even materials from various races. But they only accept Martial Alliance points, no cash. Every city in Xiao has a place like this. Yu Pingin was confused, but once you're an official member of the Martial Alliance, can't you buy these things within the Alliance? Why come to the black market? Suyu pondered, wondering if the black market was also run by the Martial Alliance. As if reading Suyu's thoughts, Zhao Long said, That's right, the black market is indeed established by the Martial Alliance. Martial artists are full of vigor and easily get carried away. Everyone has secrets and opportunities they need to process. The Martial Alliance can't meet all those needs. It's better to control it themselves than let people take risks and set up their own. It's an unspoken rule among martial artists, he added. But in this place, even if you get scammed, you can't go back on the deal. The Martial Alliance won't intervene. Not everyone here is good, so keep your eyes peeled. With that, Xiaolong took out 3 sets of black cloaks and masks. It's best not to show your real face inside. Although there are Martial Alliance people in the courtyard, they're mainly there to guard against other martial artists. The 3 donned their disguises and walked down the long passageway into the underground. Suddenly, a vast underground market opened up before them. Stalls lined up closely, selling all sorts of items like pills, weapons, and materials from various races. Everyone was hidden behind cloaks and masks, adding to the air of mystery. Suyu's gaze swept across a stall and was suddenly drawn to a material he had never seen before. The stall displayed various chunks of flesh and some special parts, piquing his curiosity. Nothing special, just some beast materials, Zhao Long remarked nonchalantly beside him. This comment triggered Suyu's memories. Ever since the spiritual energy on Blue Star began to revive, not only had humans grown stronger, but it also brought about the existence of the myriad races caverns. Even the beasts on Blue Star had evolved, becoming as powerful as human warriors, if not more ferocious. Before the emergence of the caverns, these beasts were the greatest threat to human survival. As human warriors grew stronger, these beasts gradually ceased to be a menace. Nowadays, the wild beasts outside the city had become the ideal targets for low-level warriors who couldn't enter the caverns to hone their skills. The flesh and special parts of these beasts could help warriors improve their cultivation, which is why these stalls were filled with various beast materials. With a quick glance, Suyu noticed that beast materials dominated the stalls, whereas materials from the myriad races were relatively scarce. Xiao Long led Suyu and Yu Pingin through the market, explaining the beast materials in detail. He pointed out which beasts these materials came from and which parts of the beast they belonged to. Such information was rarely covered in their classes at 7th High School. Only experienced warriors like Xiao Long, who had ventured into the caverns, possessed such extensive knowledge. Xiao Long also quietly advised Suyu and Yu Pingin, indicating that some seemingly good beast materials were actually useless and suggested they avoid purchasing such items in the future. This undoubtedly added a lot of practical knowledge for the two. Soon, Xiao Long stopped at a stall, unceremoniously picked up 2 small booklets, and handed over a point to the stall owner. He then gave the booklets to Suyu and Yu Pingin, explaining, these contain information on the areas around Jiangcity where beasts are active and the strength levels of those beasts. Didn't I say I would let you see some blood? As he spoke, Xiao Long's signature sinister smile appeared again. In a bit, I'll take you out of the city to face some of those beasts. Hearing this, Suyu and Yu Pingin were immediately excited. Although they had just come of age, as warriors they were full of energy and vigor. While daily sparring with dummies was enough to exhaust them, becoming a true warrior, let alone a top-tier one, was impossible without facing real combat. The three continued to walk through the black market. Despite Suyu and Yu Pingin's ability to handle some low-level beasts, the area outside the city was far less safe than Jiangcity, so preparations were necessary. Meanwhile, Xiao Long also reminded them of some precautions for venturing outside the city. Just then, a man dressed in black brushed past Suyu. Suyu's gaze involuntarily followed the hurried figure, and his brows furrowed. For some reason, he felt a strong sense of malice emanating from the man in black, but it seemed to be directed at everyone around, not just Suyu. Weird guy, Suyu muttered, watching the black-clad figure disappear from sight before turning back to follow Xiao Long. However, it wasn't long before another figure dressed in dark clothing passed by Suyu. In that instant, Suyu froze, his pupils dilating. He sensed an astonishing sword intent from that figure. At the same time, an image flashed in Suyu's mind. A long sword hovering between heaven and earth, exuding an overwhelmingly terrifying power. The sword's edge slowly dripped with sharpness. Even though it was just a mental image, Suyu felt as if those falling edges were piercing his skull, causing unbearable pain. Suyu's body suddenly went rigid. His eyes locked onto the mysterious figure dressed in black. The figure slowly came to a halt, turning to look at Suyu with a flash of surprise in his eyes, followed by a faint smile. Interesting kid, I didn't expect to find such swordsmanship talent in this little place. A deep voice echoed directly in Suyu's mind. It's a pity, though, I have to chase that apostle. Until we meet again. As soon as the words faded, the scene in Suyu's mind vanished. He snapped back to reality, gasping for breath, cold sweat dotting his forehead, and his face pale. He quickly turned to get another glimpse of the mysterious figure, only to find that they had disappeared without a trace. That person, a sense of dread rose in Suyu's heart. He had never encountered such a terrifying presence before. Despite being a living person, the figure gave off an aura as sharp as a blade. With such power, they must be above even our instructor. Closing his eyes to savor the overwhelming sword intent, Suyu couldn't help but marvel. At the same time, a fierce competitiveness was ignited within him. Could this guy be a swordsmanship genius too? I wonder when I'll be able to reach that level. Suyu clenched his fists, the dread in his heart replaced by a surge of determination. Suyu, what's wrong? Xiao Long and Yu Pingin noticed Suyu's unusual behavior and turned to ask. Suyu quickly replied, it's nothing, just ran into a strange guy. Xiao Long chuckled. In this underground black market, everyone is a strange guy. Maybe to others, you're the strange one. Afterwards, Xiao Long led them to a weapon stall. Suyu's eyes were immediately drawn to a long alloy sword, unable to look away. Seeing this, Xiao Long directly handed 3 points to the vendor. Compared to Suyu's decisiveness, Yu Pingin appeared hesitant. In the end, he chose an alloy shield. Xiao Long teased. Are you planning to fight beasts with a shield? Yu Pingin sheepishly scratched the back of his head. But I'm not good at attacking. The only offensive martial art I've practiced is Luohan Fist, and I don't have a suitable weapon for it. Gauntlets don't suit me either. A shield is more my style. He lovingly caressed the shield. Besides, with Suyu around, I handle defense and Suyu handles offense. It's a perfect match. Xiao Long nodded in agreement. As the martial arts class instructor, he was well aware of their talents. Yu Pingin's strength lay in defense. His indestructible body made him nearly impervious to attacks from those at his level. This was closely related to his family's tradition of guarding the underground and protecting countless lives. The heart of a guardian within Yu Pingin might be the source of his formidable defensive talent. Turning his gaze to Suyu, Zhao Long's expression grew pensive. Yu Pingin's belief is to protect, but what is Suyu's belief? Zhao Long had been observing Suyu for some time, but had yet to grasp the young man's true convictions. Apart from his relentless dedication to sword training, Suyu's inner world seemed like an enigma. Today, watching Suyu hold his newly acquired alloy sword with great affection, Zhao Long's curiosity finally got the better of him. He asked Suyu, "What do you think about becoming a warrior?" Suyu was taken aback by the question. He lifted his head, and a strange light flickered in his eyes, a subtle change that did not escape Zhao Long's notice. Suyu slowly lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought. Becoming a warrior? Suyu murmured to himself, as memories from 13 years ago flooded his mind. Those images flashed through his brain like scenes from a rapidly playing movie. The dying words of a warrior echoed in his ears. Go, become a warrior. Become a top-tier warrior. Fight against the myriad races and protect the Xiao. But was merely fighting against the myriad races and protecting the Xiao enough? A stronger emotion surged within Suyu. The invasion of Blue Star by the myriad races had inflicted immeasurable harm onto Xiao. This blood debt could only be settled by the total annihilation of one side. After a moment of silence, Suyu lifted his head, his gaze resolute. I want, if possible, to wipe out the myriad races. The word struck Zhao Long like a heavy hammer, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Suyu continued. We were living peacefully on Blue Star, but the invasion of the myriad races plunged the entire human race into misery. When I was a child, my family and friends were all killed during that invasion 13 years ago. For me, merely driving them back into the caverns is far from enough. There was a chilling edge to Suyu's voice. Between us and the myriad races, there is a deep-seated Inmisha blood debt. It must be repaid in blood. Listening to these words, Zhao Long couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He had long known about the tragedy that befell Suyu 13 years ago, but he hadn't realized the depth of Suyu's hatred for the myriad races. No wonder the young man trained so relentlessly. He had such a powerful motivation driving him. Damn, the kid's got a point. Zhao Long silently agreed. Between us and the myriad races, it's a blood feud. If it's a blood debt, then it must be repaid in blood. Shifting the topic, Zhao Long then took the two to the black market to purchase a large amount of supplies. They bought blood-replenishing elixirs, antidotes, and various equipment essential for survival in the wild. By the time they left the underground market, night had already fallen over Jiang City. All right, make sure to hold on to these things, Zhao Long said with a smile. You guys have cost me 20 martial alliance points in total, meaning each of you owes me 10 points now. Suyu's face instantly turned rigid. He hadn't expected to foot the bill for these supplies and momentarily considered returning them to Zhao Long. After all, one martial alliance point was equivalent to $10,000, and it was practically priceless. In the black market, the price could soar to 16 or 17,000. By that calculation, they already owed Zhao Long over 100,000. Yu Pingin's expression was slightly better, but he too looked uneasy after hearing Zhao Long. Although the Yu family wasn't short of money, over 100,000 was still a significant amount for him personally. Seeing their expressions, Zhao Long couldn't help but laugh and curse. What did you expect? Am I running a charity here? Damn it. Even I don't have enough martial alliance points to spare for you too. He continued. Tomorrow, you don't need to go to the martial training ground. Remember the booklet I gave you? You two can plan when to head out for hunting outside the city. Now that you have the martial alliance tokens, you can exchange beast materials for points. Zhao Long's tone then grew serious. Of course, if you can't pay back the 10 points this month, we'll deduct it from next month's allowance until it's fully repaid. Got it? Suyu and Yu Pingin exchanged a glance. Though they felt helpless, they had no choice but to nod in agreement. They knew that this hunting trip outside the city was crucial, not only for their journey as warriors, but also to clear their debt to Zhao Long. No matter what, they had to make gains on this mission and repay the martial alliance points they owed. This act of shoot first, ask later really makes one grit their teeth in frustration. Zhao Long impatiently waved his hand, a hint of disdain in his voice. All right, you two should be able to find your way back, right? I won't be escorting you. After all, Jiangqing is pretty safe. With that, he turned and left, abandoning Suyu and Yu Pingin just like that. Suyu looked at Yu Pingin, his brow furrowed. What do you say? Meet at the city gate tomorrow. Yu Pingin nodded with a bitter smile. The two then parted ways, each heading back home. Once home, Suyu didn't immediately practice his swordsmanship. He took out the booklet Zhao Long had bought for them and carefully studied the distribution of the dangerous beasts outside the city. Only after committing all the information to memory did he set the booklet aside and continue practicing the Chongfeng sword technique. It wasn't until late into the night that a thoroughly exhausted Suyu collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning at 6 sharp, Suyu woke up on time. After a simple wash, he headed straight for the city gate. After waiting for a short while, Yu Pingin also showed up. They checked their gear and, with a mix of nervousness and excitement, walked out of the city gate. With their martial alliance tokens, they exited the city smoothly. At that moment, Xiao Long quietly appeared at the gate, watching their departing figures with a raised eyebrow. He followed them secretly, taking out a small booklet to record their performance. Xiao Long thought to himself, besides the top two, the only ones who can enter that plan are Suyu and Yu Pingin. It's not surprising for Yu Pingin, given he's from the Yu family. But this Suyu. He stared intently at Suyu's back, a smile playing on his lips. I'm getting more and more impressed with you. Once outside the city, Suyu and Yu Pingin's nerves instantly tightened. Although the beasts weren't as savage as those from the myriad races, a slight misstep could still be fatal. Both were martial artists at the Qi and blood stage, but neither had truly faced a beast before. Suyu cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Lao Yu, is this your first time facing a beast? Yu Pingin nodded, looking even more nervous than Suyu. Suyu licked his dry lips. It's my first time too. Since that's the case, we can't be reckless. Though our instructor taught us a lot about combat, it's still our first real fight. We should start with weaker targets. Yu Pingin suggested heading west to find some Qi and blood level 2 or 3 prairie wolves, but Suyu immediately rejected the idea. No, prairie wolves are pack animals. While they're not strong individually, in groups, even martial artists at Qi and blood level 7 or 8 struggle against them. Then, where should we go? Yu Pingin asked hesitantly. Suyu's gaze shifted eastward. Let's go east. The beasts there aren't as strong. They agreed and cautiously headed east. From his perch in a tree, Xiao Long listened to their conversation, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, they remembered what I said yesterday. Yu Pingin is a bit slow, forgetting that prairie wolves are pack animals. But it's normal to be nervous on the first trip outside the city. Xiao Long took out his booklet again and carefully recorded his observations. In Su Yu's evaluation column, he wrote, excellent mentality, excellent learning ability, excellent talent, cultivation, acceptable. After finishing his notes, Xiao Long tucked the booklet away, effortlessly keeping pace with the two, observing their every move from the shadows. Outside Jiangcity, about 10 kilometers to the east, Su Yu and Yu Pingin were facing a 2-meter-tall iron bear. Su Yu held an alloy longsword, while Yu Pingin gripped an alloy shield, both ready for combat. The iron bear's fur glistened with a metallic sheen, and its sharp claws gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Attack! Su Yu shouted, launching himself like an arrow. The alloy longsword sliced through the air with a sharp whistle and struck the iron bear. Blood spurted from the wound, staining the surrounding grass red. Roaring in pain, the iron bear's eyes turned blood red as it raised a massive paw to strike Suyu. Suyu appeared paralyzed with fear, standing still. A hint of disdain flashed in the bear's eyes as its paw, accompanied by a gust of wind, descended upon him. At the critical moment, Yu Pingin's imposing figure darted forward, the alloy shield positioned in front of Suyu. A faint, golden glow enveloped the shield. Huh! Yu Pingin grunted. Boom! The bear's paw landed heavily on the shield, but failed to move it an inch. Instead, the iron bear was forced back several steps by the impact. Suyu, anticipating this, seized the opportunity to strike again. Gale's sword. The alloy longsword pierced through the iron bear's defenses, embedding itself in its body. Blood spurted out as Suyu quickly withdrew the sword and delivered another powerful blow to the bear's heart. As the heart was pierced, the iron bear's life force rapidly ebbed away. Suyu and Yu Pingin, working in perfect harmony, began to dissect the bear, collecting valuable materials. Once finished, Suyu tallied their haul, a satisfied smile on his face. These materials should be worth about 2 martial alliance points. How about we call it a day? Suyu asked, looking up. Although they had only been out for half a day, they had already hunted 10 fierce beasts and had a substantial harvest. Yu Pingin nodded in agreement. All right. After a quick cleanup by the stream to wash off the blood, they prepared to head back. Suddenly, a deafening rumble echoed from deep within the wilderness. Suyu and Yu Pingin turned towards the source, only to see a massive sword appear out of thin air, hovering in the sky and radiating a terrifying power. The sword surface was covered in menacing cracks, and as it crashed into the ground, it triggered a series of earthquakes. The sky then erupted in dazzling lights, as if something monumental was about to descend. Xiao Long, who had been secretly following them, turned pale. Although he didn't know what was hidden within the light, he could feel the overwhelming aura it emitted, far beyond his ability to contend with. With a grim expression, Xiao Long thought to himself, the wilderness. It seems it's no longer safe. You two, head back to Jiangcity first. Xiao Long's figure suddenly appeared before Su Yu and Yu Pingin, his tone urgent. The two looked at their instructor in surprise. noticing the rare, grave expression on his face. Suyu was about to ask about the strange light, but Zhao Long cut him off firmly. This is not something you can worry about. Hurry back to Jiangqing with Yu Pingin now. Zhao Long's tone left no room for argument. Suyu and Yu Pingin exchanged a glance, realizing the seriousness of the situation. After a brief farewell, they immediately headed towards Jiangqing. Although curiosity still burned within Suyu, he understood that now was not the time for questions. As a powerful practitioner in the third stage of refining the viscera, anything that could make Zhao Long so tense must be extraordinary. Watching them leave, Zhao Long sighed in relief. He knew that battles of such magnitude were beyond his intervention. However, as a warrior of the Daxia Martial Alliance, he could not ignore the anomalies within their territory. Without hesitation, Zhao Long channeled his energy and shot towards the direction of the battle like a bullet. Suyu and Yu Pingin sped towards Jiangqing as instructed. Suddenly, a sword light streaked across the sky, followed by a dark figure plummeting to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust upon impact. The unexpected situation startled them, but after scanning their surroundings, they summoned the courage to approach the crash site. They found a massive crater with a figure clad in nightwear lying inside, drenched in blood. If not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, they might have thought he was dead. Suyu took a closer look and exclaimed, "It's you." He recognized the mysterious man from the previous day, the one who had exuded an astonishing sword aura and wielded a giant sword. The man in the crater turned his head with difficulty. Upon seeing Suyu and Yu Pingin, a flicker of relief crossed his eyes. Come over here," he said weakly. Recalling the protective intent he had sensed in the man's sword aura at the underground black market, Suyu deduced that this person was likely not an enemy. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant, gripping his sword tightly as he and Yu Pingin cautiously approached. Seeing them get closer, the man managed a faint smile and said weakly, "In my pocket, there's a token. Take it out for me." Suyu complied, quickly retrieving a hard object from the pocket. It was a pitch-black token adorned with intricate patterns, resembling layers of dark clouds shrouding the world. Yet amidst the heavy darkness, a ray of light pierced through, illuminating the earth. The back of the token bore the characters "For Dawn." The man, struggling to breathe, instructed, "Take this token to the Tianyi dojo and find their master. Tell them, the long night has come, and make sure no one else knows about this token." With that, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, faint black lines visible within it. His breathing grew more labored, and he fixed his gaze on Suyu. "Remember, from now on, no one must know about this token. Not your teacher, not your companions, only the master of the Tianyi dojo." Suyu, concerned, asked, "What about you?" "Go. Don't worry about me." The man shook his head, urging them on. His face grew paler with each word, as if he might lose consciousness at any moment. "Now, get out of here quickly!" The man nearly screamed, his voice filled with urgency and despair. "I don't care if I die, but if the eternal night descends, the entire Jiangqing will be destroyed. Go!" Those words seemed to drain the last bit of his strength. His vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Yu Pingin witnessed this and turned to Suyu, his eyes full of confusion and concern. Despite his higher cultivation level, in this critical moment, he instinctively viewed Suyu as the pillar of support. "Suyu, what should we do next?" Suyu frowned in thought. Though the man's words were unclear, the sense of impending crisis was evident. His gaze fell on the token inscribed with the characters "Dawn," weighing the pros and cons. Better safe than sorry. If the man was telling the truth, not delivering the token could lead to catastrophic consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu made a decision. "I'll go find the people from the Tianyi dojo. You take him back to Jiangqing. We can't just leave him here alone." Yu Pingin nodded in agreement. According to the man's instructions, the token should be delivered to the Tianyi dojo immediately. But leaving an injured, unconscious person alone in the wild was against Suyu's principles. Splitting up was the best choice. Yu Pingin would take the man back to Jiangqing, while Suyu sought out the Tianyi dojo. "Be careful, and make sure not to hand him over to anyone else," Suyu advised quietly as he stood up. "I'm heading off." With that, he hurried in the direction of Jiangqing. Though Jiangqing was still a few kilometers away, the distance was not far for Suyu, who had reached the 4th level of qi and blood cultivation. However, recalling the man's urgent tone, Suyu quickened his pace, almost running towards Jiangqing. Yu Pingin carefully hoisted the unconscious man onto his back and began moving slowly towards Jiangqing. At that moment, a loud explosion suddenly echoed through the wilderness, reverberating all around. Even the martial artists within Jiangqing heard the dull roar clearly. Following that, a strange light streaked across the sky, causing countless people to stop and look in awe. The martial artists of Jiangqing noticed the strange glow in the outskirts, and immediately, someone from the Martial Alliance headed in that direction. Other warriors also rushed out of the city, all aiming for the mysterious light. Whether it was a rare treasure or another anomaly, as the guardians of Jiangcheng, they felt it was their duty to investigate. The tragedy from 13 years ago still haunted them deeply, and they swore to prevent history from repeating itself. At this moment, Suyu was speeding towards Jiangcheng at an astonishing pace. The long wind sword he had trained in not only made his swordsmanship as swift as the wind, but also enhanced his own speed. The dawn token in his possession weighed heavily on his mind. Although he did not understand what long night referred to, he could sense the gravity of the situation. Images of the devastation from 13 years ago when Jiangxing fell flashed in his mind. Dark clouds filled the sky, armies of various clans besieged the city, and despite the valiant resistance of Jiangcheng soldiers, they were ultimately defeated, leading to a great catastrophe. With these thoughts, Suyu quickened his pace even more. Along the way, he encountered many martial artists heading from Jiangcheng, but he remembered the man's instructions and ignored their inquiries. Seeing that Suyu was just a young man at the 4th level of qi and blood, they paid him no further attention and continued towards the light. On the other side, Yu Pingin was cautiously carrying the mysterious man towards Jiangcheng. Although the man appeared frail, his weight was surprisingly heavy. Fortunately, Yu Pingin, being an expert at the 8th level of qi and blood, could barely manage. He carefully controlled his steps, fearing to aggravate the man's injuries. Soon, Yu Pingin noticed that more and more martial artists were around. Some approached out of curiosity to ask questions, but he remained silent and even deliberately kept his distance. However, a middle-aged man with a scorpion tattoo on his hand fixated on the man Yu Pingin was carrying, muttering, "This person has the aura of a god." Feigning a friendly demeanor, the middle-aged man offered to help. But Yu Pingin, wary and vigilant, stepped back and kept a watchful eye on him, resolutely refusing to let anyone near the man on his back. The middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment. Then a kind smile spread across his face. Looking at Yu Pingin with gentle eyes, he sincerely said, "We're all martial artists from Jiangcheng. Isn't it normal for us to help each other out? Should we, the older generation, just stand by and watch when the younger ones get hurt?" His words immediately garnered the agreement of the surrounding martial artists. Although martial artists held high status, they were always willing to lend a hand to their weaker kin. Perhaps it was this spirit of unity that allowed Daxia to stand against myriad races even when faced with the descent of 108 caverns. The middle-aged man skillfully used unity as a reason, clearly a clever excuse. As he spoke, he stepped forward, ready to take the injured man. Seeing this, Yu Pingin's suspicion deepened. He thought to himself, "Why is this guy so enthusiastic?" Suddenly, the man's previous words echoed in Yu Pingin's mind. He raised his voice, making sure everyone around could hear. "No need, senior. I prefer to take my friend back to Jiangxing myself." With that, he quickly pulled away and hurried towards Jiangxing. The middle-aged man's face instantly darkened, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. However, Yu Pingin's loud declaration had drawn the attention of the surrounding martial artists, leaving the middle-aged man unable to act on his murderous intent. He could only watch as Yu Pingin's figure receded into the distance, let out a cold snort, and then blended back into the crowd of martial artists, heading towards the direction of the strange light. Meanwhile, Suyu finally appeared at the gates of Jiangxing. The appearance of that peculiar light seemed to have triggered alarms, and Jiangxing had closed its gates as a precaution. Fortunately, Suyu carried an identity token from the Martial Alliance. With this token, he easily gained entry into Jiangxing. Heaven and Earth Dojo, Heaven and Earth Dojo. The moment Suyu stepped into Jiangxing, his eyes scanned the surroundings incessantly. Despite being a native of Jiangxing, he had never heard of a place called Heaven and Earth Dojo. Helpless, he took out his phone, opened the navigation app, and typed in Heaven and Earth Dojo. Thank goodness, it's only 900 meters away. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief, took a deep breath, and dashed towards the destination. Though he had already run several kilometers, Suyu reached the destination in less than 2 minutes. This speed was far beyond that of an ordinary person, but for a newly advanced blood chi warrior, it wasn't too surprising. However, when Suyu stood on the street and looked at the Heaven and Earth Dojo in front of him, he couldn't help but frown. What met his eyes was a dilapidated courtyard, with faded and peeling walls revealing the bricks underneath. The main gate was pieced together from old wooden boards, and only the plaque above the gate, which read Heaven and Earth Dojo in crooked characters, was somewhat intact. This desolate scene was vastly different from the bustling, luxurious dojos Suyu had in mind. Typically, dojos were grand and spacious places that attracted wealthy students to train for their advancement as blood chi warriors. But this rundown courtyard didn't look like a proper dojo at all. Despite his doubts, Suyu remembered the mysterious man's instructions. He gritted his teeth, walked up to the gate, and knocked gently, afraid that a stronger knock might break it. "Who is it? We're closed today, no students accepted." An elderly voice came from within the courtyard, accompanied by slow footsteps. With a creak, the gate opened, and an old man in linen clothes appeared before Suyu. The old man had a kindly face, much like a benevolent grandfather from next door. Sorry, young man, the dojo is closed today. If you want to learn, come back in a few days, the old man said with a smile. Suyu looked directly at the old man and asked seriously, Are you the master of Heaven and Earth Dojo? I need to speak with the master. A flash of surprise crossed the old man's eyes, and he replied with a smile, Do you know the master? Just coming right out to find him. Suyu insisted, I don't know him, but I must see him. The old man stroked his beard and said with a smile, Well, what a coincidence. I am the master of this dojo. What do you need from me? Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately took out the token given to him by the mysterious man and handed it to the old man. The moment the old man saw the token, his expression changed dramatically. A powerful aura erupted from him, hitting Suyu like a tidal wave and making him dizzy. But the aura disappeared as quickly as it had come. The old man grabbed the token and examined it closely, then asked gravely, Where did you get this token? Recalling the man's instructions, Suyu replied, He told me to tell you, the long night has come. That's all I know. The long night, the old man exclaimed, his pupils shrinking. He pulled Suyu into the dojo and urgently asked, Where's the person who gave you this token? Is it related to the light in the outskirts? Suyu nodded. That person is with my friend on their way back. As for the light you mentioned, he thought of the giant's sword and nodded again. The old man's expression grew even more serious. He told Suyu, Thank you for this. Wait here for me. I'll be back soon. With that, he hurriedly left the dojo. Watching the old man leave, Suyu narrowed his eyes. It was puzzling that such a powerful expert resided in this shabby dojo. However, since the old man had asked him to wait, he had no choice but to be patient. After leaving the dojo, the old man took out a communicator with a grim expression and dialed a number. What is it? A deep voice came from the communicator. The old man said solemnly, The long night has appeared, and Xiao is in trouble. Immediately mobilize some golden body warriors from Cave 67 for support, or the consequences will be dire. The other end of the communicator fell into a long silence, seemingly processing the shocking news. After a moment, an urgent response came, Understood. After the elder ended the communication, he lightly waved his arm, and a long sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. He slung the sword over his back and vanished like a ghost into the streets. Time passed, as Suyu waited alone in the Tiendi dojo. He carefully observed his surroundings and, out of boredom, began practicing the Chongfeng sword. It wasn't until night fell again that he heard footsteps outside. With a creak, the main door opened, and the elder entered, accompanied by Yu Pingin and a man carried on his back. Suyu's eyes lit up as he called out, Old Yu. Yu Pingin responded with a smile. Suyu. The past few days had brought them closer, so much so that Suyu had switched from calling him class leader to Old Yu. Seeing Yu Pingin return safely, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. Though young, he understood that the man Yu Pingin was escorting was no ordinary person, and there must have been danger involved. Suyu had only been sent to deliver the token because he was slightly faster. Unnoticed by Suyu, the elder had returned just in time to see him practicing his swordsmanship, a look of surprise on his face. Senior, now that everyone is back, we'll take our leave, Suyu said, preparing to leave with Yu Pingin. Wait, the elder suddenly called out. It's not safe yet. Wait until it's safe before you leave. Hearing this, Suyu looked out at the night beyond Jiangcity. In the pitch-black darkness, a strange light flickered continuously, and he faintly sensed a terrifying pressure sweeping toward Jiangcity, as if something was about to emerge from the light. Suddenly, the sound of a sword resonated. Suyu turned to see the elder staring grimly at the outskirts of Jiangcity, the long sword on his back trembling and emitting a clear, resonant sound, an unusual sword aura emanating from it. At the same time, a thunderous roar echoed from the outskirts of Jiangcity, as if countless bolts of lightning were descending. The terrifying pressure from the light spread out, making it difficult for the warriors of Jiangcity to move, their eyes filled with fear. Just then, 5 golden streaks of light appeared in the sky, each radiating immense energy. How dare you descend upon the human domain? A low roar exploded, and from one of the golden lights emerged a burly figure, his entire body glowing with a golden hue. He threw a punch, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that smashed into the strange light. The light trembled violently, a scream emanating from within. Soon, the other 4 golden lights revealed their forms, human warriors clad in golden light. The 5 warriors attacked without hesitation. Their terrifying power bombarded the light, forcing it back into the void. Despite its struggles, the onslaught from the 5 warriors grew even more intense. Blades clashed, swords slashed, and fists struck, unleashing terrifying power in the sky. The onlookers could only hear the booming sounds and see the endless flashes of golden light. Finally, the golden light prevailed, forcing the strange light back into the void. The oppressive pressure dissipated. Everyone, return now, a commanding voice echoed from the sky. The warriors on the outskirts, far from being displeased, respectfully bowed to the five figures in the sky and quickly returned to Jiangqing. This was not out of fear but out of respect, as these five were Golden Body Masters, also known as Martial Grandmasters. Golden Body Masters held a prestigious status in Xiao, with only 10 overseeing the entire underground world. 4 or 5 Grandmasters to simultaneously intervene due to a single strange light indicated its extraordinary nature. Despite their curiosity, the disciples dared not question the Golden Body Master and had no choice but to return to Jiangqing. In the sky above, 5 masters fixed their gaze on the descending light. A burly figure spoke in a deep voice. Who would have thought a place like Jiangqing would witness a divine descent? It seems the myriad clans are really getting restless lately. Humph. The myriad clans are nothing but rats in the Great Xiao territory. If they dare show themselves, I'll skin them alive, someone scoffed. However, another person furrowed their brows. Something's not right. This divine descent was powerful, but don't you think it was too easy to handle? The words plunged everyone into contemplation, and they suddenly realized the encounter had been unusually effortless. Not good. The Golden Body Master who had questioned earlier suddenly turned pale and roared. The defense line. Their target is still the defense line. The 5 of them immediately turned grim and, without hesitation, transformed into golden streaks of light, speeding towards a specific direction. Meanwhile, at defense line 67, the desolate land was covered in endless yellow sand. At the edge of the cavern, a dilapidated city wall stood silently, emitting golden glows. The wall was stained black with blood, and the air was thick with the stench of decay. The ground was littered with the corpses of myriad clan warriors, emitting a nauseating odor. Atop the wall, a middle-aged man in black armor, with a sword at his waist, gazed sharply into the depths of the cavern, a hint of fatigue in his eyes. He suddenly punched the wall and roared. Those damn myriad clans, attacking while our 5 Golden Body Masters are supporting Jiangqing. Damn them! Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the yellow sand turned into a raging sandstorm. Roars echoed, and a killing intent surged towards the dilapidated city wall. The middle-aged man's eyes filled with even more murderous intent and rage. He took a deep breath, and the fatigue in his eyes was replaced by sharp determination. "Brothers, prepare for battle," he shouted, stepping forward as his skin took on a metallic sheen, revealing him as a Golden Body Master. 3 other Golden Body Masters emerged from the city, joining the armored man as they soared into the sky, their powerful auras meeting the myriad clans heathen. The gates of the dilapidated city swung open, and countless Great Xiao warriors roared, "Kill!" In an instant, the armies of Great Xiao and the myriad clans clashed, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy. The sounds of battle and screams filled the air, turning the land into a massive meat grinder, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. High above, the 4 Golden Body Masters of Defense Line 67 faced 8 Golden Body Masters of the myriad clans. Despite being outnumbered, none of them retreated. They knew they were the backbone of the defense line. Retreating would mean the myriad clans tearing through the defense line and plunging 15 nearby cities into chaos like 13 years ago. They had to hold on until the 5 supporting Golden Body Masters returned. A tiger-headed Golden Body Master from the myriad clans laughed. "Just 4 golden bodies trying to stop our army? You humans are as foolish as ever." With that, he punched a human golden body, caving in his chest. Yet, the human warrior endured the pain and rejoined the fray. The armored man snorted, "Less talk, more action. If you want to enter Blue Star, you'll have to go through us." His sword danced through the air, sending out sword energy that pierced his opponent. However, Golden Body Masters had incredible regenerative abilities. Unless vital organs were struck, they quickly recovered. The battle raged on. Despite their valiant efforts, the 4 human warriors' auras weakened against the 8 myriad clans' Golden Body Masters. Defeat seemed inevitable. Suddenly, a dull thud sounded as a figure, as massive as a black bear, slammed a human golden body into the ground. "Second brother!" The armored man's eyes filled with rage as he roared. The tiger-headed golden body grinned maliciously. "1 down, 3 to go. Today, we'll repeat the history of 13 years ago." He launched a crushing punch, aiming to obliterate his opponent. Just then, a cold snort echoed. 5 golden streaks of light shot across the sky, and 5 figures joined the battle. The tiger-headed golden body's face darkened. Those useless fools couldn't even hold them off for this long. With the reinforcements arriving, The armored man laughed heartily, raising his sword. Now, let's see how you plan to repeat history from 13 years ago. Great Xiao warriors kill. The myriad races retreated. At the foot of the city walls, corpses lay strewn about, and the stench of blood was almost suffocating. 5 golden-bodied warriors from cave number 67 arrived, just in time to drive back the army of myriad races. However, the shimmering golden lights on the battlefield were the remnants of the warriors from the great Xia who had sacrificed themselves by activating their golden bodies to kill the enemy. The golden-bodied warriors gazed silently at the devastated land for a long time. One of them spoke in a low voice. Once again, the myriad races and the gods have joined forces. If it weren't for the little one from Dawn risking his life to send a message, the catastrophe from 13 years ago might have repeated itself. At these words, the expressions of the others changed drastically. If they dare to invade again, we'll make sure they taste the might of Great Xia. A burly golden-bodied warrior said through gritted teeth, his eyes flashing with cold light. Enough, the matter is resolved. Clean up the battlefield. The families of the golden-bodied warriors will receive triple compensation from the Martial Alliance. Those who died for Great Xia are all heroes. The golden-bodied warriors then returned to the city walls and began the cleanup. Meanwhile, the strange phenomenon in Jiangcity had dissipated. But the brief disturbance was enough to stir the shadows of the city's fall from 13 years ago, rekindling the survivors' fears. Fortunately, the military and the Martial Alliance quickly issued a joint announcement, claiming the phenomenon was merely a drill, which calmed the public's panic. The people of Great Xia have always had great faith in the Martial Alliance and the military. Those who witnessed the phenomenon were privately warned by the higher-ups not to spread the word. To them, it was merely the action of golden-bodied warriors, the reasons unknown. The true reasons for the secrecy were only known to the higher authorities. Inside the Tiandi dojo, the elder let out a long breath of relief as the light dissipated, and the sword on his back ceased its humming. Suyu and Pingin withdrew their gazes and suddenly heard groaning from inside the room. The three of them hurried in to find a man who had just awakened. Xiao, how do you feel? The elder asked with concern. Seeing the elder, the man finally relaxed his tense nerves. Gu Senior, I'm fine. That thing. He noticed Suyu and Pingin in the room and asked tentatively. The elder named Gu nodded. Everything is resolved. It will only take a while to clear out the remnants of the myriad races cult nearby. At this, the elder's face showed anger. Those human traitors and the gods who rely on human faith deserve to die. Those who bite the hand that feeds them will be eradicated by us one day. Hearing this, the man felt relieved, and a smile returned to his face. Suyu and Pingin listened silently, their minds racing. The myriad races cult? Gods? Divine descent? What are these? And who exactly are this elder and the man? Suyu recalled his initial intuition when he first met the man in the underground black market. This person was no ordinary individual. And the elder, who was even more unfathomable, was hiding such strength in a dilapidated courtyard, which was truly puzzling. However, the two seemed to harbor no ill intentions, which somewhat eased Suyu's mind. What should we do with these two youngsters? The elder asked in a voice only he and the man could hear, his back turned to Suyu and Pingin. The man fell into deep thought. He had a strong impression of Suyu. He could discern the sword intent within him at a glance in the underground black market, something only a prodigy in swordsmanship could do. Later, when he was gravely injured, he encountered Suyu again and entrusted him with an important message. Seeing the elder here, the man knew Suyu had completed his mission. After pondering for a moment, the man spoke softly. Elder Gu, what do you think about letting these two youngsters join us? Elder Gu fell silent. After a long while, he sighed and stood up. You now have the authority to decide. Do as you see fit. With that, he stepped aside, allowing the man to face Suyu and Pingin directly. The man looked at Suyu, forcing a smile that turned pale from the pain. My young friend. It seems we are quite fated. Thank you very much this time. He slowly sat up from the bed, his movements sluggish. Suyu and Pingin watched the man, unsure of his intentions. The man then began to speak slowly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yang Si, but most elders call me Xiao Si. As for you two, you've learned things you shouldn't have. Now, I'm giving you two choices. Upon hearing Yang Si's words, Suyu's eyes immediately sharpened, and his body instinctively positioned itself in front of Pingin. He stared at Yang Si with vigilance and asked in a low voice, what choice? The question heightened Suyu's tension. Yang Si noticed Suyu's reaction and a slight smile tugged at his lips, though it looked somewhat comical due to his wounds. He remarked, good reflexes, knowing not everyone is trustworthy. Then he continued seriously, all right, I'll get straight to the point. The information you now possess is top secret, known only to the upper echelons of the martial alliance and military leaders. Although you stumbled upon it inadvertently, to prevent any leaks, you have two options. Suyu raised an eyebrow, relaxing his guard slightly. He exchanged a glance with Yu Pingin before asking, "Let's hear them." Despite his words, his muscles tensed further, ready to flee with Yu Pingin if Yang Si presented any dangerous choices. Even though Gu Lao and Yang Si's strength far exceeded theirs, they wouldn't know unless they tried. Yang Si didn't seem to mind Suyu's tension and spoke slowly. "The organization I belong to is extremely secretive, unknown even to the highest authorities in Xiao. The matter you become involved in is supposed to be unsolvable. This is a top secret of the human race." At this point, a gleam flashed in his eyes as he stared directly at Suyu and Yu Pingin. "Although you saved me and delivered the message, for safety's sake, we have two options," Yang Si continued. "First, we can seal your memories and restore them when your strength is sufficient. Of course, we will compensate you generously in other ways." The mention of sealing memories stirred a strong resistance within Suyu. Memories are crucial to a person. The idea of having them sealed just for knowing something unintended was hard for him to accept. "And the other option?" Suyu asked in a deep voice. A playful expression appeared on Yang Si's face. "The other option is to join my organization. By becoming a member, you'll have the right to know these secrets, and there will be no need to seal or alter your memories." Suyu fell into contemplation. The second option seemed more appealing, but he still knew little about Yang Si's organization. As if reading Suyu's thoughts, Yang Si added, "Our organization is called Dawn." Upon hearing this, an image of the token he had received from Yang Si flashed in Suyu's mind. The token depicted a world shrouded in dark clouds, with a single ray of light struggling to pierce through and illuminate the land. The back of the token bore the characters Dawn. "So, Dawn is the name of their organization," Suyu mused silently. Yang Si's voice echoed again, carrying a hint of gravity. "At present, your cultivation levels are too low. Even if you choose to join Dawn, you can only be auxiliary members. Only after passing the assessment can you become full members." He paused, his sharp gaze fixed on Suyu as he continued. "Dawn is a top-secret organization for the entire Great Xia. You must never reveal your identities." Yang Si's expression grew even more serious. "After joining Dawn, you won't be greeted with glory and status, but endless vigilance. You will need to complete the organization's tasks, unable to join the military, becoming phantoms drifting between the myriad races and humanity. No one will know your identities except your superiors." He took a deep breath and added, "If you fail the formal assessment later, your memories of Dawn will be erased, and there will be no rewards." Suyu and Yu Pingin fell silent upon hearing this. Yang Si remained calm and unhurried, healing his injuries with his internal energy while patiently waiting for their response. Time seemed to stand still as Yang Si drifted into his memories. He recalled how, in his youth, he had fantasized about unifying the myriad races, gaining glory, and becoming a pillar of Great Xia. However, upon reaching a high position, he realized how naive those thoughts were. Those dreams existed because someone else carried the burden, building a line of defense with their flesh and blood, allowing those behind to live in peace. From that moment, Yang Si's dreams shattered. He chose to join Dawn, becoming a sentinel in the shadows. Now he conveyed the words once spoken to him by his mentor to the young people before him. At this moment, Yang Si's expression turned somewhat dazed. Suddenly, a hearty voice broke the silence. "I'll still choose the first option." Yu Pingin scratched the back of his head, giving Suyu and Yang Si a sincere smile. Suyu was taken aback by Yu Pingin's decisive choice. He hadn't expected Yu Pingin to be so resolute. With a determined smile, Yu Pingin continued, "My dream is to join the military and guard the caves. This has been the pursuit of my family for generations. Although the Dawn organization has made great contributions to humanity, I want to enter the caves and personally fight the myriad races." Hearing this, Suyu fell silent for a moment. He quickly understood Yu Pingin's choice. The Yu family had been guarding the caves for generations, starting from Yu Pingin's grandfather to his father, uncle, and even the female elders in the family. This was their mission until the myriad races in the caves were completely eradicated. Yang Si looked at Yu Pingin approvingly and said, "Very good. Guarding the caves is also an honor for the warriors of the Xia." He went on to explain that both the Dawn organization and the warriors guarding the caves were working for the greater good of the Xia. Both roles were indispensable and equally important. Then, Yang Si turned his gaze to Gu Lao. Gu Lao nodded slightly and said to Yu Pingin, "Young friend, come with me." With that, he led Yu Pingin out of the room. Now, only Suyu and Yang Si remained in the room. Suyu was deep in thought about Yu Pingin's decision. Yang Si observed Suyu curiously. Even with a brief glance, he could sense Suyu's extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. He thought to himself that this young man might one day become a full-fledged member of Dawn, just like himself. Your friend has made his choice, Yang Si asked softly. What about you? What's your decision? Suyu didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked up at Yang Si and asked, Before I answer, may I ask you a few questions? Yang Si pondered for a moment and decided that even if Suyu chose not to join Dawn, his memories would be sealed. So, he nodded in agreement. Suyu asked seriously, What is your rank within the Dawn organization? Yang Si smiled and after a brief thought, replied, Within Dawn, I'm only considered to be of slightly above average rank. Dawn never lacks resources, and anyone who becomes a full member is far from mediocre. However, once you join, you must live in anonymity. A flicker of surprise crossed Suyu's eyes. Yang Si's strength was only considered slightly above average. He knew that Yang Si was definitely stronger than the refined organ realm. This gave Suyu a rough idea of Dawn's overall strength. After a brief pause, Suyu's gaze suddenly sharpened. He looked directly at Yang Si and asked in a deep voice, Is the existence of the Dawn organization related to the myriad races and those nations that disappeared from Blue Star? The smile on Yang Si's face vanished, replaced by a calm expression. He hadn't expected Suyu to ask such a question. Suyu had deduced this from the details in the conversations between Gu Lao and Yang Si. In the era of spiritual energy revival, the emergence of warriors was accompanied by the appearance of myriad races. The arrival of these races plunged Blue Star into chaos, turning it into a living hell overnight. At that time, besides the Xiao, there were many other nations on Blue Star. However, due to the arrival of the myriad races, all other nations were completely wiped out in a single night. In the end, the Xiao fought hard to reclaim the lands of Blue Star while resisting the myriad races. Yet, the 108 caves remained a major threat to the Xiao. Yang Si looked deeply at Suyu. Suyu's ability to infer so much from his and Gu Lao's conversations showed his exceptional acumen. Leaving aside his talent, this level of insight was already quite remarkable. After a long silence, Yang Si slowly nodded. As I thought, Suyu's fist clenched involuntarily. Since the term divine descent had come to his mind, he had been connecting the dots. During his studies at Jiangcity No. 7 High School, Suyu had learned about the myriad races, but they were all in the caves. So, what was this divine descent? Why was the Dawn organization determined to prevent it at all costs? Combining these pieces of information, Suyu had asked his question. Yang Si looked at Suyu and slowly said, Do you remember the message I asked you to relay to Gu Lao? Suyu nodded. A look of pride appeared on Yang Si's face. The long night is coming. The long night is here. And we are the first rays of dawn before its arrival. We are the watchers in the dark. We gaze into the darkness, awaiting the light. Our purpose is to usher in the light, so that the brilliance of dawn can illuminate the entire Blue Star. Yang Si's words echoed in Suyu's ears, causing a storm in his mind. Suyu was stunned, staring at Yang Si. After a long while, a slight smile appeared on his lips. I want to join Dawn. As he spoke, the darkness above the sky seemed to fade a bit. Beyond the horizon, a faint glimmer of light appeared. A ray of light pierced through the long night, finally descending upon Jiangcity. The first ray of dawn broke through the darkness, passing through the thick windows, and ultimately shining on both Suyu and Yang Si. Gu Lao walked slowly into the room, and Suyu's gaze shifted over his shoulder, searching for the presence of Yu Pingin. Seeing this, Gu Lao smiled and explained, Don't worry. Your friend's memories are only sealed, not erased. Once he reaches a certain level, those memories will naturally return. For now, I've safely sent him back. Hearing this, Suyu breathed a small sigh of relief. Gu Lao then turned to Yang Si, who was sitting on the bed, and raised an eyebrow, asking, Would you like to introduce the organization, or should I tell this young man? Yang Si smiled and responded, I'll do it. Since I brought him into Dawn, let me be his guide. He then looked seriously at Suyu and said, I don't know if you'll regret this choice in the future. Joining Dawn means there's no turning back. Only after the great Xia dynasty defeats the myriad races and cleanses the traitors will your name be known to the world. Of course, by then, your bones might be buried who knows where. But for now, congratulations on becoming an external member of Dawn. I need to apply for some items from the organization, and Gu Lao will give them to you later. Now, let me tell you about Dawn. With a serious expression, Suyu sat up straight, listening intently. Yang Si began to explain, As an external member, there isn't much you can know. What I can tell you is that Dawn's opponents are not just the myriad races from the underground, but also gods. Gods? Suyu was shocked. He had thought that the so-called divine descent was just a term for powerful beings, not actual deities. Yang Si continued, Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, each country had its own mythology. The gods in these myths do exist, But when the myriad races descended, they betrayed Blue Star, siding with the myriad races and sacrificing the nations that worshipped them. Suyu was astonished. He hadn't expected such formidable adversaries beyond the myriad races. This also explained the fate of the vanished countries. Curiously, he asked, why did these gods betray Blue Star and the nations that worshipped them? Jiang City explained. At the beginning of the spiritual energy resurgence, humanity had martial artists but was far from being a match for the myriad races. Gods derive their power from faith. The more believers they have, the stronger they become. However, the number of believers in any given mythology was at most in the tens of millions, while the myriad races were numerous and powerful, offering a much stronger source of faith. That's why they betrayed us? Yang Si paused to take a sip of tea before continuing. There's also a theory within Dawn that these so-called gods were originally part of the myriad races, and their arrival was orchestrated by them. After pondering for a moment, Suyu asked, if the gods from other mythologies are real, what about the gods of the great Xiao? Did they not betray humanity? Yang Si frowned slightly. This question dates back to 13 years ago. That year, gods truly descended upon Blue Star, causing multiple underground realms to face collapse. Dawn was established around that time. The speculation about gods began then. And even within Dawn, there are differing opinions. What is certain is that Western gods are allied with the myriad races and are enemies of Blue Star, humanity, and the Great Xiao. As for the gods of the Great Xiao, Yang Si toyed with his teacup, his gaze lowered, remaining silent for a long time. At this moment, Gu Lao, who had been silent, spoke up. Sitting by the door, smoking a pipe, his figure was faintly visible through the swirling smoke. No traces of native gods have been found in the Great Xiao. Even during the divine descent, there were no signs of Great Xiao's gods. Perhaps the Great Xiao has no gods at all. There were never any gods in Xiao. The ancient words echoed in Suyu's ears, causing him to furrow his brow. The stark contrast between the real deities in Western mythology and the absence of gods in Xiao left Suyu deeply puzzled. At that moment, Yang Si took over the conversation, revealing a startling truth. Did you know that during the early days of the spiritual energy revival, when the myriad races descended, the caverns did not exist? This statement hit Suyu like a sledgehammer, shattering years of understanding. He stared at Yang Si in disbelief, his mind reeling as the knowledge he had learned in high school and the experiences shared by martial artists crumbled. Yang Si continued. When the spiritual energy revived, the myriad races could establish direct descent channels to Blue Star, appearing anywhere at will. However, as other human civilizations were wiped out by the invasions and betrayals of the gods, only Xia struggled to hold on. In this desperate moment, the caverns suddenly appeared. Suyu listened intently, each word from Yang Si reshaping his perception of the world. The emergence of the 108 caverns on Blue Star greatly restricted the descent of the myriad races. Yang Si said, a faint smile playing on his lips. And our warriors from Xia seized the opportunity to build defensive lines within the caverns, fending off the invasions. Yang Si's tone grew serious. Over the years, Dawn has not only been combating the myriad races and Western deities, but also studying them. We discovered that since the deities' descent to Blue Star 13 years ago, they seem to be under some kind of constraint, unable to appear freely. He paused, his gaze deepening. Dawn has a hypothesis. The gods of the Xia didn't vanish, they disappeared. They might have used their power to create the caverns, blocking the myriad races and the descent of Western deities. Yang Si's voice carried a hint of self-mockery. Of course, it's just a hypothesis. Maybe, as the ancient said, the Xiao never had gods. Suyu pondered, finally understanding why Dawn couldn't reveal themselves publicly. The existence of deities would be hard for most people to accept. In the already arduous battle against the myriad races, learning about real deities would undoubtedly cause immense panic. Worse, it might lead some to worship these gods, giving Western deities a chance to descend, which would be catastrophic for the Xiao. Yang Si looked at Suyu solemnly. What I've told you today must be kept secret. If this information gets out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suyu nodded in agreement, but one lingering question gnawed at him. He met Yang Si's eyes and asked in a low voice, I have one more question. Was the fall of Jiangqing 13 years ago related to the deity's descent? As he posed the question, Suyu clenched his fists involuntarily. He had always believed that Jiangqing's fall was due to the cavern's breach, but now it seemed likely that the Western deity's descent was the cause. This meant that his parents' deaths might be linked to these so-called Western deities. With this thought, Suyu's breathing grew heavy as he awaited Yang Si's response. Yang Si remained silent for a moment, his brow furrowed slightly, before he slowly began to speak. The information about the first appearance of the gods 13 years ago is something even I don't have access to. Within the Dawn organization, such information is classified as top secret. He looked directly into Suyu's eyes, his tone unwavering. If you truly want to know, the only way is to pass Dawn's test quickly and raise your rank within the organization. Only then will you be able to access these classified details. Hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Suyu's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a spark of curiosity. He eagerly asked, so, what are the requirements to become an official member of Dawn? What are the specific standards for the assessment? Yang Xi's lips curved into a faint smile. At the very least, you need to reach the level of refining organs or possess equivalent combat strength to begin the assessment. As for the specifics, each Dawn member's assessment is different. Once you're qualified, it'll naturally inform you. Upon hearing these words, Suyu couldn't hide his disappointment, but soon regained his resolve. Refining organs, huh? His eyes gleamed with determination. He recalled Xiao Long's words, beyond vital energy is blood training, and after that comes refining organs. Currently, he was only at the 4th level of vital energy, still a long way from refining organs. But with a clear goal in mind, Suyu felt a powerful surge of motivation within him. He silently vowed, I will reach the refining organs level. At that moment, Yang Si stood up. Though his face was still somewhat pale, his breathing had stabilized. As he stretched his body, he said, all right, my injuries are mostly healed. I have tasks from Dawn to attend to. Yang Si turned to Suyu, speaking earnestly. During this time, stay at the dojo and learn well. Follow old Gu, and you won't be disappointed. Glancing at old Gu, who was sitting by the door smoking, Yang Si lowered his voice and said to Suyu, old Gu is a senior member of Dawn. He became a liaison because of an injury sustained during a mission. Your swordsmanship talent is quite good, and old Gu is also skilled with the sword. Learn well from him, and I hope to see anew you the next time we meet. With that, Yang Si walked towards the door. He gave a brief nod to old Gu and then disappeared from Suyu's sight. In the courtyard of the Tiandi dojo, Lao Gu sat on the threshold, leisurely smoking his pipe. Opposite him, Suyu squatted, the two of them staring at each other, neither willing to speak first. Eventually, Lao Gu, feeling uneasy under Suyu's intense gaze, pulled out a yellowed book from his pocket and tossed it to Suyu. All right, you're staring at me so much that it's making this old man nervous. Lao Gu grumbled. Suyu chuckled as he caught the book. He glanced at the cover, which boldly displayed 4 characters, Heaven and Earth Sword, a sword technique manual. Suyu's eyes lit up with joy. He hadn't expected Lao Gu to be so generous. Even the weakest blood and energy techniques were valuable. Yet Lao Gu had tossed it to him as if it were nothing. At this moment, Lao Gu began to speak slowly. I know what that rascal Xiao Si told you. Over the years, many have sought my guidance. Xiao Si wanted me to teach him too, but I didn't take a liking to any of them. As he spoke, a proud look appeared on his face. So you didn't argue. Despite knowing that the old man couldn't fight due to his injuries, he had felt a terrifying power within Lao Gu during the divine descent last night. Lao Gu was undoubtedly a formidable figure. As a senior member of the Dawn organization, his words carried weight. Lao Gu continued, I'll give you 1 month. If you can master this heaven and earth sword technique within that time, I'll reluctantly agree to teach you. But if you can't, he suddenly reclined on a nearby wicker chair, puffing on his pipe. Kid, you might as well let me seal your memories and leave the Dawn. As smoke curled around him, Lao Gu added, of course, I'm not stingy. From now until the end of the month, you'll receive a blood and energy pill every day and can practice at the Tiandi dojo in the evenings. Consider it a reward for joining the Dawn. Hearing this, Suyu's heart leaped with joy. A daily blood and energy pill and the spacious dojo for practice were incredibly enticing. His home, though cozy, was too cramped for proper training. In contrast, the old but spacious Tiandi dojo was perfect for sword practice. With this in mind, Suyu eagerly opened the Heaven and Earth Sword and began studying it intently. The manual was unique, detailing only one move called Heaven and Earth Sword. The description was straightforward. Gather all your blood and energy into the sword, concentrating your essence, energy, and spirit. The power of this move was astounding. If a 4th level blood and energy fighter had an attack power of 1, the Heaven and Earth Sword could amplify it to 2, 3, or even 4. Although the introduction was simple, the book included many experiences from predecessors who had practiced the technique. Suyu immediately sat down and focused on his study. Lao Gu, lying on the wicker chair, smoked and watched Suyu with a sidelong glance. Seeing the young man's serious demeanor, he couldn't help but smile secretly. Mastering the Heaven and Earth Sword in a month is as difficult as placing in the top 20 of a global competition. Even I, once hailed as the most promising to achieve the Golden Body stage, took 2 months. Lao Gu looked at Suyu with a playful glint in his eye. Setting this deadline wasn't meant to be a deliberate obstacle, but a test of Suyu's character. While Jiang City praised Suyu's talent in swordsmanship, many in the great Xiao had exceptional talent, yet only a few became top-tier fighters. To become one needed unwavering determination. Lao Gu wanted to see if Suyu's character matched his talent. If he was too impatient or restless, Lao Gu would rather have him quit than waste time. Time flew by, the scorching sun beating down on Jiangqing. Suyu, under the blazing sun, buried himself in the book, unaware that his clothes were soaked with sweat. He had no intention of leaving the Tiandi dojo. He and Yu Pingin could skip the martial arts training ground and go hunting instead. After the divine descent incident in the suburbs yesterday, they couldn't go there for now. He could just tell Xiao Long to rest at home. Besides, with the blood and energy pills and the practice space at the dojo, he had no reason to go home. However, as he delved deeper into the study, Suyu found himself unable to make any progress. The difficulty of the heaven and earth sword far surpassed that of the long wind sword by at least tenfold. He took out his alloy sword and began practicing the moves repeatedly. As the sun set and his daily blood and energy pill was depleted, Suyu still hadn't successfully grasped the technique. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Though the heaven and earth sword had only one move, gathering all one's blood and energy to reach the peak of essence, energy, and spirit was no easy task. This process was far more arduous than completing a set of long wind sword moves. Seeing that it was late, Suyu bid farewell to Lao Gu and returned home. Old Gu reclined in his chair, squinting as he watched Suyu's figure disappear through the gate. He couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, thinking, mastering the heaven and earth sword technique isn't that easy. Even I struggled tremendously when I first started. With a soft sigh, Old Gu closed his eyes again. He wasn't surprised that Suyu had achieved nothing today. He had anticipated it. What mattered more to him was Suyu's temperament. If Suyu could maintain his calm and steady mindset for another month, even if he didn't master the technique, Old Gu would still see him in a new light. Old Gu recalled when Jiang City had asked him for guidance. Jiang City had given up after just half a month of practice, unable to grasp the heaven and earth sword technique, and ultimately lost the opportunity to be taught by Old Gu. So, Old Gu wasn't in a hurry. There was still plenty of time. When Suyu returned home, exhaustion washed over him. So much had happened in the past couple of days. Hunting fierce beasts outside the city, the appearance of a divine descent, and the emergence of the Dawn organization. All of it left him physically and mentally drained. To recover, Suyu collapsed onto his bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep. The night passed swiftly, and the next morning, sunlight bathed Jiangqing. Suyu woke up early, washed up quickly, and strapped his alloy sword to his back before heading to Jiangqing No. 7 High School. The area outside the city was still cordoned off after yesterday's divine descent, forcing him and Yu Pingin to abandon their hunting plans. Today was the second theory class, and he had to attend school. As soon as Suyu sat down in his seat in the martial arts class, he overheard his classmates discussing yesterday's divine descent, which had already been labeled as a military exercise. Before long, Yu Pingin entered the classroom and greeted Suyu with a smile. Through their conversation, Suyu confirmed that Yu Pingin's memory had indeed been sealed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. It would be troublesome if Yu Pingin knew about the Dawn organization, the myriad races, and the deities. Xiao Long strode to the podium, his expression unchanged. He had no idea what had truly happened yesterday, as he was blocked by an invisible force field on his way to the scene and only saw a few golden-bodied warriors descend. After receiving the military's message that it was just an exercise, he believed it without question. The military and the Martial Alliance often conducted exercises to prevent the myriad races from breaking through the underground defenses and to avoid a repeat of the tragedy from 13 years ago. Xiao Long's gaze swept across the class, and the noise gradually subsided. Satisfied, he nodded and began. Today is our second theory class, and it also marks an extremely special day for the entire Daxia Kingdom. His words piqued the curiosity of the entire class, including Suyu. Xiao Long didn't immediately explain, but continued. As you all know, the best way to become a top martial artist is to lay a solid foundation before the college entrance exams and enter the Qi and Blood realm. This will help you achieve high scores and get into a martial arts academy. Through systematic learning and resource allocation, you can naturally become a top martial artist. However, there is another path. Xiao Long's expression grew serious as he spoke with conviction. Joining the military. Those who can't become martial artists before the college entrance exams can choose to enlist and enter the army. Through the military's accelerated martial arts training methods, they can quickly become martial artists and form the backbone of our defenses against the underground threats. Otherwise, they can only remain ordinary people. Suyu nodded in agreement. The high status of martial artists was partly due to the fact that, even in a world where spiritual energy was reviving, becoming a martial artist required a certain level of talent. Those without talent would find it nearly impossible to become martial artists, no matter how hard they tried. Although Jiangcity had martial arts training centers where many ordinary people trained in hopes of becoming martial artists, those who succeeded would only be Qi and blood martial artists. Even if they reached the ninth level of the Qi and blood realm, they would merely be stronger than average people and would struggle to survive in the wilderness. While the beasts on Blue Star weren't overly powerful, many exceeded the Qi and blood realm, with some even reaching the blood refining realm. Therefore, aside from the college entrance exams and joining the military, becoming a martial artist, let alone a top martial artist, was incredibly challenging. Suyu had previously considered joining the military if he couldn't become a martial artist before the entrance exams. But why was Xiao Long bringing this up now? Suyu and the other students looked at Xiao Long with puzzled expressions. Sensing their curiosity, Xiao Long didn't keep them in suspense any longer and announced, "Today is the day to sign up for military enlistment." Hearing Xiao Long's words, the students of the martial arts class were momentarily stunned. Dormant memories surged back like a tidal wave. Today was the day to enlist. Suyu murmured softly, his eyes taking on a complex expression. Xiao Long's voice resonated through the classroom again, firm and powerful. Enlisting is a unique path to becoming a top martial artist, aside from the college entrance exams. Once you join the military, your future will no longer belong to you, nor to your family, but wholly to the Daxia military. His words struck like a hammer on the hearts of every student. Joining the military means going to the front lines, facing the ferocious myriad races, and becoming the cornerstone of the underground defense line. The dangers are immense. The classroom fell into a profound silence, with students speechless. Some of the more privileged students only now realized the hardships and dangers of enlisting. Xiao Long continued, "It's been 100 years since the revival of spiritual energy and the arrival of the myriad races. The human race and the myriad races are like fire and water. Despite the dangers, countless students still resolutely join the military every year to become top martial artists and to defend against the myriad races. Today marks the first military recruitment." His voice suddenly rose. "Everyone, stand up. Target the playground. I want to see you lined up in 2 minutes. Or else." Xiao Long let out a cold laugh, the scar on his face twisting menacingly. "For every second you're late, your sparring sessions this month will increase by 1. Before he finished speaking, the martial arts students sprang to their feet and dashed towards the playground. Watching this, Xiao Long's lips curled into a slight smile as he followed them at a leisurely pace. On the playground, students from number 7 high school lined up, smiling as they walked towards the recruitment office to fill in their information. Several stern-faced soldiers in camouflage uniforms sat at tables, receiving the students' documents and directing them to physical and fitness tests. The martial arts students stood on tiptoe, whispering among themselves. "Isn't that Wang Air? He used to be such a coward. And he's enlisting too. And there's Zhang San. The sissy is here as well." Suyu and Yu Pingin also recognized a few classmates from Class 3 who often annoyedly phone. Now, they stood in line, waiting to register. The two fell silent. At this moment, Xiao Long approached the line, a cigarette dangling from his lips, smoke swirling around him. He grinned. "See that? This is enlisting. Back in the day, I was one of them. My talent was trash, but I chose to enlist and became a martial artist at the refined visceral level." His gaze lingered on Suyu and Yu Pingin for a moment, his eyes growing complicated. "You are both geniuses. Those who become martial artists before the college entrance exams are the treasures of Daxia. Your potential is limitless. You might surpass the refined visceral level and even go higher." Xiao Long's expression turned serious. "But no matter how far you go, always remember one thing." He almost shouted, "Everything you enjoy now is paid for by the blood, flesh, and lives of the soldiers stationed on the front lines. Without these soldiers, there would be no Daxia, no martial arts academies. Every qi and blood pill you consume contains not just precious materials, but also the blood of frontline soldiers." His words exploded in the students' minds like thunder. Without these ordinary people joining the army and strengthening it, you wouldn't have anything you have now. Do you know why I initially looked down on you? Xiao Long's face twisted into a grim smile. "Because in my eyes, most of you are just freeloaders." His voice grew louder. "Now, open your eyes and take a good look. See how everything you enjoy came to be." The martial arts class gradually fell silent as Xiao Long's roar echoed through the air. Their gazes turned toward the densely packed students on the field, all eager to enlist in the military, their eyes filled with complex emotions. As Xiao Long had said, without these ordinary people joining the army, they wouldn't be enjoying everything they had now. Though the martial arts class students were exceptionally gifted and could become top martial artists in the future, the resources, martial arts, and even the martial puppets and instructors like Xiao Long a refined visceral realm soldier, were all provided by countless ordinary soldiers who risked their lives. Without the army, without the contributions of these ordinary people, the great Xiao would not have enough resources to nurture these geniuses, nor would there be martial arts academies that produce numerous top martial artists. Xiao Long scanned the group and said calmly, "You have 10 minutes now. Take a break and observe today's enlistment situation." He glanced at his watch after speaking. Suyu and Pingin exchanged glances and silently walked to the edge of the field to observe. Suddenly, a joyful shout broke the silence. "Suyu, class monitor!" Turning around, they saw their former classmates from Class 3. These students had once been the underachievers of the class, causing endless headaches for teacher Li Feng. But now, they were handing over their enlistment documents to the recruitment staff. "Aren't you guys in the martial arts class? What brings you to the field?" One of the Class 3 students asked with a smile. Suyu and Pingin were momentarily speechless, their hearts filled with turbulent emotions. You must be slacking off, right? I heard the training in the martial arts class is brutal," another student joked, draping an arm around their shoulders. "Are you enlisting?" Suyu and Pingin asked, looking at them with complicated expressions, avoiding the previous topic. "Of course," one of the students said proudly, thumping his chest. "Which great Xia citizen doesn't want to fight against the myriad races? Who doesn't want to drive these damned races off Blue Star? We may not have your talent, but we can still contribute to great Xia. Besides," he continued, somewhat sheepishly, "we don't have martial arts talent, but joining the army will allow us to quickly become martial artists. Then we can kill more of the myriad races." Hearing this, Pingin and Suyu felt a deep respect. Although Pingin also dreamed of joining the army, he wanted to wait until he graduated from the martial arts academy to contribute more significantly. But these classmates, though they claimed to join the army for the quick martial arts training methods, the hatred in their eyes when they mentioned killing the myriad races was unmistakable. For every great Xia citizen, the myriad races were mortal enemies. "All right, Suyu class monitor, stop slacking. We're counting on you to become top martial artists in the future, so we can brag about it. You are Teacher Li's pride. He often says you'll enter the catacombs and kill countless members of the myriad races. We may not be as strong as you, but we can still kill a few in our lifetime, right? See you in the catacombs," a student said with a laugh. Listening to these words, Suyu and Pingin grew even more silent. For some reason, their chests felt tight, as if something was stuck in their throats. In the end, they simply said their goodbyes and walked back to the martial arts class, lost in thought. The 10 minutes passed quickly. Thanks to Xiao Long's training over the past few days, the martial arts class students had become precise with their time management and returned to the classroom punctually. However, the classroom was enveloped in an unprecedented silence, with everyone lost in their thoughts. Standing at the podium, Xiao Long swept his gaze over the students and began to speak slowly. "As I said before, the reason the martial arts class enjoys so many resources is because others are bearing the burden for us. I'm telling you this today because I don't want my students to take these privileges for granted." He continued, "There are 108 catacombs. In each catacomb, you can see nearly 100,000 golden statues of martial artists. These are refined viscera realm martial artists who forge their golden bodies with their lives, guarding the front lines even in death. They sacrifice their lives for humanity, for great Xia, for you, becoming eternal guardians in the catacombs. And these are just the martial artists above the refined viscera realm. Where are those who haven't reached this level?" Xiao Long's words made everyone even more silent. He went on, "Their bones are forever left in the catacombs, their ashes never to be found by their families. There's a saying on the catacombs front lines that I think you should hear today. Millions of golden bodies, billions of bones. The battle between humanity and the myriad races will end only with the complete annihilation of one side. This is a fight for survival, a battle for extinction." Xiao Long grinned, showing his white teeth. As a soldier of great Xia, I firmly believe that great Xia will inevitably win, and I will never see the day great Xiao falls, because long before that day comes, I'll have already become one of those millions of golden bodies." The martial arts class fell silent once more, the only sound in the room being the increasingly heavy breathing of the students. After a moment, Xiao Long spoke softly. "All right, that's it for today's theory lesson. The rest of the time is yours. Whether you choose to rest or head to the martial arts training ground is up to you." With that, he waved his hand and quickly walked out of the classroom. After a brief silence, the students of the martial arts class stood up one by one and headed towards the training ground. Although Xiao Long had given them the option to rest, what they had seen and heard today seemed to have planted a seed of change in their hearts. On a usual day, some might have slacked off, but now everyone silently made their way to the training hall, lining up to spar with the martial arts dummies. This time, there were no complaints, no negativity. Even the students who ranked the lowest were quietly practicing with the dummies, putting all their strength into every move. Some of them might have been the cherished only children of their families, but as Xiao long had said, everything they enjoyed now was made possible by the sacrifices of others. Since they were enjoying the honor and resources that others didn't have, they had to shoulder the responsibilities that others couldn't bear to become strong martial artists who could defend the great Xia against all races. In the training hall, Suyu faced a martial arts dummy and picked up his training longsword to practice again. As he drew the sword, it emitted a clear ringing sound, slicing through the air like a swift wind. Swift wind, he muttered, his mind filled with various thoughts with each swing. Eventually, he shook his head, temporarily pushing those thoughts aside. Whether it was the myriad races or deities, someday they would be driven away by the efforts of the human race. As Zhao Long had said, they might not live to see humanity's final victory, but at least they could become part of the countless bones, the countless golden bodies, the handful of yellow earth in the caves before witnessing defeat. As long as defeat was not witnessed, victory was always within hope. With this thought, Suyu's eyes reddened slightly, and his sword swings became even faster. The training longsword tore through the air, striking the martial arts dummy like a swift wind. As he practiced more, his movements became more fluid, and his sword strikes faster. His longsword seemed to truly transform into a swift wind, carrying extreme speed and terrifying power that repeatedly landed on the dummy. Time passed slowly, and the midday sun gradually slanted westward, leaving only a few rays of twilight over Jiangcity. Suddenly, Suyu swung his sword again, the longsword cutting through the air and landing on the dummy with a thud. The training longsword couldn't withstand the immense force and broke instantly. At the same time, Suyu felt his inner energy and blood becoming more vigorous. Although he hadn't broken through to the fourth level of energy and blood yet, he was close. The swift wind realm of his Chongfeng sword technique also reached perfection at that moment. Suyu took a deep breath, checked the time, and silently placed the broken training sword in the trash. He picked up his backpack and headed towards the Tiandi Dao Hall. Although today's training at the martial arts hall had ended, the training at the Tiandi Dao Hall was just beginning. At the Tiandi Dao Hall, an old man lay on a rattan chair, smoking a dry pipe, and watched Suyu in the center of the courtyard. Suyu wielded an alloy longsword, swinging it continuously with a determined aura, as if he could shatter everything. His face was flushed, sweat dripping, but his eyes were sharp like those of an experienced hunter. As he swung his sword, Suyu recalled what he had seen today. Many ordinary people, unable to become martial artists before the college entrance exams, chose to join the military, becoming part of the defense line in the caves. They traded their lives for the resources and privileges enjoyed by the martial arts students, building a towering wall with their flesh and blood. He remembered the scene from 13 years ago when the myriad races invaded Jiangcity. That day, the city was a scene of devastation, with warriors rising to resist. There were retired Great Xiao veterans, high school students who had just become martial artists, and even those who were still aspiring martial artists. Facing the invasion, their eyes showed no fear, only hatred for the invaders and a determination to protect their homeland. Survive. Become a martial artist. Become a top martial artist. Sweep away the myriad races. A gentle voice echoed in Suyu's ears. His body trembled, and his energy and blood surged, merging with his spirit. In an instant, his long sword roared, his spirit and energy transforming into a single, powerful strike. Heaven and earth sword achieved. Energy and blood flowed through Suyu's limbs and bones. The fifth level of energy and blood broken. Gu Lao was leisurely sipping tea while sitting on his wicker chair when he suddenly felt a disturbance from Suyu's direction. He quickly turned his head, his gaze locking onto the surging blood energy around Suyu, and then saw the sword strike he had just unleashed. In an instant, Gu Lao's pupils contracted sharply, and he involuntarily spat out the tea in his mouth, spilling it all over the place. Gu Lao's face was filled with disbelief as he looked at Suyu, as if he were seeing a monster. The overwhelming aura, the sharpness contained in the sword, and the terrifying killing intent all left Gu Lao in shock. He actually mastered it. Gu Lao's mind was in turmoil. In just 2 days, Suyu had managed to grasp the basics of the heavenly sword technique. Even though it was just the entry level, it had taken Gu Lao, who was once considered a prodigy with the potential for a golden body, a full 2 months to reach this stage. The heavenly sword might seem simple, with only one move, but integrating blood energy and spiritual energy was no easy feat moreover. Suyu had other responsibilities over the past 2 days. To achieve this level in such a short time, his talent could only be described as monstrous. With this realization, Gu Lao's eyes lit up, but he quickly calmed himself. At this moment, Suyu also noticed the changes in his blood energy and the difference in his sword strike. He was momentarily stunned. Then his face broke into a wide grin of joy. Gu Lao! Gu Lao! I did it! Suyu excitedly waved at Gu Lao. He remembered Gu Lao once saying that if he could master the basics within a month, Gu Lao would personally teach him. Seeing Suyu's elated expression, Gu Lao felt a twinge of bitterness, but maintained a composed demeanor. Not bad. You managed to get the hang of it in just 2 days. Back in my day, it took me a whole week to achieve that. Well done. As he said this, Gu Lao's face turned slightly red. It had actually taken him 2 months to master the basics. Fortunately, the setting sun's orange glow hid his embarrassment. Nonetheless, his hands trembled slightly behind his back. All right, that's enough training for today. From now on, your daily intake of blood energy pills will be increased from 1 to 2 bottles. Remember, Gu Lao suddenly became serious. The heavenly sword is a deadly technique. Unless absolutely necessary, do not use it. Once you unleash this sword, you will be left with almost no strength to continue fighting. Suyu nodded earnestly. If not for his breakthrough, he would likely be exhausted by now. He took Gu Lao's words to heart, bowed to him, and left the Heavenly Path Pavilion. Watching Suyu's figure disappear from view, Gu Lao's expression twisted. Damn it, where did Xiao find this monster? 2 days. Just 2 days. Gu Lao couldn't help but exclaim. This level of sword talent made his eyes burn with excitement. Perhaps my ultimate technique might have a successor after all. Gu Lao muttered to himself, his eyes shining brightly. But soon, he shook his head. Although this kid's talent is extraordinary, his character needs to be assessed. If his disposition is excellent, it might be worth passing on my ultimate technique to him. Besides, my technique requires training at the blood refining stage, so let's wait and see. Gu Lao looked up at the dim sky, a touch of melancholy in his weathered eyes. After a moment, he seemed to make a decision, his gaze becoming resolute. He took one last deep look in the direction Suyu had left, then slowly returned to his room. In the following period, after signing a confidentiality agreement with Dawn, only Suyu knew what had happened. The outskirts were sealed off by the martial alliance and the military under the guise of a military exercise, and the hunting activities of Yu Pingin and Suyu came to a halt. Due to their rapid progress, simple martial puppets were no longer enough to bring qualitative improvement. With Zhao Long's permission, the two began a 3-point training regimen at the Yu family. With the rewards from Dawn, Yu Pingin successfully advanced to the 9th level of blood energy, making his Vajra body even stronger. If Suyu hadn't also broken through to the 5th level of blood energy, he might not have been able to break through Yu Pingin's defense even with an alloy sword. Suyu's swift windsword technique had reached perfection during his sparring with Yu Pingin, and he was not far from entering the long wind stage. As for his blood energy, although still at the 5th level, it was more solid than before, and he estimated it wouldn't be long before he reached the 6th level. Time flew by, and 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of a new week, Suyu woke up early, washed up quickly, and instead of heading to the Yu family, he went straight to Jiangcity No. 7 High School. Today was the monthly ranking assessment day. Last time, Suyu's rank was later recalculated to be only 25th. This time, after a month of improvement, Suyu's strength had greatly increased, and he was fully confident in aiming for a higher rank to gain more resources. In the martial arts classroom, Suyu arrived early and took his seat. Before long, Yu Pingin also entered the room and sat down next to Suyu. Suyu turned to Yu Pingin with a smile and asked, "So, old Yu, do you think you have a shot at the top 2 this time?" Over the past month, Yu Pingin's progress had been astonishing. He had jumped from the 7th level of Qi and blood to the 9th level. Although he had just reached this stage, the speed of his improvement was remarkable. In comparison, Suyu had made even greater strides, but as his level increased, so did the difficulty of progressing further. For Yu Pingin to advance 2 minor levels in 2 months was quite impressive. Suyu recalled that a month ago, the second-ranked Wong Mao seemed to be at the 8th level of Qi and blood. Of course, that was in the past. Suyu wasn't sure of Wong Mao's current level. However, based on his recent sparring sessions with Yu Pingin, Suyu could tell that Yu Pingin's strength had improved significantly, and he might have a chance at the second spot. Yu Pingin smiled faintly, but there was a hint of seriousness on his face. Aiming for the top 2, it's still going to be tough. With that, he fell silent. Suyu didn't press further and quietly waited for Zhao Long's arrival. Suyu pondered silently. Over the past month, he hadn't seen the 2 people ranked above Yu Pingin. He wondered if they would show up for this ranking assessment. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from outside the classroom. Suyu immediately recognized them as belonging to Zhao Long. Sure enough, Zhao Long's somewhat menacing face appeared in the view of all the martial arts students. He held a file in his hand and walked straight to the podium but didn't speak right away, as if waiting for something. Just as Suyu was feeling puzzled, 2 figures slowly appeared at the classroom door. One was dressed in white training clothes, with a cold expression. The other wore red, with a defiant look in his eyes. Suyu was about to ask Yu Pingin about their identities when he noticed Yu Pingin's face suddenly darken, his gaze fixed on the young man in red, with a flash of anger in his eyes. Well, isn't it you, Pingin? I heard that while I was away, you became the top dog in the martial arts class. The young man in red spoke with obvious sarcasm and a mocking tone, clearly targeting Yu Pingin. Wong Mao. Yu Pingin wanted to erupt, but restrained himself, only letting out a low growl. Hearing the name Wong Mao, Suyu had an epiphany. He remembered Yu Pingin mentioning two individuals when he first joined the martial arts class. There were two people who didn't train there regularly, and Wong Mao, who ranked above Yu Pingin, was one of them. Suyu had noticed Yu Pingin's apparent dislike for Wong Mao back then, but hadn't dug deeper. Now, it seemed there was more to the story. Xiao Long, hearing Wong Mao's words, frowned slightly. Wong Mao, making such a grand entrance on his first day back, seemed to be ignoring Xiao Long's authority. Since you're here, find a seat and sit down, Xiao Long said coldly. Wong Mao responded nonchalantly. Sorry, teacher. I'm used to doing things my way. He then casually found a seat. The young man in white training clothes also sat down without any expression. Xiao Long withdrew his gaze, feeling a bit surprised. Despite Wong Mao's arrogance, his talent was undeniable, having already reached the 9th level of qi and blood. As for the one called Jian Chun, he had even reached the blood refining stage. Everyone, head to the martial arts training ground now. Anyone who is late will have their results cancelled, Xiao Long announced before leading the way to the training ground. The students quickly got up, knowing well that Xiao Long was a man of his word. Wong Mao walked at the end of the group, hands in his pockets, yawning occasionally, seemingly indifferent to the arrangement. Suyu walked alongside Yu Pingin. Seeing Yu Ping in silence, he didn't ask any questions and quietly made his way to the training ground. When they arrived at the martial arts training ground, the sight before them left everyone stunned. The vast training ground was filled with large iron cages, each containing ferocious beasts, some of which were at the 9th level of qi and blood. Roar! 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 The roars of the beasts echoed from the cages, accompanied by a heavy scent of blood that filled the entire training hall. Some students who had never seen such beasts turned pale with fear. Within the martial arts training hall, the ferocious beasts in the iron cages made the students' faces pale. Only Suyu and Yu Pingin, having encountered such beasts before, curiously examined the cages, harboring some guesses in their hearts. Jian Chun remained as cold as ever, while Wong Mao leaned lazily against the doorway. Xiao Long appeared in the center of the hall, his menacing scar making his smile even more terrifying. He announced that this assessment would involve real combat, with the beasts captured personally from the outskirts as the challenge targets. Students could choose their opponents, and final rankings would be based on their performance. As soon as Xiao Long finished speaking, Jian Chun stepped forward and pointed to the largest iron cage. Inside crouched a striped tiger with a metallic sheen on its tail, a fully grown iron-tailed tiger at the 9th level of qi and blood. Suyu recognized it as one of the most formidable beasts in the qi and blood realm, and a sense of awe filled his heart. With Xiao Long's permission, the cage was swiftly opened, and he retreated to the stands. The iron-tailed tiger roared and lunged at Jian Chun like lightning, its metallic tail striking fiercely. However, Jian Chun remained unfazed, gripping his long sword tightly. Clang! The sword flashed, and blood spattered. The iron-tailed tiger let out a wail and collapsed, its life quickly ebbing away. The students in the stands watched with dilated pupils. Even Suyu couldn't help but feel serious. Although he could see Jian Chen's sword movements, he doubted he could parry them. Admiration and determination ignited within him, vowing to reach such a level in the future. Xiao Long nodded approvingly and made a note on his list. He then divided the hall into sections for the students to undergo their assessments simultaneously. Wong Mao and Yu Pingin, unwilling to be outdone, also chose 9th level qi and blood beasts. Although their battles were more chaotic than Jian Chen's, their ability to slay such formidable foes still drew the attention of everyone around. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Jian Chun, Wong Mao, and Yu Pingin, Suyu quietly stepped off the platform and approached one of the assessment areas. He signaled Xiao Long to start the evaluation, this time choosing a ferocious beast at the 7th level of qi and blood as his opponent. The beast was a massive black wolf with fur that gleamed with a cold sheen. Its eyes were filled with a savage intensity. It was a shadow wolf, known for its stealth and surprise attacks. Unlike other pack wolves, the shadow wolf was more like an assassin lurking in the shadows, delivering lethal strikes upon revealing itself. Xiao Long was momentarily surprised by Suyu's choice. With his keen eyes, he could tell that Suyu was only at the 5th level of qi and blood. Although Suyu wielded an alloy longsword capable of easily tearing through the shadow wolf's flesh, there was still a significant gap in their levels. After a brief consideration, Xiao Long gave Suyu a deep look, but decided to release the shadow wolf. He believed that since Suyu made this choice, he must have confidence in his abilities. Even if things went awry, Xiao Long was confident he could subdue the Shadow Wolf in time to ensure Suyu's safety. As the iron cage opened, the Shadow Wolf, long confined, burst out with its pent-up killing intent, leaping fiercely at Suyu. Its sharp claws tore through the air, as if to shred everything in its path. Suyu's eyes blazed with intense fighting spirit as he immediately initiated the Gale sword technique. His long sword moved like a storm, swift and fierce, clashing with the Shadow Wolf in an instant. On the platform, Jian Chun, who was basking in the crowd's compliments, suddenly sensed something and glanced toward the martial arts training ground. He saw Suyu battling the Shadow Wolf and noticed the swift sword technique, but quickly looked away. To Jian Chun, the Gale sword technique, while decent, was still far inferior to his own skills. The martial arts class was merely a starting point for him. His ambitions lay far beyond. The fierce battle ended quickly. Suyu stood panting in the arena, while the Shadow Wolf lay before him, covered in gruesome sword wounds, blood flowing freely, already dead. Xiao Long, witnessing this, was visibly shocked. A warrior at the 5th level of qi and blood had actually defeated a beast at the 7th level. Even though these beasts were somewhat weakened from being captured, Suyu's ability to kill the Shadow Wolf across levels was astonishing. Xiao Long's eyes showed increasing admiration for Suyu as he began recording the results. After taking a deep breath to adjust, Suyu quietly returned to the platform. Except for Yu Pingin, almost no one noticed he had completed his assessment. Everyone's attention remained on Jian Chun, Wong Mao, and Yu Pingin, who had all slain beasts at the 9th level of qi and blood, making the others seem insignificant by comparison. Soon, the monthly assessments were over. Xiao Long stepped onto the platform, list in hand, and scanned the crowd. This month's assessment is over. Now I'll announce the rankings. His words piqued everyone's curiosity. Despite the challenges of the assessment, the rankings were still a major draw. First place, Jian Chun. Second place, Wong Mao. Third place, Yu Pingin. No one was surprised by the top 3, given their impressive feats. 10th place, Suyu. Xiao Long's voice suddenly caught everyone's attention, and they turned to look at Suyu in the corner, faces full of surprise. They hadn't expected Suyu to make it into the top 10. When he first joined the martial arts class, he was at the bottom. Even after last month's re-ranking, he was only at 25th place, still among the lower ranks. Now, in just 1 month, he had surged into the top 10, an astonishing leap. Compared to the top 3, Suyu's rapid progress shocked everyone more. They recalled his relentless efforts in the martial arts training ground, and seeing his current achievement, they felt nothing but admiration. Xiao Long continued announcing the other rankings. Those who found themselves at the bottom couldn't help but feel ashamed. If Suyu could break into the top 10 through sheer effort, their continued low rankings were indeed embarrassing. Hearing his ranking, Suyu's eyebrows slightly raised. He remembered that the 10th place reward was 20 bottles of qi and blood pills each month. Although he already received 2 bottles daily from the Tianyi Dao Hall, more resources were always welcome. This thought brought a smile to his face. After finishing the announcements, Xiao Long paused, scanning the crowd once more before saying, "Since everyone is here, I have one more announcement to make." His words immediately drew everyone's attention to him. They watched Xiao Long with curiosity, eagerly awaiting the important announcement. Jian Chun and Wong Mao seemed to already know the details. Their eyes fixed intently on Xiao Long, feeling the anticipation. Xiao Long gave a calm smile and began. "Do you know why the martial arts class was established?" This question left everyone puzzled, scratching their heads in thought. Wasn't the martial arts class created to help students from Jiangqing No. 7 High School perform well in global competitions? Could there be another reason? Seeing their confusion, Xiao Long explained seriously. Jiangqing isn't the only school with a martial arts class. Other high schools have them too. These classes were actually set up in preparation for the Tianjiao camp. Tianjiao camp? Suyu's eyebrows raised at the mention of these words. Though he had never heard of it before, the name alone suggested it was no ordinary place. But what was the connection between the martial arts class and Tianjiao camp? Xiao Long continued. Tianjiao camp is a joint initiative by Jiangqing and 3 neighboring cities, gathering the most talented individuals. There, you will compete with the best young talents from these cities, receive guidance from stronger martial artists, and access more resources. His words instantly ignited the students' passion. In this era of spiritual resurgence and human oppression, resources were incredibly precious and expensive. Gaining more resources was a huge opportunity for them. Not to mention the chance to be guided by stronger martial artists, which made everyone, including Jian Chun and Wong Mao, look excited. However, Xiao Long's next words were like a bucket of cold water poured over them. But joining Tianjiao camp is not easy. Do you know why we conduct monthly ranking assessments? Because your rankings directly determine whether you can enter Tianjiao camp. Hearing this, the lower-ranked students couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although they didn't know the exact requirements, they had clearly lost hope. In contrast, Wong Mao, ranked second, felt secretly pleased. Unless there was only one spot for Jiangqing number 7 high school, he was confident he would make it into Tianjiao camp. Suyu and Yu Pingin stood in the crowd, their eyes gleaming with hope. One was ranked third and the other 10th. Both had a chance to enter Tianjiao camp. But Zhao Long's next words made Suyu frown slightly. To be honest, Jiangqing number 7 high school only has 3 spots. These 3 spots will be awarded to the top 3 students in the rankings after the assessments 2 months from now. This news made Suyu's eyes light up. Though there were only 3 spots, there were still 2 months to prepare. That should be enough, Suyu thought, clenching his fists as his gaze swept over Yu Pingin, Wong Mao, and Jian Chun, lingering especially on Jian Chun. Jian Chun posed the greatest threat to Suyu, especially after that time. He effortlessly defeated a 9th-layer blood beast, leaving a deep impression on Suyu. Although he couldn't discern Jian Chen's exact level, Suyu was sure he had already reached the blood training stage. Such a master still staying in the martial arts class must also be aiming for a spot in Tianjiao camp. Suyu calculated silently. To secure a spot, he would need to defeat at least one of these 3. This daunting goal didn't deter him. Instead, it fueled his determination. After Zhao Long finished his announcement, he dismissed the crowd. Suyu collected his 20 bottles of qi and blood pills for the month, bid farewell to Yu Pingin, and headed excitedly towards the Tiandi dojo. Lately, besides sparring with Yu Pingin, the Tiandi dojo had almost become Suyu's second home. Upon arriving at the dojo, Suyu noticed that Yang Si had returned at some point and was chatting with Gu Lao. Not wanting to interrupt, Suyu found an empty spot and began practicing the Chongfeng sword and Tiandi sword techniques. This month, Suyu's rewards, combined with the 2 qi and blood pills he gets daily at the Tiandi dojo, mean he almost has 3 qi and blood pills available for his training every day. In the past, this would have been nothing short of a fantasy for him. It's worth noting that a single qi and blood pill is prohibitively expensive, and Suyu could never afford so many on his own. However, since joining the martial arts class and becoming an external member of Dawn, qi and blood pills are no longer a rarity for Suyu. With such abundant resources, his training progress has been nothing short of remarkable. Thinking about this, Suyu's eyes grew more determined. He drew out his alloy sword and focused on practicing the long wind sword and the heaven and earth sword techniques. Despite the ample resources, relentless practice remains essential to becoming a powerful martial artist. Suyu's arrival did not go unnoticed by Gu Lao and Yang Si. The two occasionally glanced at the young man diligently practicing his swordsmanship, their faces showing a hint of satisfaction. This kid, I knew I didn't misjudge him, Yang Si exclaimed. By now, he had fully recovered from his internal injuries, his face looking rosy and healthy, a stark contrast to his previous pallor. Beside him, Gu Lao held a gourd, taking occasional sips. After savoring a mouthful of the liquid inside, he said calmly, "You really struck gold this time." Hearing this, Yang Si's curiosity was piqued. "Oh, Gu Lao, what do you mean by that?" Gu Lao wiped his mouth and glanced at Suyu. "Guess how long it took this little guy to master the heaven and earth sword?" Yang Si's pupils suddenly contracted, and he struggled to contain his surprise. He lowered his voice, breathing heavily. "Has he really mastered the heaven and earth sword?" As he said this, Yang Si was utterly shocked. The heaven and earth sword has no realm restrictions, but without exceptional swordsmanship talent, it is extremely difficult to master. Although he knew Suyu had impressive swordsmanship talent, he couldn't pinpoint its exact extent. Now, hearing Gu Lao say that Suyu had already mastered the heaven and earth sword in less than a month made Yang Si gasp in amazement. Seeing Yang Si's excitement, Gu Lao smirked inwardly. He slowly raised 2 fingers. Yang Si's pupils contracted again. 20 days? His voice was filled with astonishment. Even the elderly man before him, who was once hailed as the most promising candidate to attain a golden body, had taken 2 full months to grasp the basics of the heaven and earth sword. And Suyu had done it in less than a month? However, Gu Lao shook his head slightly. Yang Si was stunned. His voice began to tremble too. 2 days? Yes, 2 days. To be precise, less than 2 days. If you only count practice time, it was less than a day. Gu Lao finished, silently sipping from his gourd. Yang Si's mind was in turmoil. He could hardly fathom Suyu's monstrous talent in swordsmanship. After a long silence, he took a deep breath, his eyes blazing with excitement. "I never thought I, Yang Si, would one day attract such a prodigy to Dawn." The thought of Suyu's future achievements made Yang Si, as his mentor in Dawn, incredibly excited. Gu Lao glanced at Yang Si indifferently and shrugged. "So, what brings you here today?" Yang Si regained his composure and smiled. The stronghold of the Wanzhou sect outside the city has been located, and most of their strong members have been eliminated by the Martial Alliance. Only a few remnants are left. The lockdown on the outskirts should be lifted by tomorrow. I'm here to report the news to you. Unexpectedly, Gu Lao snorted, humph. It took nearly a month to eliminate the remnants of the Wanzhou sect, and you still have the nerve to come here and boast. Yang Si rubbed his nose and laughed awkwardly. Gu Lao's gaze returned to Suyu, who was still practicing his swordsmanship. During this period, he had been keeping a close eye on Suyu. Despite Suyu's extraordinary talent, his demeanor was steady and composed. He practiced his swordsmanship diligently every day without fail. This kind of steadiness was rare. Most geniuses are arrogant and dismissive, often neglecting their own hard work. Gu Lao had seen many such geniuses. Even if they had exceptional talent, relying solely on it was not enough to become a top-tier martial artist. But Suyu, with his incredible talent and steady nature, was truly remarkable. After a moment of thought, Gu Lao said calmly, "Can the remnants be completely eliminated by tomorrow?" Yang Si nodded. Gu Lao continued, "Let Suyu participate in this final eradication mission as an external member of Dawn. Although he's a gem, even the finest jade needs polishing to become a true masterpiece." Hearing this, Yang Si was momentarily stunned. Then looking at Suyu, he smiled. "You're right. This kid is a promising talent. If properly nurtured, who knows? Dawn might gain another golden body master." The sun quickly set in the west. Suyu halted his training for the day, his sweat glistening in the twilight. In just one evening, he had consumed 2 bottles of qi and blood pills. Though the time was short, the pills kept him at peak condition throughout. This efficient training made him feel as if he was on the brink of reaching the long wind realm, just a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough. Suyu wasn't discouraged. He knew that for most martial artists, advancing from the gentle breeze realm to the long wind realm could take years, even decades. Even with qi and blood martial arts, reaching the pinnacle was extremely difficult. Yet in just 1 month, he had progressed from a complete novice to mastering the swift wind realm. An astonishing feat. More encouragingly, as his martial arts level increased, so did the speed of his qi and blood enhancement. Panting heavily, Suyu noticed the gazes of Gu Lao and Yang Si fixed on him. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and softly said, "Seniors." Gu Lao smiled and said, "Kid, interested in accompanying Xiao Si on a mission tomorrow?" "A mission?" Suyu was initially stunned, but his eyes quickly lit up. "What kind of mission? Are we going to fight the Wan clan?" Although he was currently just in the qi and blood realm, the word mission excited him. In his heart, both the Wan clan and the deities were mortal enemies. If not for them, he wouldn't be an orphan. The people of Jiangcity wouldn't have suffered a catastrophe, and the warriors who sacrificed themselves to protect him wouldn't have died. For 13 years, Suyu had been in a life-and-death struggle with the Wan clan. Yang Si smiled faintly. "What are you thinking? With your current cultivation, you're not ready to face the Wan clan. This mission is to eradicate the remnants of the Wan clan cultists in the suburbs. I'm the main force. You'll be responsible for perimeter security, preventing outsiders from entering and stopping any cultists from escaping." Upon hearing this, Suyu's excitement only grew. To him, the Wan clan cultists were even more despicable than the Wan clan themselves. They were humans who willingly became lackeys for the Wan clan and deities, betraying their entire race for personal gain. "When do we leave?" Suyu asked eagerly. Yang Si glanced at his watch. "Go home and rest tonight. Meet me at the north gate of Jiangcity at 6 in the morning. I'll take you there." Suyu nodded in agreement, bowed to Gu Lao, and headed home with his alloy sword. Yang Si also took his leave to prepare for the next day's operation. The next morning, Suyu woke up at 5. After a quick preparation, he strapped on his alloy sword and survival gear and headed straight for the north gate of Jiangcity. The sky was just starting to lighten, and the stars were still faintly visible. Suyu stood quietly by a crooked tree near the gate, drawing the attention of the station military personnel. They left him alone after he showed his martial alliance token. Soon, Yang Si appeared at the gate. Seeing Suyu waiting early, he smiled. "Let's go." Suyu obediently followed. Although they encountered some resistance at the city exit, Yang Si's token quickly earned them respect and passage. As they walked, Yang Si asked, "Kid, have you seen blood before?" Suyu nodded. "I've killed fierce beasts before." Yang Si recalled how Suyu had saved him in the suburbs and smiled lightly. "Killing beasts is one thing, but this time, we're going to kill people." His voice turned cold, as if genuine killing intent was woven into his words. "Are you afraid?" Suyu pondered for a moment and softly said, 13 years ago, many people died in front of me." Yang Si's expression softened. He realized that 13 years ago, Suyu, then only 4 or 5 years old, had witnessed his family and countless Jiangqing citizens perish at the hands of the Wan clan. Perhaps Suyu had long since become accustomed to the presence of blood. Yang Si fell silent and continued walking. Soon, they stopped at the edge of a forest. After surveying the surroundings, Yang Si told Suyu, "Stay here and keep watch. If anyone without a martial alliance token tries to leave, kill them on the spot. Do not let anyone escape. Suyu nodded solemnly. Jiang City gave him a deep look before turning and disappearing into the forest in the blink of an eye. Taking a deep breath, Suyu scanned the forest ahead vigilantly, gripping his alloy sword tightly, ready for battle. Suyu thrust his alloy sword into the ground, standing motionless beside it like a statue. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, scanning his surroundings with vigilant precision, catching every rustle of the wind. Time ticked by slowly until the silence of the forest was shattered by the hurried footsteps of two figures. Dressed in black robes, the two figures darted through the woods, their faces etched with panic. One of them cursed, "Damn the martial alliance. Have they gone mad? Sending so many strong fighters after us. Once I get stronger, I'll kill a few of their warriors to vent my anger." Despite their complaints, they didn't slow down, racing towards the edge of the forest. "We're almost there. Once we get out of the forest, we'll be safe," panted one of the robed figures. His companion, slightly relieved, cast his eyes on the thinning trees ahead. Suddenly, his companion exclaimed, "Wait, there's someone out there!" They both tensed, peering through the woods to see a young man in black, standing just outside the forest, an alloy sword planted beside him. His expression was cold and indifferent. Seeing this, one of the robed figures sneered, "Damn it, if it were other martial alliance fighters, it would be one thing. But a kid? He's asking for death." His companion's face twisted with malice. "Just what I needed to blow off some steam. Killing him will make me feel better." Underestimating the young man, they bolted out of the forest. They were both 5th level blood energy warriors, and within moments they were in front of the young man. At that moment, the young man lifted his head, a profound light flashing in his eyes. He grinned, revealing his white teeth, though his smile was chilling. "This place is off limits," the young man said coldly. Outside the forest, the battle erupted in an instant. Suyu, wielding his alloy sword, engaged fiercely with 3 6th level blood energy remnants of the 10,000 races cult. Bodies already littered the battlefield, and the ground was stained with blood, the air thick with its metallic scent. Suyu's swordplay was like a storm, each strike easily injuring his opponents. As his sword movements quickened, he seemed to enter a mystical state. The sword in his hand moved as if it were an extension of his arm, fluid and effortless. Even against 3 6th level opponents, Suyu maneuvered with ease. During the fight, Suyu's blood energy surged through his body, flowing like a gentle stream through his limbs. Stimulated by this energy, his flesh constantly pulsed, each pulse bringing a subtle feedback of blood energy. This mystical cycle not only didn't deplete his energy, but made it even more potent. Suddenly, Suyu's body trembled slightly, and his swordplay shifted from rapid to continuous. His aura surged, and a faint red glow appeared under his skin. A muffled sound echoed from within, signaling his breakthrough to the 6th level of blood energy. The raging blood energy within him seemed endless, and his strength exploded. Suyu emerged from his mystical state, a sharp glint in his eyes. "Long wind," Suyu whispered. In an instant, his swordplay seemed to slow, but was actually more forceful and continuous. The long wind sword technique had advanced from the swift wind stage to the long wind stage, striking like a swift wind, yet enduring and continuous. This was the true long wind stage. With his combat power soaring, Suyu easily dispatched the 3 6th level remnants. He once again thrust his sword into the ground, calmly surveying his surroundings, unperturbed by the bodies around him. Suddenly, Suyu's gaze fixed on the depths of the forest. A figure in a black robe was approaching slowly, completely shrouded, face obscured. But, judging by the aura, it was clearly a 9th level blood energy remnant of the 10,000 races cult. Suyu's expression grew serious, realizing that a tough battle was inevitable. Suyu stood face to face with the remnants of the cult of 10,000 tribes, a somber expression on his face. The figure in the black robe had a twisted visage beneath the hood, clearly exhausted from evading the martial alliance and Jiang City's relentless pursuit. Despite his erratic breathing, this warrior, who had reached the 9th layer of chi and blood, was not to be underestimated. Gripping his alloy longsword tightly, Suyu's eyes were sharp as he spoke calmly. "You shall not pass here." The man in the black robe was momentarily taken aback, but quickly resumed his menacing demeanor. "You dare to challenge me, a mere 6th layer chi and blood practitioner? You're courting death." Before Suyu could react, the black-robed figure transformed into a streak of darkness, lunging at him. He knew that time was of the essence, and that he needed to end this quickly. To him, Suyu was nothing more than an insignificant insect. The man's hand shot out, fingers like eagle talons, slashing at Suyu with a fierce wind. However, with his mastery of the gale sword technique, Suyu's speed was terrifyingly swift. His sword moved like a gust of wind, creating a flurry of afterimages. When the blade clashed with the man's talons, it emitted a metallic clang. Suyu was shocked to find that his opponent's fingers were as hard as iron. The man sneered, "Kid, you have some talent, but it's wasted on me." He launched another attack, his fingers gleaming with a dark metallic luster. Iron Eagle Claw. Suyu felt an unprecedented pressure, his breathing almost stopping. Even so, he didn't give up and continued to parry the attacks with his sword, moving like a whirlwind. In a matter of breaths, Suyu's clothes were torn, and his skin was marred with gruesome gashes. Blood trickled from his wounds, dripping onto the ground. He panted heavily, sweat beading on his forehead, pushing his chi and blood to their limits. Suddenly, the man's claw struck Suyu's chest, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Suyu gritted his teeth against the pain, watching as his opponent sniffed the bloody piece. "Kid, you're indeed a genius, but I love torturing geniuses the most." The man laughed viciously, transforming into a dark streak once more, this time aiming for a killing blow. In a daze, Suyu recalled the beast that had breached the city walls 13 years ago. But this time, he had only himself to rely on. Just as the black-robed man was about to strike, a resolute gleam flashed in Suyu's eyes. Without hesitation, he swallowed a red chi and blood pill. Warmth surged through his body, and a powerful aura erupted from him. His long sword hummed with energy. In that critical moment, Suyu struck. With a single slash, his chi and blood surged mightily. Suyu's spirit reached its peak in that instant. "Heaven and earth," he murmured softly. "One sword strike." As Suyu's words faded away, his long sword shot out with a howl, its blade slicing through the air like a crescent moon. With a swift slash, it cut down the black-cloaked figure, who froze in place. A thin crack appeared on his forehead, extending down his body. With a muffled thud, his body split in two and collapsed to the ground. His eyes still held a look of disbelief, as if unable to comprehend how the young man in black could unleash such a terrifying force. Suyu looked at the fallen body, forcing a faint smile. However, a wave of dizziness hit him, and he could no longer stand. As he fell backward, he vaguely saw a familiar figure appear before him, gazing at him with a complex expression. Jiang City stood beside the unconscious Suyu, his eyes filled with shock and mixed emotions. A mere 6-layer blood energy boy had managed to defeat a 9-layer blood energy remnant of the Wan clan cult. This combat prowess was simply extraordinary. It was well known that these remnants, living in constant tension, had combat skills comparable to frontline warriors of the same level, far surpassing those of rear-line fighters. Jiang City glanced disdainfully at the corpse on the ground and waved his hand, causing the body to ignite and turn to ash. These remnants of the Wan clan cult had actually been released by him on purpose, to test Suyu's true strength. Clearly, Suyu not only passed the test but exceeded his expectations by far. "It seems a new rising star will soon emerge in the dawn," Jiang City chuckled softly. He hoisted Suyu on his shoulder and whistled into the depths of the forest. "All right, kill them all?" With that, he headed towards Jiangcheng without looking back. As Jiang City departed, flames suddenly erupted in the depths of the forest, accompanied by screams. A stronghold of the Wan clan cult was obliterated. After an unknown amount of time, as the flames in the forest gradually died down, a battered figure in a black robe struggled to crawl out of the ruins. He gazed venomously in the direction of Jiangcheng and growled, "Wu Alliance." Jiang City. This man was the Wan clan cult spy who had previously tried to take Jiang City. He took one last look at Jiangcheng before stumbling away into the distance. Suyu abruptly opened his eyes, his entire body racked with pain as if pierced by needles. He cautiously scanned his surroundings and found himself back at the Tianyi dojo. Just as he began to relax, an old voice came from the doorway. "Awake?" The elder sat on the threshold, smoking a pipe, without turning his head. Suyu, despite his pain, respectfully greeted him. The elder stood up, brushed the ash off his clothes, and said plainly, "You did well this time. I'll reward you with 50 Wu Alliance points." With that, he turned and left, a hint of a smile on his face. Hearing about the reward, Suyu's eyes lit up. 50 Wu Alliance points were worth a fortune on the black market, something he had never possessed before. After the initial excitement, Suyu calmed down and began to circulate his blood energy to heal his injuries. He reflected on the dangers of this trial. Although he had the Tianyi sword technique, which could unleash power several times his own, it was ultimately a one-time strike. The Tianyi sword was a desperate measure, not to be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. Suyu understood that a powerful warrior must go through countless life-and-death battles to grow. Although the great Xiao had billions of people and countless talents, very few could become top-tier warriors. The path of martial arts was like sifting through sand for gold. One misstep could lead to destruction. Yet, without experiencing such trials, it was impossible to progress further. As the sun set in the west, the orange glow painted the entire sky. The city walls were bathed in the same warm hue, adding a sense of age and history to the ancient structure. Just then, Suyu slowly woke up from his bed. He moved his body a bit. Although his injuries hadn't fully healed, they were no longer a major concern. This was the advantage of being a martial artist: the stronger one's vitality, the faster the physical recovery. If it were an ordinary person, such injuries would take days to heal. Suyu let out a long breath and got out of bed. He looked around, but didn't see the old figure he was expecting. So, he strapped on his alloy sword and left the Tiandi dojo, returning home for a good night's rest. Early the next morning, Suyu found Zhao Long and returned the 10 wooming points he had borrowed. Zhao Long was slightly surprised when he received the points, but then remembered he had allowed Suyu to go outside the city to hunt fierce beasts, and his surprise faded. Especially seeing that Suyu had broken through to the 6th level of vitality, Zhao Long nodded in satisfaction. For a martial artist at the 6th level of vitality, earning 10 wooming points isn't difficult, Zhao Long encouraged. Keep it up, Suyu repeatedly agreed, and then took his leave. It was the weekend, giving him the freedom to arrange his time, which was why he had gone out of the city with Jiang City yesterday to eliminate the remnants of the Wanzhou sect. After leaving Zhao Long, Suyu headed straight for the Jiangcheng Wooming branch. In the hall, he collected an exchange list from the service desk. At this point, Suyu had no other techniques besides the Chongfeng sword and the Tiandi sword. He had already cultivated the Chongfeng sword to the Chongfeng realm, and he just needed time to perfect it. The Tiandi sword was a desperate move, not to be used lightly. After battling the remnants of the Wanzhou sect, Suyu realized his techniques were too limited. A martial artist who only knows one martial art can easily have their moves predicted by the enemy, exposing weaknesses that could lead to a counterattack. Therefore, learning an additional martial art is always beneficial. Suyu's eyes quickly scanned the list, bypassing other martial arts and focusing on sword techniques. Soon, his gaze fixed on one sword drawing technique. Suyu carefully read the description of the sword drawing technique. The essence of this martial art lies in repeatedly drawing and swinging the sword, somewhat similar to the Tiandi sword, as both are single-move techniques. However, the sword drawing technique has its unique feature. It allows the martial artist to nurture sword energy with their vitality. The more vitality, the stronger the nurtured sword energy. Through repeated drawing and swinging, it can even break through the upper limits of one's vitality. However, the sword drawing technique is extremely difficult to master, comparable to the Tiandi sword. What's more, it does not specify whether it's for martial artists in the vitality realm or the blood refinement realm. It's a technique without level restrictions. The only requirement is an extremely high aptitude for swordsmanship. After weighing his options, Suyu decided to exchange for the sword drawing technique. He paid 30 wooming points and received a copy of the technique. Under the strict supervision of the wooming staff, Suyu signed an agreement not to teach the technique to others before leaving with a copy. Suyu chose the sword drawing technique because it complements the Tiandi sword. If he could combine the two, the power of his sword strikes would be more than simply additive. If the Tiandi sword could unleash 3 times his strength, adding the sword drawing technique could potentially boost it to 7, 8, or even higher multiples. More importantly, he could nurture sword energy with his vitality, unleashing even greater power. This way, even when facing a 9th level vitality martial artist from the Wanzhou sect, Suyu would have nothing to fear. With the sword drawing technique in hand, Suyu wasted no time and began training immediately. He found Yu Pingin, and the two started sparring, determined to master this new martial art as quickly as possible. While continuously honing his Chongfeng sword and sword drawing technique, Yu Pingin also relied on Suyu's strength to further refine his invincible Vajra body. As their sparring sessions accumulated, Suyu, leveraging the combined advantages of the Chongfeng sword and sword drawing technique, eventually managed to fight Yu Pingin to a draw. This achievement was astonishing, considering Yu Pingin was a martial artist at the 9th level of Qi and blood. Though his offensive power wasn't remarkable, his defense was extraordinarily formidable. Reflecting on his previous battle with the remnants of the Wan clan, Suyu felt fortunate that their defense wasn't as strong as Yu Pingin's. Otherwise, even with his ultimate move, Sword of Heaven and Earth, victory would have been uncertain. Now, with just the enhancements from the sword drawing technique, he could match Yu Pingin evenly, which was truly astounding progress. During their continuous sparring, Suyu learned more about the Tianjiao camp from Yu Pingin. As the son of a powerful defender on the front lines, Yu Pingin had access to more detailed information. The so-called Tianjiao camp was actually a talent cultivation base jointly organized by several cities around Jiangcheng. Each city had only 50 slots available, making the competition extremely fierce. Suyu mused to himself that even in a small city like Jiangcheng, with a population close to 1 million and nearly 100,000 high school seniors. Selecting only 50 individuals underscored the rarity and preciousness of these slots. As the two sat on the ground to rest, Yu Pingin suddenly gave a bitter smile. In the current martial arts class, probably only Jian and Wong Mao still have a chance. As for me, his expression turned gloomy, and his tone was filled with resignation. The martial arts class had only 3 slots, and although Yu Pingin was currently ranked 3rd, he knew that with Suyu's astonishing rate of progress, it wouldn't be long before he was surpassed. Coupled with the fact that Jian and Wong Mao were even stronger, Yu Pingin had already lost confidence in securing a spot in the Tianjiao camp. Listening to Yu Pingin's words, Suyu fell silent. The martial arts class only had 2 spots to enter the Tianjiao camp. The first spot had already been taken by Jian, who had stepped into the blood-refining realm, far beyond Yu Pingin's reach. The second spot was still up for grabs between Wong Mao and Yu Pingin, both at the peak of Qi and Blood Stage 9, but the previous assessments had shown a clear gap in their abilities. Turning to Yu Pingin, Suyu's eyes flickered with curiosity. Do you have some sort of conflict with Wong Mao? He had wanted to ask this for a while, but never found the right moment. Yu Pingin hesitated for a moment before replying slowly. It's not exactly a conflict. We just have different philosophies. Philosophies? Suyu raised an eyebrow, signaling him to elaborate. Yu Pingin explained, Wong Mao and I have similar backgrounds. Our grandfathers were part of the group of warriors who supported Jiangqing 13 years ago. Our families are on good terms, but I can't stand him because he's entirely self-centered. A look of helplessness crossed Yu Pingin's face. He spread his hands and continued. For Wong Mao, becoming a warrior is all about living a better life and gaining higher status. He thinks those who sacrifice their lives for the Xiao are fools, including his own grandfather. Scratching his head awkwardly, Yu Pingin added, You know I'm usually pretty easygoing, but when someone challenges my principles, I can't hold back. I used to fight with him a lot when we were kids, but I always lost. After hearing this, Suyu fully understood the grudge between the two. He knew Yu Pingin well. Perhaps due to the influence of his family and elders, Yu Pingin had a deep-seated desire to protect others. Like Xiao Long had asked in the underground black market, Yu Pingin's belief was singular, to protect. On the other hand, Wong Mao was a pure egotist. While everyone is entitled to their own beliefs, and no one should impose their views on others, Wong Mao's approach was indeed despicable to Yu Pingin. Their conflict was both a clash of philosophies and, perhaps, a matter of pride. If Suyu had to choose, he would lean towards Yu Pingin's beliefs. With the myriad races eyeing the Xia covetously, the country indeed needed warriors like Yu Pingin. After all, being a warrior is about ensuring a better life for one's family, safeguarding peace, and protecting those countless lights at home. After a brief chat, Suyu returned to the Tiandi dojo. In the following days, he sparred with Yu Pingin during the day and practiced alone in the dojo in the evening. 2 weeks flew by, and thanks to his sword-drawing technique, the long wind sword, and the tempering effects of the Qi and blood pills, Suyu successfully advanced from Qi and blood stage 6 to stage 7, significantly boosting his combat strength. In the Tiandi dojo, the elderly master lay on a rattan chair, watching Suyu, drenched in sweat, practice his swordsmanship with a look of appreciation. In a short time, Suyu had not only grasped the fundamentals of the Tiandi sword, but had also mastered the unique sword-drawing technique without neglecting his cultivation. Such talent made the old master increasingly satisfied, even comparing Suyu to his younger self, deepening his admiration. However, the old master suddenly grew hesitant, murmuring to himself, Should I teach this kid my ultimate technique? A look of clear indecision appeared on his face. Despite many wanting to learn his ultimate technique, the old master had never taught it to anyone, deeming them unworthy. Even the children of Golden Body warriors couldn't sway him. But now, Suyu had genuinely piqued his interest. Yet, when it came to deciding whether to impart his ultimate technique, the old master hesitated. Finally, he shook his head and muttered, Never mind, never mind. I'll observe him for a bit longer. After all, this old man isn't dying anytime soon. As night fell, Suyu packed up his things, bid farewell to the old master, and returned home, falling asleep instantly. The next morning, he was awakened by a knock on the door. Opening it, he was surprised to see Yu Pingin standing outside. Suyu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Did you break through? He noticed a subtle aura emanating from Yu Pingin. Though he hadn't reached the blood-refining realm yet, he had undergone a significant transformation. Suyu's eyes lit up. Did you break through the Qi and blood limit? Yu Pingin gave a simple, honest smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Wow! Suyu gasped in admiration, a hint of envy in his gaze towards Yu Pingin. In the theoretical class of the martial arts program, Instructor Xiao Long sternly warned all the students, the Qi and blood realm may have only 9 levels, but before you enter the blood refinement realm, you must enhance your Qi and blood as much as possible. His gaze swept across each student, emphasizing the critical importance Qi and blood are crucial for the blood refinement realm. The more qi and blood you master in the qi and blood realm, the stronger you'll be when you enter the blood refinement realm. Xiao Long explained, advancement in the blood refinement realm relies on the accumulation from the qi and blood realm. The so-called blood refinement realm is about tempering your qi and blood. Each tempering cycle can increase your original qi and blood by 10%. He gave an example. If you enter the blood refinement realm with 9 points of qi and blood, refining it once won't even increase it by 1 point. But a warrior entering with 10 points can increase it by 1 point. The instructor's voice echoed through the classroom. It might seem like just a 0.1 point difference, but as you advance in levels, the gap will widen. By the time you reach the 9th level of the blood refinement realm, the difference will be significant, he earnestly advised. So, you must enhance your qi and blood as much as possible in the qi and blood realm to gain an advantage on your martial arts path in the future. Xiao Long's words struck a chord with every student. The blood refinement realm is a turning point for most warriors. Some will grow stronger, while others will fall behind. He gave an example. In Xiao, it's common for warriors at the 7th or 8th level of the blood refinement realm to easily defeat those at the 9th level, all because of differences in their qi and blood limits. At this moment, Suyu couldn't help but feel envious upon hearing that Yu Pingin had successfully broken through his qi and blood limit. Suyu himself was only at 7 points of qi and blood, while Yu Pingin had already surpassed double digits. How much qi and blood do you have now? Suyu couldn't resist asking, even though this was usually a secret among warriors. Their relationship clearly transcended such concerns. Yu Pingin smiled sincerely. I tested it before leaving home, and it's around 13 points. But I think that's my limit. Suyu gasped, quickly calculating in his mind. 13 points of qi and blood meant that by the time Yu Pingin reached the 9th level of the blood refinement realm, his qi and blood could exceed 30 points. His face showed clear envy. Wait, how did you suddenly break through your qi and blood limit? Suyu suddenly realized, as they often sparred together, and Yu Pingin had been struggling to break through before. Yu Pingin scratched his head and explained, last night, someone came to my house and gave me a pill, saying it was sent by my father. Although I didn't recognize the person, he knew detailed information about my parents and even the personnel distribution on our defensive line. So I didn't doubt him. Suyu frowned in thought but quickly understood. He recalled that Gu Lao had mentioned compensating Yu Pingin, and this was probably the promised compensation. It was indeed precious, as only a few geniuses in the entire martial arts program had broken their qi and blood limits. So, why did you come to me this time? Just to show off? Suyu teased. Yu Pingin chuckled. I just broke through and wanted to train a bit. Maybe find an opportunity to break into the blood refinement realm. Plus, I still owe the instructor 10 martial alliance points, so I need to pay them back soon. Suyu immediately grasped Yu Pingin's intentionto, go hunting fierce beasts in the outskirts. After a moment of thought, he agreed, realizing he hadn't had real combat practice in a while either. After a brief preparation, they reported to Xiao Long. The instructor casually approved, believing that after their previous trials, they had enough experience. Besides, the powerful beasts nearby had been cleared, so they wouldn't encounter opponents beyond their capabilities. Thus, Suyu and Yu Pingin, armed with their martial alliance tokens, left Jiangcity and began hunting fierce beasts in the outskirts. With their strength, each of them could easily slay a 9th level qi and blood realm beast. Yu Pingin, with his qi and blood exceeding 13 points, and Suyu, though only at the 7th level, wielded the Chongfeng sword and the sword drawing technique, making him capable of handling 9th level beasts as well. At this moment, in the wilderness on the eastern outskirts of Jiangcity, a purple lion was warily eyeing two figures before it. Its eyes were filled with ferocity, and a deep growl rumbled from its throat. Suddenly, the purple lion roared, its sharp claws infused with powerful energy, swiping fiercely at the two small figures, as if it could shatter boulders in an instant. Facing this terrifying attack, one of the burly young men chuckled, his body glowing with golden light. Without a hint of fear, he met the attack with a punch, faintly accompanied by the sound of an Arhut chant. The clash of fist and claw produced a muffled thud. At that moment, a black figure shot forward like a gust of wind, the words, long wind, echoing faintly in the air. A sword shadow whistled out with lightning speed, landing precisely on the purple lion's neck. The sharp blade effortlessly decapitated the lion, sending a fountain of blood spraying out, staining the ground red. The black figure had already distanced himself as he struck, not a drop of blood tainting him. Heh, Suyu, we've hit the jackpot this time. The burly young man laughed heartily, addressing the black figure beside him. It turned out these two were Yu Pingin and Suyu, hunters of fierce beasts from the city. In just half a day, they had already slain several beasts at the 9th level of qi and blood. The materials from these beasts could fetch enough to earn them over a dozen martial alliance points. Even if split evenly, Yu Pingin could quickly repay Xiao Long. Suyu glanced at the purple lion's corpse and smiled faintly, his gaze shifting to Yu Pingin. So, are you getting the hang of it? Yu Pingin showed a helpless expression. Do you believe me if I say I still haven't found the breakthrough? He was somewhat frustrated. He had reached his limit, with a maximum of 13 points in chi and blood, an extraordinary feat, but he was just one step away from entering the blood refining realm. Despite killing several beasts at the 9th level of chi and blood, that breakthrough still eluded him. Suyu comforted him. No worries, let's keep hunting. If worst comes to worst, we can try slightly weaker beasts in the blood refining realm. His eyes sparkled with eagerness. Although neither of them had reached the blood refining realm, together, they stood a chance against beasts at the 1st or 2nd level of the blood refining realm. As the two harvested valuable materials from the purple lion's corpse, a black figure quietly appeared in the distance. It was a person dressed in a black robe, their gaze fixed on Suyu and Yu Pingin. It's him, the black-robed person muttered, their eyes suddenly becoming sharp. Under the sunlight, the black-robed person's face was revealed. It was the same individual who had escaped from the Wanzu sect's stronghold earlier. He recognized Yu Pingin, recalling the previous encounter where he failed to seize Jiang City from him. A hint of contemplation flashed in his eyes. If I kill him, will I receive a reward from the sect? At this moment, Suyu and Yu Pingin also noticed the black-robed figure in the distance. Their gazes met, and Suyu frowned, sensing the strong malice emanating from the person. This feeling reminded him of the black-robed man he had encountered in the underground black market. Wanzu sect. Suyu's heart trembled. He couldn't understand why members of the Wanzu sect were still around, especially since their stronghold had been destroyed by Jiang City. Worse, the person seemed to recognize them. Damn! Suyu muttered under his breath, his face darkening. He knew of the Wanzu sect's coveting of human prodigies and immediately pulled Yu Pingin, heading towards Jiangqing. Although Yu Pingin was puzzled by Suyu's reaction, seeing the sinister expression on the black-robed man's face made his heart sink as well. Despite his straightforward nature, he wasn't foolish. He could clearly sense the malice from the black-robed person. Suyu grabbed Yu Pingin and sprinted towards Jiangqing. He knew that the people from the Wanzu sect were far beyond what the two of them could handle. Although Jiang City had once led him in clearing a Wanzu sect stronghold, encountering enemies in the outskirts now made Suyu uneasy. However, the immediate priority was to escape. The farther they got from that sinister figure in the black robe, the better. In the distance, the black-robed man let out a cold snort, hesitating no longer. His internal energy surged like a torrent, coursing through his body. With a powerful push off the ground, he transformed into a black streak of lightning, rapidly closing the gap between him and the two fleeing figures. Feeling the terrifying presence closing in from behind, Suyu and Yu Pingin's faces turned pale. Their pursuer's strength clearly surpassed Jian Chen's, likely at the 5th or 6th level of the blood refining realm, if not higher. Without hesitation, Suyu pulled out the dawn token that Jiang City had given him and channeled his energy into it, urgently calling for help. Ancient One, Yu Pingin and I have encountered members of the Wanzu sect. Despite his considerable combat skills, Suyu knew that escaping was the only sensible choice against such a formidable opponent. They needed to hold out until the Ancient One could arrive to assist them if they hoped to survive. Fueled by adrenaline, their energy surged as they dashed madly towards Jiangqing. The black-robed man, seeing this, raised an eyebrow and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. He glanced at the outline of Jiangqing, now just 10 kilometers away, realizing he had to finish the fight quickly to avoid drawing the attention of Jiangqing's martial artists. Drawing his battle blade, his killing intense sword, he accelerated once more, closing the gap to just a few meters. With a menacing smile, he roared, I don't care what your relationship with Jiang City is. To have such skills at your age, you must be geniuses of the martial alliance. Killing you will surely earn me a reward from the sect. Die! A terrifying blade light whistled through the air. Suyu and Yu Pingin felt the deadly force bearing down on them, but it was too late to react. The crisis of life and death enveloped them, and a heavy sense of unwillingness surged in Suyu's heart. Just then, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Diamond Body. At the sound of the voice, Suyu's entire body shuddered, and he instantly turned to look behind him. He saw that Yu Pingin, who had been standing beside him, was now somehow behind him. A surge of blood and energy roared from Yu Pingin's body, his skin glimmering with a faint golden light. His eyes were resolute, radiating a strong sense of determination. At that moment, Yu Pingin finally found his breakthrough opportunity. The heart of protection had always been his belief. Whether facing Xiao Long's interrogation in the underground black market or in this critical moment, this belief had never wavered. Protection seemed mundane, yet it required fearless courage. Seeing that Suyu was about to be struck down by the black-robed man's blade, despite the fear flooding his heart and knowing that stepping forward meant certain death, Yu Pingin took a step forward. Suyu was his friend, He couldn't just watch as his friend was killed. The moment Yu Pingin stepped in front of Suyu, the long-sought breakthrough opportunity finally appeared. As he took that step, as his courage erupted, as his heart of protection remained steadfast, his blood and energy surged violently. The 13 points of blood and energy were instantly refined, increasing by 10%. In an instant, Yu Pingin's blood and energy reached a terrifying 14 plus points, with a golden sheen flickering on his skin, as if he were coated in gold. However, despite his breakthrough to the blood refinement stage, the black-robed man's attack was still overwhelmingly powerful. As a warrior at least at the 5th or 6th level of blood refinement, the black-robed man's blood and energy were likely beyond 18 points. The sharp blade eventually sank deep into Yu Pingin's shoulder. Old you! Suyu's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the blade embedded in Yu Pingin's shoulder, a wave of intense sorrow washing over him. Suyu, run! Yu Pingin shouted, his face pale from the excruciating pain, with blood mixed with cold sweat seeping out, his voice trembling with agony. The black-robed man frowned slightly, surprised that Yu Pingin had suddenly broken through to the blood refinement stage. Didn't kill him, but it doesn't matter. I'll kill this guy next to you first, then deal with you slowly. He sneered, trying to pull out the blade, only to find Yu Pingin clamping down on it with all his strength. A crazed look appeared on Yu Pingin's face as he struggled to speak. If you want to kill my friend, you'll have to walk over my dead body. He clamped down on the blade and moved towards the middle-aged man. Suddenly, the blade completely pierced through Yu Pingin's shoulder. But he didn't retreat. Instead, he spread his arms wide and tightly embraced the black-robed man. He turned his head with great effort and shouted at Suyu, Suyu, run! Don't worry about me. Avenge me by killing these bastards later. Suyu trembled all over, staring intently at Yu Pingin, who was holding the black-robed man, tears welling up in his eyes. The black-robed man struggled, trying to break free, but Yu Pingin unleashed an astonishing strength, holding on tightly. Run! Yu Pingin roared again in pain at the still unmoving Suyu. Suyu trembled again, but this time not from fear, but from anger. His gaze fell on the black-robed man, a sharp killing intent flashing in his eyes. The alloy longsword had somehow already fallen into his hand. He thought he was doomed, but Yu Pingin had bought him a chance to escape with his flesh and blood. But just as Yu Pingin couldn't bear to see his friend die, how could Suyu bear it? I really don't want to see anyone die by my side anymore, Suyu said in a low voice, suppressing his grief. 13 years ago, his family and childhood friends were brutally killed by the claws of the myriad races. 13 years later, his friend was again pierced by the blade of the myriad races cult. Thinking of this, Suyu's body trembled uncontrollably, his blood and energy boiling like hot water. Suddenly, his aura surged, and his cultivation instantly broke through to the 8th level of blood and energy. In an instant, Suyu moved. The alloy longsword in his hand swung out fiercely, like a swift wind, but with an extremely domineering aura. It descended completely. The longsword whistled through the air like a fierce gale, carrying an overwhelming sense of dominance. Suyu's alloy sword slashed out with a sudden burst, embodying the essence of 3 sword techniques: the long wind sword, the draw sword technique, and the heaven and earth sword. At that moment, his 8th level chi and blood cultivation erupted, channeling terrifying power into the blade. Suyu had intended to use this move against the man in the black robe, but his opponent's cultivation was too high. Although this strike was powerful, it would deplete all his energy. If he failed, both he and Yu Pingin would face certain death. At this critical juncture, Yu Pingin used his body to block the black-robed man's saber, holding him tightly with both hands to create the perfect opportunity for Suyu. The sword light shimmered, perfectly merging the amplification of the draw sword technique, the dominance of the heaven and earth sword, and the swiftness of the long wind sword. The black-robed man's pupils contracted as he sensed an unprecedented threat of death. He struggled frantically, punching Yu Pingin's arms repeatedly, deforming them. Yet, Yu Pingin seemed oblivious to the pain, wearing a simple, steadfast smile. I won't let you kill my friend, the black-robed man roared in fury. Madman, you damn lunatic. I'll kill you. He continued to pummel Yu Pingin, blood streaming from the ghastly wounds. At that crucial moment, Suyu's killing blow landed. With a sickening sound, the alloy sword, imbued with immense power, sliced through the black-robed man's neck. His head fell to the ground, still bearing an expression of terror and rage. As the life force drained from the black-robed man, Suyu felt an intense wave of weakness wash over him and collapsed. Yu Pingin also lost consciousness from the excruciating pain. Shortly after, an elderly figure appeared in the desolate wilderness. The old man looked at the 3 bodies on the ground, his face showing a complex mix of emotions. He had come as soon as he received Suyu's message, but the journey was long, and he was still a step too late. The old man checked Suyu and Pingin's injuries and, confirming they were not life-threatening, breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the corpse of the black-robed man, his anger flaring. Damn rat! With a wave of his hand, sword energy flew out, instantly reducing the black-robed man's body and head to dust. He snorted coldly. You got off easy. The old man looked again at the unconscious duo, his expression growing more complicated. Although he hadn't witnessed the events firsthand, he could already piece together what had happened. Pingin and Suyu, against all odds, managed to join forces and kill this formidable member of the Wanzhou cult. Gu Lao's eyes were sharp as a hawk's, and with one glance, he saw through the cultivation level of the man in the black robe. The man had astonishingly reached the 9th level of blood refining, with a chi and blood level surpassing 20 points, far exceeding the strength of Pingin and Suyu. Logically, these two young men would have had no chance against such a powerful foe on their own and would have faced certain death. However, they had managed to turn the tables and defeat this formidable opponent together. Even an experienced veteran like Gu Lao couldn't help but be utterly astonished. Quickly regaining his composure, Gu Lao immediately began to stop Pingin's bleeding. He carefully picked up the unconscious Suyu and hurried towards Jiangcity with the two young men in tow. Along the way, Gu Lao's expression fluctuated, and his eyes were filled with complexity. Perhaps it is time to pass on my legacy to this young man, Gu Lao thought to himself. The events had left him deeply shaken. Having finally found a genius worthy of inheriting his knowledge, he couldn't bear the thought of losing him. Finding another such talented successor would be nearly impossible, and he might end up taking his life's work to the grave. What solidified Gu Lao's decision was the fact that Suyu and Pingin had managed to defeat an enemy whose strength far surpassed their own, by several times, even tenfold. Such talent and determination were exactly what he had been looking for. With this in mind, Gu Lao quickened his pace, eager to return to Jiangcity and treat their injuries. Although Suyu's wounds were relatively minor, Pingin was seriously injured, and without prompt treatment, the consequences could be dire. Gu Lao had made up his mind. As soon as Suyu regained consciousness, he would impart all his lifelong skills and knowledge to him. With this resolution, Gu Lao sped towards Jiangcity, determined to do everything in his power to save these two young men. Pain! Suyu's eyes snapped open, and a searing pain coursed through his entire body, as if his bones had been shattered. Gasping for breath, he gritted his teeth and looked around, realizing he was back in his room at the Tiandi dojo. The familiar surroundings brought him a slight sense of relief, a feeling of having narrowly escaped death. Recalling the black-clad member of the 10,000 Races sect, Suyu shuddered. The man's strength was terrifying. If not for Pingin sacrificing himself to hold the attacker back, Suyu's lethal blow would have been easily dodged. Suddenly, Suyu remembered Pingin's dire situation. Ignoring his pain, he rolled off the bed and staggered out of the room. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Gu Lao leisurely sunbathing on a wrought-tan chair. Before Suyu could say anything, Gu Lao lazily remarked, "Awake?" Suyu quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Gu Lao, for saving my life." Gu Lao glanced at Suyu and chuckled. "You're lucky, but that kid Pingin wasn't so fortunate." Hearing this, Suyu's body tensed, his face turning pale. Sensing his reaction, Gu Lao added, "Don't make that face. Pingin isn't dead." "Why the long face?" Suyu was initially stunned, but then overjoyed. However, Gu Lao's next words made his heart sink again. "Although he's not in mortal danger, his injuries are severe. Even though I arrived in time to stabilize him, he won't be able to fight for the next month." Suyu fell silent. A month without fighting meant Pingin would miss his chance to participate in the Tianjiao camp selection. Knowing that this was all because Pingin had protected him, Suyu clenched his fists, overwhelmed with guilt. Taking a deep breath, Suyu was about to speak when Gu Lao interrupted. "Go on. I know exactly what you're thinking. But remember, you mustn't reveal anything about Shuguang or the 10,000 Races sect." With Gu Lao's permission, Suyu bowed again and, despite his pain, headed towards Pingin's house. Gu Lao watched Suyu leave, a look of approval in his eyes. He murmured to himself, exceptional swordsmanship talent, unparalleled resilience, and such loyalty to his friends. It seems my legacy will indeed have a worthy successor. Arriving at Yu's house, Suyu entered Pingin's room. Pingin lay on the bed, his bulky frame wrapped in thick white bandages, looking unusually frail. Seeing Suyu, Pingin weakly smiled. "Suyu, it's great to see you're okay." Hearing this, Suyu felt even more guilty. He hesitated to speak, but Pingin seemed to read his mind and said, "It's enough that we're alive." Suddenly, Pingin's tone changed as he asked, "But who was that person who attacked us? Why did he target us?" Suyu's heart tightened, unsure how to answer. The man in black is a member of the Wan clan cult. According to ancient rules, the existence of both the Dawn and the Wan clan cult must remain hidden from outsiders. Once a deity appears in the world, people are bound to start worshipping them, creating an opportunity for the deity to descend. This is why the Xiao strictly controls this information within a small circle to prevent public unrest. Just as Suyu was racking his brain to come up with a plausible excuse to get through the situation, Yu Pingin suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with a bit of nervousness. I heard from the senior from the Martial Alliance who was treating me that the man seems to be a fugitive, specifically targeting and hunting down talented individuals of the human race in the outskirts. Who would have thought we would be targeted by such a person? Upon hearing this, Suyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of the dawn, they had already prepared a reasonable excuse. As for the senior from the Martial Alliance mentioned by Yu Pingin, Suyu understood that he was likely a warrior from the dawn. After all, the Martial Alliance branch in Jiangxing knew nothing about the Wan clan cult, and the one treating Yu Pingin had to be someone from the dawn. Since a ready-made excuse was already available, Suyu didn't bother to come up with another reason and immediately echoed, "That's right, the senior who treated me said the same thing. I just didn't expect us to be so unlucky." As he spoke, a bitter expression appeared on his face. Yu Pingin sighed, a flash of anger in his eyes. The human race is already facing the threat of the Wan clan, and yet within De Xia's territory, there's still such scum. He clenched his fists, his voice firm. "When I grow up and become a warrior like my instructor and father, I will make sure to root out all the scum in De Xia. I will bring clear skies back to our land." Watching the spirited Yu Pingin, Suyu's lips curled into a slight smile, and he said softly, "Don't worry, that day will come." But then, his gaze fell on Yu Pingin, and his expression turned hesitant. "But your current physical condition?" Suyu trailed off, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Suyu stood by Yu Pingin's bedside, words caught in his throat. His eyes were filled with guilt and self-reproach. He knew all too well how much Yu Pingin had longed to join the Tianjiao camp, and now that dream had turned to dust. Suyu silently regretted not being stronger, wondering if a bit more strength or blood energy could have changed the outcome. Yu Pingin sensed Suyu's emotions and, with great effort, raised his hand to pat Suyu's shoulder. He forced a weak but resolute smile and said, "Suyu, don't dwell on it. I don't regret my choice. If it were you, you'd have done the same." He continued, "Even though I can't go to Tianjiao camp, I'd rather lose this opportunity than abandon you, my brother. I'd regret that for the rest of my life." He paused, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. "I won't be able to train with you anymore. You'll have to rely on yourself. Go and see what Tianjiao camp is like for me." Yu Pingin's words echoed in Suyu's ears, leaving him with a heavy heart. He stood up, taking several deep breaths, his complicated gaze falling on Yu Pingin. Suyu felt a mix of emotions. Although Yu Pingin had taken the fatal blow from the man in black, Suyu had managed to kill the attacker and save Yu Pingin's life. Neither should feel guilty, but seeing Yu Pingin's current state and knowing his dreams were shattered, Suyu couldn't help but feel a deep sense of regret. Fortunately, although Yu Pingin couldn't fight for a month, his foundation remained intact, a blessing in disguise. Suyu exhaled deeply and said softly, "I understand. Focus on your recovery and don't push yourself." He reminded Yu Pingin a few more times, and Yu Pingin told Suyu not to burden himself with guilt. Only then did Suyu leave the Yu household. Standing at the gate of the Yu residence, bathed in the bright sunlight, Suyu took a deep breath, his eyes gradually becoming resolute. He set off towards the Tianyi dojo. When he returned to the Tianyi dojo, Elder Gu saw him enter and raised an eyebrow, asking, "You're back?" Suyu nodded, bowed respectfully, then fetched his alloy longsword and started practicing his sword-drawing technique in the courtyard. After returning from Yu Pingin's home, Suyu was filled with dissatisfaction with his own strength and rage towards the Wan clan. These emotions transformed into a driving force for his training. Each of his sword draws and strikes seemed to carry immense power. The moves appeared simple, but were as relentless as a long wind. Elder Gu observed Suyu's training with narrowed eyes. "It seems it's about time," Elder Gu thought to himself. Though his cultivation isn't sufficient yet, he can start laying the groundwork. Having made up his mind, Elder Gu stood up from his wicker chair, hands clasped behind his back, and walked slowly towards Suyu. "Stop for a moment," Elder Gu said calmly. Though puzzled, Suyu obediently stopped and looked up at Elder Gu. "Elder Gu, is there something you need?" Elder Gu gave Suyu a deep look and said slowly, "Haven't you always wanted me to mentor you?" Hearing this, Suyu was initially stunned. Then his face lit up with joy. "Elder Gu, do you mean?" His breath quickened with excitement. Facing Suyu's eager gaze, Elder Gu nodded slowly. At that moment, Suyu was trembling with excitement. He knew the significance of Elder Gu's status, someone even Jiang City, a formidable figure, respected greatly. Jiang City's strength was already intimidating, likely surpassing Xiao Long. For someone like Jiang City to hold Elder Gu in such high regard, Elder Gu's prowess was beyond Suyu's imagination. Having someone willing to teach him was an incredible stroke of luck for Suyu. He couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement as he stared intently at the elder in front of him. The elder, feeling a bit uneasy under Suyu's eager gaze, cleared his throat awkwardly and tried to maintain his composure. Ahem! The heaven and earth sword technique I asked you to practice has barely met my standards. As promised, I can now pass on my legacy to you. The elder was secretly amazed. It had taken him a month or two to grasp the basics of the heaven and earth sword, while Suyu had achieved a similar level in just a couple of days. Suyu's talent in swordsmanship was far beyond his own. However, out of pride, he chose not to reveal this. Suddenly, the elder's expression turned serious, and his voice grew solemn. My ultimate technique is a weapon designed to slay all races. I hope that once you possess it, you will never use it against our own people. It should only be stained with the blood of other races and deities, never that of our own. Of course, the heretics of the all races sect are an exception. Seeing the elder's grave demeanor, Suyu also adopted a more serious attitude and responded earnestly, "Rest assured, elder. I will remember your words." The elder nodded in satisfaction and motioned for Suyu to sit. Suyu immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, not caring whether it was clean, and looked expectantly at the elder. The elder cleared his throat and began slowly. You should know that within the Dawn sect, many covet my ultimate technique. Even that rascal Yang City can't stop thinking about it. But do you know what my ultimate technique really is? Suyu shook his head honestly. He only knew that Yang City had urged him to seek the elder's guidance, saying it would be beneficial. As for the specifics, he was completely in the dark. At this moment, a proud expression appeared on the elder's face, and his eyes gleamed with pride. My ultimate technique is called the formless sword bone. The formless sword bone, an ancient secret technique. Upon hearing this, Suyu's eyes lit up with excitement. He couldn't help but lick his lips, his gaze fixed intently on the old master before him. The old master noticed Suyu's reaction, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. Perhaps due to his age, he enjoyed this feeling of being revered. However, he knew that before passing on the secret technique, some fundamental knowledge needed to be conveyed. Before I teach you the formless sword bone, I need to ask you, the old master shifted the topic, do you know the different levels of martial artists? Without hesitation, Suyu replied, Qi and blood refining, and organ refining. My martial arts class instructor is an organ refining martial artist. This was all Xiao Long had taught him. As for the levels beyond organ refining, Suyu was clueless. According to Xiao Long, knowing too much could be detrimental to beginners like them. The old master nodded in approval. Not bad, but what I'm going to talk about isn't just these 3 basic levels. It's about the levels beyond organ refining. Hearing this, Suyu's interest was piqued, his eyes shining brightly. The old master began to explain slowly. In the hierarchy of martial artists, Qi and blood refining, and organ refining are just the basics. These levels still fall within the realm of ordinary people. However, once you pass the organ refining stage, you begin to transcend the limitations of ordinary humans. What I want to discuss is the level beyond organ refining, the bone forging stage. The old master looked seriously at Suyu and continued, in the Qi and blood refining stages, you temper your Qi and blood to become stronger. But your physical capabilities remain unchanged. You're still like an ordinary person. If you suffer a fatal injury, survival is difficult. Only when you reach the organ refining stage and strengthen your internal organs can you exhibit significant healing abilities for certain fatal wounds. But even then, martial artists at this stage still can't withstand strong attacks, like those from ordinary firearms. The old master paused briefly before continuing. However, the bone forging stage is different. At this level, you temper your bones, making them as hard as steel. Some powerful bone forging martial artists can even withstand gunfire. If you reach the pinnacle of the bone forging stage and fully temper all your bones, you can even resist more powerful weapons like sniper rifles. At this point, you have essentially surpassed the realm of ordinary humans. Upon hearing this, Suyu's eyes were filled with boundless longing. The bone forging stage, a realm beyond ordinary humans. The old master's next words made Suyu even more excited. And my secret technique is precisely centered around the concept of bone forging. A spark of intense light flashed in Suyu's eyes. The old master continued to explain. The so-called formless sword bone involves tempering your bones with qi and blood, transforming them into formless sword bones. Such martial artists can unleash more potential and enhance their understanding of swordsmanship. When using sword techniques or martial skills, they can significantly boost their attack power. Hearing this, Suyu couldn't help but gasp. According to the old master, the formless sword bone could even enhance one's aptitude in swordsmanship. No wonder so many people coveted the old master's secret technique. After all, a person's talent is usually determined at birth, and anything that can enhance talent is extremely precious. The formless sword bone in the old master's possession was clearly one of the best. More importantly, the formless sword bone could also amplify the power of sword techniques. Suyu thought to himself that his sword drawing technique and heaven and earth sword were already quite powerful, capable of unleashing attacks beyond his current level. If he could add the formless sword bone to the mix, he couldn't even imagine how formidable he would become. With this thought, Suyu's breathing grew more rapid. But he quickly calmed down and looked at the old master, asking, "Old master, from what you've said, doesn't it mean that only bone-forging martial artists can train in the formless sword bone? Tempering bones is the hallmark of bone-forging martial artists. Right now, I'm only at the chi and blood stage, not even at the blood refining stage. In that case, wouldn't the formless sword bone be useless to me?" Gu Lao nodded with a smile, but his expression quickly turned serious. The Wuxiang sword bone is indeed unique. Unlike the tempering process of the bone refining realm, it requires sword energy for refinement. You can only start when your vitality reaches 15 points. He paused, his gaze piercing as he looked at Suyu. However, even if your vitality isn't up to par, you can still try refining your bones with sword energy to prepare for the future. This not only helps you adapt to the sword bone refinement, but also enhances your vitality. But be warned, the process is extremely painful. Gu Lao's voice was low and solemn. Now, the choice is yours. Wait until your vitality reaches 15 points, or start trying now. Suyu was silent for a moment, a flash of determination in his eyes. He recalled the life and death battle with the man in black, and thought of Yu Pingin's current situation. These experiences made him acutely aware of his own lack of strength. "I'll do it," he said resolutely, his tone filled with determination. Seeing Suyu's decision, Gu Lao's face once again showed a gratified smile. "As expected of someone I've taken an interest in, your resolve is indeed extraordinary," he thought to himself. "Most people can't endure the pain of refining the Wuxiang sword bone, but you are willing to suffer to become stronger. Such determination is truly rare." Gu Lao acted swiftly, immediately starting the preparations. "In that case, let's begin now." He motioned for Suyu to sit cross-legged on the ground, and then gathered a wisp of sword energy in his palm. This wisp of sword energy floated gently in the air, emitting a sharp and pure aura, as if it could cut through the air at any moment. Suyu held his breath and focused, ready to face the impending pain. He knew this would be a grueling journey of refinement. The elder looked at Suyu with a serious expression and said, "Be prepared. The pain of refining your bones with sword energy is excruciating. Since this is your first time, it will be hard to endure without mental preparation. Nod when you're ready, and I'll begin the process." Suyu took a deep breath and firmly nodded. Seeing this, the elder wasted no time and guided a faint wisp of sword energy slowly into Suyu's body through his dantian. As soon as the sword energy entered, Suyu's face contorted in pain, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He let out a pained scream, his veins bulging all over his body. However, after that agonizing shout, he gritted his teeth and held on, his face still twisted in pain, with sweat continuously dripping down. The elder secretly admired him, thinking, "No wonder I chose him. He managed to endure the sword energy on his first try." Outwardly, he remained calm and asked, "Can you still handle it? If so, I'll increase the amount of sword energy. Next is a complete strand of it." Suyu nodded with difficulty. The elder immediately released a more concentrated strand of sword energy, so sharp it was almost visible to the naked eye. The moment it entered Suyu's body, his entire frame shuddered violently, more sweat pouring out, and his face twisted even further, but this time he didn't make a sound. The elder watched silently, waiting for the sword energy to take effect inside Suyu. To his astonishment, Suyu, despite enduring 2 strands of sword energy, slowly opened his eyes. "What are you doing? You need to stay calm during the bone refining process. Opening your eyes now could lead to severe consequences," the elder shouted urgently. But Suyu seemed not to hear him. Not only did he open his eyes, but he also stood up, tightly gripping his alloy sword. In the next moment, he began practicing his sword-drawing technique. The elder's pupils contracted as he watched in disbelief. While it's true that practicing martial arts during the bone refining process can yield better results, this is usually only done by experts who have fully mastered the technique. Even the elder himself had only attempted it at the peak of his blood refinement stage. Yet, Suyu, on his first try, had already reached this level. The elder's shock quickly turned to joy, thinking, "Haha, I finally have a worthy successor." By now, Suyu was completely immersed in his practice, oblivious to everything around him. He felt as if countless steel needles were piercing his bones, the pain almost unbearable. But amid this excruciating pain, he sensed a faint flow of vital energy in his bones, gradually strengthening with the refining process. Thus, Suyu endured the pain, continuously drawing and swinging his sword. without stopping for the entire night. As the morning sunlight bathed Jiangcity in a golden glow, Suyu was still practicing tirelessly. Despite his hands trembling from the prolonged training, he persisted. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from within Suyu. His face flushed with color, and he looked revitalized. Ah! Suyu finally stopped, exhaling deeply. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes, and a slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. I finally broke through. 9 levels of vital energy, 9 points of chi, and blood. His voice was filled with barely contained excitement. As the ancient saying goes, tempering the bones with sword energy is highly effective for enhancing one's vital energy and blood. However, this training method comes with unimaginable pain, enough to break even the most battle-hardened veterans. Yet, through sheer willpower, Suyu managed to break through from the 8th to the 9th level of vital energy in just one night, reaching the peak of his current stage. Standing in the Dao Pavilion, Suyu could feel the surge of energy within him. He thought to himself, 9 points of vital energy is not the limit. To progress further on the martial path, I need to keep pushing my boundaries. He was keenly aware that his potential was far from exhausted. At that moment, the elder emerged from his room. Seeing Suyu's state, he smiled with satisfaction. You broke through? Suyu scratched his head and nodded with a sheepish grin. The elder snorted, don't get cocky. 9 levels of vital energy is just the beginning. Come back and show off once you've broken through to the bone refinement stage. With that, the elder took out a blood-red pill from his robe and tossed it to Suyu. This is the limit-breaking pill. It can raise the upper limit of a martial artist's vital energy stage. You can only use it once, so use it wisely. Suyu caught the pill, eyes gleaming with excitement. He remembered how Pingin had broken through to 13 points of vital energy and guessed this might be the same pill. Carefully, he put it away, deciding to use it only when he reached his limit. The elder observed Suyu's cautious manner and nodded approvingly. So, what are your plans now? The Tianjiao camp assessment is in a month. Suyu sighed. I wanted to train outside the city with Pingin, but he's still recovering from his injuries. My strength is still lacking, so I'll need your guidance for the time being. The elder gave Suyu a long look and consented to his request. In the following days, Suyu devoted himself entirely to training with sword energy. After 7 days, he could train normally within the sword energy, and his vital energy had increased to 10 points. 20 days later, Suyu could endure 2 streams of sword energy simultaneously, raising his vital energy to 12 points, far surpassing his peers. Even the elder was amazed by Suyu's rapid progress. He speculated that it might be related to the legendary unseen sword bone, but said nothing more. Time flew by, and soon there were only 3 days left until the Tianjiao camp assessment. On this day, Suyu finally raised his vital energy to 13 points, fully prepared for the upcoming test. In the Hall of Heaven and Earth, Suyu sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, meditating. Nearby, Gu Lao lounged lazily on a wrought-tan chair, basking in the sunlight, but his gaze never strayed far from Suyu. When Suyu felt he had reached his peak state, he slowly opened his eyes and took out the limit-breaking pill he had kept close. The blood-red pill shimmered eerily in the sunlight, and a flicker of anticipation flashed in Suyu's eyes. Whether I can break through to 15 points of blood energy depends on you, Suyu whispered to himself. The limit-breaking pill could increase one's blood energy limit, but its effects varied from person to person. Some might gain just 1 point, while others might gain 2. Initially, he had planned to wait until his blood energy reached its limit before taking it, but with the Tianjiao camp assessment approaching, Suyu decided to give it a try now. Taking a deep breath, Suyu placed the pill in his mouth. It dissolved instantly, turning into a warm current that surged down his throat and into his body. In a flash, Suyu felt his blood energy boiling, his skin turning crimson, and a violent aura erupting from within. Within a few breaths, Suyu's blood energy soared from 13 points to 14 and continued to climb. It felt as though rivers were roaring inside him. After an indeterminate amount of time, his skin gradually returned to normal, and the violent aura subsided, replaced by a more profound and powerful presence. Suddenly opening his eyes, a glint of red flashed in Suyu's gaze. 16 points of blood energy, he murmured, a smile tugging at his lips. Gu Lao, sensing the change within Suyu, looked astonished. This kid actually raised his blood energy to 16 points, he gasped. In the Great Xiao territory, reaching 15 points in the blood energy realm was already a rarity, marking one as a potential grandmaster. Yet Suyu had broken through to 16. After the initial shock, Gu Lao's face lit up with joy. Considering Suyu's swordsmanship talent far surpassed his blood energy talent, his future potential seemed limitless. Suyu stood up, exhaling a long breath. 16 points of blood energy is probably my limit, he said with a hint of regret, sensing his ceiling. Gu Lao chuckled. Not bad, not bad. Next, you just need to step into the blood refining realm to start tempering your first wuxiang sword bone. Suyu raised an eyebrow, thinking for a moment before asking. Gu Lao, if I remember correctly, you mentioned that reaching 15 points of blood energy is enough to temper the first wuxiang sword bone, right? Gu Lao nodded in agreement, but then realized what Suyu was implying, looking at him with a strange expression. You don't mean to temper the wuxiang sword bone now, do you? Suyu nodded slowly. Gu Lao immediately frowned and scolded. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. He explained that although 15 points of blood energy was the minimum requirement, it was best to wait until one reached the blood refining realm. He had never seen anyone attempt to temper the wuxiang sword bone in the blood energy realm. Despite his words, Gu Lao couldn't help but think privately. Perhaps this kid really could set a new precedent. After all, those with blood energy reaching 16 points might not have Su Yu's swordsmanship talent, and those with comparable swordsmanship talent might not achieve 16 points of blood energy. Su Yu grinned sheepishly. But Gu Lao, aren't all precedents set by someone? As martial artists, shouldn't we forge ahead fearlessly? Gu Lao fell silent, struggling internally. Tempering the wuxiang sword bone was no easy task, and any mishap could be disastrous. But ultimately, he was moved by Su Yu's courage. Damn it, if a youngster can be more fearless than this old man, what excuse do I have to refuse? Under Su Yu's persistent persuasion, Gu Lao reluctantly agreed to his request. However, the ancient master did not immediately start refining the first piece of wuxiang sword bone for Su Yu. Instead, he guided Su Yu to consolidate his qi and blood while continuing to adapt to the intensity of the sword energy. Time flew by, and soon, only one day remained until the Tianjiao camp assessment. In the courtyard of the Heaven and Earth Dojo, the ancient master gazed intently at Su Yu, who was seated cross-legged in front of him. Taking a deep breath, he asked solemnly, "Are you ready?" Su Yu nodded with a smile. Without further ado, the ancient master conjured a wisp of sword energy at his fingertips. The sharpness of the sword energy tore through the surrounding air, creating a vacuum. He then channeled the sword energy into Su Yu's body. After more than 20 days of training, Su Yu could easily withstand 2 complete strands of sword energy. As the sword energy entered his body, he skillfully manipulated his qi and blood, directing the sword energy to flow in the designated direction. The ancient master had previously emphasized that qi and blood needed to reach 15 points before starting the wuxiang sword bone refinement, as this threshold allowed a martial artist to freely control the direction of the sword energy, thereby refining specific parts. Su Yu chose the index finger bone of his right hand as the first piece of wuxiang sword bone. Under his guidance, the sword energy slowly converged on the index finger bone. As the sword energy penetrated the bone, a sharp pain instantly struck. Despite being mentally prepared, Su Yu couldn't help but grit his teeth and said in a low voice, again. Without hesitation, the ancient master sent another wisp of sword energy. Su Yu, using the same method, directed the energy into the finger bone. This time, the pain intensified, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Again, Su Yu growled once more. As the third wisp of sword energy surged in, Su Yu felt as if his finger bone was about to explode. He took deep breaths to calm himself, waiting for the pain to subside before asking the ancient master for the fourth and fifth wisps of sword energy. The continuous stimulation from the 5 wisps of sword energy caused intense pain, distorting Su Yu's face. However, amidst the agony, he could clearly feel his finger bone growing stronger, with a significant amount of qi and blood being secreted from it. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a faint golden glow suddenly flashed across Su Yu's index finger bone. Immediately, a surge of qi and blood reverberated within his body. Astonishingly, his qi and blood, which had already reached their limit, increased again to 17 points. Witnessing this, the ancient master gasped. He realized with shock that Su Yu had not only successfully refined the first piece of wuxiang sword bone, but had also broken through his qi and blood limit. This indicated that Su Yu's potential might reach unprecedented levels. This kid, Shu Guang, has truly found a gem. The ancient master looked at Su Yu with eyes full of admiration. The next morning, Su Yu woke up early. Due to the incident with the men in black, he had taken a few days off from Zhao Long. If it weren't for the special circumstances, Zhao Long, despite valuing Su Yu's character and talent, might have expelled him from the martial arts class. Today was the day of the third assessment for Jiangqing 7th High School's martial arts class, which would determine the allocation of 3 spots for the Tianjiao camp. Su Yu couldn't miss this crucial assessment. After bidding farewell to the ancient master, Su Yu strapped on his alloy longsword and headed to Jiangqing 7th High School. Upon arriving at the martial arts class, he took his seat and noticed that Yu Pingin's seat was empty, causing a pang of sadness. As time passed, The classroom gradually filled with students. Some curiously asked Suyu where he had been recently, to which he casually gave vague excuses. Soon, Xiao Long walked into the classroom with firm steps and took his place at the podium. He scanned the room, his gaze pausing briefly on Suyu, and nodded slightly. As Xu Guang had informed, they had explained to Xiao Long about Suyu and Yu Pingin being pursued by fugitives, with the identity of martial artists from the Martial Alliance. Because of today's Tianjiao camp assessment, Wong Mao and Jian Shun, who usually didn't train at school, also came to the class. As Wong Mao entered, he glanced at Yu Pingin's empty seat and sneered. Seeing that everyone except Yu Pingin had arrived, Xiao Long was about to announce the assessment details when a hearty voice called out. Reporting in, everyone turned to see a pale-faced Yu Pingin standing at the door with a weak smile. Pingin, Suyu exclaimed in surprise, standing up. He hadn't expected the injured Yu Pingin to participate in today's assessment. Xiao Long frowned slightly but quickly relaxed, saying, "All right, since you're here, take a seat." Yu Pingin sat down slowly with an apologetic smile. Suyu immediately asked with concern, "Old Yu, didn't I tell you to rest at home? Why did you come?" Yu Pingin chuckled. "Even if I can't fight anymore, Tianjiao camp is my dream. Just seeing the assessment is enough for me." Hearing this, Suyu fell silent. He couldn't help but think that if it weren't for that man in black, Yu Pingin would have had a chance to join Tianjiao camp. Everything was disrupted by that damned Wanzhou cult. Suyu clenched his teeth in fists, anger boiling inside him. As if seeing through Suyu's thoughts, Yu Pingin laughed lightly and said, "I may be out of commission, but you can still do it. Go and see Tianjiao camp for me. As if I'm there too." Suyu grew even more silent, eventually letting out a long sigh in his heart. At that moment, Xiao Long's voice echoed through the martial arts class. "I don't need to tell you what day it is today. You all know it well." His gaze swept across the class, taking in the indifferent Jian Chun, the defiant Wong Mao, the silent Suyu, and the honest Yu Pingin. "The assessment is simple," Xiao Long continued. "Those with lower rankings can challenge those above them. The winner takes the loser's rank. Finally, the top 3 in this month's assessment will get the 3 spots in Tianjiao camp. Those who don't make it will be allocated resources based on this ranking. That's all I have to say. Now it's up to you." Xiao Long said calmly. "Everyone, gather at the training ground within 2 minutes. Latecomers will be considered to have forfeited." As soon as he finished speaking, the martial arts class burst into chaos, with everyone rushing towards the training ground. In less than 2 minutes, everyone, including Wong Mao and Jian Shun, had assembled. Suyu and Yu Pingin stood at the back of the group. Seeing Yu Pingin still looking a bit weak, Suyu asked softly, "Are you still not fully recovered? Why don't you head back?" Yu Pingin just shook his head with a smile, his gaze fixed on Xiao Long. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. "Yu Pingin, what happened to you? Got yourself into this state from training? And you think you can resist the Wanzhou?" Suyu frowned and looked over to see Wong Mao with his hands in his pockets, a mocking smile on his face and disdain in his eyes. For once, anger appeared on Yu Pingin's honest face. Their philosophies were fundamentally different. Yu Pingin wanted to protect his family and his Xiao, while Wong Mao only wanted to enjoy life in the rear. As descendants of loyal heroes, they each had their own choices. Wong Mao continued his taunts. "Protect? With the way you are now, what can you protect? It's a miracle if others don't have to protect you. So you couldn't hold back anymore. You talk too much." Wong Mao glanced at Suyu disdainfully. "Who do you think you are? Am I talking to you? Don't think that just because you're in the martial arts class, you can be arrogant in front of me. When I entered the Qi and blood stage, you were still playing in the mud." Suyu squinted, anger rising within him. But Wong Mao, unaware of Suyu's capabilities, became even more arrogant. "Let me tell you," Wong Mao looked around at everyone. "Do you really think you can get a spot in Tianjiao camp? When Yu Pingin wasn't injured, I was wary of him. But now, aside from Jian Shun, none of you are even fit to carry my shoes." These words infuriated the students in the martial arts class, and even Xiao Long's face darkened. But as a descendant of loyal heroes, even Xiao Long couldn't easily offend Wong Mao. Yu Pingin's face turned livid, his fists clenched tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably. Seeing Yu Pingin's reaction, Wong Mao felt even more triumphant. "Don't look at me like that. If you've got the guts, challenge me." "Huh?" Yu Pingin, enraged, was about to charge forward, but was stopped by Suyu. Suyu stepped in front of Yu Pingin, his eyes locked onto Wong Mao. "You were ahead of me before. This time, let me handle it." "Suyu!" Yu Pingin stared at Suyu, who was standing in front of him, momentarily taken aback. His gaze then softened. Suyu turned his head, a relaxed smile playing on his lips. "Come on, didn't the senior say you shouldn't fight for a month? I don't like this guy either, so let me handle it. You saved my life before, and now I must give you a chance to get into the Tianjiao camp." Hearing this, Yu Pingin's heart trembled. He was about to speak, but saw Suyu already turning and walking slowly towards Wong Mao. Wong Mao's smile vanished as his good moment was interrupted, replaced by a dark expression. He had never gotten along with Yu Pingin and planned to humiliate him, but this kid had ruined it, making him naturally upset. When did someone at the Qi and Blood stage dare to act so arrogantly in front of me? Wong Mao said coldly, his eyes flashing dangerously. Suyu! Yu Pingin called out anxiously, watching Suyu's back. He knew Suyu's strength couldn't be measured by his stage, but Wong Mao's talent was indeed terrifying. Ignoring Wong Mao's provocation, Suyu turned to Instructor Xiao Long and cupped his hands. Instructor, can someone ranked lower challenge someone ranked higher? I want to challenge Wong Mao. It should be within the rules, right? Xiao Long nodded, and Suyu's lips curved into a smile. In that case, I challenge Wong Mao. The crowd erupted in shock. Their gazes were filled with surprise and curiosity, but mostly concern. Although Suyu had been less visible recently, his hardworking demeanor still left a deep impression. Compared to the disliked Wong Mao, everyone naturally leaned towards Suyu. Oh, now even nobody's dare to challenge me. Wong Mao laughed angrily, a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Kid, you'll regret this. Unfazed by the threat, Suyu stood firm. His qi and blood had reached 17 points, making him unafraid even of those at the 3rd or 4th level of blood refining. He had many trump cards. This was the advantage of a high qi and blood limit. You're really noisy, Suyu said calmly. Wong Mao's face darkened further. With a cold snort, he attacked without hesitation. Mountain crumbling fist, he shouted, his fist wrapped in surging qi and blood, rushing towards Suyu with immense power. Suyu squinted, quickly assessing Wong Mao's strength. Blood refining level 2, 12 points of qi and blood. Not bad, but still too weak in his eyes. Suyu, watch out. Yu Pingin couldn't help but shout. Wong Mao sneered inwardly, his fist's power increasing, aiming to cripple Suyu. Just as his fist was about to hit Suyu's face, Xiao Long was ready to intervene. However, Suyu merely sidestepped lightly, his body tilting slightly, effortlessly dodging the attack. What? Wong Mao was shocked. Before he could react, he heard Suyu whisper in his ear, your strength is too weak. Suddenly, excruciating pain erupted in Wong Mao's abdomen. Suyu's fist had somehow landed on his stomach. The immense force sent Wong Mao flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the training hall's wall and embedding him into it. For a moment, the entire training ground fell into a deathly silence. The entire martial arts training hall fell into a deathly silence. All eyes, like spotlights, were fixed on Suyu, their gazes filled with undisguised shock. Even Jian Chun, usually so proud, couldn't help but turn his attention to this young man at the Qi and Blood realm. Although Jian Chun had never considered Wong Mao a worthy opponent, Wong Mao was, after all, a formidable fighter at the Blood refining realm. For Suyu to defeat someone at that level while still in the Qi and Blood realm was enough to make Jian Chun take notice. However, Jian Chun quickly averted his gaze, his expression returning to indifference. For him, participating in this assessment was merely a means to enter the elite camp. Were it not for this goal, his pride would never allow him to waste time on such a training class assessment. Xiao Long's face also showed signs of shock. Though he had high hopes for Suyu, he hadn't expected Suyu to defeat Wong Mao so effortlessly. It was almost miraculous. Xiao Long quickly regained his composure, announced Suyu's victory, and elevated his ranking to 2nd place, displacing Wong Mao. As for Wong Mao, he should logically drop to 3rd place. But given his current state, even Yu Pingin, who couldn't fight, could easily defeat him. After a moment's thought, Xiao Long decided to demote Wong Mao further, placing him behind Yu Pingin. The crowd accepted Xiao Long's decision without objection. They all understood that if Suyu hadn't emerged out of nowhere, the spots in the elite camp would have belonged to Jian Chun, Yu Pingin, and Wong Mao. Although Yu Pingin was currently unable to fight, they might still have a chance. But to join the elite camp, one not only needed a spot, but also had to pass rigorous tests. Failing those tests and being sent back would be truly disgraceful. Just when everyone thought the assessment was over, Suyu's voice suddenly echoed through the training hall. I want to challenge. Jian Chun. This statement was like a bomb exploding in their minds. They stared at Suyu in disbelief. Challenge Jian Chun? Everyone knew that Jian Chun had been at the peak of the Qi and Blood realm at the start of the training class and had entered the Blood refining realm by the last visit. Now, a month later, his strength was likely even more profound. Even Jian Chun couldn't help but frown upon hearing this, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Although Xiao Long was worried about Suyu, he was bound by the rules and reluctantly nodded in agreement to the challenge. Jian Chun slowly walked up to Suyu, his expression still cold and arrogant. So, you think defeating Wong Mao means you can contend with me? Suyu looked at Jian Chun deeply and smiled. How will I know if I don't try? Jian Chun paused, then said seriously, you'd better think this over. Once I draw my sword, There will be blood. Su Yu's smile grew even brighter. When I draw my sword, there will be blood too. Jian said no more, but he resolved to teach Su Yu a lesson. Though he didn't care much about these things, letting just anyone act presumptuously in front of him was annoying. Draw your sword, or else. You won't get the chance. Jian said calmly, his hand gently resting on the hilt of his sword at his waist. However, Su Yu seemed not to hear, still smiling at Jian. This nonchalant attitude completely infuriated Jian. As a genius in swordsmanship and a disciple of a powerful swordsman in the martial alliance, he was used to being revered. Su Yu's casual demeanor made him extremely uncomfortable. Humph! Jian snorted coldly and without hesitation, swung the arm resting on his sword. Clang! A clear sword sound echoed through the training hall. In an instant, a white light flashed through the space. That's sword energy! The martial arts students around them gasped in shock, their pupils contracting. Yu Pingin's heart sank, and his eyes filled with worry for Su Yu. Sword energy was a terrifying attack that only martial artists at the organ refining realm could unleash. It required not only immense chi and blood, but also a deep understanding of swordsmanship. Those who could release sword energy at the blood refining realm were true prodigies. The sword energy surged, tearing through the surrounding air with a ferocious momentum, heading straight for Su Yu. Su Yu, be careful! As the sword energy burst forth, just moments away from striking Su Yu, Yu Pingin couldn't help but gasp. That was a lethal move only martial artists at the refined viscera stage could unleash. Although Jian's sword energy couldn't compare to those at that level, the killing intent it contained was still terrifying. If it truly hit Su Yu, he would be severely injured, if not dead. As Su Yu's friend, Yu Pingin was so anxious that his palms were sweating. Even Zhao Long, who was at the refined viscera stage, was worried for Su Yu, ready to step in at any moment. While Zhao Long was pleased to see more prodigies among the students, the situation had now exceeded his control, turning his joy into concern. After a moment of deliberation, Zhao Long decided to intervene. Sword energy was unpredictable and could cause serious harm. Although Su Yu was an orphan, his exceptional talent and character had led Zhao Long to report him to the Martial Alliance. If anything happened to him, it would be hard to explain. However, just as Zhao Long was about to act, Su Yu moved. He slowly gripped his alloy longsword, and instead of fear, his face showed excitement as he faced the sharp sword energy. Sword energy, huh? Too bad yours is just trash, Su Yu said softly, his tone full of disdain. These words caused Zhao Long to pause, his expression turning peculiar. The surrounding martial arts students were stunned. Since when was sword energy considered trash? Even martial artists at the refined viscera stage feared it. What they didn't know was that Su Yu had already endured ancient sword energy while tempering his wuxiang sword bones. In comparison, Jian's sword energy was child's play. Shaking his head, Su Yu suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura. The wind howled, and waves of energy surged. His eyes were sharp as knives as he simultaneously employed the long wind sword, heaven and earth sword drawing technique, and the entry-level wuxiang sword bones. In a place unnoticed by others, a faint golden light flickered on Su Yu's index finger bone. Sword energy. Who doesn't know how to use it? Su Yu said calmly, swinging his alloy longsword. A crescent-shaped sword energy shot out, carrying an even more terrifying aura and sharpness, colliding heat-in with Jian's sword energy. In an instant, a fierce wind erupted and energy waves roared. Weaker students closed their eyes, feeling as if their cheeks were being cut by invisible blades, writhing in pain. Impossible! Jian's pupils dilated in shock as he watched his proud sword energy being effortlessly torn apart. Su Yu's sword energy advanced like a hot knife through butter, heading straight for Jian. For a moment, Jian's mind went blank, unable to react. At this critical juncture, Zhao Long suddenly appeared in front of Jian. Break! Zhao Long roared, throwing a punch that instantly shattered Su Yu's sword energy. Turning to glare at Jian, Zhao Long's eyes flashed with anger. You encounter a problem and don't know what to do. If you can't block it, shouldn't you at least dodge? Su Yu wins. Jian drops one rank. Zhao Long reprimanded. Jian, your talent is good, but your mindset is lacking. If your attack is neutralized and you lose your composure, how will you fare in the depths of battle? You'd endanger your comrades. Jian hung his head in shame, unable to speak. As Zhao Long announced the results, the crowd's gaze towards Su Yu grew increasingly complex. Who would have thought that this assessment would end with Su Yu becoming the top student in the martial arts class? Although unexpected, everyone was genuinely convinced. When Su Yu first joined the martial arts class, he was among the lowest-ranked students. Over time, he steadily improved thanks to his solid foundation, but no one ever imagined that he would one day become the top student in the class. However, when that day finally came, no one felt envious. They all knew that with Suyu's diligent training, if he didn't become number one, then no one else deserved the position either. In the path of martial arts, talent and effort are both indispensable. Talent determines the ceiling, while effort can raise the floor. For the basic three realms, as long as one is willing to put in the work and has the right resources, becoming a martial artist isn't difficult, and reaching the Zong realm is just a matter of time. But to go beyond the Zong realm requires exceptional talent. Despite this, the Zong realm is still a height many find hard to reach, and the key lies in the word effort. Xiao Long gazed at Suyu, his eyes softening. From the moment he first saw Suyu's performance, Xiao Long had a premonition that this young man had limitless potential. Now, seeing Suyu defeat Jian Chun and become the top student in the martial arts class, Xiao Long couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Jian Chun was indeed talented, but he was ultimately defeated by a student Xiao Long had trained. With this thought, a smile crept onto Xiao Long's face, but he quickly composed himself, cleared his throat, and asked in a deep voice, "Does anyone else wish to challenge?" As soon as he spoke, everyone shook their heads. Seeing this, Xiao Long announced the top three rankings. First place Suyu, second place Jian Chun, third place Yu Pingin. Under normal circumstances, Yu Pingin wouldn't have gotten third place. But now that Wong Mao had been seriously injured by Suyu, even if he regained consciousness, he wouldn't be a match for Yu Pingin. The other students in the martial arts class were eager to challenge, but after weighing their options, they knew that the key was passing the subsequent Tianjiao camp assessment. If they failed, it would be a disgrace. So, they decided to let the Tianjiao camp prodigy Yu Pingin try. Besides, Yu Pingin was well-liked, and no one wanted to compete with him for the spot. After announcing the Tianjiao camp spots, the remaining students began competing for other ranks to gain more resources. Xiao Long paid them no mind, and instead found a spot overlooking the battlefield, lit a cigarette, and through the swirling smoke, his gaze fell on Suyu. At this moment, Jianchen had somehow appeared in front of Suyu. His face was once again cold, but when he looked at Suyu, a slight ripple of emotion appeared. The two stared at each other in silence, until Jianchen finally broke it. "You're strong, but I won't give up. I'll catch up to you. I hope the next time we meet, you'll still be this strong." Though Jianchen's confidence wavered when Suyu shattered his sword aura, after some thought, he regained his confidence and composure. His battle with Suyu made him realize that there are always stronger people, but as a prodigy of the sword, he couldn't be defeated by a single loss. So, he quickly adjusted his mindset and sought out Suyu. Suyu smiled calmly. "I hope you won't disappoint me next time either." Suyu knew that Jian Chun had exceptional talent in swordsmanship, or he wouldn't have attracted the attention of the Sword Dao experts in the Martial Arts Alliance. Unfortunately, while Jian Chen's talent was impressive, Suyu was confident that he was even better. Jian Chen gave Suyu a deep look, then turned and left, leaving behind a parting statement. "See you at Tianjiao camp." Suyu watched Jian Chen's figure disappear from the martial arts training hall and couldn't help but chuckle. That guy isn't too bad. Although Jian Chen was arrogant, he wasn't as conceited as Wong Mao. His pride stemmed from never encountering a peer who could match him. Of course, now there was Suyu. Xiao Long had been watching Suyu the whole time. He quickly finished a cigarette, crushed the butt underfoot, and let out a long breath before pulling out his phone to dial a number. The call was quickly answered by a deep voice. "What's the matter?" Xiao Long straightened up immediately upon hearing the voice and replied solemnly, "Sir, I recommend Suyu as Jiangqing's Tianjiao seed." There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a skeptical question. "If I remember correctly, isn't Jian Chen also at 7th high? You're not recommending Jian Chen?" "Xiao Long, are you getting some kind of benefit?" Xiao Long chuckled wryly. "I wouldn't dare, sir. It's just that Jian Chen was just defeated by Suyu." There was another long silence on the other end, as if in deep thought. After a moment, the voice said slowly, "Send over Suyu's information. I need to discuss it with the others." "Yes, sir." Xiao Long immediately agreed. After hanging up, Xiao Long quickly uploaded Suyu's information and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Suyu again, a smile spread across his face. As the martial arts class instructor, Xiao Long had the authority to recommend a Tianjiao seed. There was only one spot for all of Jiangcheng, and it came with the Martial Arts Alliance's focused training. Originally, Xiao Long intended to give the spot to Jian Chun, but now it was clear Suyu was the better choice. However, Xiao Long only had the right to recommend one candidate. The martial arts instructors from other high schools in Jiangcheng also had their own recommendation slots. Ultimately, who would be chosen as a Heaven's Chosen seed would be decided by the senior members of the Jiangcheng Martial Alliance. Despite this, Xiao Long had full confidence in Suyu. After all, a young man at the mere Qi and blood stage who could defeat Jian Chun was a rarity among Jiangcheng high school students. Even Jian Chun had few rivals in the entire city, let alone Suyu, who had bested him. With this in mind, Xiao Long pulled a cigarette from his pocket, placed it between his lips, and stared intently at Suyu. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he thought to himself, "Kid, I've paved the way for you. Now it's up to you." Puffs of smoke slowly drifted from Xiao Long's mouth, enveloping his face. Being chosen as a heaven's chosen seed was crucial for Jiangqing. This honor would grant access to unparalleled resources in the city. For Suyu, who was about to participate in the global martial arts tournament, this was a rare opportunity. Although Jiangqing was a small and remote city, the collective support of the entire city was not to be underestimated. Unbeknownst to Suyu, Xiao Long had these thoughts in mind. At this moment, Suyu was completely absorbed in his training. A single martial arts puppet was no longer enough to meet his needs, so he chose to fight 10 puppets at once to hone his long wind sword technique. Although he had reached the long wind stage, Suyu knew he was still far from mastering the technique. He estimated that if he could perfect the long wind sword to the level of its creator, his combat power would undergo a qualitative leap. While Suyu was engrossed in his training, a crucial meeting was taking place in a spacious office within the Jiangqing Martial Alliance branch. Around a round table sat a group of powerful figures, each exuding a formidable aura. Even the weakest among them was far stronger than Xiao Long, a strong practitioner of the refining organ stage. These individuals were the senior members of the Jiangqing Martial Alliance. At the head of the table sat an elderly man with a kind and gentle smile, reminiscent of a friendly grandfather. This man was Jiang Yuntian, the leader of the Jiangqing branch of the Martial Alliance, and the city's foremost martial artist. As a screen descended in front of the group, a series of profiles flashed by like a slideshow. Suddenly, Jiang Yuntian's eyebrows twitched, and his gaze fixed on the screen. Displayed prominently was Suyu's profile. Name, Suyu. Age, 18. Cultivation level, Qi and Blood stage, level 9, Qi and Blood 17. School, Jiangqing No. 7 High School. Evaluation, exceptional talent, remarkable combat ability, defeated Jian Chun of the Blood refining stage while still in the Qi and Blood stage. Worthy of significant nurturing. Seeing this profile, everyone present couldn't help but widen their eyes and gasp. Someone couldn't resist speaking up. Qi and Blood 17? Is this real? Since the founding of Jiangqing, we've never seen a prodigy with a Qi and Blood limit exceeding 15. Even these seasoned senior members of the Martial Alliance found it hard to believe Suyu's astonishing talent. After all, a Qi and Blood stage practitioner with a Qi and Blood limit of 15 was already an extraordinary rarity. Such talents were scarcely found even in the surrounding cities of Jiangqing. That such a prodigy had emerged in their own city was both shocking and cause for skepticism regarding the authenticity of the profile. All eyes turned to Jiang Yuntian. However, Jiang Yuntian did not respond immediately. Instead, he calmly asked, "Do you think this talent qualifies to be our Jiangqing's heaven's chosen seed?" Someone laughed and replied, "Are you kidding? If this talent isn't enough, we might as well all resign." But the authenticity of this profile needs to be verified. Hearing this, Jiang Yuntian's lips curved into a slight smile. Whether the profile is genuine, we can verify it ourselves. If it's false, we'll find out. But if it's true, his eyes gleamed with a brilliant light. In the entire eastern region of the Great Xia, there are no more than 20 people with a Qi and Blood limit exceeding 15 at the Qi and Blood stage. Those with limits of 16 or even 17 are exceedingly rare and would shine brightly across the Great Xia. If this is true, Jiang Yuntian's gaze swept over the group, his expression turning serious. This young man must be given priority protection. If anything happens to him, I'll hold you all accountable. Intimidated by Jiang Yuntian's gaze, everyone straightened their backs and responded in unison. Understood. Hearing their response, the powerful aura surrounding Jiang Yuntian slowly dissipated. He stood up, took a deep look at Suyu's profile on the screen, and smiled again. Now, let's go see for ourselves if our future heaven's chosen seed lives up to his name. With that, Jiang Yuntian strode out of the office, and the others followed closely behind. In the martial arts training hall, Suyu faced the onslaught of 10 martial arts puppets alone, his training uniform drenched in sweat. Though these puppets lacked combat techniques, they were all set to the peak of the 9th level of Qi and Blood, each one a master in combat. Despite Suyu's superior skill compared to a single puppet, it was challenging to prevail against 10. This was exactly what Suyu had hoped for. If the puppets no longer posed a challenge, he would need to find new training methods. Xiao Long sat nearby, observing Suyu's every move intently. The training hall was bustling with activity. Apart from Jian Chun, Pingin, and Wong Mao, other students were striving to improve their rankings. Suddenly, a gentle laugh echoed from the entrance. Hee. So this is the martial arts training hall of 7th High? Everyone's attention was drawn to the entrance. The principal of 7th High stood there, beaming with a respectful smile, beside an amiable elder. Several imposing middle-aged men accompanied the elder. The students were astonished. The principal, though not a top-tier martial artist, was at least on par with Zhao Long. Yet, he was showing such deference to this elder. Just how distinguished was this elder's identity? Upon seeing the elder, Zhao Long immediately stood up, straightened his back, and saluted crisply. Deputy Captain Zhao Long of Squad 37, 1st Legion, Line 67, reporting Alliance Leader Jiang. His voice echoed throughout the training hall, shocking the students even more. Alliance Leader Jiang? In Jiang City, there was only one person who could be called that: Jiang Yuntian, the head of the Jiang City Martial Arts Alliance, and the foremost figure in Jiang City, surpassing the blood-refining realm. The students grew tense. Why had such a prominent figure suddenly visited? While the martial arts students were in the dark, Zhao Long had already figured it out, his face barely concealing his excitement. It seemed Suyu was truly destined to become a prodigious talent. As a mentor to both Suyu and Pingin, Zhao Long felt proud that his students had such promising futures. However, he dared not show it too openly in front of Jiang Yuntian. Jiang Yuntian smiled at Zhao Long. Zhao Long? I remember you. This Suyu, you recommended him, right? He gestured for Zhao Long to relax, but Zhao Long still stood straight and responded loudly, yes. Jiang Yuntian looked slightly resigned, but said nothing more. He glanced around the training hall. So, where is this Suyu you recommended? The martial arts students finally understood that Jiang Yuntian had come for Suyu. Their expressions grew complex. The once obscure and struggling Suyu, who had worked tirelessly, had now garnered the personal attention of the head of the Jiang City Martial Arts Alliance. All eyes turned to Suyu, who was still fiercely battling the martial arts puppets. Immersed in the fight, he seemed unaware of Jiang Yuntian and his entourage's arrival. Jiang Yuntian's gaze also fixed on Suyu. Seeing Suyu holding his own against 10 ninth-level Qi and blood martial arts puppets, even gaining an edge, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Alliance Leader Jiang. That's Suyu, Zhao Long pointed out as he approached Jiang Yuntian. Jiang Yuntian nodded, scrutinizing Suyu. With his expertise, he could easily discern Suyu's level without any instruments. Suyu's 17 points of Qi and blood were clear to him. Satisfied, Jiang Yuntian nodded, just as the records indicated. At these words, the senior members of the Martial Arts Alliance behind Jiang Yuntian became excited. The accuracy of the records meant a prodigious talent had truly emerged in Jiang City. Their gazes towards Suyu were akin to beholding a rare treasure. Zhao Long immediately offered, Alliance Leader Jiang, please wait a moment. I'll call Suyu over. He quickly approached the battling Suyu and called him out of the fight. Suyu set down his alloy longsword, wiped his sweat, and followed Zhao Long. Zhao Long introduced, Suyu, this is Alliance Leader Jiang. Suyu looked at Jiang Yuntian before him, a look of astonishment on his face. In Jiang City, there might be some who didn't know the names of certain powerful figures, but no one was unaware of Jiang Yuntian. It was his presence that had kept Jiang City stable for over a decade. Suyu felt a tightness in his chest. He hadn't expected such a significant figure to seek him out specifically. Could it be because of the dawn? According to ancient lore, only those with a golden body could be aware of the dawn's existence, let alone inform others about it. Just as Suyu was feeling anxious, Jiang Yuntian's gentle voice broke the silence. Haha, young man, no need to be nervous. I've come today to discuss the matter of the Tianjiao seed with you. Tianjiao seed? Suyu was taken aback. Though still a bit confused, he began to relax. As long as it wasn't about gods or the dawn, he wasn't too worried. But what did this Tianjiao seed mean? Zhao Long explained with a smile. The Tianjiao seed is a unique identity set by the Jiang City Martial Alliance for the city's top talents. Only the most gifted individuals in Jiang City can obtain it. I recommended you to the Alliance leader, and they're here to discuss this with you. Hearing this, Suyu's eyes lit up. Although he wasn't sure what benefits the Tianjiao seed would bring, Zhao Long's introduction made it clear that this identity was no small matter. Jiang Yuntian gave a faint smile and further explained. In simple terms, the Tianjiao seed is a key cultivation target. You will receive priority resources from Jiang City, resources that are 10 times what you currently have in the martial arts class, or even more. Suyu's eyes sparkled even brighter. Such an opportunity? He scratched his head and agreed without hesitation. For a martial artist, besides talent and effort, resources are crucial. Even with extraordinary talent, without sufficient resources, it would take a long time to break through. Suyu looked at Zhao Long with gratitude. He knew well that such a spot was incredibly precious. Without Zhao Long's recommendation, he might not have caught the attention of figures like Jiang Yuntian. Jiang Yuntian then went on to explain some details about the focused cultivation program. At this point, someone behind him asked curiously, I'm very curious to know what kind of family produced a talent like you. Would you mind if we visited your home? Suyu hesitated briefly, but then agreed. There wasn't anything special at home, so there was no harm in letting them see it. Thus, Suyu led Jiang Yintian and the others to his house. Seeing the dilapidated house and the sparsely furnished rooms, Jiang Yintian and the others fell silent, including Xiao Long. They knew Suyu was an orphan, but hadn't expected his circumstances to be this difficult. Jiang Yintian silently surveyed Suyu's home and finally sighed, his admiration for Suyu growing even stronger. Martial arts training requires wealth, companionship, methods, and place. Many powerful martial artists come from affluent backgrounds. Suyu had reached his current level purely on his own talent. Jiang Yintian took out 10 glass bottles containing dark red pills from his pocket and explained, "These are blood-nourishing pills, an advanced version of qi and blood pills. Normally, only martial artists in the blood refinement stage can take them, but with your current qi and blood level, you should be fine." He then took Suyu's martial alliance token, made some adjustments, and handed it back, saying, "I've credited your martial alliance token with 100 alliance points and 1 million in deposits. Consider this your first resource reward as a Tianjiao seed of Jiang City." Hearing this, Suyu couldn't help but gasp. Before he could express his gratitude, Jiang Yintian waved his hand and said, "All right, that's all for today. We old folks shouldn't give you too much pressure. We're leaving now." Suyu quickly thanked them and saw them out. Before leaving, Xiao Long patted Suyu on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Kid, work hard. I can tell the Alliance leader thinks highly of you." Oh, and he seemed to remember something. 3 days from now is the opening day of the Tianjiao camp. Don't forget, you'll know how to get there when the time comes. Suyu nodded in understanding. After seeing them off, he closed the door and looked at the blood-nourishing pills and the martial alliance token on the table. After a moment's thought, he picked up the items, strapped his alloy long sword to his back, and headed to the Tiandi dojo. With 3 days left until the Tianjiao camp opened, he needed to improve himself as much as possible. After all, those who could enter the Tianjiao camp were top talents from surrounding cities. Suyu arrived at the Tiandi dojo and immediately handed over the 1,100,000 martial league points given by Jiang Yintian to Gu Lao. "Gu Lao, please help me exchange these for some resources," Suyu said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Though he possessed a martial league token, its limited privileges meant he couldn't access many rare resources. In contrast, Gu Lao held a prominent position in the Dawn organization and could likely obtain better resources. Gu Lao raised an eyebrow as he accepted the wealth, clearly surprised that Suyu had such a fortune. However, he didn't ask any questions, as this amount was trivial to him. Gu Lao turned and left, returning shortly with his hands full of resources. "These are the most suitable for your current cultivation level," Gu Lao said as he handed the resources to Suyu, a hint of approval in his tone. Suyu thanked him and carefully stored the resources. Gu Lao gazed at Suyu and spoke slowly. "You have successfully refined the first piece of the Wuxiang sword bone, but to refine the second piece, you need to raise your vital energy to 50 points. Hearing this, Suyu frowned slightly. 50 points of vital energy was no small feat, however. He wasn't worried. The first piece of the Wuxiang sword bone had already increased his vital energy limit, and his current 17 points were far from his maximum. Gu Lao's eyes held a complex expression as he looked at Suyu. Typically, the second piece of the Wuxiang sword bone should be refined at the organ refining stage. Most martial artists in the blood refining stage would be impressive with vital energy exceeding 30 points, and those surpassing 40 points were considered extraordinary. Yet, Gu Lao had a feeling that Suyu might perform a miracle and refine the second piece of the Wuxiang sword bone while still in the blood refining stage. For the next 3 days, Suyu secluded himself in the Tiandi dojo to cultivate. He spared no expense in using the blood-nourishing pills given by Jiang Yintian and the resources exchanged by Gu Lao, embarking on an intense cultivation spree. Previously, Suyu would wait for the effects of a pill to fully dissipate before taking another. Now, he would consume another pill as soon as he felt the effects wane. Supported by an abundance of resources, Suyu's vital energy quickly rose to 20 points. However, he didn't feel he had reached his limit, only a vague sense of a bottleneck. Could 20 points of vital energy not be my limit? Suyu opened his eyes, a trace of surprise flashing in his gaze. It was known that ordinary martial artists with a vital energy limit of 15 points were already exceptional, rare even in the entire eastern region of the Great Xia dynasty. Suyu's vital energy limit exceeding 20 points meant that once he broke through the blood refining stage, his vital energy would surpass most martial artists in that stage. All done? Gu Lao asked leisurely from his reclined position on a rattan chair. Suyu nodded in response. Gu Lao sat up straight and looked at Suyu, saying, "I've heard about that Tianjiao camp you're planning to go to. Don't worry about it. Just go." Suyu had previously mentioned Tianjiao camp to Gu Lao, but Gu Lao hadn't said much at the time. Suyu had been hesitant, fearing that going to Tianjiao camp might delay some matters. But hearing Gu Lao's words now, his doubts were significantly eased. After all, once Suyu entered the Tianjiao camp, He had no idea when he would be able to come out. Standing in front of the Tiandi dojo, he frowned slightly, contemplating how to handle any potential missions from Dawn. Although he wasn't an official member yet, as an auxiliary, he needed to be ready at a moment's notice if necessary. An ancient voice came from behind, giving Suyu a slight sense of relief. As for the matters of Dawn, just keep them in mind, the old man said slowly. With your current level of cultivation, you're still far from being able to help Dawn. Wait until you reach the refining organs realm. Suyu's mouth twitched slightly. The old man's words were a clear reminder of his lack of strength, but he knew it all too well. Dawn dealt with deities, and even the weakest deity was far beyond his capability. Forget about contending with them. Not being a burden would already be a miracle for him. The Tianjiao camp organized by Jiang City and surrounding cities is pretty good, the old man continued, his tone encouraging. You'll be able to get some resources there. Go ahead and give it a try. Staying with this old man every day must be getting on your nerves. He waved his hand dismissively. Suyu took all of this in silently. He bowed deeply to the old man and then slowly left the Tiandi dojo. The old man sat in a wicker chair, watching Suyu leave. It wasn't until the boy's figure completely disappeared from view that he couldn't help but sigh softly. That kid, you don't say. Now that he's gone, this old man feels a bit out of sorts. With another sigh, the old man reclined back in his chair and closed his eyes. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm, golden glow over his face, as if bestowing a gentle warmth on this parting moment. The next day, as the sunlight gently bathed Jiangcheng, the entire city was enveloped in a thin layer of golden mist. Suyu woke up from his slumber, quickly freshened up, and packed his few belongings, mainly some change of clothes. With his alloy long sword strapped to his back, he headed towards the city gate. Yesterday, Suyu received the location information for the Tianjiao camp through his martial alliance token. The camp wasn't located within Jiangcheng, but rather in the outskirts, positioned at the center of several surrounding cities. This location was quite practical, given that the Tianjiao camp was organized by a coalition of multiple cities. Upon reaching the city gate, Suyu stood under an old locust tree, waiting. Before long, a familiar voice called out, "Suyu." He turned around to see the burly Yu Pingin approaching briskly, causing a slight smile to form on his lips. Although the ancient elder had said that Yu Pingin shouldn't engage in combat for a month, recovery rates vary from person to person. As a warrior specializing in defense, Yu Pingin's recovery ability far exceeded others of the same level. During the selection for the Tianjiao camp, he had already managed to use some of his strength, and after 3 days of rest, he was now capable of unleashing his full power. Suyu's gaze fell on the still healing scars on Yu Pingin's shoulder, and he paused for a moment. Noticing his glance, Yu Pingin said nonchalantly, "What are you thinking about? Shouldn't we be heading to the Tianjiao camp now?" Suyu snapped back to reality and replied with a smile, "In that case, let's get going." With their martial alliance tokens, the two easily exited the city and began their journey to the Tianjiao camp. For most students, the outskirts were a dangerous place, teeming with countless fierce beasts. Although these beasts weren't as threatening as the myriad races, they still posed a significant challenge to ordinary people. The requirement for students to reach the camp on their own was, in fact, a test to see if these so-called prodigies could survive in the wild. However, for Suyu and Yu Pingin, this kind of test was a walk in the park. Even when they were at the 4th or 5th level of Qi and blood, they had already started hunting fierce beasts in the outskirts. They were thoroughly familiar with the ferocious creatures around Jiangcheng. In just half an hour, the two arrived at the location of the Tianjiao camp. The camp was set deep within a forest to the west of Jiangcheng, with several single-story buildings standing on a large square-like area. The surroundings were fenced with iron bars, and at the front was a large gate, above which hung a plaque inscribed with the words, "Tianjiao camp." "Looks like we've arrived." Suyu and Yu Pingin exchanged a smile. Yu Pingin's eyes gleamed with anticipation. As a descendant of a martial arts family, he had an almost obsessive pursuit of becoming a powerful warrior. For him, the Tianjiao camp was an essential step on the path to greatness, a place where he could fully harness his talent and continually grow stronger. By this time, a sizable crowd had already gathered at the entrance of the camp. As Suyu's eyes scanned the figures, a look of surprise crossed his face. The figures gathered around the Tianjiao camp were all exuding the powerful aura of the blood-refining realm. Every single one of them was a master of the blood-refining realm, and their sheer numbers were astonishing. To put this in perspective, in the entire Jiangcheng, there were fewer than 10 high school students who had reached the blood-refining realm. Yet, at this moment, there were more than a dozen standing just at the entrance of the Tianjiao camp. Suyu scanned the crowd and quickly locked onto Jianshen. As always, Jianshen maintained his aloof demeanor, with his long sword held close to his chest, staring coldly at the camp ahead. Sensing Suyu's gaze, Jianshen turned to look in Suyu's direction. Their eyes met, and Jianshen gave a rare nod of acknowledgement. to which Suyu responded with a smile. At that moment, the crowd around them began to notice Suyu and Pingin. Their gazes first swept over Pingin before settling on Suyu, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Soon, whispers began to spread through the crowd. Can someone in the Qi and Blood realm join the Tianjiao camp? Someone suddenly blurted out. This was followed by a chorus of derisive laughter. Haha, it seems Jiangqing has really run out of talent if someone in the Qi and Blood realm dares to call themselves a prodigy. What a joke! Exactly. Even though Jiangqing has a swordsmanship genius like Jianchen, having someone in the Qi and Blood realm among them really drags down the city's reputation. I wonder how the instructors in Jiangqing made their selections. It looks like Jiangqing is destined to come last in this 5-city joint Tianjiao camp. Hearing these harsh comments, Yu Pingin's face turned grim. He flushed with anger and was about to defend Suyu, but Suyu stopped him with a glance. Suyu shook his head slightly, signaling Yu Pingin to stay calm. Despite his frustration, Yu Pingin ultimately chose to remain silent. Suyu silently scanned the crowd around him, his expression calm. He was well aware that the Tianjiao camp gathered the elites from various cities, each with a certain degree of pride. He didn't care about their attitudes. After all, in the eyes of others, he was just an ordinary martial artist at the Qi and Blood stage. However, Suyu smiled to himself. His Qi and Blood stage was not as simple as it seemed. Yet, he had no intention of flaunting his strength. To Suyu, his power existed to combat the myriad races, gods, and the Wanzhou cult. Since the day Jiangqing's gates were breached 13 years ago, Suyu had never regarded any human as an enemy. His enemies were always the myriad races, the gods who betrayed humanity, and the Wanzhou cult, despised like rats in the street. Suyu's gaze fell on the main gate of the Tianjiao camp. Beyond the gate was a dark passage leading to the unknown assessment. He noticed that a Tianjiao at the Qi and Blood stage had already entered the passage, and the surrounding crowd watched the display panel with interest. The panel listed the participants' names and their completion times, ranking them by speed. Suyu raised an eyebrow. Clearly, this was the entrance assessment for the Tianjiao camp. Although they had secured their spots, whether they could truly enter the camp and enjoy its benefits depended on their assessment results. The better the performance, the better the treatment. The passage seemed to admit people in the order of arrival. After the previous person entered, Suyu saw Jian Chen move. Jian Chen, expressionless and clutching his sword, walked slowly into the passage. His actions drew much attention, as he was the top Tianjiao of Jiangqing, reportedly already apprenticed to a powerful swordsman in the martial alliance. About 2 or 3 minutes later, amidst exclamations, Suyu and Yu Pingin's attention was drawn to the display screen. Jian Chen's name was prominently ranked third, with a time of 2 minutes and 38 seconds. Wow, Jian Chen is incredible. Indeed, even though he's third, he's only a few seconds behind the top two. The crowd was in awe, and even Yu Pingin couldn't help but praise. Jian Chen is really strong, but Suyu, I bet you'll be even faster, right? He whispered to Suyu, knowing that Suyu had defeated Jian Chen before and had improved over the past 3 days. Suyu just shrugged, saying nothing. When Jian Chen walked out of the passage, a group of Tianjiao from other cities was already waiting outside. Someone laughed, as expected of Jian Chen. Under 3 minutes, even if Yang Ji and the others faced him, they wouldn't stand a chance. Jian Chen ignored the comments, staring at the display screen and muttering to himself. This time, I should surpass Suyu, right? His words were soft but caught the attention of those around him. They exchanged glances, recalling the recently arrived youth at the Qi and Blood stage. Suyu? That guy at the Qi and Blood stage? Could he be a prodigy with a Qi and Blood limit of 15 points? For a moment, the crowd fell silent, and some even looked through the gate at Suyu, who was still waiting in line. Inside a low building within the Tianjiao camp, 5 figures stood silently, their eyes fixed on a large screen displaying scenes from outside the camp and the figures of those who had passed the assessment. One figure, in particular, drew special attention. It was Xiao Long, the representative instructor from Jiangqing. The 5 instructors from different cities watched the screen, each with their own thoughts. Fengxing, the instructor from Fengcheng, couldn't help but boast. Look at our Yang Ji from Fengcheng, ranked second, 3 seconds faster than Jian Chen. No sooner had he spoken than the instructor from Langcheng scoffed. What's so great about second place? Our Tian Ming from Langcheng took first. Fengxing was instantly at a loss for words, awkwardly falling silent. The other instructors also began to brag about their city's talents, except for Xiao Long, who remained silent, his gaze fixed on Suyu as if he had discovered a rare gem. Inwardly, he felt pleased. Qi and Blood at 17 points. These frogs in the well have no idea. Seeing Xiao Long's silence, Fengxing teased, Old Xiao, why so quiet today? Usually you're the most talkative in the camp. Xiao Long replied calmly, no matter how impressive your talents are, they're all trash compared to Suyu. This remark immediately soured the mood among the other instructors. Langcheng's instructor, Wong Mao, frowned and said, Suyu? That little guy in the Qi and blood realm? The others also began searching the screen for Suyu's figure. Fengxing dismissed it. Old Xiao. How powerful can someone in the Qi and blood realm be? Wong Biyu suggested. How about we place a bet? Whoever's talent takes first place in this assessment gets the best resources. How about it? Everyone agreed, including Zhao Long, who was confident in Su Yu's abilities. Meanwhile, at the assessment site, Jian Chun passed easily, and more participants began entering the passage. However, most emerged battered and bruised, as if they'd been through a battle. Su Yu and Yu Pingin exchanged curious glances about what awaited inside the passage. Soon, it was Yu Pingin's turn. He walked in without hesitation and emerged moments later, drenched in sweat, securing the 10th spot with a time of 4 minutes and 8 seconds. At this moment, Tian Ming from Langqing and Yang Ji from Fengcheng approached Jian Chun, starting to tease him. Tian Ming boasted, this time, Langqing will taste the sweetness of first place. Jian Chun merely glanced at them indifferently, saying nothing more. Meanwhile, Suyu was preparing to step into the passage, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the unknown challenge ahead. Jian Chun cast a cold, indifferent glance at Yang Ji and Tian Ming, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Although their rankings were above his, their times were only a few seconds faster. In Jian Chen's eyes, they had some skill, but were not worth fearing. In the entire Tianjiao camp, the only person who could ignite his fighting spirit was Suyu. Thinking of this, Jian Chen couldn't help but direct his gaze towards the entrance of the passage, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. He mused to himself, I wonder how long it will take you to get through this passage. Despite his aloof nature, if someone from Jiangqing could take first place, it would matter to him. Seeing Jian Chen disregard them, Yang Ji and Tian Ming's faces clearly showed their displeasure. They were both the top talents of their respective cities and currently held the first and second places. Even though Jian Chun had an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship, he had not surpassed them yet. Could it be that someone from Jiangqing could actually outdo them? Unable to hold back, Yang Ji asked Jian Chun, you're already the top young talent in Jiangqing. How can you think anyone could surpass our scores? Tian Ming squinted his eyes, mocking, yeah, is it because you're ranked behind us that you're putting on this arrogant act? Hearing their words, Jian Chen felt a wave of disgust. He slowly turned his gaze towards them and said flatly, who told you I'm the top talent in Jiangqing? This statement caused Yang Ji and Tian Ming to stiffen, their faces showing confusion. How could Jian Chen not be the top talent in Jiangqing? Was he just pretending to be calm? Jian Chen continued, the top talent in Jiangqing hasn't shown up yet. You too shouldn't be so arrogant. It'll save you some embarrassment. This last sentence ignited the fury in Yang Ji and Tian Ming's hearts. Embarrassment? They were currently holding the top 2 spots, while most of the other competitors had already passed the assessment. How could Jian Chen say they were embarrassing themselves? Those who entered the Tianjiao camp were naturally the best talents selected from various cities, and pride was inevitable. Hearing such words, it was only natural for them to be furious. Tian Ming sneered, I'd like to know who this top talent from Jiangqing is. I might not know much about the other cities, but I'm very curious to see what kind of person the top talent in your eyes is. As the top talent of Langqing and currently the highest ranked in the Tianjiao camp, Tian Ming was familiar with most of the talents participating. Of course, he didn't bother to know those who hadn't even reached the blood refining stage. But he had never heard of anyone from Jiangqing who was more talented than Jian Chun. Seeing their expressions, Jian Chun couldn't be bothered to say more. He simply stated, Jiangqing number 7 high school. Suyu? Suyu? Tian Ming and Yang Ji looked puzzled, clearly having never heard of the name. But when they saw the name on the screen, they couldn't help but laugh. Suyu? Qi and blood level 9. Yang Ji laughed heartily. A kid who hasn't even reached the blood refining stage is considered the top talent in Jiangqing by you? Jian Chun. Have you practiced swordsmanship to the point of stupidity? This is hilarious. Since when does a mere Qi and blood level 9 become the top young talent of a city? I could laugh at this joke for a year. Yang Ji's laughter drew curious glances from the surrounding talents, who wondered why he was so amused. Jian Chun, being a proud individual, didn't bother to explain himself further despite their ridicule. He simply kept his gaze fixed on the passage entrance, his eyes showing a trace of anticipation. Meanwhile, in the dark passage, Suyu walked forward slowly. Soon, a glimmer of light appeared before him. Raising an eyebrow, Suyu followed the light. As he took a step, shadows emerged from all directions, attacking him with fierce wind. Facing the oncoming attacks from all sides, Suyu didn't even bother to blink. With a gentle swing of his alloy sword, a sword hum echoed through the dark space. Soon after, the sound of objects falling filled the air. Suyu's steps remained steady as he continued forward. Moments later, Suyu stopped. Looking ahead, he saw a massive puppet exuding an aura comparable to the first level of blood refining. Is this it? Feeling the puppet's aura, Suyu's expression turned peculiar. Was the Tianjiao camp's assessment really this simple? He fell into thought. Before coming here, Xiaolong had told Suyu that the Tianjiao camp's assessment was not easy to pass. Many talents had failed the test before, but seeing the puppet before him, Suyu couldn't help but doubt it. Could this puppet be just the first stage? Was there a second stage ahead? Suyu pondered, rubbing his chin. Just then, a smile spread across his face, revealing his white teeth. If that's the case, this might actually be interesting. With Suyu's words, his alloy sword whistled out. The white sword light flashed in the dark passage, seemingly tearing through the darkness. Long wind. The sword light was sharp, instantly shattering the puppet. In the room, 5 instructors were intently watching the screen. The instructors from Wolf City and Wind City wore smug smiles, as their students had secured the first and second places, bringing honor to their cities. Although only the first place winner would fulfill the wager, even second place was a source of pride for them. A faint smile also appeared on Zhao Long's face. 3 days ago, Suyu's blood energy test had reached an astonishing 17 points, indicating that he could even defeat some experts at the 4th or 5th level of blood training. Despite Suyu not yet emerging from the passage, Zhao Long was already certain that the first place would undoubtedly belong to Suyu. Outside the passage, many prodigies were also fixated on the screen, especially Yang Ji and Tian Ming. Seeing Suyu's name still not showing a result, Tian Ming couldn't help but sneer. It looks like we overestimated this blood energy prodigy. He emphasized blood energy prodigy with a mocking tone. Yang Ji immediately chimed in. Who knows? Maybe this Suyu has 20 points of blood energy. His words were clearly sarcastic. The surrounding people laughed upon hearing this. 20 points of blood energy? That was pure fantasy. Not even in the entire eastern region of Daxia had such a monstrous talent appeared, let alone a kid from Jiangxing. Jian Chen's eyebrows furrowed at the obvious mockery, and anger began to rise within him. However, just as he was about to speak, Suyu's results suddenly flashed on the screen. 1 minute and 58 seconds. The bright red numbers instantly drew everyone's attention. Tian Ming and Yang Ji gasped, their pupils contracting violently as if witnessing something incredible. Less than 2 minutes? How was that possible? Even they had taken over 3 minutes to clear the passage. Before anyone could recover from their shock, Suyu's name began to flash rapidly on the screen, and in the blink of an eye, it soared to the top of the leaderboard. First place, Suyu. Time, 1 minute and 58 seconds. Jianchen clenched his fists, his eyes shining brightly. No wonder he defeated me, he murmured. Only this way can I find enough motivation. Although Tian Ming and Yang Ji ranked above him, Jianchen didn't care. But Suyu was different. Not only had Suyu defeated him before entering the prodigy camp, but now he had also claimed first place with nearly a 2-minute advantage, igniting Jian Chen's fighting spirit. In the room, the 5 instructors exchanged glances, their faces filled with astonishment. A mere blood energy stage student had cleared the passage in less than 2 minutes. Such combat prowess was truly shocking. Is this really the blood energy stage? One instructor asked bitterly. The others suddenly realized that for a blood energy stage student to achieve this, his blood energy must far exceed the norm. With such combat power, his blood energy must be at least 15 points, the instructor from Wolf City said gravely. 15 points of blood energy was a rarity in the entire eastern region of Daxia, and now it had appeared in the prodigy camp. The other 4 instructors looked at Zhao Long with a hint of resentment. Old Zhao, why didn't you tell us you had such a prodigy? We got excited for nothing. Exactly. If we had known Suyu was this talented, I would never have agreed to the wager. Facing his colleagues' complaints, Zhao Long feigned a sigh. It's just a little blood energy stage student. Nothing to brag about, nothing to brag about. This statement immediately drew angry glares from the other 4 instructors. A little blood energy stage? Are you kidding? Is this just a simple blood energy stage? Their eyes seemed ready to devour Zhao Long. Zhao Long maintained a serious facade, but inside, he was overjoyed. Showing off in front of me? Do you even know who Suyu's instructor is? With this thought, Zhao Long's mood felt as refreshing as eating ice cream on a hot summer day. The instructors and trainees gathered outside the passage, discussing animatedly. Suddenly, one of the instructors spoke up. If his vital energy is only at 15 points, it seems unlikely that he could clear the passage in just 2 minutes. This statement enlightened everyone. Indeed, even Jian Chun, Yang Ji, and Tian Ming, whose vital energy was close to 20 points, couldn't clear it in 2 minutes. How could Suyu manage it? Could his vital energy be above 15 points? The instructors exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Having a vital energy above 15 points would be extraordinary. The instructor from Wolf City turned to Zhao Long and asked, Old Zhao, you're Suyu's instructor. What's his vital energy limit? Zhao Long raised an eyebrow. recalling that the Jiang City branch leader had mentioned Suyu's vital energy had reached an astonishing 17 points. But even so, clearing the passage in 2 minutes seemed unlikely. Could Suyu's vital energy have increased even more? Thinking of this, even Xiao Long, a martial artist in the organ refining realm, couldn't help but gasp. He calmly said, "We'll know for sure once Suyu comes out and we test him." Everyone nodded in agreement. One excited instructor said, "A prodigy with vital energy over 15 points. It looks like our 5 cities elite camp will truly make a name for itself in this year's global competition." Although Suyu wasn't personally trained by them, as instructors of the elite camp, they felt a shared pride. They exchanged smiles and eagerly headed towards the passage, anticipating the demonstration of Suyu's true strength. However, as time ticked by, Suyu still hadn't appeared from the passage. Everyone began to feel puzzled. Logically, he should have emerged after defeating the puppet. Why was there no sign of him? Inside the passage, Suyu was staring at the disintegrated puppet, frowning. He thought, so, why hasn't the second challenge appeared yet? To Suyu, the elite camp's assessment couldn't be this simple. Other prodigies took 3 to 5 minutes to clear it, while he finished in just over a minute. There must be a second challenge. Looking around, Suyu noticed a passage behind the puppet and his eyes lit up. Could the second challenge be there? He quickly walked towards it. However, after passing through the passage, Suyu found himself back at the elite camp. Around him, the other prodigies stared at him with incredulous eyes, a mix of shock and apprehension. Suddenly the center of attention, Suyu felt a bit bewildered. Scratching the back of his head, he muttered, "Why am I out? Where's the second challenge?" This remark was overheard by the 5 instructors who had just arrived. They exchanged strange looks, thinking, "What second challenge? We only set up one." At that moment, Suyu realized his mistake. Internally cursing, he thought, "Damn it, there's only one challenge for the elite camp's entry assessment." Realizing he had made a huge blunder, Suyu's mind raced, thinking about how to handle the situation. Suyu stood at the exit of the passageway, quietly assessing his own strength. With 20 points of qi and blood, enhanced by the Wuxiang sword bone, his combat power far exceeded that of ordinary people. No wonder he could pass the test with such ease. Even the so-called Tianjiao camp, known for gathering the prodigies of 5 cities, was no challenge for him. He cleared his throat and walked out of the passageway slowly, his eyes scanning the crowd for Yu Pingin. Upon spotting him, Suyu walked straight over. Just as Yu Pingin was about to speak, a sudden rush of footsteps sounded from behind. "Instructor! Greetings, Instructor!" The members of Tianjiao camp around them quickly saluted. Suyu and Yu Pingin turned to see Xiao Long and 4 other instructors striding over. The two immediately bowed respectfully. However, the instructor seemed too preoccupied to acknowledge the formalities. Xiao Long grabbed Suyu's hand, his eyes glowing with excitement. "Suyu, what is your current qi and blood level?" He clearly remembered that 3 days ago, Suyu's qi and blood had already reached 17 points, which he thought was the limit. But today's assessment suggested that Suyu's potential was far greater. The other instructors chimed in eagerly, pressing Suyu for his qi and blood count. Their eyes were filled with anticipation, as if they were gazing at a rare treasure. Caught off guard by the instructor's sudden enthusiasm, Suyu was momentarily at a loss, feeling a bit overwhelmed. At this moment, a more composed instructor spoke up. You lot, why bother asking? Just let Suyu test it and we'll know." The other instructors snapped out of their daze and immediately shouted, "Hey, you bring over the qi and blood testing device. Let Suyu test it." Upon hearing the instructor's words, the staff at the Tianjiao camp sprang into action. Before long, a cumbersome blood energy testing device was brought to the scene. The surrounding prodigies directed their curious gazes towards Suyu, eager to find out just how terrifying his blood energy was, considering he had already surpassed them with his cultivation level. Xiao Long, smiling, asked, "Suyu, would you mind testing your blood energy?" Although the amount of blood energy is a closely guarded secret for warriors, Suyu didn't mind. He knew his true enemies were the myriad races cult, and the deities who had betrayed humanity. Besides, showcasing his formidable talent would mean gaining more resources at the Tianjiao camp. Suyu walked up to the blood energy tester and slowly raised his hand. Everyone around held their breath, eyes fixed on his every move. "I estimate Suyu's blood energy to be at least 17 points, one instructor analyzed. 17 points is already terrifying, another instructor echoed. If he breaks through to the blood refining stage, his blood energy could approach 20 points. When he reaches the peak of blood refining and enters the viscera refining stage, it might even exceed 40 points. Suyu placed his palm on the device, and his blood energy flowed into it like a long, steady breeze. Ever since he had perfected the long wind sword technique, his blood energy had become as enduring as a long wind. The device vibrated slightly, and a scarlet number suddenly appeared on the display. 20. The entire place fell silent. and a wave of shock surged through everyone's eyes. 20 points of blood energy? How is that possible? Tianming couldn't help but exclaim. As a practitioner who had already reached the 5th level of the blood refining stage, his blood energy had just reached 20 points. Yet Suyu, merely at the blood energy stage, had already matched him. If Suyu reached his level, wouldn't his blood energy break through 30 points? The other prodigies swallowed hard, their minds echoing a single thought. This is monstrous. The 5 instructors, including Xiao Long, couldn't hide their astonishment. Xiao Long clearly remembered that just 3 days ago, Suyu's blood energy was only at 17 points. Such an astonishing rate of improvement left even a seasoned veteran like him unsettled. Who would have thought that our Tianjiao camp would find such a gem? An experienced instructor exclaimed, clenching his fists with excitement gleaming in his eyes. At that moment, Xiao Long stepped forward and solemnly announced, I declare that the top scorer in the Tianjiao camp entrance assessment is Suyu. The other 4 instructors, though slightly resigned, had no objections. Based on the time Suyu took to pass the testing passage alone, he was undoubtedly the first. Remembering their previous bet, the 4 couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret, casting a somewhat resentful glance at Xiao Long. Noticing their looks, Xiao Long cleared his throat and changed the subject. He looked around at everyone, his expression turning serious. From this moment on, you are officially members of the Tianjiao camp. As soon as he finished speaking, many prodigies broke into smiles. However, before their smiles could fully blossom, Xiao Long's voice rang out again. Xiao Long's deep voice echoed through the Tianjiao camp, his words like a hammer shattering the illusions of the new recruits. Becoming a member of Tianjiao camp doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Xiao Long's eyes were as sharp as knives as he scanned the young faces before him. There are no rules here, only one creed: survival of the fittest. He paused, letting the gravity of his words sink in, then continued, Tianjiao camp is a place to forge elites. No matter how impressive you were in your previous cities, here, you all start from the same line. If you want more resources, you must demonstrate your talent and strength. Suddenly, a knowing smile crept across Xiao Long's face. Let me tell you one more thing, he said, his tone laced with a hint of mischief. In Tianjiao camp, every resource must be earned through points. Think of these points as similar to the Wu League points. His gaze swept over the crowd, satisfied to see the spark of excitement in their eyes. As long as you have enough points, you can even have the 5 of us instructors as your sparring partners. But if you don't have the points, he sneered, then you better earn them the hard way. Xiao Long then announced the rewards for the upcoming trial. First place will receive 300 points and an additional 30 points daily. Second place will get 200 points and an additional 20 points daily. Third place will earn 100 points and an additional 10 points daily. He continued listing the rewards for other ranks, each number igniting a burning desire in the eyes of the recruits. Most of them had already joined the Wu League and understood the value of Wu League points. The fact that Tianjiao camp points could be exchanged for Wu League points only fueled their excitement. Even Suyu was taken aback by this news. He quickly did the math. 1 point equated to 1 Wu League point, and 1 Wu League point was equivalent to $10,000. As the top scorer in this trial, Suyu would receive a daily reward equivalent to $300,000, plus an extra $3 million. The sheer magnitude of these numbers made his heart race. Suyu's eyes lit up instantly as he eagerly took the small booklet, the points exchange manual, from Xiao Long's hand. The staff members of the elite camp quickly approached to distribute the manuals to all the trainees. Unable to contain his excitement, Suyu flipped through the manual and gasped in astonishment. Just as Xiao Long had mentioned, the points in the elite camp corresponded directly with the martial alliance points. Here, points could be used for almost anything, from rare training equipment and combat simulation devices to precious natural resources, and even a day's personal guidance from a seasoned martial artist. What thrilled Suyu even more was that the exchange rates in the elite camp were more favorable than those of the martial alliance. Even some resources that required special permissions were easily accessible here. At that moment, Suyu felt increasingly fortunate to have joined the elite camp. Seeing that everyone had finished reading, Xiao Long clasped his hands behind his back and asked with a smile, "Finished reading?" Despite his friendly demeanor, the menacing scar on his face made his expression somewhat intimidating. All eyes turned to Xiao Long, awaiting his next words. Without further ado, Xiao Long got straight to the point. I'm sure you're all curious about how to earn points. It's quite simple. The first way is by hunting the ferocious beasts outside the elite camp. While we've cleared the surrounding areas, there are still plenty of beasts out there, and you can exchange their materials for points. At this point, Xiao Long's gaze locked onto Suyu, and a knowing smile played on his lips. Besides that, Suyu is currently ranked first, and the points he's earned are several times more than yours. Don't you want to surpass him? As soon as he said this, Suyu felt the intense gazes from all directions. Though he only had 300 points at the moment, being the top-ranked meant he earned 30 points daily. totaling 1,200 points a month. In contrast, some elites might only earn a few dozen points in a month. This vast disparity made Suyu a prime target. Xiao Long continued, the second way to earn points is through ranking. And the way to improve your rank is simple battle royale. The crowd was taken aback by the term battle royale. Xiao Long explained, the elite camp has a virtual device that allows you to enter a simulated battle royale game. Your performance in this game will determine your ranking. It happens once a week, and it's your only chance to improve your rank. If you want to surpass Suyu, you'll have to perform well in the battle royale. Hearing this, the eyes of the elites burned with fierce determination. Who wouldn't want to be number one? Not only would they gain abundant resources, but also unparalleled glory. However, Suyu's feelings were mixed. He realized he had suddenly become the target of everyone's ambitions, and in the upcoming battle royale, he would undoubtedly face intense challenges. He couldn't help but cast a resentful glance at Xiao Long. Noticing Suyu's look, Xiao Long coughed a few times and walked over to him, somewhat sheepishly. Ahem, Suyu, don't blame your instructor. This is all for your own good. Seeing Suyu's increasingly resentful eyes, Xiao Long quickly took out his martial alliance token and transferred 200 points to Suyu as compensation. He said earnestly, being targeted isn't necessarily a bad thing. You have great talent, and the elite camp is just the beginning for you. The stage will only get bigger. If you can't overcome these challenges, how can you expect to become a top-tier martial artist? Despite the logic in Xiao Long's words, Suyu's expression remained peculiar. He thought to himself, although what you're saying makes sense, why does it still feel a bit off? Xiao Long patted Suyu on the shoulder, his expression serious. You might not realize just how terrifying your talent is. Reaching 20 points in chi and blood at your current level means that before you even enter the organ refining stage, you could surpass 40 points. To put it into perspective, ordinary martial artists who have just entered the organ refining stage barely reach 30 points. Although the organ refining stage involves other factors, this alone shows your limitless potential. Xiao Long continued, with your talent, it won't be long before no one in the Tianjiao camp can match you. But a martial artist can't grow without pressure. Using the entire Tianjiao camp as motivation will help you grow even better. After hearing this, Suyu felt a bit helpless, but understood Xiao Long's intention and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Xiao Long smiled. That's the spirit. Train well. I'm looking forward to seeing your performance in a week. Suyu bowed slightly to Xiao Long and then left the square. Xiao Long watched Suyu's departing figure, rubbing his chin with a satisfied grin. This kid is my lucky star. Thanks to him, I managed to get a hefty sum from the other four guys. Spending 200 points to send him away was definitely worth it. Xiao Long raised an eyebrow, clasped his hands behind his back, and hummed a tune as he leisurely walked away. Soon, Suyu arrived in front of a building made of refined steel. A crowd of Tianjiao had already gathered around, their eyes filled with fervor as they looked at the building. The large characters on the door read, Training Room. Suyu's eyes gleamed. This training room was different from the ordinary training grounds at Jiangcity No. 7 High School. It was a specially designed facility where the gravity and other factors inside were multiplied, creating immense pressure that could fully unleash a martial artist's potential. Training here yielded twice the results with half the effort. So you had read about the training room in the exchange list before. The training rooms were divided into basic, intermediate, advanced, and special levels. The basic room was suitable for the chi and blood stage, the intermediate for the blood refining stage, and only the elites of the blood refining stage could withstand the advanced room. The special room was designed for organ refining stage martial artists. Although there were no organ refining geniuses in the Tianjiao camp at the moment, the 2-month training period might just produce one. Besides, the instructors at the Tianjiao camp were organ refining martial artists, and they could also train in the special room. After surveying his surroundings, Suyu headed straight for the advanced training room. Though he was still in the chi and blood stage, the basic room was ineffective for him. The intermediate room wasn't enough either, as his 20 points in chi and blood were already outstanding even in the blood refining stage. With plenty of points to spend, the advanced room was the best choice. Especially since he had become the public enemy for the next big battle, he needed to improve his strength to maintain his ranking. Using the advanced training room for a day required 30 points, equivalent to 30,000 yuan. Only someone like Suyu, who was ranked first, could afford it. The other Tianjiao around him looked on with envy as Suyu walked confidently towards the advanced training room. Jealousy surged in the hearts of many, but even more so, a determination to improve their rankings in the upcoming battle royale a week from now. In the Tianjiao camp, the importance of points could not be overstated. Some people watched Suyu's departing figure, their eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. Although Suyu currently held the top spot with the myriad resources of Tianjiao camp, others doubted he could maintain his position. After paying a certain amount of points, Suyu stepped into the advanced training room. The moment he entered, his steps halted abruptly, and his body instinctively bent slightly. An invisible pressure enveloped him, as if several heavy stones had suddenly been placed on his shoulders. Even though Suyu had elevated his vitality to 20 points, it took him several minutes to barely adapt to this intense gravity. Phew! Suyu took a deep breath, his eyes brighter than ever. He estimated that the gravity here was about 4 times that of the outside world. The moment he entered the training room, the flow of his vitality noticeably slowed. But this also signified an opportunity. If he could restore the flow of his vitality to normal in such an environment, his vitality would undoubtedly see significant improvement. Suyu was secretly delighted. Perhaps a week would be enough to push his vitality to its limit. Since forging his first piece of the Wuxiang sword bone, Suyu's vitality ceiling had increased. Even now, having reached an astonishing 20 points, he felt no constraints. This meant his potential was far from exhausted, with a vitality ceiling well beyond 20 points. With this excitement, Suyu began to slowly stretch and acclimate to the gravity in the training room. At the same time, he took a deep breath and started his training. In this challenging environment, every breath and every movement became incredibly arduous. But Suyu's eyes burned with unwavering determination, as if he could already see the hope of a breakthrough. About 2 days had passed. Suyu stood in the advanced training room, swinging his alloy longsword with a sudden force. Clang! The sound of the sword echoed in the room. Beads of sweat formed on Suyu's forehead, his breathing slightly rapid, but his eyes shone with determination. After adapting over these 2 days, Suyu was finally able to begin practicing martial arts in the high-gravity environment. With each swing of his sword, he could feel the tension in his muscles and the quick flow of his qi and blood. Although it was incredibly taxing, every time his qi and blood were depleted and then recovered, the speed of recovery would increase, and the restored qi and blood were more vigorous than before. Indeed, training in this room is several times more effective than outside. Suyu thought to himself with delight, his sword techniques growing increasingly fierce. Thus, Suyu embarked on endless training in the advanced room. He made full use of the daily points reward for being first place, which just covered the cost of using the advanced training room. Additionally, he purchased a large number of auxiliary pills for training and qi and blood recovery. After all, the consumption rate of qi and blood was extremely fast here, and without the aid of pills, he would need to rest for half an hour after just a short session. For a training fanatic like Suyu, resting was a waste of time. Now, with such a great place like the training room, he hardly left it except for necessary sleep. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. In the instructor's office, 5 instructors sat around a table, reviewing the detailed records of the Tianjiao camp trainees over the past 7 days. Tianming, as expected of Wolf City's number 1, broke through from the 5th to the 6th level of blood condensation in just a week, the Wolf City instructor said with a smile. Yang Ji is impressive too. He also broke through to the 6th level of blood condensation and even killed a 7th level fierce beast, greatly improving his combat experience, another instructor chimed in. Jian Chen from Jiang City is still at the 5th level of blood condensation, but his sword aura has become sharper. Even I feel a bit threatened by it. The instructors discussed the progress of the various talents one by one. Suddenly, the Wolf City instructor asked, "By the way, what has Suyu been up to lately?" Xiao Long, who was holding Suyu's file, furrowed his brows. The other instructors turned their curious gazes toward him. "Old Xiao, has Suyu broken through the blood condensation stage?" The Wind City instructor couldn't help but ask. Xiao Long remained silent for a moment, then handed the file to the others. "See for yourselves," he said, lighting a cigarette and falling into thought. The other instructors took the file and, upon reading it, frowned. 7 days, all spent in the training room, the Wolf City instructor asked, puzzled. "Isn't that a waste of time?" The Wind City instructor hesitated. The other instructors also looked confused. While the training room could indeed make practice more effective, it required adaptation to the high-gravity environment. It was like someone from the plains suddenly moving to a plateau. It took time to adjust. Moreover, Suyu was using an advanced training room suitable only for those above the 5th level of blood condensation. Although Suyu's prowess in blood energy is undeniable, fully adapting to the training room environment and cultivating there will still take considerable time. With only a week left until the ranking assessment, several instructors are puzzled by Suyu's choice. Instructor Lang Chung frowned and said, "All the other prodigies have already started hunting fierce beasts to enhance their combat experience. But Suyu is wasting precious time adapting to the training room. This seems quite counterproductive." Instructor Feng Chung sighed, shaking his head as he said, "It looks like the top spot is going to change hands. The ranking determines points, which are crucial for the cultivation resources one can access in the prodigy camp. Suyu's approach is really missing the forest for the trees." He continued his analysis. With Suyu's talent, as long as he breaks through the blood refinement stage, neither Tianming nor Yang Ji would stand a chance against him. But now, having spent so much time in the training room, it's going to be tough for him to hold on to the top spot. Beside them, Xiao Long silently smoked his cigarette, his brow furrowed, eyes gleaming with contemplation as he weighed the pros and cons. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Prodigy camp was becoming increasingly intense. With the survival assessment approaching, many prodigies were gearing up, ready to boost their rankings in one fell swoop. In a quiet room, Jian Chen sat cross-legged on his bed, his entire being exuding the sharpness of an unsheathed sword. He suddenly opened his eyes, which gleamed with a fierce light, and murmured, Suyu, this time, I will not lose to you again. Outside the Tianjiao camp, Yu Pingin was carrying a massive beast carcass on his shoulder, trudging step by step towards the camp. His towering figure left deep footprints in the ground with each step, showcasing his incredible strength. Upon reaching the camp gate, he threw the beast down with a thunderous crash. Boom! The ground instantly caved in, sending dust flying. Yu Pingin looked at the familiar camp before him, a genuine smile spreading across his face. He muttered to himself, I wonder how Suyu has been this past week. I really want to spar with you. Reflecting on the past 7 days, Yu Pingin had been hunting fierce beasts in the wilderness, honing his combat skills. He knew that his defensive capabilities were unmatched at his level, and to further enhance his power, he needed to improve not only his cultivation, but also his offensive abilities. This had always been his training philosophy. After a week of relentless training, Yu Pingin successfully advanced to the 3rd level of blood refining, his vital energy reaching an impressive 17 points, just a hair's breadth away from 18. Carrying the heavy beast carcass, he walked steadily into the Tianjiao camp. Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside the camp had grown tense. Each prodigy had a determined gleam in their eyes, making final preparations for the upcoming survival assessment, hoping to improve their rankings. Among them, Yang Ji and Tian Ming had openly declared their intent to defeat Suyu in the survival test. As top talents from their respective cities, they couldn't accept being overshadowed by Suyu, especially since he was only at the vital energy level. At that moment, Suyu was still immersed in his training in the advanced training room. He was focused on practicing the Heaven and Earth sword and the formless sword bone. Although he hadn't yet refined the second formless sword bone, he was using the sword energy from the first bone to stimulate his flesh bit by bit, preparing for future breakthroughs. During the past week, aside from the initial 2 days of adaptation, Suyu had dedicated almost all his time to training, even sleeping in the advanced training room. His efforts paid off as his vital energy value successfully rose to 23 points. At this critical juncture, Suyu finally felt the bottleneck of his vital energy. Although he was slightly disappointed at not breaking through to a higher level, Suyu wasn't too concerned. He knew that even across the entire Great Xia, his vital energy limit was unparalleled. This achievement stemmed from his extraordinary swordsmanship talent and the perfect fusion with the formless sword bone, making him a peerless genius. Whoosh! Suyu swung his sword, the air seemingly tearing apart. He exhaled deeply, a confident smile curling on his lips. Judging by the time, it's about time for the ranking assessment. After a quick cleanup, Suyu exited the training room. He thought to himself, since they've made me their target, let's see if they have what it takes to dethrone me. With this confidence, Suyu strode away from the advanced training room, heading towards the imminent survival assessment. In the virtual training room of Tianjiao camp, rows of hibernation pods were ready. This was the entrance to the virtual survival realm, where trainees could transfer their consciousness into a simulated real combat environment by entering the pods. Although the assessment hadn't officially started, the training room was already filled with many people, including Yang Ji, Tian Ming, Jian Chun, and Yu Pingin. The air was thick with tension and anticipation, as everyone made their final preparations for the upcoming challenge. This time, I'm determined to surpass my previous ranking. Maybe not top 10, but at least within the top 20. In the virtual training room, the elite camp trainees murmured amongst themselves, eyes gleaming with ambition. They discussed the importance of points. Some complained about not earning enough points from hunting beasts daily, while others dreamed of the extra rewards for the top 10. The 5 instructors present remained indifferent to the trainees' whispers. They believed that having ambition was good and saw no need to interfere excessively. Yang Ji and Tian Ming stood side by side, their gazes meeting. With a hint of a probing smile, Yang Ji spoke. Do you think you have a shot at a higher ranking today, Brother Tian's? Ranked 3rd, Yang Ji's skills and combat abilities were on par with Tian Ming's, and his words carried a subtle sense of competition. Tian Ming responded with a faint smile, a trace of disdain in his eyes. Suyu's talent may be extraordinary, but in the end, he's just at the qi and blood stage. So what if his qi and blood are strong? After the blood refining stage, the quality of qi and blood improves. With the same amount of qi and blood, it's enough to suppress Suyu. His tone was filled with arrogance. Tian Ming further explained that the gap between the blood refining stage and the qi and blood stage was not merely about the quantity of qi and blood. The 9 levels of blood refining each temper the entire Buddhist chi and blood, not only generating more, but also making the existing chi and blood stronger. This was the source of Tian Ming's confidence. Jian Chun, standing nearby, overheard their conversation and sneered. If he hadn't fought Suyu himself, he might have judged him by his stage as well. However, having personally faced Suyu, Jian Chen's view was quite different from the others. His eyes flickered with complexity, seemingly filled with anticipation for the upcoming competition. However, a glimmer of ambition sparkled in Jian Chen's eyes, revealing his inner desires. On the surface, he seemed disdainful, but deep down, how could he not want to challenge Suyu? Ever since he lost to Suyu last time, Suyu had become his target to surpass. After joining the elite camp, Jian Chen trained tirelessly, day and night. Due to insufficient points, Jian Chen had been frantically hunting fierce beasts in the outskirts these past few days, constantly honing his sword skills. The sword energy within him had grown even stronger than before, and his cultivation had advanced to the 6th level of the blood refining stage, on par with Tian Ming and others. Thinking of this, Jian Chen couldn't help but clench his fists. Amid the murmurs of discussion, a steady rhythm of footsteps echoed from the doorway. Suyu, dressed in black combat training gear, walked into the virtual training room, immediately drawing everyone's attention. The gazes that followed him were filled with challenge, disdain, and even fervor. The 5 instructors glanced at Suyu, their eyebrows slightly raised. As experts who had at least refined 3 organs, they could tell at a glance that Suyu had made significant progress compared to 7 days ago. Although he had not yet stepped into the blood refining stage, the improvement was noticeable. Who would have thought that 20 points of blood energy still isn't Suyu's limit? One instructor murmured. The other instructors nodded in agreement, though one sighed and added, "It's a pity he wasted time in the advanced training room." Although his blood energy has increased, compared to Tian Ming and the others at the 6th level of the blood refining stage, he's still likely at a disadvantage. Many instructors concurred with this assessment. After all, puppets could never match real warriors, let alone the elites from various cities. Alright, since everyone is here, let's begin directly, Xiao Long said calmly, giving Suyu a deep look. Having interacted with Suyu the longest, Xiao Long was well aware of the terrifying power hidden in this seemingly frail body. Despite his recent doubts based on Suyu's behavior, seeing him in person reignited a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Suyu would surprise him once again. The 5 instructors nodded, and Wolf City's instructor, Wang Xing, stepped forward with a serious expression and announced, "Everyone, prepare to enter the virtual pods." The training room fell silent instantly. Despite being the elites of their respective cities, the 5 instructors commanded immense respect. The crowd ceased their chatter, and each found their virtual pod to prepare for entry. Suyu's pod happened to be next to Yu Pingin's. He was surprised to find that in just 7 days, Yu Pingin now exuded a strong scent of blood. Clearly, Yu Pingin had not been slacking off either. "As Suyu, in this battle royale, we're enemies now," Yu Pingin said with a grin. Suyu smiled faintly and patted Yu Pingin's shoulder. "Alright, it's been a while since we sparred. Let's see how much you've improved." Yu Pingin grinned, showing his white teeth. Soon, everyone settled into their virtual pods. Wang Xing directed the staff to activate the equipment. Amid the humming sounds, the pods glowed with a soft blue light. Lying in the pod, Suyu felt the data cables connecting to various parts of his body, bringing a cool, comfortable sensation. Suddenly, his vision went black, and everything twisted as if returning to chaos, his mind growing drowsy. This state didn't last long. The darkness gradually faded, revealing a desolate scene before him. A jungle of steel, with broken buildings everywhere, and even traces of attacks from giant creatures. Seeing this scene, a fierce anger surged in Suyu's eyes. The myriad races. He clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly. This scene was eerily similar to the fall of Jiangqing 13 years ago, when it was overrun by the myriad races. The myriad races, all deserve to die. Suyu growled, a hint of red flashing in his eyes. Soon, Suyu calmed himself, his eyes returning to normal. He once again observed his surroundings carefully, sighing inwardly. So this is the virtual spirit realm. It's so realistic, it almost made me lose my composure. Suyu's face showed a trace of bitterness. The horrific memories from 13 years ago were deeply etched in his mind like a brand. He recalled how, in the early years, he would often wake up from nightmares of that fateful day. With time, he gradually found peace. However, the realistic scene before him reignited that unquenchable anger within him. Fortunately, after becoming a martial artist, Suyu's resolve had grown stronger. He quickly realized that this was not Jiangqing from 13 years ago, but a simulation within the virtual realm. Standing still, Suyu stretched his body slightly, a hint of surprise appearing on his face. "I didn't expect the virtual realm to be this realistic. My cultivation hasn't been weakened at all." Suyu thought to himself, astonished. He squinted, and with a gentle grasp of his right hand into the void, an alloy long sword materialized in his palm. Feeling the tangible sensation in his hand, a smirk formed on Suyu's lips. Interesting. After testing the virtual realm, Suyu began to scan his surroundings. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Battle Royale mode has begun. The map will shrink to half its size in 30 minutes. Please prepare yourselves. Hearing this, a gleam flashed in Suyu's eyes. It's finally starting, he murmured softly, a faint smile playing on his lips. He slowly looked at the vast city ruins ahead and began to move. To take my place? Let's see if you have what it takes. He grinned brightly and stepped forward, bathed in the golden light from the sky, officially entering the battlefield of the Battle Royale. Meanwhile, in the virtual training room, 5 instructors sat in chairs, watching the massive screen in front of them. The screen was divided into multiple small images, each corresponding to a trainee from the elite camp. The 5 exchanged smiles, and Wang Xing couldn't help but say, "It's begun. Let's see what surprises these kids from the elite camp can bring us." Suddenly, the oldest and strongest instructor, Li Feng, frowned and said, "Wait, why did Suyu's heart rate spike just now?" The other instructors turned their attention to Suyu's screen. Xiao Long explained, "When Jiangqing fell 13 years ago, Suyu lost all his family. I think he might have been reminded of that past by the city ruins in the virtual realm." Upon hearing this, the other instructors' expressions grew solemn. They watched as Suyu regained his composure in just a few seconds and couldn't help but sigh. Wang Xing's face showed anger. 13 years ago, those damned alien races. As soldiers stationed on the front lines of the underground defense, they harbored a natural hatred for the alien races. Suyu's reaction stirred their own anger. Li Feng gazed deeply at the screen, a gentle smile appearing on his face. "Don't worry. With such promising talents, even if we don't live to see the day humanity defeats the alien races, we will never see the day of Daxia's defeat." Hearing this, the other instructors also smiled. Xiao Long pointed at the screen and said, "All right, let's focus on watching these kids' performances." The group nodded and refocused on the images before them. The scene shifted to Suyu, who slashed with his long sword, blood splattering. A cold system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, 1 kill, 1 point awarded. Suyu calmly sheathed his sword as the disbelieving opponent clutched their neck, eventually dissolving into data. Suyu looked up at the sky and murmured, 5 points. I wonder how many contestants are left. Since the Battle Royale began, Suyu had embarked on a path of hunting. Although the rules stated that surviving until the end would secure first place, the instructors had added a point system. To truly claim victory, one had to not only survive, but also hunt other contestants to accumulate points. At this moment, Suyu's vitality had reached 23 points, equivalent to a martial artist at the 7th or 8th level of blood refinement. Although the trainees of the elite camp were considered exceptional, they were only so in small cities like the 5 towns. Even talents like Tianming, Yangji, and Jianchun, who were at the 6th level of blood refinement, had vitality only 1 or 2 points below Suyu's. With this confidence, Suyu decided to activate hunting mode in the virtual realm. He not only aimed to claim first place, but also wanted to test the limits of his current strength. 5 points are far from enough, Suyu muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on a distant source of vitality fluctuation. Without hesitation, he shot towards that direction like a shadow. Suyu's figure flickered like a ghost through the city's ruins. In just a short incense stick's time, he had already earned 10 points, which meant 10 elite members of the Tinjiao camp had fallen at his hands. These elites were the best from various cities, with even the weakest among them reaching the 9th level of Qi and blood before joining the camp. Within a week, most had advanced to the blood refining realm. Yet, Suyu, still at the Qi and blood stage, had already scored 10 points. This scene left the 5 instructors in the virtual training room quite astonished. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Li Feng's eyes. It looks like Su Ning has a good chance of defending his title. As Suyu's instructor, Xiao Long felt a surge of hope. What was even more shocking was that Suyu had not only hunted down rookies in the blood refining realm, but also a formidable opponent at the 4th level of blood refining with a Qi and blood score of 18, who had failed to withstand even a single move from Suyu. Xiao Long was convinced that Suyu would take first place, but was left wondering, I wonder where this kid's limit lies. He turned to the other instructors and suggested, should we reveal the points? I think this kid hasn't gone all out yet. Reflecting on Suyu's previous performances, the other instructors agreed. Soon, a huge golden leaderboard appeared in the sky of the virtual realm. The rankings displayed. First place Suyu, points 10. Second place, Jianchun, points 8. Third place, Tianming, points 4. Fourth place, Yangji, points 2. All the elite's attention was drawn to this sudden leaderboard. Standing on a piece of rubble, Suyu saw his name at the top and allowed a slight smile to cross his lips, which quickly faded. He realized that this leaderboard might make him a prime target. Weighing the pros and cons quickly, Suyu decided to stop taking the initiative. He looked around confidently and sat down in place, waiting for the other elites to come to him. Meanwhile, in a ruined plaza, the other elites began to appear one after another. Unusually, they didn't start fighting immediately, as they all had a common goal in mind. Suyu. One elite spoke up, "Since we're all here, it looks like we have the same idea." Upon hearing the voice, everyone's gaze instinctively shifted towards its source. There, Tianming and Yang Ji emerged from another direction, approaching slowly. A subtle hint of apprehension appeared on everyone's faces. They had teamed up to bring Suyu down because he was ranked first. Tianming and Yang Ji, however, also held higher rankings than the rest, and if given the chance, the group would gladly see them fall too. But the time wasn't right. To dethrone Suyu, they needed Tianming and Yang Ji's help. Tianming stopped, a faint smile playing on his lips, as he scanned the surroundings, failing to spot Jianchun. After a brief pause, he turned his gaze towards the golden leaderboard in the sky. "Since everyone is here, I assume we all share the same thoughts," Tianming began. "Suyu's talent is undeniable, but letting a mere Qi and Blood Realm kid stand above us is something none of us can accept, right?" The gathered prodigies exchanged glances, some hesitant but ultimately nodding. Indeed, Suyu's talent had impressed them, but as the pride of their respective cities, being surpassed by a junior in the Qi and Blood Realm was a hard pill to swallow. They might have accepted it if Suyu had already broken through to the blood refining realm. "In that case, I think it's time for a change at the top," Tianming said, sharing a knowing smile with Yang Ji, their eyes gleaming with determination. Both were determined to claim the top spot. Meanwhile, not far from the square, two figures watched silently. "It looks like they're planning to gang up on Suyu," remarked a cold-faced young man, wiping his long sword. Next to him, a burly young man with a somewhat naive appearance looked more serious. These two were Jianchun and Yu Pingin. Though both wanted to challenge Suyu, Jianchun's pride wouldn't allow him to join forces, and Yu Pingin, being Suyu's friend, wouldn't resort to such tactics. "And you? Haven't you always wanted to defeat Suyu? Why not join them?" Yu Pingin asked. Jianchun didn't answer immediately. He glanced at the square, and then replied nonchalantly, "I want to beat Suyu on my own." With that, he walked away, seemingly indifferent to Yu Pingin's presence. Yu Pingin watched him leave, eventually shaking his head and following. At that moment, Suyu was meditating atop the city's ruins, waiting patiently. As time passed, the Battle Royale map continued to shrink, making it only a matter of time before Tianming and the others found him. Suyu wasn't in a hurry. He knew they would come eventually, and facing them all at once might be easier than dealing with them individually. Half an hour later, the map shrank again, reducing the area to less than 10 square kilometers. Although still vast for blood-refining realm warriors, it wouldn't take long to find Suyu. Sure enough, within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Suyu heard approaching footsteps. Opening his eyes, he saw Tianming and Yang Ji leading a group of prodigies, surrounding him. "You've finally arrived," Suyu said, showing no sign of panic, instead wearing a calm smile. Tianming and Yang Ji frowned, surprised by Suyu's confident reaction. Tianming quickly regained his composure, smiling slyly. "It seems you've accepted your fate. Will you leave the virtual spirit realm on your own? Or shall we help you? You can't hold on to that top spot forever." Suyu chuckled, standing up slowly. "And what makes you so confident that I won't keep my rank?" Tianming's smile faded, turning sinister. He hadn't expected Suyu to remain so defiant. Impatient, Yang Ji interjected, "Let's just take him out. Once Suyu's eliminated, we can settle the matter of first place." Tianming nodded and waved his hand. "Attack." In an instant, the prodigies around Tianming unleashed their qi and blood, charging at Suyu with terrifying momentum. The battlefield was engulfed in a powerful oppressive aura as the blood-refining realm warriors converged on Suyu. From the outskirts of the battlefield, Jianchun and Yu Pingin arrived, their expressions darkening at the sight. "We're too late," Yu Pingin said, frustrated. They had hurried to warn Suyu, but Tianming's group had beaten them to it. By now, Tianming and the others had launched their full assault. Qi and blood energy surged, weapons gleamed with deadly intent, and the combined force hurtled towards Suyu. In mere moments, the attacks were upon him. These shameless bastards. Yu Pingin cursed, his face grim. In his eyes, even a prodigy like Suyu couldn't withstand such an onslaught. But just as the attacks were about to reach Suyu, a soft white glow began to radiate from the battlefield. Buzz! Suddenly, the battlefield resonated with the clear sound of swords clashing. Jianchun's eyes lit up with fervor upon hearing the sound. He quickly turned to where Suyu was, and a burst of white light erupted. Jianchun's gaze was like that of a hunter spotting rare prey, filled with endless excitement. "Sword Qi!" Jian Chen uttered slowly. With his words, a streak of sword chi shot out from the white light. The ultimate killing power was unleashed to its fullest, mingling with the clear sound of sword clashing. Boom! The violent sword chi instantly swept across the entire battlefield. The prodigies near Suyu didn't even have time to react before being struck by the terrifying sword chi. The result of being hit was only one elimination. One by one, the figures of the prodigies turned into data and dissipated in the air under the rampant sword chi. Even Tian Ming and Yang Ji, when confronted with Su Yu's sword chi, had drastic changes in their expressions. The look of terror was frozen on their faces, and eventually, their figures too turned into data and vanished under the impact of the sword chi. Jian Chun and Yu Pingin couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines as they witnessed this scene. These prodigies, even combined, might not be able to withstand Tian Ming and Yang Ji. Yet Suyu had annihilated them with a single strike. Such terrifying power made Yu Pingin gasp in shock. Unbelievable. Jian Chen's eyes burned even hotter. He recalled enduring Suyu's sword chi back in Jiangqing. It was sharp but still within his imagination. Now, Suyu had released such powerful sword chi at the chi and blood stage, something unheard of in the entire daxia. This is true sword chi, Jian Chen exclaimed with excitement. His eyes filled with fervor, as if he had glimpsed the pinnacle of swordsmanship he had always pursued. On the battlefield, the sword chi gradually dissipated. Suyu stood still, his expression calm. He suddenly sensed something and turned his gaze towards Jian Chun and Yu Pingin. Smiling at Yu Pingin, he asked, "What are you two standing there for?" The shock on Yu Pingin's face faded, replaced by a bitter smile. He sighed, "I never thought you'd become this strong." Reflecting on how Suyu had just entered the martial arts realm when the martial arts class began, and now had become someone he needed to look up to, filled Yu Pingin with complex emotions. After a brief moment of complexity, Yu Pingin took a deep breath and resolutely said to Suyu, "Suyu, I challenge you." Hearing this, the smile on Suyu's face vanished. He gave Yu Pingin a deep look before smiling again. If that's the case, he twirled his alloy sword. "Let's do this." In an instant, the battle was about to erupt. The virtual training room fell into silence. The staff and 5 instructors were all speechless, their eyes glued to the screen showing Suyu. They hadn't expected that, facing a combined effort from everyone, Suyu, at just the chi and blood stage, could eliminate them so swiftly. This guy, just how high has his chi and blood reached? Li Feng gasped, forcing a wry smile. Zhao Long was also silent. He could tell that Suyu had made some progress over the past 7 days, but he hadn't anticipated such a terrifying improvement. This guy, could he really have been training in the advanced training room? Zhao Long rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. At these words, the other instructors' expressions turned strange. They had previously thought Suyu was wasting his time, spending 7 days in the advanced training room. After all, for someone unaccustomed to the training room, just adapting to the gravity would take a long time. But now, it seems Suyu had adapted to the gravity of the advanced training room much earlier. Zhao Long watched Suyu on the screen battling Yu Pingin and couldn't help but laugh. This kid really gave me a surprise. The instructors had awkward smiles on their faces, a hint of embarrassment flickering in their eyes. They had to admit that they had misjudged Suyu. Initially, they thought he was wasting his time in the advanced training room, but he had already fully adapted to the gravity environment there and had even started training in a more advanced room. Although the advanced training room was expensive, its effects were remarkable. Training there for 1 day was equivalent to 4 days outside. Coupled with Su Yu's astonishing talent, his current achievements no longer seemed impossible. The instructors felt a sting of humiliation. As the instructors stood there, visibly uncomfortable, the virtual pods began to open one by one. The eliminated elite cadets sat up, looking bewildered. Although being slain in the virtual realm didn't harm their physical bodies, the life and death crisis they experienced left many of them shaken. Especially those who were defeated by Su Yu. In an instant they felt not only the threat of death, but also a profound fear of his strength. They had been taken down with a single move. Their faces displayed a mix of emotions. Their lips moved, but no words came out. Even the proud ones like Tian Ming and Yang Ji were silent, clearly impacted by what had just transpired. Soon, the virtual pods of Jianshun and Yu Pingin also opened. After Su Yu had defeated the others, these two had challenged him as well, only to be defeated. Unlike the others, although they felt a bit bitter, there was a bright determination in their eyes. Quickly, all eyes turned to Su Yu's virtual pod. As the door slowly opened, Su Yu sat up. He did not open his eyes, but remained seated in a meditative posture, with an aura of vitality emanating from him. The 5 instructors' pupils contracted slightly at the sight. This was a breakthrough. Li Feng's eyes sparkled with keen interest. As a strong practitioner in the refined organ stage, he immediately recognized Su Yu's state. The instructors quietly signaled the surrounding cadets to stay silent, knowing how crucial a tranquil environment was for a breakthrough. The cadets understood and held their breath, not daring to make a sound. At that moment, a faint blood-red glow began to flicker across Suyu's skin, a manifestation of his internal energy. A soft humming sound arose, and Suyu's aura steadily grew stronger. Suyu meticulously controlled his internal energy, circulating it through every part of his body. His flesh and blood seemed to act like a millstone, continuously refining the energy. With each compression, the energy became denser. If one could see inside Suyu's body, they would notice his energy undergoing a purification process. Purifying energy was the hallmark of the blood refinement stage. This stage required 9 rounds of purification, each increasing the energy density by 10%. The quality of purified energy far surpassed that of the ordinary energy stage. As Suyu's internal energy was refined throughout his body, time seemed to stretch. When the final strand of energy was purified, his body shuddered, and a powerful aura erupted from him. In an instant, the cadets near Suyu felt as if he had transformed into a ferocious beast, exuding an overwhelming presence, like a beast in human skin. However, this aura was quickly reined in by Suyu. The surrounding instructors breathed a sigh of relief. He had successfully broken through. The instructors smiled broadly. Suyu, with his extraordinary energy capacity, had finally entered the blood refinement stage. His future was bound to be bright, and he might even reach the Golden Body Master realm. The thought of having trained someone with the potential to become a Golden Body Master filled the instructors with pride. In the underground fortress, a Golden Body Master was a cornerstone of strength. Feeling the surge of energy within him, Suyu couldn't help but smile. Blood Refinement Stage Level 1. Energy at 25 points. His previous energy limit was 23 points, and after one purification, it had increased by 10%, reaching 25 points. Moreover, his strength surpassed that of an ordinary Blood Refinement Warrior, with 25 points of energy. Now, I might already rival some ordinary level 9 Blood Refinement Warriors. Suyu thought, pleased, as he slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the 5 instructors standing around him, he was momentarily puzzled. What's going on? The 5 instructors smiled kindly at Suyu. Xiao Long cleared his throat and announced, the virtual survival assessment is over. First place goes to Suyu. He then proceeded to announce the points and rankings. The elite cadets listened with resigned expressions. Some of them looked at Suyu differently now. If they had been skeptical about his first place ranking before, Suyu's performance in the virtual realm had thoroughly convinced them. Moreover, with Suyu's recent breakthrough to the blood refinement stage, his strength had grown even more formidable, solidifying his top position. After the announcements, the 5 instructors exchanged glances. Xiao Long spoke in a low voice, audible only to the 5 of them. I think it's time to begin the next phase of training. The 4 instructors fell into a brief silence upon hearing Xiao Long's words. After a moment, the eldest, Li Feng, broke the quiet and firmly agreed with the idea. He looked around at the other 3, his tone carrying a hint of severity. These youngsters may still be inexperienced, but since they are now part of the Tianjiao camp, we can't train them the old way. As he spoke, his gaze landed on Suyu, who had just made a breakthrough. Especially practical combat training. It's the best way to enhance their strength. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Xiao Long then turned to the Tianjiao camp trainees, his voice steady and serious. You have 1 week to improve your skills. After that, we will commence survival training. Remember, there is a risk of death in this training. Xiao Long's words hit the trainees like a hammer, snapping them out of their shock over Suyu. Faces grew solemn. Survival training was a long-standing tradition in Tianjiao camp. They had to survive in a designated area for a week. Although instructors would be there to guide them, danger still lurked. Every training session had seen trainees perish, and Xiao Long's warning was not to be taken lightly. Even Jian Chen couldn't hide a trace of worry on his face. But Suyu, upon hearing this, seemed thoughtful. He had just broken through to the blood-refining realm and needed practical combat to hone his skills. This survival training was a perfect opportunity. As for the risk of death, with his current abilities, combining his heaven and earth sword with the sword-drawing technique and the chi of the formless sword bone, along with the sustained combat capability of the long wind sword, he had no fear even against a 9th-level blood-refining martial artist. After Xiao Long finished his announcement, he signaled for everyone to leave. The ranking points would be automatically recorded on their identity tokens later. Suyu wasted no time and headed straight to the advanced training room to consolidate his newly achieved realm. Meanwhile, in a secluded mountain cave on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, a secret meeting was underway. Deep within the cave, a large space had been cleared, with a round table at the center surrounded by 12 chairs, only 6 of which were occupied. The attendees were cloaked in black robes with sinister emblems on their chests, their faces hidden in shadows. The figure at the head of the table tapped the surface with skeletal fingers, breaking the silence with a raspy voice. The last time the long night descended, the higher-ups were very disappointed in us. His words thickened the air with a sense of oppression. Suddenly, a drop of sweat fell to the ground, echoing sharply in the stillness. The leader continued, the Jiangqing Branch 1 has been destroyed by dawn. The higher-ups have given us another chance. 1 week from now, the Tianjiao camp will begin their survival assessment, and the 5 instructors will be separated. The higher-ups demand that we eliminate the participating trainees completely to eradicate the Tianjiao of Jiangqing. The other 5 reacted with varied expressions. One of them asked, what should we do? The leader stood and walked towards the darkness, his back to the group. I don't care what methods you use, but in 1 week, I want all the Tianjiao camp trainees dead at your hands. Succeed, and I will report to the branch leader for divine rewards. But if you fail, his voice turned icy, you will offer yourselves as sacrifices to the deity. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a week has quietly passed. During these 7 days, Suyu has been almost entirely immersed in the advanced training room, dedicating himself to his cultivation except for necessary meals and rest. Although the instructors generally believe that actual combat is more effective for improving combat power and cultivation, their opinion of Suyu changed after the last virtual spirit realm incident. Perhaps conventional methods work for others, but for the exceptionally gifted Suyu, the advanced training room has become the best place for his cultivation. Thus, the instructors no longer had much to say. Inside the training room, Suyu slowly sheathed his alloy sword, his black combat suit soaked with sweat. Through the damp fabric, one could faintly see his muscular lines, which, though seemingly slender, contained astonishing power. Suyu took a few deep breaths, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Finally, the foundation is solid. During these 7 days, Suyu focused on solidifying his foundation. Despite his talent, which could have allowed him to complete this task in a day or two, he knew that a solid foundation was crucial for a long journey on the martial path. Just like a skyscraper needs a firm base, strong cultivation requires a solid foundation for support. Therefore, Suyu dared not slack off in the slightest. It wasn't until he was certain that his cultivation was fully stabilized that he moved on to the next step of his practice. This process took a full 7 days. Although his cultivation level didn't increase much, Suyu could clearly feel that his control over the blood refinement realm's power had become more refined. If he could compete with an ordinary 9th-level blood refinement martial artist when he broke through, now he was confident he could challenge even those who had pushed their blood power beyond the 10th point. Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't help but smile. He mentally calculated the time and realized that the day for combat training was approaching. Shaking his head slightly, he packed up his gear and left the training room. Back in his room, after a simple wash and relaxation, Suyu received a message from his identity token. He strapped on his alloy sword and headed towards the gate of the Tianjiao camp. At the camp entrance, Suyu met up with Jian Shun and others, along with several other trainees from Jiangqing. This survival training was organized by city, with Xiao Long in charge of the Jiangqing trainees. The Tianjiao camp had a total of 100 members, but only a dozen were from Jiangqing. Despite the small number, the top trainee of the Tianjiao camp came from Jiangqing. After waiting for a moment, Xiao Long appeared in their view, chewing on a piece of dogtail grass. Instructor, everyone greeted in unison, including Jian Shun. Xiao Long glanced over the group and suddenly smiled. You know what's coming next, right? Everyone nodded. Without further ado, Xiao Long pulled out a large map and handed it to Suyu. This marked area on the map is your survival training range. Follow the route on the map and return to the Tianjiao camp, Xiao Long said with a smile. Suyu glanced at the map, his eyebrows slightly raised. The route wasn't unfamiliar to him. He had traversed part of it before when hunting fierce beasts with Pingin in the outskirts of Jiangqing. With just one look, he memorized the route and then passed the map to the others. So, the survival training starts now? Suyu asked, a bit eagerly. Xiao Long gave Suyu a deep look and smiled faintly. This survival training is not simple. There are fierce beasts in the blood refinement realm along the route I gave you, and even a half-step blood transformation realm beast in the core area. Everyone was stunned, their faces gradually becoming serious. Even Suyu frowned. A half-step blood transformation realm beast? Fierce beasts were already formidable in combat, and a half-step blood transformation realm beast could rival some of the top 9th-level blood refinement trainees in the Tianjiao camp. Indeed, survival training isn't easy, Suyu thought to himself, a smile forming on his lips. But I'm not easy to bully either. Xiao Long continued, his voice carrying a sense of pressure. I've said what needs to be said. I'm responsible for your safety, but I can't look after everyone. There might be casualties during this training. If anyone wants to quit, now's the time. His gaze swept over the group. Some trainees hesitated, but no one chose to quit. This scene made Xiao Long feel quite gratified. Good kids, he sighed slightly before announcing. Since that's the case, I declare the survival training officially begins. Now, everyone, start the march according to the route on the map. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Long's figure vanished from sight. Even Suyu couldn't track his movements. So, this is the speed of a blood transformation realm warrior. Suyu's eyes showed a hint of longing. So, should we start now? Someone in the crowd asked timidly. Immediately, all eyes turned to Suyu. His strength had already convinced the entire Tianjiao camp, and now that the survival training had begun, the Jiangqing trainees naturally saw him as their backbone. Although Suyu felt a bit helpless, he still focused his gaze outside the Tianjiao camp. Since that's the case, let's head out. In the western outskirts of Tianjiao camp, a breathtaking battle was unfolding. Dozens of massive black wolves bared their fangs, their gaping maws emitting a pungent stench as they menacingly eyed a group of young people clad in black combat training uniforms. The wolves exuded an aura of extreme savagery, and the faint smell of blood was nauseating. The young people faced the ferocious shadow wolves with grave expressions. Although a single shadow wolf was not particularly powerful, possessing only the strength of 7 or 8 levels of blood energy, their pack nature made them one of the most dangerous beasts in the outskirts. Even more terrifying was the presence of a powerful wolf king among them, which, as an adult, could reach the 3rd level of blood refinement, with the strongest even reaching the 9th level. Suddenly, a giant wolf, 3 meters long, stepped out from the pack, its blood-red eyes scanning the young people with murderous intent. It let out a low growl, instantly triggering the ferocity of the entire pack. Howls echoed in succession, and the ground trembled under the wolves' charge, kicking up a storm of dust and sand. In the swirling dust, countless giant wolves charged madly at the young people. Some began to show fear, but at that moment, a young man with a calm demeanor spoke steadily from the group. "You Pingin, defensive formation at 12 o'clock. Jian Chun, attack the left flank. Lu Shan, attack the right flank. The rest, follow me in a wedge formation." As soon as he finished speaking, the young people sprang into action as if reborn. A burly figure stepped forward, his skin glowing with a golden light, and shouted, "Indestructible Vajra!" Transforming into a golden giant, he stood at the forefront. Simultaneously, 2 figures darted out like phantoms. One unleashed Sword of Morning, with sword energy sweeping like a crescent moon, while the other performed Underworld Stab, with black light tearing through everything. Numerous shadow wolves fell instantly, and the rear of the pack hesitated. However, the Wolf King's howl reignited their ferocity. Seeing this, the burly figure launched a low-hand fist, a golden light shining as it obliterated the leading wolves. Despite this, the giant wolves continued to flood in. The burly figure, exhausted, retreated with a smile. Behind him, a group of young people shot forward like arrows, led by one holding an alloy longsword, its blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. Long Wind! A soft command was followed by a gust of sword energy that tore through the air. Amidst the flurry of sword flowers, countless wolves were shredded to pieces. The slender figure did not pause, charging directly into the depths of the wolf pack, aiming straight for the Wolf King. Sensing the danger, the Wolf King roared again. The surrounding wolves turned to block the threat, but the other young people quickly intervened, with sword energy slashing and fists flying, clearing a path for the slender figure. Finally, the slender figure reached the Wolf King. Before the Wolf King could react, he swung his sword, shouting, "Heaven and Earth Sword!" The alloy longsword hummed and trembled, releasing a terrifying burst of power. With a dull thud, the massive Wolf King was cleaved in two, falling heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. The corpse of the Wolf King lay silently on the ground, its blood soaking the surrounding grass. A slender figure stood nearby, staring coldly ahead. The alloy longsword in his hand trembled slightly, emitting a faint hum. "Take care of the other shadow wolves, and clean up the battlefield quickly," the young man commanded in a calm, yet authoritative voice. Immediately, the slaughter resumed on the grassland. The remaining wolves were swiftly killed, their blood staining the grass a deep red. The air was thick with the scent of blood. Moments later, the battlefield was cleared of wolf carcasses, and all valuable parts were meticulously collected for points. "All done. What's next?" another young man asked with a cheerful grin, his eyes filled with fervent admiration for the slender figure. This team, known as the Jiang City Squad, had emerged from the Tianjiao camp and was now on the 3rd day of their survival training. Under the leadership of Suyu, they followed the route map provided by Zhao Long. Suyu's extensive experience and formidable combat skills had won the absolute respect of his teammates, including the proud Jian Chun. Suyu silently scanned the surroundings before locking his gaze on a nearby forest. His expression grew serious. "Next, we have a tough battle ahead," Suyu said calmly. Hearing this, Jian Chun and the others also grew serious. all turning their eyes toward the forest. According to the route map, they were about to enter this forest, where a ferocious beast at the half-step blood refinement stage awaited. A beast at the half-step blood refinement stage had begun refining its internal organs. Although its vitality was similar to that of a ninth-level blood refinement martial artist, its combat power had significantly increased. Moreover, beasts were inherently stronger than martial artists of the same level, making them a formidable challenge even for the elite trainees of Tianjiao camp. Suyu weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Although he personally did not fear such a beast, it was not just about him. However, according to Zhao Long's requirements, they had to follow the route strictly. Otherwise, the training would be deemed a failure, and all their points would be forfeited. They might even face punishment. Shaking his head, Suyu made his decision. We can't avoid it, so let's go. If we work together, we might just be able to take down this half-step blood refinement beast. As he spoke, his eyes burned with determination. Since breaking into the blood refinement stage, Suyu had yet to go all out in a fight. This beast might just be the challenge he needed to test his limits. The team followed Suyu's lead silently, heading towards the forest. Meanwhile, on a tree not far away, Zhao Long, with a blade of grass in his mouth, watched the trainees with a smile. He nodded approvingly, but also harbored concerns. The half-step blood refinement beast was far more dangerous than they anticipated. The leap from blood refinement to organ refinement was a significant one, and without adequate preparation, these young trainees might suffer greatly. With this in mind, Zhao Long kept a vigilant eye on the team from a distance. This beast was the most perilous part of the training, and every year, trainees lost their lives to it. He did not want his students to meet such a fate. Deep within the forest, two mysterious figures in black robes stood on an ancient tree. Below them, a massive black serpent lay coiled, its eyes closed in slumber. One of the black-robed figures sneered. The instructors at Tianjiao camp are really pushing it, using such a monster to train their students. Aren't they afraid of losing them all? The other responded calmly. With a blood refinement stage warrior overseeing, the casualties shouldn't be too high. However, he paused, a cold smile spreading across his face. The boss said that whether we can redeem ourselves and make up for the long night incident depends on this. As he spoke, he took out a glass vial containing a green liquid. Since it's survival training, just one half-step blood refinement beast isn't enough. The black-robed man cackled as he opened the vial, releasing a fragrant aroma. The sleeping serpent suddenly opened its eyes, its golden pupils filled with a frenzied gleam. It hissed urgently, as if searching for the source of the scent. The black-robed man on the ancient tree laughed again and gently tossed the vial towards the serpent below. At the edge of the jungle, the Jiangqing team cautiously advanced inward. Leading the group was Yu Pingin, his expression serious, with a faint golden glow occasionally flickering on his skin. Jian Chun, on the left, wore a stoic face, but his eyes were filled with vigilance. On the right, Suyu kept his gaze forward, his peripheral vision constantly scanning their surroundings. At the rear, several prodigies from Jiangqing carefully monitored any movements behind them. This area, known as the Serpent Jungle, lived up to its name, teeming with countless venomous snakes. However, these were no ordinary reptiles. They had evolved into fierce beasts after the resurgence of spiritual energy. Even more daunting was the presence of a powerful beast in the jungle's depths, one that was nearly at the refining viscera stage. Although their formation made for slow progress, it maximized their safety. Thus, the team slowly ventured deeper into the jungle. Yet, after about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, they had not encountered any creatures, let alone snakes. So didn't the map say this place was crawling with snakes? Why haven't we seen a single one? Someone couldn't help but ask. Yeah, not even an ant. Could the intel be wrong? Another person chimed in. The team involuntarily came to a halt. Suyu frowned, recalling the false information they had encountered a few days ago. Although those crises had been resolved, they had made everyone skeptical of the map's data. Suyu pondered. Could the intel about the Serpent Jungle also be false? But giving false information in such a dangerous place would be a death sentence. The instructors at the Prodigy camp were strict but would never send students to their deaths for no reason. So, how could they explain the current anomaly? Meanwhile, on a nearby tree, Instructor Zhao Long was also deep in thought, his brow furrowed. He was confident in the intel he had personally gathered. But why had the students found nothing after so long? Suddenly, a faint tremor ran through the ground, followed by increasingly clear vibrations. What's happening? Why is the ground shaking? Someone asked in terror. Suyu's face changed. His survival instincts told him this was a bad omen. He quickly turned to look deeper into the jungle, his pupils dilating rapidly. A massive wave of venomous beasts surged forward, snakes of various colors exuding powerful auras, their eyes filled with brutality, their pupils blood red, as if provoked by something. Hisses. The deafening hisses of the snakes echoed all around. Many in the Jiangqing team turned pale instantly. Though they had encountered groups of fierce beasts in recent days, this overwhelming horde of venomous snakes was unprecedented. Even the shadow wolf pack they had faced earlier numbered only in the dozens. Now, hundreds if not thousands of snakes were rushing toward them, causing some of the more timid students to tremble. Xiao Long noticed the scene before Suyu did, his expression becoming exceptionally grim. The entire serpent jungle's beasts had gone berserk. What on earth was happening? At that moment, Xiao Long's pupils contracted sharply. At the back of the snake tide, a massive black python was slithering forward, its gaze blood-red, exuding a terrifying aura as it charged toward the Jiangqing team. Damn, that half-step refining viscera beast has gone mad too. Xiao Long cursed under his breath, his face darkening. Unaware of the impending danger, Suyu and the others were taken aback when Xiao Long suddenly appeared before them. Instructor? Suyu looked at Xiao Long in surprise. However, Xiao Long's next words made Suyu's expression turn serious. The plan has changed. Take everyone back to the prodigy camp immediately. I'll hold them off here. Suyu's body shivered slightly, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. Xiao Long's words carried hidden meanings, making him instantly sense something was amiss. His gaze swept over the swarming venomous snakes ahead, and his expression turned grim as a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Is it those people? A cold glint flashed in Suyu's eyes. Taking a deep breath, he turned and shouted to the Jiangqing squad, "Everyone, return to the Tianjiao camp immediately." Seeing that the others were still in a daze, Suyu roared again, "Move!" He grabbed the arms of two nearby team members and sprinted towards Tianjiao camp. Jian Chun and Yu Pingin, though unclear about the situation, realized things had spiraled out of control upon seeing Xiao Long's sudden appearance and Suyu's icy expression. Without hesitation, they mimicked Suyu's actions, helping the other team members retreat quickly. Xiao Long watched the Jiangqing squad leave, sighing in relief. He turned to the venomous snakes, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He growled, "Daring to cause trouble in Daxia's territory? You're asking for death." A broken war blade appeared in Xiao Long's hand out of thin air, and his aura surged, resembling a war god descending. He grinned menacingly, the scars on his face writhing, exuding a murderous intent. "I've killed countless of the myriad races, and you filthy rats dare to act up in front of me." From the treetops, not far away, two figures in black robes watched coldly. One of them sneered, "Ha!" The Jiangqing folks reacted quickly. "But do they really think this beast tide is our only trick? Let's see how these kids, without their instructor, can escape our hunt." With that, they leaped down and disappeared into the forest. On the open grassland, Suyu and the others raced towards Tianjiao camp. Jianchen frowned and asked, "Suyu, what's going on? Why did the instructor show up all of a sudden?" Before Suyu could answer, a complaint interrupted. "Great," the instructor intervened. "Our survival training is over. If we don't complete the training, we'll be punished." Hearing this, everyone looked at the speaker as if he were an idiot. The person blushed but still muttered, "Am I wrong? If the other four cities find out, Jiangqing will be mocked." Suyu snapped, "Shut up. What's more important, your life or your pride? If you're not happy, go back now and help the instructor fend off the beast tide." The person gave an embarrassed smile and fell silent. Suyu's face was dark as he replayed the scene of the venomous snake tide and Xiao Long standing in front of them. Didn't they say Yongdage had wiped out the myriad race's cult stronghold? This snake tide, he worried silently about Xiao Long's safety. Just as the Jiangqing squad was about to reach Tianjiao camp, shadows flickered around them, and a group of armed figures charged at them with murderous intent. "Who are you?" Jianchen shouted, unsheathing his sword. With a sweep of his sword energy, he instantly killed one of the shadows. Seeing the black robes on the attackers, Suyu's face darkened further. "Myriad races cult," he practically spat out the words through gritted teeth. At that moment, a strange voice echoed, "Tisk tisk sk," as expected of Tianjiao camp's elites, managing to fend off our first wave so easily. Following the voice, they saw a black-robed figure blocking the way back to Tianjiao camp, with two similarly dressed individuals behind him. Around them, dozens of black-clad figures emerged, each with at least 7 or 8 layers of blood energy, some even being blood refinement warriors. The faces of the Jiangqing squad turned grim. One of them pointed at the black-clad figures and shouted, "Who are you people? Why are you attacking us?" The black-robed figure sneered, a mocking smile on his face. "Who are we? Naturally, we're here to kill you. How dare you?" A sudden roar erupted from a member of the Jiangqing squad, his voice trembling with anger as he glared at the man in black. "We are members of the Tianjiao camp. If you kill us, the 5 cities martial alliance will hunt you down." These high school students knew nothing about the existence of the Wanzu sect, and it wasn't their fault. Even Suyu only learned about the Dawn and the Wanzu sect by chance. Xiao Long and the others, although aware of the Wanzhou sect, chose to keep this information from the young students, believing they weren't ready. Just as the Dawn didn't want to reveal the truth about the deities, Zhao Long and his team didn't want to prematurely expose these teenagers to the Wanzhou sect secrets. Faced with the threat from the man in black, the members of the Jiangqing squad were both terrified and furious. They couldn't believe someone would dare to attack the Tianjiao camp. To them, it was nothing short of suicidal. The leader of the black-robed men sneered at their words. Tianjiao camp? Such big talk. Let's see what the 5 cities martial alliance can do after I leave all of you here today. He raised his arms slightly and gave a cold order. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. With the order given, the men in black pounced on the Jiangqing squad like wolves. Their eyes gleamed with cruelty, as if they were looking at lambs to be slaughtered. In that critical moment, Suyu's furious shout pierced the air. Fight back. They want to kill us, and our only chance is to break through. Suyu's yell and the murderous intent of the men in black snapped the Jiangqing squad out of their daze. Though pale-faced, each one gritted their teeth, gripped their weapons tightly, and charged at their attackers. The students of the Tianjiao camp may have been high schoolers, but they were no ordinary teenagers. They were the elite, selected through rigorous tests from the 5 cities, all of them blood-refining realm martial artists. Though outnumbered, their combat prowess was formidable. In an instant, the clash of blades and the clang of metal filled the air. Suyu moved like a whirlwind, his alloy sword gleaming with a brilliant light, each strike taking down an enemy. Long-wind swords, Suyu murmured, and his sword transformed into a seemingly endless gust of wind, sweeping through the enemies like a meat grinder. Blood splattered, staining the ground. The black-robed leader, who had initially planned to stay out of the fight, was immediately drawn to Suyu's performance. This guy. He narrowed his eyes in surprise. Just in the first stage of blood refining, yet he can unleash such deadly force. Impressive. His gaze swept across the battlefield and settled back on Suyu. The leader's eyes grew bright and fiery. This guy is the strongest among them. If he grows stronger, he'll be a formidable enemy to the Wanzhou sect. Killing him is more valuable than taking down the entire Jiangqing squad. The leader roared with fervor. Attack. Kill him. We might earn the gods' favor. A black-robed figure with blood-red threads on his robe stepped forward. Compared to the leader, who had 3 blood-red threads, this man's robe had only 1. As he moved, a torrent of bloodthirsty energy surged from him, exuding a terrifying aura. Suyu, who had just slain another enemy, instantly felt the overwhelming pressure. His face turned grim. This aura is stronger than any blood-refining realm warrior I've encountered. This guy is in the viscera-refining realm. Scanning the battlefield, Suyu saw his comrades, Yu Pingin and Jian Shun, still locked in combat. Determination flashed in his eyes. He shouted to Yu Pingin beside him, Pingin, Jian Shun, take the squad and go. I'll cover you. Hearing Suyu's words, Yu Pingin's body trembled. He looked at Suyu, wanting to say something, but seeing the resolute look in Suyu's eyes, he understood his intention. With a heavy heart and reddened eyes, Yu Pingin shouted, retreat. Jian Chen's face was grim. His pride made him reluctant to flee, leaving Suyu to hold the line. But before he could speak, Yu Pingin struck him on the neck, knocking him out. Carrying Jian Shun, Yu Pingin led the rest of the Jiangqing squad to retreat swiftly. The men in black were about to give chase when the leader's icy voice stopped them. Forget them. Kill this one. His death is more important than all of theirs. Obeying the command, the men in black surrounded Suyu, closing in on him. Watching his friends escape safely, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. He then turned his focus back to the viscera-refining realm warrior, his eyes filled with intense resolve. This is quite a predicament. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly as he cautiously scanned the approaching men in black, along with the robed figure exuding the aura of a lianzong realm master. His expression grew serious, and his grip on his alloy longsword tightened unconsciously. Taking a deep breath, Suyu calculated internally. If he could hold out until reinforcements from the Tianjiao camp arrived, there might still be a glimmer of hope. A fierce determination flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself. Let's see how big the gap really is between me and a lianzong realm master. With a low shout, Suyu sprang forward like a shadow, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. Chong Feng, he yelled, brandishing his alloy longsword, which gleamed brilliantly. The dazzling light forced the surrounding men in black to shut their eyes. In that instant, Suyu's sword sliced through their bodies. Blood spurted as several of them fell to the ground. The robed figure frowned at the sight and commanded sternly, enough. Everyone fall back. He didn't want to lose too many basic members just for Suyu. The men in black retreated warily, leaving the battlefield to the robed figure and Suyu. With his hands clasped behind his back, the robed figure looked at Suyu calmly. forcing me to take action personally. Your death will be worth it. Suyu sneered. If you're going to kill me, do it. Why waste time talking? Are all members of the Wanzhou sect like you? Full of empty words? Courting death. The robed figure's eyes flared with anger. He stepped forward and vanished, reappearing instantly in front of Suyu. Dare speak to me like that? I'll make you pay for rousing my ire. The robed figure's right hand shot towards Suyu's chest. The sound of surging blood was deafening. Suyu's pupils contracted, and before he could react, the robed figure's palm landed heavily on his chest. Thud! Suyu felt as though he had been struck by a sledgehammer, sending him flying backward and crashing into the ground, creating a large crater. He felt his ribs nearly shatter, his chest caving in, and each breath brought searing pain. Cough, cough, cough! Suyu spat out a mouthful of blood, horrified. Is this the power of a lianzong realm warrior? He bitterly realized that the gap between him and a lianzong realm master was far greater than he had imagined. Watching the robed figure approach step by step, Suyu regretted underestimating the situation. He had thought his strength would at least buy some time for the Jiangqing squad to retreat safely. But now, that idea seemed hopelessly naive. The robed figure stood over Suyu, looking down at the young man with disdain on his face. Ants will always be ants. The man in black robe sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. Slowly, he raised his hand, fingers curling to form a massive fist. Crimson energy flowed across his knuckles, radiating a murderous intent. Just a mere blood refinement stage, and you think you can challenge a viscera refinement warrior? You're dreaming. His voice was cold and piercing. Killing you today will be a lesson for you to open your eyes in the future. The fist moved slowly towards Suyu, an invisible pressure building in the air. A cruel smile played on the man's lips. This ends now. Just as the fist was about to land, a thunderous shout exploded across the battlefield, courting death. Before the words finished echoing, a towering figure shot into the fray with astonishing speed, positioning himself in front of Suyu. Wielding a battle blade, he swung it fiercely at the man in black. Sensing the imminent danger, the man in black instinctively redirected his fist to meet the incoming blade. Boom! A dull thud sounded as fist and blade collided. Ah! The man in black let out a horrific scream, his fist instantly mangled and bloodied. Stumbling back several steps, he barely managed to dissipate the overwhelming force. His face twisted with rage, he roared, "Who dares to interfere with the affairs of the Wan clan sect?" Standing firm in front of Suyu was a burly figure, gripping a chipped battle blade. His sharp gaze locked onto the man in black. In a deep, commanding voice, he declared, "You dare touch my student, Xiao? Your Wan clan sect must have a death wish." A deep, resonant voice echoed across the battlefield. Xiaolong's imposing figure stood unmoved, holding a damaged battle sword. The blade was soaked in crimson blood, exuding a strong scent of iron. The man in the black robe looked up at the towering figure, his face suddenly darkening. Xiaolong! A flicker of apprehension flashed in his eyes. Though Xiaolong was only at the visceral refinement stage, as an instructor at the Tianjiao camp and a frontline warrior, his combat prowess far exceeded that of ordinary fighters at the same level. Xiaolong ignored the man in the black robe and instead turned his gaze to Suyu behind him. "Are you all right?" he asked calmly. Suyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. "I'm fine." Xiaolong raised an eyebrow, noticing Suyu's weakened state. "Where are the others?" he asked in a deep voice. Suyu spat on the ground, revealing his white teeth. "They went back to get reinforcements." Hearing this, Xiaolong immediately grasped the situation. He had been fending off a wave of serpents in the viper jungle and knew nothing of what had transpired here. His eyes on Suyu softened with a mix of emotions. "You did well, kid. Now stand behind me." Turning back to the man in the black robe, Xiaolong's calm eyes suddenly became sharp. "I've notified the Tianjiao camp. They'll be here in 10 minutes. By then, a hint of murderous intent surfaced. These filthy rats will be exterminated." His voice carried intense anger. These vermin, who were like rats scurrying through the streets of the great Xiao, dare to harm his students, blatantly disregarding him. Xiaolong fixed his gaze on the black-robed man's arm and asked coldly, "Which hand did you use to hit him?" The man in the black robe hesitated, then his face darkened. "Xiaolong, don't think that just because you've refined 3 organs, I'm afraid of you," he growled, his eyes flashing with rage. Being pushed back by Xiaolong and his disdainful attitude made him feel belittled. "If you won't say, don't blame me." As soon as Xiaolong finished speaking, his figure vanished. A strong sense of danger surged in the black-robed man's heart. Before he could react, Xiaolong appeared before him, his towering frame radiating intense hostility. "I gave you a chance to speak." Xiaolong's deep voice boomed like thunder. A terrifying wave of energy and blood spread from his body. Xiaolong raised his damaged battle sword, the blade glowing a sinister red. With a swift swing, the sword descended, trailing a crimson light. Slash! The black-robed man's body trembled, and an arm was severed instantly, blood gushing from the massive wound. Ah! The black-robed man screamed, his face turning pale as fear replaced the anger in his eyes. He clutched his wound, blood seeping through his fingers. You! He stammered, trembling. He hadn't anticipated Xiao Long's overwhelming strength, rendering him defenseless. Suddenly, the black-robed man seemed to remember something and shouted behind him. Why aren't you coming out? This guy is tough. If I die, you won't complete the mission either. Xiao Long followed the direction of the voice and saw two more figures in black robes standing silently at the edge of the battlefield, indifferent to the ongoing fight. For the first time, Xiao Long's fierce expression showed a hint of seriousness. I didn't expect there to be two more rats, Xiao Long said in a low voice. One of the black-robed figures clapped slowly and raised his head. In the sunlight, a pale, sickly face with a strange expression was revealed. To think you've entered the underworld and managed to injure my companion like this, he sneered. But it's fine. Eliminating a prodigy from the Tianjiao camp, and a coach to boot, will fetch us a higher reward. The sickly man in the black robe, let out a series of eerie laughs, a hint of madness hidden within his voice. Xiao Long looked at the two figures before him, the seriousness on his face deepening. One at the 3-organ stage, one at the 2-organ stage, and a half-rack at the 1-organ stage. This fight is going to be tough as hell, Xiao Long muttered under his breath, his hand unconsciously gripping the broken warblade tighter. Despite being among the top in his realm, facing 3-organ refinement stage experts from the myriad race sect was a tremendous pressure even for him. Xiao Long glanced back at Suyu behind him. After some time to recover, Suyu's aura was still weak, but much better than before. Xiao Long sighed inwardly, his eyes growing resolute. Suyu! Xiao Long suddenly called out. Coach! Suyu responded, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Xiao Long's gaze locked onto the 3 black-robed figures before him. When the fight starts, you run. The other instructors from the Tianjiao camp are already on their way. They'll be here soon, and you'll be safe then. Suyu was taken aback. If I leave, what about you, coach? Xiao Long's lips curled into a slight smile. Me? I'll be here to deal with these rats. His smile turned somewhat ferocious. Coach! Suyu felt a wave of emotion, understanding Xiao Long's intention. Although Xiao Long was powerful, facing 3-organ refinement warriors was a stretch. If it was just him, escaping wouldn't be difficult. But with Suyu, it became much harder. Clearly, Xiao Long had chosen to stay behind. This feeling reminded Suyu of the day Jiang City fell 13 years ago, when a warrior had shielded him. Back then, he was powerless. And now, even though he was still like an ant before organ refinement warriors, even ants could slay elephants. Suyu shook off the tears threatening to spill and said firmly, I'm not leaving. Coach, I want to fight by your side. Xiao Long's body trembled slightly. He took a deep breath, turned, and gently ruffled Suyu's hair, a rare gentle smile on his face. You brat, remember this. The warriors of Daxia are not dead yet. It's not your turn to face these dangers alone. When the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. Now, let your coach hold it up for you. With that, Xiao Long turned decisively, his blood and chi surging instantly. Attack, he roared. The 2 black-robed men in the distance lunged at Xiao Long like dark phantoms, while the third, who had taken a hemostatic pill, charged at him with a sinister expression. Remember this, you brat. Xiao Long's voice echoed in Suyu's mind. As a student of mine, if you shed a single tear, he'll look down on you. I've fought in the catacombs for years, facing dozens of myriad race warriors alone. Even when my comrades fell one by one, I never shed a tear, because I knew I am a warrior of Daxia. A warrior paves the way with martial arts. I once saw a phrase, and today, you better remember it. If you forget, I'll beat you up. As warriors, we must charge forward fearlessly, open the path to the heavens, create eternal peace, and protect the lights of 10,000 homes. Each of Xiao Long's words struck Suyu's heart like a heavy hammer, stirring waves of emotion. Coach! Suyu watched Xiao Long's figure grow blurry, feeling lost. Xiao Long raised his broken war blade slowly, a hint of madness appearing on his face. I thought this move was reserved for those myriad race bastards, but it turns out I have to use it on you rats. But, for the future of Daxia, it's worth it. Martial Dao. Golden body. Xiao Long roared, his blood and chi surging like a raging river, washing over his body. A golden hue quietly appeared on his skin, and his aura underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming like a war god, wielding a war blade to sweep away everything. Slash! Xiao Long shouted again, taking a step forward, his aura seeming to shatter all obstacles. Damn, he's using the martial Tao, golden body. The three-organ refinement warriors of the myriad race sect turned pale, their faces filled with fear. Retreat! The leader of the three-organ stage shouted in terror. However, with the golden body, Xiao Long wouldn't give them a chance to retreat. You bastards, die by Xiao Grandpa's hand. Xiao Long sneered, a faint golden light covering his scars, making his ferocity seem almost divine. Annihilate! Xiao Long growled, his warblade enveloped in surging blood and qi, slashing out fiercely. The blade light swept out, instantly covering the three-organ refinement warriors before him. Boom! A series of explosions echoed across the sky and earth. Open the path to the heavens, create everlasting peace, and guard the lights of 10,000 homes. Suyu whispered softly, his vision gradually blurring. The sound of roaring filled his ears, as if the sky were falling. Officer! Suyu's body swayed slightly before he suddenly snapped back to reality. He wiped the moisture from his eyes and looked up. Xiao Long stood firmly on the ground, his battle blade frozen mid-swing, his body rigid. A golden light spread downward from the top of his head. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Long weakly coughed a few times, trying to turn his head to see Suyu, but the golden light had already enveloped his neck, rendering him immobile. In front of Xiao Long lay the corpse of a three-organ stage martial artist, split from head to toe by a gruesome slash, as if he could be cleaved in two at any moment. Two heavily wounded two-organ stage martial artists lay on the ground, their bodies covered in gashes from the blade's energy. Sensing the danger, a one-organ stage martial artist had already turned to flee. It's a pity. I couldn't finish off these scum, Xiao Long muttered, looking at the severely injured two-organ stage attackers. His face showed anger and helplessness. In an instant, the golden light fully enveloped his body, his eyes lost their luster, and his heart stopped beating, leaving only the anger and helplessness etched on his face. Officer! Suyu ran to Xiao Long in a panic, finding him transformed into a golden statue, standing tall on the battlefield. Officer! Suyu's eyes turned blood red as tears streamed down his face. He wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come. Suddenly, Suyu noticed the severely injured two-organ stage member of the 10,000 Races cult not far away. 10,000 Races cult. Must die. His face contorted with rage as he gripped his alloy sword once more. The sound of the sword echoed through the heavens and earth, as if venting Suyu's fury. Die! He roared, his eyes blazing with anger, and he swung his sword. Heavenly sword. Draw sword technique. Formless sword bone. The sword energy, infused with Suyu's wrath, instantly struck the two-organ stage cultist. No! The cloaked man watched the incoming sword energy in terror, too injured to evade. He could only watch as the crescent-shaped energy descended upon him, shredding his body until he was nothing but a pile of flesh. And you! Suyu turned to the remaining cloaked figures, his eyes filled with hatred. Die! He growled, charging into the fray like a maddened lone wolf, sword in hand. Sword light flashed, blood splattered. Die, 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 die! Suyu's mind was consumed by madness. Half an incense stick later, all the cloaked figures lay slain. Suyu, exhausted, collapsed to the ground, staring at Xiao Long's golden statue with an indescribable expression. Officer! Suyu let out a bitter laugh, a tear falling heavily to the ground. Moments later, a team arrived at the battlefield. Li Feng, leading the group, saw the scene and his face filled with sorrow. These 10,000 Races cult scum. Wang Xing looked at the bodies and Xiao Long's golden statue, his eyes red with rage, fists clenched tightly. Li Feng took a deep breath, his eyes turning sharp. Salute! He commanded, his voice choked with emotion. Thud! Li Feng's right fist pounded his chest. For Officer Xiao Long! His voice pierced the sky. Thud! The three officers behind him also pounded their chests in respect, their faces filled with grief and anger. Grief for Xiao Long, anger at the 10,000 Races cult. Suyu sat alone on the ground, hugging his knees, staring intently at Xiao Long's golden statue. His eyes were filled with both unwillingness and confusion. This was the first time Suyu had witnessed a warrior turn into a golden statue right before his eyes, and it was all to protect him. Suyu's eyes flickered with confusion as he stood motionless, watching Li Feng and the others approach Xiao Long's martial arts golden body. The four of them bowed respectfully in front of Xiao Long before Li Feng retrieved a yellowed piece of paper from Xiao Long's body. Is this Xiao Long's martial arts testament? Li Feng murmured, his eyes reddening slightly and his nose twitching. The martial arts testament is a document that every warrior entering the underground caves must fill out, essentially serving as their last will and testament. Once one steps into the caves, their life and death are no longer in their own hands. Therefore, making arrangements in advance is always a wise choice. Xiao Long, as an instructor at the Tianjiao camp and a martial artist of the viscera refining realm who once guarded the caves, naturally left behind a martial arts testament. However, it was tragic that Xiao Long did not die on the battlefield, but was forced to activate his martial arts golden body due to the machinations of the Wan clan cult. Li Feng's eyes scanned the testament before he sighed deeply. Place Xiao Long's martial arts golden body in the caves. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure seemed to hunch over slightly. The three instructors beside him remained silent, the atmosphere heavy with grief. In the testament, Xiao Long clearly stated that if he were to die and his martial arts golden body were activated, it should be placed at the cave's defensive line to guard against the Wan clan for generations. As for Xiao Long's assets, the testament detailed their allocation. Xiao Long, a native of Jiangcity, had never married or had children. 13 years ago, like Suyu, he witnessed the tragic destruction of Jiangcity. At that time, although Xiao Long was already a warrior, he was only at the Bloodchi realm. From that moment on, Xiao Long dedicated his life to annihilating the Wan clan. However, the Wan clan had not yet been defeated, and Xiao Long had already fallen to the Wan clan cult. According to the testament, Xiao Long's inheritance would be given primarily to the prodigies of Jiangcity. This gesture earned the utmost respect of the instructors present. I can't compare to Xiao Long, Wang Xing sighed as he gazed at Xiao Long's martial arts golden body. Moments later, the staff from the Martial Alliance arrived. Under the instructor's guidance, they carefully lifted Xiao Long's martial arts golden body onto a vehicle. Each person's face showed profound respect. The martial arts golden body is revered by all martial artists of the Great Xia, especially since Xiao Long died protecting the prodigies and the future of the Great Xia. The martial arts golden body, there's really nothing to be sad about. We'll all end up like this sooner or later, Li Feng said softly as he watched the vehicle, carrying Xiao Long's martial arts golden body depart. It's just a pity Xiao Long didn't use this move against the Wan clan, but fell to the Wan clan cult's treachery. Oh well, my day will come too. Li Feng sighed deeply, his gaze falling on Suyu, who was sitting dazedly on the ground, his heart growing heavier. Afterward, Li Feng and the others took Suyu back to the Tianjiao camp. Once they returned, Suyu silently walked into the advanced training room without saying a word. The instructor said nothing, understanding that Xiao Long's death had dealt a heavy blow to Suyu, and he needed time to process it. Due to the attack, the Tianjiao camp security was heightened. All students were prohibited from leaving the camp to prevent another possible assault by the Wan clan cult. After some discussion, the instructors decided to give the students a one-week break. However, no one saw this as a chance to relax. Although the special training was paused, the students continued their sparring matches. After the incident, nearly everyone was striving to improve their strength, especially the students from Jiangcity, who were working harder than ever. Suyu, after a day of training in the advanced training room, entered the special training room in front of everyone. It's worth noting that the special training room is typically only suitable for viscera refining realm warriors. Bloodchi realm warriors can attempt it, but it requires immense willpower and determination. When everyone thought Suyu wouldn't last more than a few days, he managed to stay in the special training room for an entire week. Time flew by, and a week had passed since Xiao Long's death. During this time, apart from the first day in the advanced training room, Suyu spent almost all his time in the special training room. The gravity there was 8 times that of the advanced training room, far exceeding its intensity. Even someone as talented as Suyu found it challenging to cope. However, he persevered in the special training room for 6 days without a word. Inside the special training room, Suyu panted heavily, his black combat training uniform soaked with sweat, his skin glistening as if he had just been through a torrential downpour. Despite his chest heaving violently, his hands never stopped moving. He practiced the sword drawing technique and the one sword of heaven and earth tirelessly. Only when his strength was completely drained did he sit cross-legged to recover his energy. For 6 days, Suyu followed this rigorous routine. Due to his relentless effort, his cultivation level advanced from the first layer of the Bloodchi realm to the 3rd layer, leaping 2 entire sublevels. At the 3rd level of blood refining, Suyu's vitality had surged past the 30-point threshold. This achievement alone marked him as a prodigy in the area around Jiangcity, and even across the entire eastern region of the Great Xia Kingdom. He was considered exceptional. Suyu knew that if he could reach the 9th level of blood refining, his vitality might exceed 50 points, a feat unheard of across the entire Great Xia. However, Suyu's face showed no hint of joy, only cold indifference. Xiao Long's death had dealt him a severe blow. Since Suyu had become a martial artist, Xiao Long had always been by his side, guiding him. Although Xiao Long was the instructor of the martial arts class at Jiangcity No. 7 High School, he had given special attention to Suyu and Pingin, often providing them with extra training. In Suyu's heart, Zhao Long had long been a father figure. Suyu deeply understood that Zhao Long's protection wasn't out of personal interest. As a soldier, Zhao Long valued Suyu's extraordinary talent and potential, believing that Suyu could contribute more to great Xia in the future. More importantly, it was the honor of a great Xia soldier never to let a student die in front of him. Such sacrifices were not new to Suyu. He closed his eyes, and the scene from 13 years ago resurfaced in his mind. Back then, another martial artist had stood in front of his younger self, driven by the same belief. The 10,000 races. Suyu clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. A fleeting look of despair crossed his face, soon replaced by determination. He clearly understood that the root of all this was his own weakness. If he could contend with a viscera-refining martial artist, Zhao Long wouldn't have died. With this resolve, Suyu threw himself into relentless training, aiming to become stronger. Just as he was about to continue his practice, there was a knock on the door of the special training room. Frowning, Suyu opened the door to find Jiang City, who had somehow arrived at the Tianjiao camp. Jiang City stepped in, seemingly unaffected by the eightfold gravity inside the training room. He took a small box from his pocket and tossed it to Suyu, saying calmly, "These are Zhao Long's belongings. They are yours now." Suyu furrowed his brows but soon relaxed. He remembered that Zhao Long had written in his martial arts will that if he died, all his wealth would first be left to the prodigies of Jiangqing. As the top prodigy in Jiangqing and the one designated as a prodigy seed by the sub-leader of the Martial Alliance, Suyu naturally became the heir to these resources. For a moment, Suyu gazed at the small box in his hand, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He carefully opened the box, revealing only Zhao Long's Martial Alliance token and a letter resting quietly inside. Zhao Long's token has been deactivated, Yangxi explained beside him. You can transfer the 300 Martial Alliance points to your own token at any time. As for the letter, it seems Zhao Long left it for those who came after him. Suyu nodded and took out the letter, slowly unfolding it. The paper was filled with crooked handwriting, almost illegible without careful examination. Yet, to Suyu, it was a treasure, and he read every word meticulously. They actually made me write this thing, the letter began. To be honest, it's a real headache. I've taken dozens of blows on the battlefield without flinching, but writing this damn thing, my brows haven't relaxed once. Damn it. Reading this, the sorrow in Suyu's heart eased a bit, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Instructor. He murmured softly to himself, and continued reading. Ahem, since I have to write it, I might as well be serious, the letter went on. Wouldn't want to embarrass myself if someone saw it after I died. The truth is I, Zhao Long, have no children and no attachments. So, to whoever reads this, don't mourn my passing, because I should have died 13 years ago when Jiangqing fell. Suyu's eyes lingered on the letter, as if he could see Zhao Long's expression through the crooked words. Each character bore the instructor's personality and history, making Suyu feel both close to and saddened by the memories. At this moment, Suyu's arm trembled slightly. A trace of confusion appeared in his eyes as he wondered. Why did Zhao Long say that he should have died in Jiangqing 13 years ago? What surprised him even more was that Zhao Long had also experienced the destruction of Jiangqing 13 years ago, yet he had never mentioned it. With these questions in mind, Suyu continued reading the letter. Zhao Long's handwriting began to twist, as if his inner struggles were being etched onto the paper. To be honest, I'm not really a good person. Don't be fooled by the fact that I've done some things for Daxia and contributed to Jiangqing. I'm still a sinner. The handwriting became increasingly distorted as Zhao Long recalled that nightmare from 13 years ago. At that time, he was just a new recruit in the military. Faced with the collapse of Jiangqing, he should have bravely fought the enemy as a soldier. However, witnessing his fellow citizens and innocent people being slaughtered by the claws of the myriad races, fear took hold of his heart. Zhao Long's guilt and regret were palpable on the page. As a soldier of Daxia, I was terrified. At that moment, a powerful enemy from the myriad races noticed him and charged at him. Zhao Long's mind went blank, and he was paralyzed with fear. Suddenly, a golden light burst forth in front of him. It was his superior, a centurion. Ironically, Zhao Long still didn't know the name of this savior. The centurion stood in front of him, engaging in a life-and-death battle with a powerful enemy. Despite the disparity in strength, the centurion used a secret martial arts technique to kill the enemy, but he paid with his own life. Suyu noticed tear stains on the paper. He fell silent, finding it hard to imagine that Zhao Long, who now faced the myriad races without fear, had once been so timid. But could he really blame Zhao Long? 13 years ago, he was just a teenager who had just graduated from high school. In the letter, Zhao Long continued to recount his journey from cowardice to courage and how he came to understand the mission of a Daxia warrior. He solemnly warned, to whoever reads this letter, remember this. whether you join the military or do something else. As long as you are a warrior of Daxia, you must not let the innocent people behind you die at the hands of the myriad races. We warriors pave the way to the heavens, create peace for all ages, and protect the lights of countless homes. Suyu committed every word of the letter to memory, carefully folded it, and placed it back in the small box. He closed his eyes, feeling a lump in his chest that he couldn't quite relieve. At that moment, Jiang City took out his phone, tapped a few times, and handed it to Suyu. Suyu looked at the screen, and his face showed a look of shock. The video showed the night scene of the number 66 Grotto defense line. Under the starry night sky, a steel dragon lay quietly on the ground. Golden lights shimmered on the dragon, with numerous golden figures standing atop it. To Suyu's amazement, Xiao Long was among them. These golden figures were the ancestors of Daxia, who had opened their martial arts golden bodies and permanently guarded the Grotto defense line. Although Suyu had long known this fact, seeing it with his own eyes was still incredibly shocking. After the video ended, Jiang City put away his phone and said flatly, "Want to go for a walk?" Suyu nodded in agreement. The two of them lay down on the grass outside. Jiang City asked about Suyu's future plans. A hint of confusion flashed in Suyu's eyes. He really didn't know how to plan for the future. Jiang City continued, saying that due to recent events, the Tianjiao camp was no longer safe. The five cities martial alliance had decided to disband the Tianjiao camp and send the students to other, stronger cities' Tianjiao camps where they could access better resources. But Jiang City added, "However, I don't mind if you stay. With your talent, it's hard to find anyone in all of Daxia who can match you. You are destined to become a grandmaster of martial arts. Although these Tianjiao camps have good resources, they are too slow for you. And, with your current strength, I think it's time for you to start the Dawn trial." Hearing Yang City's words, the confusion in Suyu's eyes gradually faded. He sat up straight, his gaze fixed on the brightly lit Jiangcheng in the distance. Each light seemed to burn fiercely against the darkness, echoing the mission of protecting the lights of countless homes. After a moment, Suyu's eyes regained their brightness and determination. He solemnly said, "All right, I choose to start the Dawn trial." Yang City slowly turned his head, his gaze heavy as he looked at Suyu. "Are you certain?" His voice was low and serious. "Your talent in swordsmanship is exceptional. Even the ancients praise you as one of the finest in Great Xiao. Becoming a martial arts master in the future is almost a certainty." Pausing for a moment, Yang City continued, "Although the Tianjiao camp holds little challenge for you now, once you start the Dawn trial, you will face deities. The danger involved is beyond what ordinary people can imagine." Yang City's expression grew more solemn. While he hoped Suyu would participate in the trial, he also knew that once it began, there was no turning back. The trial could be deadly, but if Suyu succeeded, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of Dawn and perhaps even its cornerstone. Yang City understood that martial artists need trials to grow. Despite Suyu's extraordinary talent and the careful nurturing and protection he would receive upon joining Dawn, the risks remained. He hoped Suyu would consider carefully. Suyu lowered his head in silence for a moment, then looked up, a smile spreading across his face as he gazed at the starry sky. "If I back down just because of danger, I think the instructor would be very disappointed." Yang City said no more. He understood Suyu's resolve. Standing up, he dusted off his clothes and looked up at the sky. "In that case, get ready. We'll leave the Tianjiao camp tomorrow." Before he finished speaking, Yang City's figure had already vanished. Suyu did not mind. He continued to gaze at the star-filled sky, then turned to look at the brightly lit Jiang City. He did not sleep a wink that night. The next morning, in the instructor's office. "What? You're leaving the Tianjiao camp?" Li Feng looked at Suyu and the man beside him, Yang City, in disbelief. Although he didn't know Yang City, upon seeing his martial alliance badge, Li Feng immediately showed respect. Yang City's status in the martial alliance was at least equal to that of the Jiang City branch leader. Li Feng was well aware of Suyu's terrifying talent. Xiao Long had fought fiercely against the powerful members of the Wanzu sect, even activating his martial gold body, just to protect Suyu and ensure he could grow to become a pillar of the Great Xiao martial alliance. With Suyu's talent, staying at the Tianjiao camp would indeed offer little further progress. Though reluctant, Li Feng finally sighed and patted Suyu's shoulder. "I know Xiao Long's departure hit you hard, but remember, the door of the Tianjiao camp is always open for you. You are our pride. Wherever you go, show the spirit of the Tianjiao camp." Suyu nodded silently. On the training ground of the Tianjiao camp, Yu Pingin looked at Suyu with reluctance. "Are you really leaving?" Jian Chun, standing nearby, wore a stoic expression, but a flicker of reluctance passed through his eyes. Though not expressive, so you could see his true feelings as a friend. Suyu stood at the entrance of the Tianjiao camp, his deep gaze sweeping across the familiar surroundings as if trying to etch them into his memory forever. With a hint of bitterness in his voice, he said, In the end, I am still too weak. If I were stronger, perhaps the instructor wouldn't have had to use the golden body of martial arts. His words cast a shadow over the faces of the Tianjiao from Jiangqing. Suyu continued, his voice low and resolute. I don't want to see anyone die in front of me again. If possible, I would rather it be me. Upon hearing this, Yu Pingin patted Suyu on the shoulder with a complicated expression. Since you've made your decision, as your brother, I'll support you no matter what. But sooner or later, we'll meet again, right? A faint smile finally appeared on Suyu's face. Yes, I want to see how you all perform in the global battle. Jian Chun and all of you from Jiangcheng. Even though Jiangcheng is a small city, I believe that this time, our name will shine brightly in the global battle. His words inspired each of the Jiangcheng talents, who all showed determined smiles. Suyu bowed deeply. Farewell, everyone. If we meet again, it will be in the catacombs, fighting side by side. See you in the catacombs. The students from Jiangcheng responded in unison, their expressions solemn. Suyu took one last deep look at the Tianjiao camp, slung his pack over his shoulder, and turned to leave. The sound of his determined footsteps echoed in the silent air. Yu Pingin and the others watched his departing figure, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Somehow, they saw a shadow of Xiao Long and Suyu. In the crowd, someone sighed softly. After today, who knows when we'll meet again? The words drifted into the air, tinged with a faint sense of melancholy, bringing a poignant end to the scene of farewell. The Jiangqing high-speed rail station was bustling with activity. Suyu, carrying a heavy backpack, stood silently beside Yang City. They had just left the Tianjiao camp and were on their way to bid farewell to Gu Lao at the Tianyi dojo. Gu Lao didn't seem particularly surprised by Suyu's decision. Instead, he earnestly advised him to be extremely cautious. After joining the Dawn camp and beginning the Dawn trials, your primary task is to ensure your survival. Gu Lao's voice was low and firm. There are too many things this world needs you to do. Only by staying alive can you gradually accomplish them. Don't let impulsiveness lead to unnecessary sacrifice. Before their departure, Gu Lao tightly gripped Suyu's hand and imparted all his knowledge about the Wuxiang swordbone. He knew very well that Suyu's return date was uncertain. Once this path was chosen, there would be no turning back. Your talent is indeed exceptional, Gu Lao sighed. But Dawn has its own rules. No matter how extraordinary your talent is, you must participate in the Dawn trials. This will be your first test in the ranks of martial artists. Suyu took Gu Lao's words to heart and, together with Yang Si, arrived at the train station, ready to head to Rongqing, the location of the Dawn camp. The train was crowded, and as Suyu looked around, his expression became solemn. The carriage was filled with a special group of passenger soldiers dressed in neat uniforms, yet almost entirely wrapped in bandages, the smell of blood permeating the air. These men looked exhausted, as though they hadn't rested in a long time, but they still sat upright. What stood out most were their incomplete bodies. Some had empty sleeves, others were missing a leg, and scars were faintly visible under their clothes. Despite their fatigue, their eyes shone with the hope of returning home, like wanderers who had finally seen a glimmer of light after a long journey. The gleam in their eyes was particularly striking against their weathered faces. Suyu immediately recognized their identity. They were military martial artists, soldiers of the great Xia. Other passengers in the carriage kept a noticeable distance from these veterans. It wasn't out of disdain, but because these soldiers, fresh from the battlefield, were highly vigilant, and any sudden movement could trigger their intense aura. Ordinary people couldn't bear this iron-blooded presence and had to keep their distance. At that moment, a little girl holding her mother's hand walked slowly towards the veterans. She asked in a naive voice, "Uncle, have you seen my daddy?" The veteran paused, then forced a stiff but gentle smile. "Little one, who is your daddy?" "Mommy says daddy is a soldier too," the girl said, her eyes wide with hope. "Uncle, you're soldiers, right? Have you seen my daddy?" Tutu hasn't seen daddy for a long time. The veteran's expression softened instantly. He wanted to pat the girl's head, but hesitated, noticing the dirt on his hand. He retracted it awkwardly and replied in a hoarse yet tender voice, "Of course I've seen him. Tutu's daddy is a big hero on the battlefield. He's our idol." Tutu's face lit up with joy, and she began to cheer. "I knew it. Tutu's daddy is a hero." Tutu's mother gave the veteran an apologetic look and carried her excited daughter back to their seat. The veteran waved goodbye, and then fell in a deep thought, his gaze drifting out the window. Witnessing this, Suyu didn't hesitate to move towards the empty seats around the veterans, with Yang Si following closely. The veterans were slightly surprised, but soon sensed the faint energy emanating from Suyu, and they relaxed. A veteran with an empty right sleeve grinned, showing his yellowed teeth. "Kid, you have a good talent. You're already a martial artist at the blood refining stage at such a young age, just like me." Suyu's expression grew even more serious. These veterans, like his instructor Xiao Long, were heroes guarding the front line in the caverns, deserving of his utmost respect. I'm just lucky, Suyu said humbly, bowing slightly. Ha ha, kid. No need to be so formal, the veteran laughed heartily. We're straightforward folks. With your talent, you might become someone like our centurion one day. Suyu smiled at the comment. Although he didn't know much about the military, he understood that a centurion was at least a martial artist at the organ refining stage. Suyu felt a warmth in his heart, and a determined light flashed in his eyes. He solemnly declared, I will definitely train hard and carry on the will of the predecessors. The group of veterans exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. They hadn't expected such words from someone so young. One of the veterans couldn't help but laugh. Haha, it looks like our Huaxia has successors. Another veteran grinned, a fierce glint in his eyes. Heh, for some reason, I suddenly feel like killing more of the enemy races. With that, the entire carriage erupted in hearty laughter. Suyu, infected by the veteran's enthusiasm, curiously asked, Are you all heading home now? An older veteran, his face weathered, chuckled and replied, Indeed we are. We've been guarding the underground fortress for a year. The centurion gave us a 7-day leave to reunite with our families. As he spoke, his expression softened, and he took out a pocket watch. Inside the pocket watch was a photo of a 7 or 80-year-old girl, her face beaming with a radiant smile. The veteran's eyes reddened slightly, and he proudly said, This is my daughter. Look, isn't she beautiful? Suyu looked closely and nodded. Your daughter is very cute. The pride on the veteran's face deepened, but soon it was tinged with regret. When I joined the army, my daughter was only 6. Now a year has passed, and she's 7. I just don't know if she still remembers me. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly echoed through the carriage. Urgent alert from the underground fortress. All active-duty soldiers, prepare to disembark at the next station and return to the fortress. Upon hearing this, all the veterans' expressions turned serious. They quickly stood up and began packing their belongings in an orderly manner, showing no complaints, only absolute obedience to the command. Suyu wanted to say something, but found himself speechless as he watched the veterans, already prepared to leave. The high-speed train slowly decelerated, approaching the station. The veteran who had shown Suyu the photo smiled at him. Kid, this is goodbye. You're quite something. If you can, try not to step into the underground fortress. Leave the killing of the enemy races to us old guys. If we can wipe them out and win all the battles, then you youngsters won't need to go to war. You all are the hope of our Xiao. As the train came to a stop, a veteran who seemed to be the leader shouted, Third squad. Here. The other veterans responded in unison, their expressions turning as hard as steel. Everyone, disembark immediately and head to the assembly point. Yes, sir. The veterans picked up their luggage in perfect unison and formed a line towards the train door. Watching their backs, Suyu felt a lump in his throat and finally managed to say, Take care, everyone. Suyu's words seemed to stir the emotions of the other passengers in the carriage. They all stood up and paid their highest respects to the veterans. Stay safe. Come back safely. Our Xiao soldiers are the best. Hearing these voices, the veterans' bodies trembled slightly, but they kept their heads high and walked out of the carriage until they disappeared from sight. The high-speed train started up again, continuing its journey. Suyu murmured enemy races under his breath, his fists clenching unconsciously. He looked out at the peaceful scenery outside the window and silently vowed, Let the disaster of the enemy races end with our generation. Sooner or later, we'll wipe them out. Just then, a child's voice broke the silence in the carriage. Mom, why are those uncles leaving again? Weren't they going home? A little girl, about the same age as the one in the photo, asked innocently. Her mother gently stroked her hair, her eyes red but her voice tender. Those uncles are doing it so we can have a better life. Everything they do is for us. Suyu's gaze lingered through the car window, watching the departing veterans until their figures completely vanished from sight. Only then did he reluctantly turn his attention to the silent Yang City beside him. Brother 4, does this happen often? Suyu asked softly. Despite experiencing the fall of Jiangcheng, he still knew very little about the overall situation in Daxia. Yang City slowly opened his eyes and nodded gently, lowering his voice as he replied, There are countless caverns on Blue Star. Even if Daxiao exerts all its strength, it's difficult to guard every single one perfectly. Suyu silently agreed. If that were truly possible, the tragedy from 13 years ago might not have occurred. Now, with nations across Blue Star falling under the invasion of myriad races, Daxia's continued resistance was already extraordinary. Yang City continued. Daxia is the last remaining nation on Blue Star. To fend off the invasion of myriad races, sacrifices are inevitable. One day, I might become one of those who sacrifice. The current peace in Daxia is bought with the lives and blood of countless warriors. It's the warriors in the caverns, the thousands of martial artists on the Iron Great Wall. Their lives, their wills, are our only weapons against the myriad races. Listening to these words, Suyu fell into deep thought. He finally understood the significance of Xiao Long's sacrifice more profoundly. It wasn't just for him, but for the prodigies of Daxia and the future of the entire nation. The high-speed train slowly pulled into the Rongqing station. Suyu and Yang Si stepped out of the carriage, breathing in the fresh air. Observing the ordinary people bustling around, Suyu seemed to grasp the true meaning of being a warrior. They held an exalted status, but bore the responsibility of protecting millions of ordinary people. Over the past few days, Suyu gradually emerged from the shadow of Xiao Long's sacrifice. He realized he could no longer confine himself to secluded training. He needed to nurture his body better and grow stronger to repay the martial alliance's cultivation and make Xiao Long's sacrifice meaningful. With his unprecedented talent in swordsmanship and astonishing vitality in the blood refining realm, Suyu made a firm resolution. He would become an unparalleled warrior, the one to quell the calamity of the myriad races. And the Dawn Camp would be the starting point of it all. Let's go. It's time to head to the Dawn Camp, Yang Si said softly. Suyu followed Yang Si out of the high-speed train station and onto the streets of Rongqing. As the largest city in the southeastern region of Daxia, Rongqing was incredibly bustling. Martial artists in the organ refining realm were everywhere, and those in the blood refining and vitality realms were even more numerous. To Suyu's surprise, the Dawn Camp was not within the city, but located in the outskirts. He quickly realized it was for confidentiality. After all, the existence of Dawn was a top secret for the Martial Alliance. From dawn to dusk, it took them half a day to traverse Rongqing, even with Suyu's blood-refining Tier 3 prowess, highlighting the city's vastness. As they exited the urban area, a desolate landscape spread before them. The air was filled with yellow sand, with almost no vegetation in sight. Suyu frowned slightly as he followed Yang Si deeper into the wasteland. By the twilight's glow, he finally saw a camp standing in the distance. There were no markings on the camp, but as they entered visual range, Suyu felt several concealed gazes sweeping over him. These gazes were extremely hidden. Even with his full concentration, he could only sense their presence without pinpointing their sources. "We're here," Yang Si suddenly stopped. Following his gaze, Suyu curiously observed the Dawn Camp ahead. Suyu's gaze swept across the entire Dawn Camp. The layout was quite similar to the Tianjiao Camp, but the essence of the two was fundamentally different. Dawn Camp had no age restrictions. As long as one passed the rigorous tests, they could join this elite hub. Even an octogenarian could become a member if they were strong enough. Around the camp, soldiers stood at attention, their eyes scanning the surroundings without distraction. It was these soldiers who had earlier made Suyu feel the oppressive sense of being watched. "Who goes there?" As Yang Si and Suyu approached the camp gate, a loud shout rang out. Two guards immediately raised their weapons, eyeing the newcomers warily. Yang Si calmly produced the Dawn token, and the guards relaxed, smiling as they gestured for them to enter. Upon stepping into the camp, Suyu was captivated by the scene before him. People of all kinds were busy with various tasks, and the wide age range was astonishing. Seeing Suyu's curiosity, Yang Si explained, "Dawn Camp doesn't care about age, only ability. We need all kinds of special talents here, so you'll see a diverse group of members. This is quite different from Tianjiao Camp." Suyu nodded in understanding, also noting the curious glances directed at him. After all, he had entered directly with Yang Si, bypassing the usual selection process. How come this kid is only at the blood refining stage? Don't underestimate him. If he's with Yang Si, he must have some exceptional qualities. I bet he's a special talent, probably has some unique skill. Voices of speculation buzzed around, but Suyu paid them no mind. Following Yang Si into a building resembling a hotel lobby, Yang Si walked straight to the counter, where an elderly man was dozing. He tapped the desk lightly, waking the old man. The elder opened his cloudy eyes and recognized Yang Si. "Isn't this Xiao Si? Why are you back?" The old man noticed Suyu and smiled knowingly. "Bringing in a newcomer? Let me check the records. Blood refining stage. Must be a special talent, right?" Yang Si smiled slightly and interrupted the old man. "No need to check, old man. Arrange a combat trial for him." At these words, the entire lobby fell silent. Everyone looked at Suyu in disbelief, their shock evident. A combat trial? For a kid at the blood refining stage? The old man and those around him exclaimed, as if they had heard something utterly absurd. In an instant, all eyes converged on Suyu like spotlights, including those of the elderly man present. Their gazes were filled with suspicion, but more so with undeniable astonishment. The hall buzzed with whispers. Although most people didn't know Yang Si's true identity, seeing him effortlessly bring Suyu here indicated his significant status within the Dawn Camp. And Suyu, a young man who appeared to be only about 18, was granted permission to participate in the combat trial. This was a test reserved for those at the viscera refining stage. Many gasped, realizing they might have underestimated this young man. The Dawn Camp in Rongqing was just a branch of the broader Dawn organization, which specialized in selecting new members. Due to the organization's unique nature directly confronting deities, every potential member had to undergo rigorous testing. Although those present had already entered the camp, most were still clueless about the organization's specific functions. They only knew that joining promised substantial benefits, which was the main draw for many. However, spots were limited, and whether one could ultimately join depended on their performance in the camp. Suyu's appearance undoubtedly added immense pressure on the others. A genius who could participate in the combat trial with merely a blood-refining stage cultivation was likely to secure one of the coveted spots. The elderly man collected himself, glanced deeply at Suyu, then turned to Jiang City. "Are you sure about this, Xiao Si?" Jiang City remained composed and nodded firmly. He vividly remembered that Suyu, at just the first level of blood refining, had managed to kill a martial artist at the second level of viscera refining. Although that viscera refining martial artist was gravely injured, the strength difference was still immense. Even in a weakened state, it was extremely difficult for a typical blood-refining martial artist to break through their defenses. Not only had Suyu done it, but he had also now reached the third level of blood refining, marking a significant leap in his power. Seeing Jiang Ci's confidence, the elderly man merely smiled faintly and began making arrangements. Moments later, he looked up at Suyu, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, and asked, "Young man, are you ready?" Suyu's expression remained calm as he nodded slightly. "In that case, follow me," said the elderly man, stepping out from behind the counter and leading Suyu and Jiang Ci in a direction. The others in the hall quickly followed, eager to witness how this blood-refining stage youth would handle a viscera-refining level combat trial. News spread like wildfire throughout the Dawn Camp, drawing more and more people. Even those who had previously lost interest in Suyu returned to join the crowd. Neither Suyu nor Jiang Ci paid any mind to the reactions. The elderly man, although frowning initially, soon resumed his usual demeanor without comment. They arrived at an arena-like area. As they approached, the surrounding seats quickly filled up, with everyone curiously watching Suyu. The elderly man looked deeply at Suyu once more and asked, "Next, you'll face a viscera-refining stage expert. Are you truly ready for this?" Although there had been instances of blood-refining geniuses passing the test in the Dawn Camp before, someone like Suyu challenging the combat trial at just the third level of blood refining was unprecedented. To put it bluntly, being at the third level of blood refining is not even halfway through the blood refining stage, yet you dream of seeing the scenery at the end. It's simply wishful thinking. Although the elder believed that the person Yang Si brought was not ordinary, he couldn't help but ask. In response to this inquiry, Suyu just nodded calmly. With Suyu's affirmative answer, the elder said no more and signaled for him to step onto the arena, while also arranging an opponent. Yang Si gave Suyu an encouraging smile and a small nod before disappearing from the edge of the arena. Suyu stood alone at the center of the arena, carrying a long alloy sword on his back. He closed his eyes lightly, adjusting his breath and calming the excitement surging within him. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze was serene. Suddenly, a series of low growls came from a passageway at the corner of the arena. "You lowly humans dare to use me as a whetstone. When the armies of the myriad races descend, I will ensure none of you survive." This voice caused the surrounding spectators to change their expressions, and even Suyu narrowed his eyes, focusing on the entrance of the passage. A massive iron cage was slowly pushed out. Inside was a large half-human, half-eagle creature, with wings spanning 2 meters, each feather gleaming with a metallic sheen. Seeing this creature, a name immediately surfaced in Suyu's mind: Iron Eagle Clan. The Iron Eagle Clan, though not the most powerful among the myriad races, was considered mid-tier. Although Suyu had only seen the powerful beings of the myriad races in person 13 years ago, he had learned a lot about them during his high school studies, including information about the Iron Eagle Clan. Unexpectedly, the opponent turned out to be the myriad races. A flash of surprise appeared in Suyu's eyes. As a highly specialized department within the Martial Alliance, Dawn not only had to face the threats from deities and the myriad races cult, but also the myriad races themselves, which were among the threats they had to confront. Suyu quickly understood the purpose of this trial: to let newcomers encounter the myriad races in advance to prevent fear when facing them in the future. On the arena, a massive iron cage was pushed forward. After swiftly opening the cage door, the staff immediately retreated, leaving Suyu face-to-face with a creature from the Iron Eagle race. The audience held their breath, their eyes fixed on the scene. As the cage slowly opened, a pair of eyes as sharp as swords instantly locked onto Suyu. The Iron Eagle creature burst into laughter, its voice filled with disdain. "Ha! A little brat dares to be my whetstone? Is your human race out of people?" Just a mere blood refining stage? How overconfident you are! The Iron Eagle's mockery made the human spectators around the arena look grim. Someone snorted coldly. It's just a prisoner of our human race, and it dares to spout nonsense here. Noticing the angry stares around, the Iron Eagle became even more arrogant. It laughed wildly. I thought a strong opponent would come to face me, but it's just a little brat. It seems your human race is nothing special. Perfect? I haven't tasted human flesh and blood in a long time. Today I'll feast. The Iron Eagle's eyes turned blood red, and behind it appeared a vision of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The intense murderous aura spread out, showcasing its rich battlefield experience. It thought smugly that this aura was enough to intimidate anyone who had never been on a battlefield, let alone this young boy in front of it. However, just as the Iron Eagle was feeling pleased with itself, a calm voice interrupted its thoughts. So, are all the myriad races as foolish as you? The Iron Eagle was stunned, not yet comprehending the meaning of the words, when it felt a strong sense of danger. Suyu slowly drew the alloy longsword from his back, the clear sound of the sword resonating through the arena. A powerful aura erupted from Suyu's slender frame, sword energy howling, unstoppable. In the corner of the arena, an elder holding a sheet of paper recording Suyu's information saw this scene, his pupils contracting sharply. Suyu's aura was as if it could cut through everything, his expression calm, as if he had entered some profound realm. The next moment, Suyu moved. He stepped forward, his figure swift as a ghost, instantly charging towards the Iron Eagle. The alloy longsword in his hand whistled through the air, slicing straight towards the enemy. The four martial arts perfect long-wind sword, heaven and earth sword, sword drawing technique, and formless swordbone merged in an instant. Suyu gripped his alloy longsword tightly, its blade gleaming sharply in the sunlight. He took a deep breath, channeling all his energy to the tip of the sword. Buzz, the sword hummed, resonating through the air. Suyu's figure vanished like a phantom, leaving only a blinding sword light streaking forward. Even the Iron Eagle, a master of the one viscera stage, couldn't react in time. He only saw a flash before excruciating pain engulfed his entire body. Iron Eagle's eyes widened as he felt his life force ebbing away like a receding tide. He tried to speak but could only cough up a mouthful of blood, his throat choked. In the end, the mighty warrior's massive body crashed heavily onto the arena, quickly staining it red with blood. A fatal strike. Suyu sheathed his sword without a hint of emotion, looking down at his fallen opponent. What a fool, he muttered before turning to leave, his steps firm and composed. In the corner of the arena, an elderly man flushed with anger stared intently at Suyu's departing figure. He seemed to have 1,000 words to say, but remained silent. Only after Suyu had completely disappeared did the old man turn abruptly to Jiang City, his voice filled with disbelief. Is he that person's disciples? Jiang City was silent for a moment, a complex expression flashing in his eyes before he finally nodded slightly. He sighed inwardly. The formless sword bone, a supreme technique that even he had begged for years to learn, was executed so effortlessly by this young man. The old man's face flushed red and his eyes sparkled after hearing Jiang City's response. He shouted excitedly, I knew it! How could mere blood refining be so powerful? If he's that person's disciple, everything makes sense. I never thought I'd live to see that legacy return to the martial world. Jiang City looked at the old man's unrestrained excitement with a hint of disdain in his heart. Is it really that big a deal? He thought to himself, completely forgetting his own reaction when he first learned that Suyu had mastered the formless sword bone. Suddenly, Jiang City's eyes flickered with cunning. He realized that if the old man knew the full extent of Suyu's journey, his reaction would be even more amusing. With a mischievous smile, he asked, Old man, don't you want to know how long it took this kid to cultivate? The old man pondered for a moment before giving what he thought was a reasonable estimate. Reaching the blood refining stage at 18, even with that legacy, must have taken him 7 or 8 months, right? Jiang City shook his head gently. The old man frowned and guessed again. Half a year then? Jiang City said nothing, but slowly held up 4 fingers. The old man's pupils contracted sharply, and he exclaimed, What? You're saying Suyu reached this stage in just 4 months? How is that possible? His face flushed again with shock. Seeing this, Jiang City's smile deepened. He continued with another bombshell. Do you know how long it took this kid to grasp the heaven and earth sword? The old man calmed down a bit and estimated. The heaven and earth sword is difficult to master. I'd say about a month. Jiang City's smile grew even wider as he held up 2 fingers. The old man instantly understood, his face reddening once more. You mean he mastered it in less than a month? 2 days, Jiang City said softly. The old man gasped sharply, his pupils contracting violently. His mind went blank as he struggled to comprehend the significance of this. In all of Daxia, There had probably never been such a prodigy. Even the one hailed as the nation's pillar, and the #1 sword cultivator couldn't have mastered the heaven and earth sword in 2 days at Suyu's age. But Jiang City wasn't finished. He quietly added, moreover, did you know that Suyu mastered that ancient ultimate technique while still in the chi and blood stage? What? The old man could no longer control himself, his eyes bloodshot as he stared intently at Jiang City. Are you saying he mastered the formless sword bone in the chi and blood stage? The old man panted heavily. The formless sword bone was a rare ultimate technique in Daxia, requiring top-tier sword talent to master. This was also why the ancient master had never passed it on to anyone else. The old man's breathing grew hot. With just the 3 pieces of information Yang Si had revealed, he understood the terrifying extent of Su Ye's talent. Without hesitation, the old man took out a communicator and dialed a number. Soon, a deep voice answered on the other end. What is it? The old man briefly reported Su Ye's situation. The communicator remained silent for a long while before a fervent instruction came through. Immediately protect Suyu in secret. Ensure he faces no life-threatening danger. Once the Rongqing Dawn Camp training ends, upgrade Su Ye's status to S-Class Genius. The old man readily agreed. An S-Class Genius was extremely rare within the Dawn organization, with only a handful in the entire camp. But with Su Ye's talent, he was undoubtedly deserving. After ending the call, the old man looked at Yang Si with a hint of reproach in his voice. Xiao Si, why didn't you say this earlier? Under the old man's scrutinizing gaze, even Yang Si couldn't help but offer a sheepish smile. The old man didn't seem to mind. He simply wrote something in Suyu's file before speaking slowly. Although the higher-ups have said that Suyu will be classified as an austere prodigy once he passes the trial, we still don't know about his character. We need to observe him for a while. The trials at Dawn Camp aren't something you can pass with talent alone. Despite his words, the old man had already made up his mind. With Suyu's talent, even if he couldn't join Dawn, he would still be a top candidate for any martial school. Yang Si didn't pay much attention to the old man's remarks. Having known Suyu for a long time, he was confident in Suyu's character, especially when facing the 10,000 races cult and life-or-death crises. Suyu always remained calm and seized opportunities to survive. To Yang Si, this was just a formality. However, Dawn had its rules, and Yang Si couldn't say much more, considering it a minor test. After the two left the arena, a storm had already stirred among the audience. Those who could enter Dawn Camp were the elites of the southeastern region of Daxia, but after witnessing Suyu's performance, they couldn't help but wonder. If they were in Suyu's position and age, could they have achieved the same? After the evaluation ended, the old man led Suyu to the training ground of Dawn Camp. Many people were already gathered there, with more arriving gradually. The old man stood silently on a high platform, occasionally glancing at Suyu, clearly impressed by his earlier performance. Moments later, about 100 people had assembled. The old man scanned the crowd and began speaking. Many of you have been at Dawn Camp for some time. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yun Qi, the head of the Rongqing branch of Dawn, and the person in charge of your assessment. You can call me Elder Yun. Yun Qi's gaze was calm, but there was a hint of admiration when he looked at Suyu. He continued, let's cut to the chase. I believe many of you don't really know what Dawn is, do you? At this, many people gave awkward smiles. To most of them, Dawn Camp was just an organization with great benefits. They had no idea what it actually did. They were mostly talented martial artists who had earned the right to undergo Dawn Camp's trial, but they still had to pass several assessments to officially join. Yin Qi went on, as for what Dawn does, you'll find out once the assessment officially begins. But there's one thing I need to mention up front. Due to confidentiality, if you fail the assessment, we will erase your memories of this place before sending you back. This statement caused many to frown. As the pride of their respective regions, they were uncomfortable with the idea of someone tampering with their memories. Even though they understood the need for secrecy, they still felt uneasy. Noticing their reactions, Yun Qi said calmly, if anyone is unwilling, you can leave now. I won't stop you. But from the moment you walk away, you will have no further connection with Dawn. These words made more people frown, but only a few chose to leave. Suddenly, someone couldn't hold back and asked, can we know what we'll be facing if we join Dawn? However, Yun Qi merely glanced at him briefly without saying a word. This simple act left the questioner feeling awkward, and he quickly averted his gaze. On the field, people were gradually leaving, but Yun Qi's expression remained as calm as ever. He knew well that despite the generous benefits offered by the Dawn organization, joining meant that one's identity would become top secret. These individuals would silently defend Xiao against the gods, and their contributions would forever remain unknown to outsiders. This arrangement might seem unfair to the members of Dawn, but to protect Xiao, the existence of the gods had to be kept an absolute secret. Any leak would have disastrous consequences. Suyu quietly watched the departing crowd. Soon, only about 100 people remained on the field. Clearly, Yunqi's words had led dozens to opt out. Yunqi didn't mind this at all. Although the Dawn organization had established camps across the entire Blue Planet, only a few thousand new recruits could be added each year. In his view, it would be a good outcome if 10 people from the Rongqing Dawn camp passed the trials this year. Very few would ultimately pass the assessment, as the final trial of Dawn involved facing the gods of legendary beings. Without extraordinary talent and a resilient spirit, one would scarcely summon the courage to draw their blade. After those who wished to leave had departed, Yunqi signaled the staff to escort them out of the Dawn camp. He then turned his gaze to the remaining individuals, a slight smile appearing on his face. Didn't someone just ask me what it means to join the Dawn camp? Yunqi began slowly, with a hint of amusement in his tone. For some reason, those who remained felt a sudden sense of foreboding at his smile. Yunqi continued, since you've chosen to stay, it means you agree to undertake the Dawn assessment. So, there's no harm in telling you Dawn faces the legendary gods. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere froze, and everyone's faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Divine beings! Yunqi's voice echoed across the playground. Most people wore expressions of confusion, but a few, like Suyu, had heard of this before. Even though the resurgence of spiritual energy had granted humans extraordinary abilities, divine beings remained the stuff of legends to most. Suyu quietly observed his surroundings, noticing the bewilderment on most faces at the mention of divine beings, while a select few seemed to be in the know. His gaze settled on 3 particular individuals. One was a frail-looking man sitting in a wheelchair equipped with various screens, surrounded by hovering mini-robots. Another was a burly, bald young man with his eyes covered by a black bandage. The last was a youth with flame-like hair, chewing gum and carrying 2 massive guns on his back, showing complete indifference to Yunqi's words. The crowd buzzed with murmurs. Divine beings? How is that possible? Even if they exist, how could ordinary people like us stand a chance? Suyu remained silent. He thought to himself, if the Xiao could fend off myriad races, divine beings might not be invincible either. Since Dawn dared to challenge them, they must have their ways. Yunqi said calmly, follow me. He led the group into a room resembling a broadcasting studio. After everyone was seated, Yunqi stood in front of a massive projection screen and said, I know many of you doubt the existence of divine beings. But please, watch the following real footage before making any conclusions. As Yunqi operated the computer, the white screen began to display images. The crowd fell silent, focusing intently on the screen. On the screen, the vast ocean suddenly surged with colossal waves, layer upon layer of water crashing against the sea's surface. The raging winds and waves surged forward as if they were intent on swallowing everything in their path. On the ocean's surface, an immense force erupted suddenly, unleashing its ultimate power. Boom! From the sky, lightning descended like silver serpents, striking fiercely at the turbulent waters. Suddenly, a blue figure appeared high above. It was a majestic being, towering hundreds of feet tall, radiating an aura capable of annihilating everything. In its hand, lightning floated quietly, as if it were a tamed pet. Even through the video screen, viewers could feel the overwhelming pressure that made their hearts race. Deity number 007, Thor, descended upon the East Sea of Daxia 3 years ago. Yunqi's calm voice echoed, causing the faces of those present to change dramatically, some even showing signs of shock. As Zeus appeared, another majestic figure began to walk slowly across the endless sea. This entity wielded a golden trident that gleamed with a cold light, and each step it took stirred up waves. Deity number 008, Poseidon, descended upon the East Sea alongside Thor 3 years ago. Yunqi continued, his voice resonating through the studio. The scene suddenly shifted. The boundless ocean transformed instantly into a vast desert of yellow sand. Out of nowhere, a black storm surged forth, carrying with it an aura of death straight from the underworld. Within the storm, a figure riding a black flaming warhorse appeared, wielding an ancient spear, exuding unmatched power. Deity number 009, Hades, descended upon the eastern desert of Daxia 5 years ago. Yunqi's voice rang out once more, bringing this astonishing scene to a close. Yunqi's ethereal voice echoed through the studio. All eyes were glued to the video screen, where the terrifying presence of the deity filled everyone with dread. As Yunqi's words trailed off, those present couldn't help but shiver. The existence of the deity was an undeniable fact, and this realization sparked a wave of fear among many. Even the strong and talented individuals recruited by the Dawn camp couldn't completely resist this instinctual fear. Yunqi was well aware of this and continued, although deities exist, Their descent is not an easy feat. The three deities in the video appeared in the Daxia territory, but failed to fully descend, and were ultimately repelled by our nation's pillars. These words somewhat alleviated the crowd's panic. But Yun Qi's gaze then fell on Suyu, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He continued, however, 13 years ago, deity number 025, Zagreus, son of Hades, managed to descend upon Jiangqing in Daxia with the help of deity number 026, Cerberus, the three-headed hellhound. They not only connected with the myriad races of the underworld, but also tore through the 67th defensive line, causing the fall of 5 cities near Jiangcheng. As Yun Qi finished speaking, Suyu's eyes locked onto the image of Zagreus, recalling the tragedy in Jiangcheng 13 years ago. His fists clenched involuntarily, his teeth gritted as he stared at the projection screen. Although Suyu had already learned from Jiang City that the fall of Jiangcheng wasn't merely due to the collapse of the defensive line, hearing the truth about the deity's descent reignited a burning anger within him. The scenes of his parents' tragic deaths and the nameless warrior who sacrificed himself to protect him flashed through Suyu's mind. He closed his eyes, taking a long time to suppress these thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Suyu couldn't help but ask, what happened to the son of Hades and the three-headed hellhound? Yun Qi was silent for a moment before sighing and replying. Although our strong fighters in Daxia managed to kill them, it was only a nominal victory. Deities are born from faith, and even if killed, they will resurrect in a relatively short time. In a sense, deities are nearly immortal. This statement caused the crowd in the studio to gasp. Nearly immortal? How do we even fight that? Some people's faces turned despondent, and a few lost their fighting spirit altogether. However, when Suyu heard that Zagreus and Cerberus hadn't been completely destroyed, a meaningful gleam flashed in his eyes. Yun Qi observed everyone's reactions and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This is why the Dawn organization finds it difficult to recruit new blood. Even those with exceptional talent struggle to accept such harsh realities. Yun Qi looked around at everyone, his voice low and resolute. If anyone still wishes to leave, you may do so now. But remember, because you are aware of the existence of deities, you must undergo a memory seal. Sometimes knowing too much is not a good thing. As soon as he finished speaking, a murmur of discussions filled the hall. Many people showed hesitation on their faces. After a moment, with apologetic looks towards Yun Qi, they chose to leave. One by one, they stood up and slowly walked out of the hall. In no time, more than 20 people had left. The original group of nearly 100 had now dwindled to about 70. Yun Qi looked at those remaining, feeling increasingly resigned. The trial hadn't even begun, and the numbers had already been halved. Nonetheless, he didn't mind too much. The Dawn organization needed elite members. If someone lacked the courage to face deities, no matter how talented, they wouldn't be accepted. At least, those who stayed had already shown greater willpower than those who left. But that wasn't nearly enough. Yun Qi's aged face finally showed a hint of a smile. He looked at the remaining people and said, since you have chosen to stay, it means you have accepted the trial. I hereby officially announce that the Dawn trial of the Dawn organization's Rongqing branch now begins. The trial period is 2 months, and anyone who fails will be directly eliminated until the trial ends. He paused, a meaningful expression appearing on his face. And now, your first lesson in the Dawn trial facing the deities. Facing the divine. Suyu's expression slightly changed, his face turning serious. He turned to Yun Qi, his eyes gleaming with an indescribable light. Suyu had only learned about the existence of gods from ancient texts and videos played by Jiang City and Yun Qi, but he had never seen one with his own eyes. Ever since discovering that the incident in Jiangqing 13 years ago was triggered by the arrival of the Underworld King's son, Suyu's hatred for the gods had surpassed even his enmity towards the myriad races. He knew that to defeat the gods, he must first understand them. Only by becoming extremely familiar with the gods could he find their weaknesses and ultimately kill them. Facing a god directly was the first step in understanding them. With this thought, Suyu took a deep breath, his eyes brimming with fervor. It wasn't just Suyu. Other members of the Dawn camp also showed various expressions. Some hesitated, some remained silent, while others shared Suyu's excitement and fervor. Suyu noticed that those who reacted similarly to him were the 3 individuals who had caught his attention earlier, along with 1 or 2 others he hadn't had the chance to observe closely. Yun Qi observed everyone's reactions, a slight smile forming on his lips. Facing a god directly is no easy task. Follow me, he said, leading the group out of the broadcast room and deeper into the Dawn camp. Curiosity filled everyone's hearts as they followed Yun Qi. Facing a god directly? Could they really see a real god? In the previous videos, gods were depicted as terrifying beings. Could there actually be gods in the Dawn camp? Yun Qi offered no explanations, merely continuing to lead the group deeper into the camp. After a while, a massive bronze gate appeared in their sight. The gate exuded a heavy atmosphere, as if an ancient, desolate aura was emanating from it, causing a sense of heaviness to rise in everyone's hearts. What is this? Suyu stared at the giant bronze gate in front of him, filled with curiosity. With his back to the group, Yunqi said calmly, "It's impossible for you to face a real god. If you were to encounter a real god, to put it bluntly, none of you here, no matter how talented or powerful, would survive." These words caused some discontent among the members of the Dawn camp. Every one of them was a top talent from the southeastern region of the Great Xiao. Although they had seen the videos before, they didn't believe they couldn't withstand the pressure of a god. However, Yunqi seemed indifferent to their thoughts, staring at the bronze gate as if talking to himself. "This is the Taishu spirit realm, created at great cost by our Dawn organization." Turning to face the group, hands behind his back, he continued, "The Taishu spirit realm simulates the scene of a god's descent. While not completely accurate, it can replicate 80 to 90% of the pressure. You will all enter the Taishu spirit realm shortly and endure the god's pressure. Your performance will be scored, and those who fail will be eliminated." Most of them scoffed at Yunqi's words. They were all the elite among their peers, nearly 60 of them at the internal refining stage. Could they not withstand mere pressure, especially when the Taishu spirit realm could only simulate 70 to 80% of the real thing? Suyu, however, frowned slightly. He wasn't arrogant and realized that the descent of a god might not be as simple as imagined. Suddenly, Yunqi walked over to the bronze gate and pressed a button. With a rumbling sound, the heavy gate opened automatically. Circles of blue light surrounded the gate, like a pure blue water mirror, dazzling and magnificent. "Now, everyone enter the Taishu spirit realm for today's first trial," Yunqi said calmly. The group exchanged smiles and walked towards the Taishu spirit realm without hesitation. Suyu followed the crowd into the bronze gate. A faint buzzing sound reached his ears, and Suyu felt a moment of dizziness, but it passed quickly. When he opened his eyes again, the scene before him had completely changed. It felt similar to the virtual battle royale he had experienced at the Tianjiao camp, but the Dawn camp's Taishu spirit realm was noticeably more realistic. Suyu looked around and saw yellow sand filling the sky, a desolate wasteland. The wind howled, lifting countless grains of sand like a raging sandstorm. Squinting, he stared ahead. In the distance, a faint golden light flickered, as if something was about to emerge. At that moment, Yunqi's voice echoed from all directions. "Now you will witness. God number 012, the sixth angel under the angel of God Michael, and God number 099, Fanger." As Yunqi's voice resonated, a golden brilliance suddenly erupted before Suyu's eyes, as if summoned by some unseen force. Within the dazzling light, countless pure white feathers began to drift down, each one exuding a sacred aura that seemed capable of purifying the entire world. A humming filled the air, and Suyu's mind was flooded with the sound of chanting. In an instant, he felt an invisible hand stirring his brain, bringing sharp pain as if countless steel needles were piercing through. "Ah!" Suyu couldn't help but scream in agony, clutching his head and pressing his temples in a desperate attempt to alleviate the pain. He gasped for breath, his eyes now bloodshot, veins visible across his pupils, and his face contorted from the torment, with veins bulging beneath his skin. Scenes of the nameless warrior and Xiao Long sacrificing themselves for him flashed through Suyu's mind. Just a divine descent? Not even a true god. "What do I have to fear?" he growled, lifting his head once more to face the golden light. As he looked again, Suyu's gaze went blank. Emerging from the golden brilliance was a figure with skin as white as jade, long, slender legs swaying gracefully, and 3,000 strands of white hair cascading down, each entwined with golden light. An extraordinarily beautiful face came into view, and 6 pairs of pure white wings unfolded behind her, bringing a sense of holiness that descended completely. Suyu stood rooted to the spot, a sense of reverence rising involuntarily in his heart. At the same time, beyond the bronze giant gate, Yunqi stood calmly outside the Taishu spirit realm, beside a row of large screens displaying the performance of the Dawn camp's members within the realm. Most of them were screaming in agony, their faces twisted with pain, clutching their heads as the golden light appeared. A few couldn't even last a single breath before triggering the protection mechanism and being transported out. Yunqi frowned slightly, marking eliminated next to their names on the roster. She continued to observe, noticing that those who had been so confident earlier now couldn't even raise their heads, overwhelmed by the excruciating pain in their brains. 10 minutes later, only 10 people remained in the Taishu spirit realm, including Suyu. These 10 stood with difficulty, staring at the angelic face, their expressions filled with pain. The presence of a deity is something that mere mortals cannot withstand. much like how the pressure of a powerful being can crush lower-level warriors. Even an unintentional release of such pressure is enough to severely injure those in the chi and blood, and even refining organ stages. The scene of the gods descending was awe-inspiring. Among the 10 participants who persevered until the end, besides Suyu, there were 3 others whom he had noticed earlier. Yunqi's cold expression finally revealed a hint of a smile as she nodded to herself. 10 people managed to last for 10 minutes. Not bad. Yunqi's gaze fell on Suyu's image, a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. Suyu stood on the yellow sand, facing the god Finch. Though his body trembled, his face showed no fear. Such talent, resilience, and the courage to confront a deity is precisely the kind of prodigy tailored for Dawn. A surge of excitement welled up in Yunqi's heart, but she quickly suppressed it, replaced by a shadow of gloom. Suyu's performance reminded her of someone from years ago. That person was extraordinarily gifted, with a bloodline talent even surpassing Suyu's. Before even joining the Dawn camp, he was earmarked as an class prodigy, seen as the future pillar of the Daxia kingdom for decades to come. However, fate played a cruel trick. The genius, who was expected to become the guardian of Daxia, faltered when faced with a deity. At that time, Dawn had not yet incorporated direct confrontations with deities into their trials. During a battle against a deity, despite having the power to resist, he shrank back in fear. This hesitation led to a devastating loss for Dawn, with many powerful warriors falling, and he himself became a cripple. It was this painful lesson that prompted Dawn to include deity confrontation in her subsequent trials. Yunqi's eyes grew complex, filled with both anticipation for Suyu's future and regret for the past. Once you join Dawn, you'll inevitably deal with deities. Yunqi understood this deeply as his eyes swept across the screen in front of him, a silent sigh escaping his heart. The courage to confront deities is the key criterion for Dawn's selection process, a crucial lesson learned from that genius of the past. On the screen, Suyu's figure stood out prominently. Admiration flickered in Yunqi's eyes. This young man was not only exceptionally gifted, but also possessed the courage to face deities heathen. This one must be given special attention, Yunqi resolved silently. Time ticked by, and 10 minutes had passed. Funga's pressure began to intensify rapidly, challenging the participants' limits with every passing second. This far exceeded their current abilities, making each additional second a test of their willpower. The pressure from the deity also contained an eerily seductive power. It was this force that allowed deities to garner countless followers. This was also why the existence of deities could not be made public by the Dawn organization. Without strong mental fortitude and willpower, one could easily be swayed, becoming a source of power for the deities. Suddenly, 2 figures spat blood, triggering the protective mechanism of the Taishu spirit realm, and were transported out. Yunqi did not blame them, but instead encouraged them to rest well. Lasting 10 minutes on their first attempt had surpassed most, essentially qualifying them. As time went on, more participants were eliminated. Eventually, only 2 remained: Suyu and a young man in military uniform named Bai Xiao. Yunqi's gaze shifted between the 2. Bai Xiao's endurance was not surprising, but Suyu's performance had far exceeded expectations. 15 minutes had passed since the deity's descent, a rare achievement within the entire Dawn organization. Yunqi carefully reviewed Suyu's profile. Although he had long known of Suyu's exceptional talent, he had only expected him to last around 12 minutes. Now, this young man had shattered his expectations. Truly worthy of being the disciple of the Ancient One, Yunqi thought to himself. No wonder the old master hadn't passed down the Wuxiang sword bone all these years. It was meant for a talent like Suyu. Within the Taishu spirit realm, Funga's pressure grew even more intense with time. Suyu felt his body losing control, his nerves trembling involuntarily. He panted heavily, his face contorted as he stared at the beautiful, yet terrifying Funga. Suyu felt he was on the brink. While his willpower remained strong, his body was nearing its limit. At that moment, memories of Jiangqing's fall 13 years ago and the tragic death of his parents surged through his mind. A nameless fury ignited in his chest. Those damn bastards. I'll never submit, Suyu growled, his powerful will briefly suppressing the deity's pressure on his body. He took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he stepped forward. However, as he took that step, a tidal wave of pressure engulfed him again. He instantly triggered the Taishu spirit realm's safety mechanism and was transported out. Simultaneously, Bai Xiao also succumbed to the pressure and was transported out as well. Outside the Taishu spirit realm, a heavy silence fell over everyone. Their gazes shifted between Suyu and Bai Xiao, especially lingering on Suyu with astonishment. Bai Xiao, a martial artist at the organ refining stage with a military background, lasting to the end, was no surprise. But Suyu, a young man merely at the blood refining stage, Matching Bai Xiao was truly shocking to everyone present. Outside the Taishu spirit realm, Bai Xiao gazed at Suyu, who emerged simultaneously, with a slight frown. As a military prodigy, Bai Xiao had immense confidence in his mental fortitude. He had undergone specialized training in the military that, while not as intense as facing divine challenges, far surpassed most talents in the Great Xiao region. However, seeing Suyu, who was only at the blood-refining stage, emerge alongside him piqued his interest. Bai Xiao quickly averted his gaze, standing expressionless as he awaited Yun Qi to announce the rankings. Despite emerging at the same time as Suyu, he was confident in securing the top spot in the first trial. This confidence stemmed from his unwavering belief in his own strength. Suyu, having regained his composure, stood calmly among the crowd. He wasn't overly concerned about the rankings, but was curious to see who would come out on top between him and Bai Xiao. Yun Qi walked slowly to the front, his eyes scanning the crowd. When his gaze landed on Suyu, a glint of interest flashed in his eyes. Clearing his throat, he announced, "Now, I will announce the rankings." The crowd's hearts fluttered at his words. Although they were all prodigies from the southeastern region of Great Xia, they were eager to know their true standing within the Dawn camp. As for the first and second places, they were well aware it would be a contest between Bai Xiao and Suyu. Their curiosity lay in the rankings that followed. Bai Xiao's lips curled into a confident smile as he looked at Yun Qi. As a military prodigy, he was certain that the first place would be his. Meeting the expectant gazes of the crowd, Yun Qi took out a folder, glanced at it, and calmly said, "First place in the first trial, Suyu." At these words, Bai Xiao was momentarily stunned. Then a look of confusion crossed his face. Despite emerging at the same time as Suyu, how could the latter be ranked first? Not only Bai Xiao, but other members of the Dawn camp also showed surprise. They had assumed Bai Xiao would take the top spot, with Suyu, due to his lower cultivation level, coming in second. Wait a minute! Bai Xiao's deep voice interrupted, drawing everyone's attention. He took a deep breath and looked directly at Yun Qi, asking, "May I ask, why can't I be the first?" Yun Qi looked at Bai Xiao calmly and asked, "Do you have any doubts?" Meeting Yun Qi's gaze, Bai Xiao responded earnestly, "Since Suyu and I emerged together, why is he ranked first?" Yun Qi gave Bai Xiao a long look, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. He then turned to the rest of the crowd and asked, "Are you all curious as well?" The crowd remained silent, but their eyes betrayed their curiosity. Without further explanation, Yun Qi gestured to the staff, "Bring up the footage from the Taishu spirit realm." Moments later, a large screen was brought in, displaying the scene of Bai Xiao and Suyu. Yun Qi smiled and said, "Since everyone is curious about why Suyu came in first, watch closely." The screen began to play the moments before the two were transported out. Bai Xiao and Suyu stood in place, their bodies trembling under the terrifying aura of Fingal, their muscles spasming. As they were on the verge of being eliminated, a crucial difference emerged. Bai Xiao remained rooted, trying to withstand the oppressive force. In contrast, Suyu faced Fingal's pressure heated, his eyes showing not fear, but defiance. Eventually, Suyu took a step forward towards Fingal. That step exponentially increased the pressure on Suyu. The overwhelming force enveloped his body, triggering the transportation mechanism of the Taishu spirit realm in an instant. Consequently, both were transported out simultaneously. Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened. Although the two were transported out at the same time, one chose to stand and endure, while the other faced the divine presence and took a crucial step forward. This alone explained why Suyu came out on top. Facing a divine presence tests one's courage. Although the time was the same, Suyu's courage and mental fortitude clearly surpassed Bai Xiao's. The comparison was stark, and the superior was evident. Silence swept over the room like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire space. Bai Xiao fell into deep thought and finally understood why he ranked behind Suyu. On the surface, they seemed to have been transported out at the same time. But in reality, Suyu had already taken a definitive step towards divinity. Coming from a military background, Bai Xiao was not one to be stubborn. He always admired the strong. Although Suyu was only at the blood-refining stage, the mere act of stepping towards divinity was enough to earn Bai Xiao's respect. Bai Xiao dismissed any feelings of resentment, and with a sense of apology, said to Suyu, "I concede. In terms of courage, I am not your equal." Everyone present knew that taking what seemed like a simple step was incredibly difficult. The divine pressure was as overwhelming as a mountain. Even standing still required immense courage, let alone moving forward. As time passed, this pressure would only increase exponentially. It was then that the crowd realized why Suyu could surpass Bai Xiao and claim the top spot. Yun Qi gently scratched his ear and asked nonchalantly, "So, does anyone still have any objections?" Many people showed embarrassed expressions. At this point, anyone who still refused to accept the outcome would indeed be foolish. Standing among the crowd, Suyu raised an eyebrow slightly. Winning the first place was unexpected, but he felt no guilt about his achievement. Instead, he remained calm and composed. Yunqi scanned the crowd again, then picked up a folder and began announcing the ranks of the other participants. After reading out the name of the 50th candidate, he looked up and closed the folder. Those whose names I have called are the ones who passed the first trial. You will now proceed to the subsequent training of the Dawn Camp. Yunqi's expression turned serious again. As for those whose names were not called, return to where you came from. Of course, before leaving, the Dawn organization will seal your memories. Upon hearing this, those who ranked beyond the 50th spot showed unpleasant expressions. Although they had participated in the first trial, the time spent was less than a day, making them no different from those who left earlier. However, rules were rules. The Dawn organization not only sought talented individuals, but also valued those with the courage to face divinity. Past tragedies had always hung over the Dawn organization like a sword, making the recognition of one's mindset even more important than talent itself. The eliminated participants left the scene dejectedly. Yunqi observed everything, his gaze as calm as ever. Many might envy the Dawn Camp's generous benefits and abundant resources, but they didn't know that enjoying these also meant bearing unimaginable risks and responsibilities. This was the true essence of Dawn. For some, leaving now might be a wise choice. Once the eliminated participants had all left, Yunqi turned to the remaining ones and said, "Congratulations on passing the first trial, and congratulations on taking the first step towards joining the Dawn organization." Suddenly, Yunqi's tone became stern. However, the path to joining the Dawn organization is long. Even after taking the first step, many will falter. No one knows who among you will ultimately succeed, so give it your all. After hearing these words, no one spoke. They merely watched Yunqi silently. Although joining Dawn meant access to ample resources, the encounter with the sixth angel, Finger, in the void spirit realm left an indelible impression on them. Just a simulation of Finger brought such terrifying pressure. What would it be like to face a real deity? Even more shocking was that Finger ranked only 99th among the divine beings. While they weren't entirely sure what the divine rankings meant, they could guess that the higher the rank, the more powerful the deity. Joining the Dawn organization meant facing these formidable beings. Yunqi's deep gaze swept over the crowd, seeming to penetrate their inner thoughts. His lips curved into a slight smile as he softly said, "Indeed, some hope is necessary." Yunqi chuckled and continued, "Do you all think deities are invincibles?" This statement left many looking at Yunqi in confusion, unsure of what he was trying to convey. Could it be that even gods are not invincible? Yunqi slowly waved his hand, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. There was a barely noticeable hint of pride in his voice. The sixth angel, Finge, whom you encountered in the Void Realm, has been personally captured by the powerful members of our Dawn organization. He is now being held at one of our secret bases. As soon as he said this, the entire Dawn camp fell into a stunned silence. Everyone, including Suyu, widened their eyes, disbelief shining in their gazes. They stared intently at Yunqi, as if trying to detect any trace of deceit on his face. "Finge has been captured," someone murmured, their voice filled with surprise and a glimmer of hope. Does this mean that even a god like Finge is not unbeatable? This idea spread like a warm current, quietly dispelling the deep-seated fear they had of Finge. Yunqi's face radiated with a proud expression as he continued, "That's right. The purpose of the Dawn organization is to stand against those lofty deities. They are like dark clouds hanging over the skies of the Xiao, and our mission is to disperse those clouds and let the dawn shine upon the Xiao again." Yunqi's voice grew more fervent. "Not only Finge, but we have also captured other gods and are conducting in-depth research on them. The Void Realm, you know, is essentially the result of our reverse engineering of divine powers. We can even extract the power of these gods to fuel the Void Realm." At this point, Yunqi's eyes gleamed with fanaticism. "Although we cannot yet completely kill a god, as long as we can capture and suppress them, with the relentless efforts of our researchers at Dawn, we will one day find a way to utterly annihilate them. When that day comes, we can launch a counterattack against all races and reclaim everything that belongs to us." Yunqi's powerful words echoed in everyone's ears like a torch, igniting a flame of hope within their hearts. A surge of unprecedented fervor swelled in their chests. "Slay the gods? Launch a counterattack," someone whispered, their voice tinged with both doubt and yearning. They looked up at the impassioned Yunqi, their resolve gradually solidifying. Perhaps this seemingly impossible goal could truly be achieved. The initial depression was swept away by Yunqi's words. Excitement radiated from everyone's faces, and their eyes sparkled with hope. Yunqi observed all this, a look of relief spreading across his aged face. He knew that high pressure could forge ironclad warriors, but without a hopeful future, even the strongest would falter. These young members of the Dawn camp shouldn't bear such heavy burdens. With a smile, Yunqi announced, "Today's first lesson ends here. From now on, you are officially part of the Dawn camp. Once you return to your rooms, check out the camp's benefits. Today's session is over. Rest for the night, and we'll continue training tomorrow." With a wave of his hand, he granted these young people a rare moment of respite. Suyu exhaled deeply and followed the staff to his room. Though small, the room was neat and orderly, with all the essential amenities provided. For Suyu, having a private space to rest was enough. He sat on the bed, opened the Dawn Camp's introduction manual, and carefully read through the information and benefits of each area. To Suyu's surprise, the Dawn Camp offered unlimited basic resources. This was vastly different from his experience at the Tianjiao camp. As the only branch of the Dawn organization in the southeast region of Daxia, the Dawn camp's resources and privileges far exceeded those of the Tianjiao camp in the 5 cities. Despite the unlimited resources, the actual consumption for the 50 blood refining and organ refining warriors in this session of the Dawn camp was minimal. This generous policy was undoubtedly designed to attract and retain talent, given the formidable challenges awaiting them in the future. Suyu shook his head and shifted his focus to the exchange list. Since returning from the Taishu spirit realm, he felt acutely aware of his lack of strength. Although he possessed the top-tier martial art, the Wuxiang swordbone, he needed 19 more blood points to continue refining the second Wuxiang swordbone. His current techniques, Heaven and Earth Sword, Drawing Sword Art, and Long Wind Sword, were no longer sufficient to enhance his combat power. The sense of helplessness he felt when facing the sixth angel, Fingal, in the Taishu spirit realm further fueled his determination to break through. After carefully reviewing the list, Suyu's gaze fixed on the ninefold wind sword. This advanced version of the long wind sword encompassed techniques for the blood energy, blood refining, and organ refining stages. Mastering it would make him one of the top sword practitioners in the organ refining stage. Without hesitation, Suyu used his phone to exchange for the ninefold wind sword. Before long, a staff member delivered a small black box containing the ninefold wind sword. Eager to train, Suyu immediately began practicing. The memory of his helplessness in the Taishu spirit realm spurred his determination. Gripping his alloy longsword, he started the arduous training, following the ninefold wind sword's path. Time flew, and night turned into day. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, Suyu ceased his movements. He felt the surging blood energy within him, and his eyes gleamed with confidence. After a night of intense practice, he had not only mastered the third level of the ninefold wind sword, comparable to peak blood energy martial arts, but his cultivation had also advanced to the fourth level of blood refining. To his delight, his blood energy had reached 35 points, bringing him one step closer to refining the second Wuxiang swordbone. Suyu felt the surging energy and blood within him as he gripped his alloy longsword. With a swing, he shouted, "Gale!" He executed the first level of the ninefold wind sword technique. The sword's light flashed, and a fierce wind howled, echoing through the room. The standing wardrobe trembled slightly before shattering into a pile of wood dust scattered across the floor. Suyu's lips curled into a slight smile, satisfied with his progress, but he fell silent for a moment as he looked at the destroyed wardrobe. He thought to himself, "Looks like I'll need to get a new wardrobe." But in the Dawn camp, where resources were limitless, a small wardrobe was no big deal. After a quick wash, Suyu left the room and headed towards the Tai Su spiritual realm. Today was his second day at the Dawn camp, and new challenges awaited him. Outside the Tai Su spiritual realm, quite a few Dawn camp members had already gathered, including by Xiao and others. Suyu quietly found a spot and stood, waiting for Yunqi to arrive. Moments later, Yunqi appeared in everyone's sight. Standing on a high platform, Yunqi scanned the crowd below, his gaze lingering on Suyu for a moment, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Advancing to the fourth level of blood refinement overnight, breaking through as easily as drinking water, truly worthy of being in class prodigy, Yunqi thought to himself. He knew that Suyu had exchanged for the ninefold wind sword last night, and had not only mastered it, but had also reached the third level of perfection and advanced to the fourth level of blood refinement overnight. Such talent, even someone as experienced as Yunqi, couldn't help but marvel at it. With this kind of talent and determination, he is bound to become a pillar of Dawn once he matures, Yunqi thought, raising his evaluation of Suyu. He had seen many prodigies in the Dawn organization, but compared to Suyu, even the previously highly anticipated swordsmanship prodigy seemed somewhat ordinary. Yunqi secretly hoped that Suyu could fill the long-standing void in Dawn. Despite his admiration, the trials had to continue. His gaze moved away from Suyu and returned to its usual calm. Soon, all 50 Dawn camp members had arrived. Yunqi didn't say much, signaling the staff to distribute devices resembling electronic watches to everyone. Suyu curiously examined the blue electronic watch in his hand. Yunqi explained, the Dawn organization has customized different training plans for each of you. Technical talents will focus on technology, while combat talents will focus on combat. Your training plans are all in this watch. Suyu activated the watch and found that his training plan was divided into 3 parts: Sword Chi, Sword Pool, and Sword Mountain. He was quite familiar with Sword Chi, knowing that it involved tempering oneself with different types of sword chi to enhance one's swordsmanship and cultivation. The Dawn organization had prepared more than 10 types of sword chi for Suyu, making him marvel at the organization's generosity. More than 10 different types of sword chi. Truly generous. Suyu thought to himself. Generally, a swordsman mastering a few types of sword chi in a lifetime was already impressive, but Dawn had provided so many just for his training, showing the organization's deep resources. Yun Shi continued. The first month of Dawn's trial is individual training, and team training starts in the second month. The existence of deities is unique, and different deities have different methods. Often, one person alone cannot contend with them. Unless you have the strength akin to our great Xiao's pillars, you must form a team to combat deities. Yun Qi's words made everyone nod in agreement. They had all witnessed the power of the phantom of Funga and knew the might of the gods. When individual strength couldn't prevail, the unity of the team became especially crucial. One person couldn't fight a god alone, but 2, 3, or 5 together could make a difference. Yun Qi gave an example, just like the Dawn organization. Although Dawn is the most elite organization in Xia, not all its members are as powerful as national pillars. Dawn can kill, suppress, and capture gods because numerous members form small teams, and these teams together constitute a complete Dawn, thus standing toe-to-toe with the gods. The members of the Dawn camp looked at their custom training tasks on their wristbands, their faces beaming with joy. Just 2 months of training had significantly boosted their strength. Even if they were eventually eliminated, the gains from these 2 months would make them much stronger. Seeing the joyful expressions on their faces, Yin Qi didn't say much. He knew that even if some couldn't officially join the Dawn organization in the end, those who could withstand the pressure of the gods were all geniuses of the Xiao Martial Alliance. These people would shine wherever they went and would undoubtedly become the backbone of the Xia in the future. This could be considered a small benefit given to them by Dawn. Follow me, Yun Qi said calmly, leading the group to the Tai Su spiritual realm. Facing the Tai Su spiritual realm, many showed puzzled expressions. Their understanding of it was limited to its ability to simulate godly phantoms to temper their minds. Being brought here now, they couldn't help but wonder why. Noticing their confusion, Yun Qi explained. The Taisu spiritual realm can not only simulate godly phantoms, but also replicate special training grounds found in the Xia. Special training grounds? Suyu noticed this term and couldn't help but feel curious. With his hands behind his back, Yun Qi scanned the crowd and continued. The Taisu spiritual realm is a highly specialized virtual domain created by Dawn through reverse engineering against the gods. Here, besides simulating gods, it can also replicate various training grounds. Your wristband training plans require some special training grounds for assistance. Since Dawn Camp doesn't have these physical locations, we use the Tai Su spiritual realm to simulate them. Hearing this, Suyu suddenly understood. These so-called training grounds could very well be the sword pools and sword mountains mentioned in his wristband. However, he still had doubts. Could these simulated training grounds really compare to the real ones? As if reading Suyu's mind, Yin Qi added, the special places mentioned in your training plans are scattered across the Xia. While the Taisu spiritual realm can simulate them, the effect is only about 1/10 of the real thing. But for your current stage, this is more than enough. Yun Qi's words were no exaggeration. Most of the 50 people in Dawn Camp were at the blood refining or organ refining stages. Those special places were extremely valuable, benefiting even some golden body masters. For their current level, the 1/10 effect of the Tai Su spiritual realm was indeed sufficient. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the Tai Su spiritual realm with fervent eyes. They hadn't expected this place, originally used to simulate godly phantoms, to have such a wonderful use. However, their excitement stemmed more from the special training grounds themselves. If the simulated 1/10 effect could benefit them greatly, then the real special places must be even more astonishing. Yun Qi smiled slightly, understanding their thoughts. Train well. If you can join Dawn, you will naturally have the opportunity to enter these special places in the future. These words made the fervor on many faces even more intense. Clearly, joining Dawn would greatly enhance their treatment. Seeing their expressions, Yun Qi's old face showed a deeper smile. Joining Dawn meant facing gods directly, and many members had to go into hiding for this reason. But Dawn provided ample protection. a series of plans and weapons against gods, reducing casualties and much better treatment than regular martial artists. This was justified. Those who could face gods were all top talents of the Xia, and it wasn't a waste to invest resources in them. Once the crowd calmed down, Yunqi continued to outline the next plan. In the first month of individual training, you will all train in the special places simulated by the Tai Su spiritual realm. But remember, individual training is also part of the trial, and people will be eliminated continuously. Yunqi's eyes became as sharp as an eagle's. His words made the fervor on everyone's faces gradually dissipate, replaced by a sense of gravity. Indeed, Dawn's treatment was generous, but to enjoy these benefits, one had to prove their worth. Falling behind meant elimination. Thinking of this, they looked at each other with a hint of hostility. After all, they were competitors. Yunqi's voice rang out again. During this month of individual training, I will score you based on your performance and progress in the Tai Su spiritual realm. Those who don't meet the standards will be eliminated directly. Among the remaining, only the top 30 scores will proceed, and the rest will also be eliminated. Yunqi paused, then concluded. This means that only 30 of you will move on to the second phase of training, which is team training. 30 people. As soon as Yunqi's words fell, the entire Dawn camp plunged into silence. A heavy atmosphere settled over everyone, their faces turning grave as they momentarily froze. They all knew exactly what that number meant. The first trial of the gods had already eliminated more than 20 people, leaving only 50 in the Dawn camp. Now, the first phase of training would eliminate another 20, nearly half of the remaining participants. The high elimination rate weighed heavily on everyone. However, the process was fair. While some might question the differences between the refining organ stage and the refining blood stage, each training plan was tailored to the individual, making the difficulty level somewhat equivalent. Ultimately, success would depend on each person's talent and ability. The more gifted would progress faster and improve more quickly. Suyu silently chewed over Yunqi's words, his gaze gradually calming. He knew this was a fair competition and an opportunity to prove himself. So, are you all ready? Yunqi's voice rang out again, his eyes scanning the group. No one answered, the air thick with tension. Since no one is answering, I'll assume you're all ready, Yunqi declared, and the staff beside him immediately sprang into action. With a heavy rumble, the tightly shut bronze door slowly opened. An ancient aura emanated from the Tai Su spirit realm, enveloping the entire space. Everyone, enter the Tai Su spirit realm. Yunqi issued the final command. Taking a deep breath, the participants' eyes grew resolute. One by one, they stepped forward and entered the Tai Su spirit realm. A familiar sensation enveloped Suyu's mind once more. When it faded, he opened his eyes to find a drastically different scene before him. Gone was the endless yellow sand, replaced by a barren wasteland. The ground was riddled with jagged cracks, their edges smooth as mirrors, as if sliced by a sharp weapon. The entire realm exuded a fierce, cutting aura. As Suyu carefully surveyed his surroundings, a sudden burst of white sword energy shot out from a barely perceptible crack. The sword energy, brimming with powerful sharpness, instantly surged into Suyu's body. A searing pain swept through him, as if trying to tear him apart. Fortunately, his previous training with the ancient swordbone had prepared him for such assaults, or this sudden attack would have severely injured him. Even so, Suyu dared not be complacent. He quickly sat down, summoning his internal energy to suppress the rampaging sword energy. His surging energy transformed into a fierce, clawed hand that slammed down on the white sword energy. Boom! A muffled sound reverberated within Suyu, and the sword energy was successfully subdued. A faint smile tugged at Suyu's lips as he thought, sword energy doesn't seem so formidable after all, but his triumph was short-lived. Another burst of sword energy, more potent than the first, shot out from the crack and surged into his body. Suyu's expression changed. He realized he had underestimated the power of this realm. Sword energy, Suyu murmured, his internal energy once again flaring up to suppress the second wave of sword energy. Suyu knew his training plan had 3 stages. The first was body tempering with sword energy. If he could withstand the tempering of more than 10 types of sword energy, he would move on to the second stage training in the sword pool. This was just the beginning. With this in mind, Suyu's expression grew even more serious. He focused all his attention on controlling his internal energy, relentlessly suppressing the incoming sword energy. Each time he subdued one, a stronger one would follow, until his body fully adapted to the sword energy. Once his body finally adapted, Suyu slowly stood up, gripping his alloy sword tightly, and began practicing the ninefold wind sword technique. Gale! His sword light flickered like a gust of wind, a sudden flash in the darkness. The sword energy within him, now subdued by his internal energy, began to nourish Suyu, doubling his training efficiency. Suyu's eyes lit up as he thought, one sword energy doubles my training efficiency. What about two? As if in response to his thought, a faint sword hum echoed through the barren realm. A pale yellow sword energy surged from a crack, rushing into Suyu's body with astonishing speed. The second wave of sword energy made Suyu's body tremble, his arms shaking involuntarily. But he gritted his teeth through the pain, continuing to practice the ninefold wind sword. The intense pain constantly stimulated Suyu's nerves, but the increasing sword energy also rapidly boosted his training efficiency. Thus, Suyu endured the searing pain while relentlessly practicing the ninefold wind sword. Time passed, though he couldn't tell how long. Suddenly, Suyu swung his sword again. This time, the sword strike was no longer wild, but carried a sense of overturning the heavens and earth. Whirlwind stage. At this moment, Suyu's ninefold wind sword technique had officially reached the fourth stage entry into the whirlwind stage. The advancement of his sword technique quickly nourished Suyu, causing his internal energy to surge and his resistance to sword energy to increase. A smile appeared on Suyu's face as he looked at the barren realm before him and provocatively said, "The third type of sword energy. Aren't you going to show yourself?" Perhaps the entire realm of sword energy heard Suyu's words, as if it had plunged into a state of fury. The ground trembled slightly, and a continuous rumbling echoed, resembling the wrath of the gods about to be unleashed. Suddenly, a massive crack appeared in the ground, and a stream of azure sword energy burst forth. This sword energy contained an extremely mysterious power, descending with astonishing speed and surging into Suyu's body. Suyu's face instantly became rigid, his features contorted. A piercing pain lingered in his mind, as the terrifying sword energy rampaged through his body. He gritted his teeth, his face pale as paper, cold sweat dripping from his forehead onto the ground. Gasping for breath, Suyu endured the excruciating pain, tightly gripping his alloy long sword and beginning to swing it. Ninefold wind sword, he muttered, slashing out as if to expel the sword energy within him. After this strike, the pain subsided slightly. Taking a deep breath, Suyu's expression became resolute. He continued practicing the ninefold wind sword technique, pressing on despite the immense pressure and pain, repeating the sword moves tirelessly. Time flew by as he trained. By sunset, Yunqi opened the Taishu spirit realm, and everyone gradually exited. They discovered a giant list hanging beside the bronze gate, with 30 names inscribed on it. At the top was Suyu's name. The crowd fell silent upon seeing Suyu's name. Though each person's training difficulty varied, it was all custom-tailored. Achieving the top rank under equal difficulty levels showcased his extraordinary talent. Coupled with his prior feat of surpassing Bai Xiao in confronting the gods, everyone couldn't help but be impressed. Bai Xiao looked at the list, seeing his name right below Suyu's, a hint of bitterness surfacing in his heart. Having lost to Suyu when facing the gods, was he also inferior in talent? A wave of frustration washed over him, but was quickly suppressed. Shaking his head, Bai Xiao's gaze turned determined as he muttered, "I will surpass you." With that, he walked away without looking back. The other prodigies also left in silence, returning to their rooms. Suyu, dragging his exhausted body out of the spirit realm, felt drained, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. In just one day, he felt on the verge of a breakthrough. Thinking about the remaining month, a smile crept onto Suyu's lips. After everyone had left, Yunqi appeared beside the bronze gate. With hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at Suyu's name on the list, a gleam flashing in his murky eyes. To bear 3 different strands of sword energy in just one day, such talent in swordsmanship. No wonder the ancients left their legacy to him. Perhaps, Dawn will indeed see the rise of a true pinnacle warrior. Yunqi thought of the pinnacle warrior, a highly revered existence in the Dawn, for which countless geniuses strived but none had attained. The once prominent blade master had almost reached it, yet ultimately failed. Today, Yunqi seemed to see the embryonic form of a pinnacle warrior taking shape in Suyu. Shaking his head gently, Yunqi smiled and vanished from the front of the bronze gate. Time flew by, and in the days that followed, Suyu spent nearly all his time in the Taishu spirit realm, except for resting. The first month of individual training had no special requirements, only that 3 stages of cultivation be completed within a month, and ranking in the top 30 to proceed to the second stage of training. Despite the lack of a specific time constraint, Suyu trained diligently in the spirit realm almost every day. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. During these short 5 days, Suyu's cultivation advanced rapidly, reaching the 7th layer of the blood refining stage, with his vital energy soaring to a staggering 51 points. The surging vital energy, like a ceaseless river, coursed through his body, visibly pulsating beneath his skin. Feeling the vigorous vital energy within, Suyu, sitting cross-legged in the realm of sword energy, slowly opened his eyes, a flash of determination in his gaze. It's time to start refining the second piece of the Wuxiang swordbone. Suyu's face lit up with excitement as he recalled the experience of refining his first piece of the Wuxiang swordbone in Jiangqing. Back then, just a single piece of the swordbone had pushed his blood energy limit to 23 points, breaking through his own barriers. In the entire Great Xia, few could achieve such a feat, highlighting the formidable nature of the Wuxiang swordbone. Now, Suyu had reached the 7th level of blood refinement, with his blood energy soaring to an astonishing 51 points. Among all blood refinement practitioners in Great Xia, it would be hard to find another who could match him. The thought of soon refining his second piece of the Wuxiang sword bone made Suyu's breath quicken. He took several deep breaths, trying to calm his excitement. "Let's do this," Suyu said calmly, looking at the sword energy-filled world before him. As soon as he spoke, 5 streams of sword energy of different colors, white, pale yellow, green, red, and blue, burst forth from the cracks in the ground. Each stream of sword energy carried a unique aura and surged in front of Suyu. After 5 days of tempering, he was now able to withstand the impact of these 5 streams of sword energy. Although Suyu could endure the 3rd stream of sword energy on the first day, the difficulty had increased exponentially since then. The 5 streams of sword energy surged into Suyu's body instantly, their violent energy seemingly intent on tearing him apart. However, Suyu immediately mobilized his terrifying blood energy to suppress them, guiding the sword energy toward the second phalanx of his right hand. The familiar sensation of pain returned, but Suyu, having undergone days of tempering, had developed a resistance to it. He frowned in thought. It's still not enough. Although the 5 streams of sword energy were powerful, they were far from sufficient for refining the second piece of the Wuxiang sword bone. "Maybe it's time to summon the 6th stream of sword energy," Suyu murmured softly. With a single thought, an orange stream of sword energy suddenly shot out from a nearby crack. The 6th stream of sword energy surged into Suyu's body, bringing an even more terrifying sensation of tearing. Arc! Suyu's body trembled slightly as he endured the excruciating pain, forcibly directing the new orange sword energy toward the phalanx of his index finger with his surging blood energy. The 6 different streams of sword energy began to silently temper his second phalanx, and time passed quietly in the process. Meanwhile, outside the bronze portal, Yunqi was observing the Dawn camp members and the leaderboard. Suddenly, he noticed that Suyu's progress had slowed down. "What's going on?" Yunqi frowned and quickly brought up Suyu's screen. He saw Suyu sitting cross-legged in the sword energy-filled world, letting the sword energy surge into his body without moving an inch. Yunqi quickly realized that Suyu was attempting to refine his second piece of the Wuxiang swordbone. This discovery made Yunqi's pupils contract in shock. Most people could only refine one piece of the Wuxiang swordbone at the blood refinement stage. Yet Suyu was preparing for his second piece before even reaching the peak of blood refinement. It was truly astonishing. "This guy, he's unbelievable," Yunqi exclaimed, then shook his head with a smile. Although Suyu's progress had temporarily slowed, catching up would only be a matter of time once he successfully refined his second piece of the Wuxiang swordbone. As the sun set, its orange glow painted the sky. People began to emerge from the Taishu spiritual realm, immediately checking the leaderboard. However, today's rankings left everyone stunned. First place by Xiao. Second place, Mo Qing. Third place, Hongwu. Fourth place, Deng Jifeng. 7th place, Suyu. "What?" Suyu's ranking dropped to 7th, someone exclaimed, rubbing their eyes in disbelief before confirming it again. As everyone buzzed with discussion, Suyu walked out of the Taishu spiritual realm. He glanced at the leaderboard indifferently and then headed straight to his room. Suyu didn't pay much attention to his drop in the rankings. He knew that refining the Wuxiang swordbone would take a long time, and it was natural for him to be surpassed by Bai Xiao, Mo Qing, Hongwu, and Deng Jifeng, who were all top elites in the southeastern region of Daxia. Compared to the rankings, Suyu was more concerned about the progress of refining the second piece of Wuxiang swordbone. After Suyu left, discussion started to rise in the camp. Someone laughed and said, "It seems Suyu isn't invincible after all. He can be surpassed." This comment ignited a surge of determination among everyone. Bai Xiao stood in the crowd, looking at his name at the top of the leaderboard, with a slight smile on his face. Mo Qing, who was in a wheelchair, glanced at the leaderboard indifferently, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. Even the blindfolded Hong Wu showed a smile. As for Deng Jifeng, he merely gave a calm glance before shouldering his weapon and continuing into the Taishu spiritual realm. A week flew by, and Suyu's continuous drop in rankings seemed to become a norm. By the weekend, he had fallen to the 30th position, barely qualifying for the second round. Initially, many people were puzzled. Given Suyu's previous momentum, he shouldn't have fallen out of the top 10 even if his progress had slowed. However, as time passed, everyone focused on their own cultivation, striving to improve. Only Bai Xiao remained suspicious. Standing before the bronze gate, he stared at Su Ning's name, his eyes filled with confusion. What is this guy up to? Bai Xiao wondered, feeling that there was something hidden behind Suyu's decline. How could someone with a stronger willpower than himself, who once held the top spot, suddenly fall so low? At that moment, the bronze gate slowly opened, and Suyu emerged. Bai Xiao hesitated to speak, but Suyu merely nodded with a smile before leaving the Taishu's spiritual realm. This scene deepened Bai Xiao's confusion, but he chose to bury his doubts in his heart. The next day, Suyu entered the Taishu's spiritual realm again. Sitting cross-legged amid the world of sword energy, he felt the faint sword chi surrounding him. Taking a deep breath, a smile appeared on Suyu's face. In 1 week's time, the refinement of the sword chi was nearly 95 complete. Only one final step remained to fully transform the second bone in his right index finger into the Wuxiang sword bone. Suyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Recalling the refinement of the first bone, his blood limit had increased to 23. Now, having broken through to the 7th level of blood refining, his blood energy had reached an astonishing 51 points. The enhancement from this refinement would surely be even more remarkable. Suyu's expression suddenly turned serious. The sword chi in the surroundings seemed to respond to his will, and 6 different types of sword chi instantly surged into his body. The sword chi rampaged wildly, as if wanting to tear Suyu apart. In response, his overwhelming blood energy transformed into a massive scarlet palm imprint, forcefully suppressing the 6 types of sword chi within his body. Immediately, Suyu focused intently, channeling the surging energy and blood within his body. He guided 6 distinct strands of sword energy, as fine as silk threads, to the second joint of his right index finger. The sword energy, razor-sharp and entwined around the bone, emitted a chilling zzz sound. A torrent of violent power surged in, and intense pain once again swept through Su Yu's entire body. However, after a week of rigorous training, the agony that once seemed unbearable had now become numbing. Su Yu's expression remained unchanged, as if he had transcended the shackles of pain. Time slowly passed, and after about 2 or 3 hours, Suyu suddenly opened his eyes. A fleeting trace of crimson flashed in his gaze. He slowly rose to his feet, raised his right hand, and gently extended his index finger. Buzz! A terrifying sword energy burst from his fingertip. This energy was so sharp, it seemed capable of obliterating everything around it. It swirled and danced in the air, exuding an overwhelming and suffocating power. Next, a muffled sound echoed from within Suyu's body. Torrents of energy and blood surged like a breached dam, furiously coursing through his limbs and bones. More and more energy and blood secreted from various parts of his body, merging into a mighty river of vitality. In an instant, Suyu's energy and blood began to surge wildly. 55, 60, 65, 70, 75. When his energy and blood reached an astounding 75 points, the torrential river finally calmed down, flowing gently within him. Suyu looked down, feeling the immense energy and blood coursing through his body, and couldn't help but smile slightly. He calculated silently in his mind. Blood refinement level 7, 2 pieces of Wuxiang sword bone, 75 points of energy and blood. With my current strength, I can easily defeat a martial artist at the viscera refinement stage. 75 points of vital energy. This number echoed in Su Yu's mind, filling him with excitement. Across the entire Great Xia, he was likely the only prodigy in the blood-refining realm to possess such astounding levels of vital energy. This strength was comparable to some warriors at the peak of the two organs realm. Su Yu silently calculated. Each time a warrior in the organ-refining realm tempers one organ, their vital energy could double. Generally, warriors at the peak of the blood-refining realm had vital energy of around 20 to 30 points. After stepping into the organ-refining realm and tempering 2 organs, they could reach about 70 points. Yet here he was, with 75 points of vital energy at just the 7th level of the blood-refining realm. Combined with the 2 pieces of Wuxiang sword bone, his strength was undoubtedly formidable. What thrilled Suyu even more was that he was only at the 7th level of the blood-refining realm. If he advanced to the 9th level, his vital energy would surely surpass 90 points. Each breakthrough in the 9th level of blood refining could boost vital energy by about 10%. While ordinary people might only achieve a 10% increase, those with exceptional talent could reach 12, 13, or even 15%. Su Yu's talent was unquestionable. And with the addition of the Wuxiang swordbone, breaking through the 90-point barrier was not a difficult task for him. He might even reach higher dimensions. Thinking about this, Suyu couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. For now, he needed to focus on the task at hand. Suyu gazed at the sword chi realm before him, calculating in his mind. Nearly half of the month's training had passed, and he was still lingering in the first stage. While he didn't care much about rankings, he couldn't afford to not even make it into the top 30. With this thought, a smile appeared on Suyu's lips, and he whispered, "Bring it on!" As if responding to his call. A new purple sword chi suddenly emerged in the sword chi realm, the 7th sword chi. Suyu knew that the first stage required enduring the tempering of more than 10 kinds of sword chi. Each new sword chi added would exponentially increase the difficulty. But at the same time, it also meant a significant boost in cultivation strength. However, facing this 7th sword chi, Suyu shook his head lightly and murmured, "7 sword chi. Still too weak." In the next moment, Suyu raised his head sharply, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He shouted, "Not enough," and took a step forward, releasing a surge of energy from within. Suddenly, an invisible sword chi appeared in Suyu's hand, winding around his right index finger. The 7th purple sword chi seemed to sense something, trembling slightly. The sword chi realm trembled again, and one sword chi after another emerged. The 8th, the 9th, the 10th. 10 different sword chi filled the realm, carrying a sharp aura as if to completely annihilate Suyu. Faced with the overwhelming sword chi, Suyu remained calm. Dressed in black, he stood in the desolate sword chi realm, slowly raising his right hand and softly saying, "Break." Time flew by, and another day passed. As the sun set, the prodigies of the Dawn Camp emerged from the Taishu spirit realm. They habitually glanced at the leaderboard, thinking that aside from Suyu, who seemed to be slipping every day, the rankings shouldn't have changed much. However, when they looked up at the leaderboard, everyone froze. A student's eyes widened in disbelief, swallowing hard, a confused look in his eyes. Suddenly, a shout broke the silence. "How is this possible?" The murmurs quickly followed. "Suyu! Suyu actually jumped to first place. How can this be? Yeah, wasn't he still in 30th place this morning? How did he suddenly jump to first? What on earth is going on?" Amidst the growing commotion, more and more people emerged from the Taishu spirit realm, all looking at the leaderboard, their faces filled with astonishment. Bai Xiao, Mo Qing, and others were also prominently listed on the leaderboard. When they saw that Suyu had reclaimed the top spot, their faces simultaneously revealed complex expressions. Bai Xiao stared at the name, Suyu, now above his own on the leaderboard, his pupils narrowing slightly before a look of as expected appeared on his face. He murmured to himself, "This guy, has he been training some special martial arts lately?" Reflecting on Suyu's recent decline in rankings, Bai Xiao was filled with doubt. In his view, someone with a mentality even more formidable than his own couldn't possibly weaken suddenly, let alone drop so many ranks. The only plausible explanation was that Suyu had been using the special training grounds simulated by the Void Spirit Realm to hone his martial arts, thus not keeping up with the regular training progress. Now, seeing Suyu back at the top, Bai Xiao finally confirmed his suspicion. Sitting in a wheelchair, Mo Qing was also watching the leaderboard. A faint smile appeared on his pale face as the screen on his wheelchair displayed Suyu's detailed data. "Interesting guy," Mo Qing said softly. Nearby, Hong Wu, whose eyes were covered with a black band, perked up his ears and fell into deep thought. By the bronze gate, Deng Jifeng was leisurely chewing gum. He blew a big bubble which popped with a bang. After one last glance at the leaderboard, Deng Jifeng unhesitatingly re-entered the Void Spirit Realm. Deng Jifeng's actions caught the attention of Bai Xiao and the others. They were initially stunned, then their eyes ignited with intense fighting spirit. Bai Xiao smiled faintly, his gaze full of determination. "I thought I could take first place in this initial assessment, but it seems it's not enough." Without waiting for any response, he, like Deng Jifeng, re-entered the Void Spirit Realm. Not only Bai Xiao, but also Mo Qing and Hong Wu all changed direction and re-entered the Taishu spiritual realm. They were all at the end of the first stage, just one step away from entering the second stage of training. At this moment, Suyu's ranking appeared above theirs, indicating that he had already entered the second stage. The top 10 on the leaderboard were all exceptional talents, each with an unyielding pride. They would never allow themselves to fall behind, and even if they did, they would strive to catch up. In the Taishu spiritual realm, Bai Xiao stood amidst an ancient landscape, surrounded by soldiers clad in armor, each exuding a formidable aura. This was Bai Xiao's exclusive training battling ancient soldiers. By defeating 10, he could unlock the second stage and enter the ancient battlefield. Bai Zhao's hands glowed with a white light, instantly forming a pair of gleaming knuckle dusters. He gazed at the 10 ancient soldiers before him, his eyes brimming with intense battle intent. "Kill!" Bai Xiao roared, his blood surging, unleashing an unstoppable momentum. At the peak of a valley, Deng Jifeng lay prone, holding a sniper rifle. One eye was closed, the other pressed against the scope, aiming at the cloud's summit. Amidst the seemingly peaceful clouds, faint transparent figures flickered. That was the Cloud Clan. The Cloud Clan, though weak, possessed powerful invisibility abilities. The stronger they were, the better they could hide, even concealing their aura. This was the ultimate test of Deng Jifeng's sniping talent. He held his breath, focusing through the scope. Suddenly, Deng Jifeng's finger twitched. Bang! The muzzle spat fire, and a powerful bullet whizzed out. Thud! A muffled sound came from the clouds as a transparent figure fell. Deng Jifeng quickly reloaded, coldly murmuring, 3 more to go. Scorching lava filled the air, the space warping with the heat. Hong Wu stood amidst it, gripping a Vajra staff, his eyes covered with a black cloth. Suddenly, roars came from all directions as hideous monsters burst out of the lava. Hong Wu's ears twitched, and the Vajra staff swept out instantly. Thud, thud, thud. The staff struck the monsters with pinpoint accuracy, shattering them into pieces. Hong Wu whispered, just one more wave. Before he finished speaking, more monsters crawled out of the lava, lunging at him again. On the shoreline, Mo Qing sat in a wheelchair, the waves gently lapping at the shore. A keyboard projection reflected on the wheelchair, and Mo Qing's fingers flew across it. Tiny robots emerged from the joints of the wheelchair, their eyes scanning and displaying data on the screen. Mo Qing focused on the screen, tapping the armrest lightly. This energy signature. It must be the Great Tengu, number 199. Just as he finished speaking, a tall figure with white wings appeared on the shore, glaring coldly at Mo Qing before vanishing. Mo Qing stretched lazily. Finally done. Time to enter the second stage. As he spoke, the entire scene shattered like a broken mirror. Suyu looked at the changing landscape before him, raising an eyebrow. He found himself in the middle of a valley, with mist rising from a tranquil pool, enveloping the entire valley. So, this is the sword pool of the second stage? Suyu murmured to himself. Suyu's 3-stage training consisted of the first stage, Sword Chi Realm, the second stage, Sword Pool, and the third stage, Sword Mountain. With the Sword Chi Realm already shattered, the Sword Pool naturally lay before him. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu walked slowly towards the Sword Pool. However, as he reached the edge, he stopped, his expression growing serious. He had realized that the pool was entirely composed of sword chi, a pool formed entirely of sword energy. Suyu finally understood why the second stage was called the sword pool. He swallowed hard, his expression odd as he took in the sight before him. According to the training plan, it seemed he had to cultivate in this sword pool and ultimately break through it. But this pool was entirely made up of sword energy. Even the mist drifting on its surface was condensed from sharp sword energy. Although Suyu could now easily withstand 10 different types of sword energy, the sword pool contained far more than that. Suyu's mouth twitched slightly before he sighed and held his breath, stepping into the sword pool. Hiss! As soon as he entered, Suyu gasped. Intense pain swept through his entire body instantly. Compared to the experience in the sword energy realm, this pain was unbearable. It was as if before, only a finger had been cut off, but now it felt like all his bones were being shattered. Damn! Even Suyu couldn't help cursing. He gritted his teeth against the pain, taking deep breaths to mobilize his energy and blood to repair his torn flesh. With the support of 75 points of energy and blood, his injuries began to heal rapidly. At that moment, Suyu keenly noticed that the flow of his energy and blood had actually sped up. He raised an eyebrow in thought, silently circulating his internal energy and blood to confirm this phenomenon. This meant his cultivation efficiency had improved. Feeling a surge of excitement, Suyu summoned his alloy longsword and began practicing the ninefold wind sword technique. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, his eyes shone brightly. Indeed, the efficiency of comprehending sword techniques had also greatly increased. Realizing that the sword pool significantly boosted both his cultivation and sword technique comprehension, Suyu's eyes sparkled even more. Although this was only 1/10 the power of the real sword pool, it was more than sufficient for him now. He couldn't help but marvel at the lengths Dawn had gone to simulate the sword pool, undoubtedly at great expense. With a determined look, Suyu gripped his alloy longsword and resumed practicing the ninefold wind sword. Meanwhile, in an office at Dawn Camp, Yunqi sat in a chair, facing a screen displaying images of various trainees in the void spirit realm. Bai Xiao was battling on an ancient battlefield. Hong Wu was fighting monsters in purgatory. Mo Qing was exploring the sea, and Deng Jifeng was defending against cloud creatures on a mountaintop. Suyu, on the other hand, was practicing the ninefold wind sword in the sword pool. Yunqi rested his chin on his hands, his aged eyes scanning the screens. When he saw how quickly Suyu adapted to the pain of the sword pool, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. The sword energy in the sword pool was far more concentrated and dangerous than in the sword energy realm, and Suyu's quick adaptation showed his incredible resilience. Yunqi's bony fingers tapped the desk, a smile appearing on his face. Remarkable courage, outstanding mindset, extraordinary talent, and incredible endurance. I can't find a single flaw in this kid. He grew increasingly satisfied, thinking that perhaps Dawn could indeed produce a truly supreme martial artist. In the following days, Suyu spent all his time in the sword pool. His ninefold wind sword technique broke through to the fourth layer and quickly advanced to the fifth, progressing rapidly. However, Bai Xiao, Mo Qing, and the others were not to be outdone, soon entering the second stage themselves. Especially Bai Xiao, who kept a close score with Suyu, ready to overtake him at any moment of slack. These prodigies from various places all had their pride and were determined to claim the top spot. They devoted almost all their time to cultivation, just like Suyu. Although Suyu wasn't initially concerned about rankings, seeing them close behind ignited a competitive spirit in him, driving him to train even harder. In the sword pool, Suyu swung his sword, sending a whirlwind of sword energy rippling across the water's surface. He suddenly retracted his sword, his gaze fixed on the ripples, lost in thought. He began to ponder the essence of sword energy. To him, it seemed more like a medium through which his mastery of swordsmanship could be unleashed to deadly effect. The deeper one's mastery, the stronger the sword energy. So you further analyze that mediums could be gaseous, liquid, or solid. His sword energy was gaseous, serving as a medium, but lacking the explosive power of liquid or solid forms. As he watched the ripples in the water, an idea flashed through his mind. Could he transform his sword energy into a liquid medium to unleash even greater power? This thought filled Suyu with curiosity. He tried to grasp the fleeting inspiration, but couldn't quite catch it. He murmured to himself, how can I convert gaseous sword energy into liquid form? Suyu stood motionless in the sword pool, staring at the ripples on the water's surface like a statue. Time quietly slipped by, and an entire day passed. The sword energy in the pool continuously tore at his body, but he seemed oblivious. Suddenly, a mysterious wave surged within Suyu. Under its influence, the sword energy that had been tearing his body became gentle, like a soft hand caressing his flesh. Yet, Suyu remained unaware, still gazing at the rippling water like a sculpture. Meanwhile, in an office, Yunqi was observing Suyu through a screen. Suddenly, the teacup in his hand shattered, tea leaves scattering to the floor. Yunqi stared at the screen in disbelief and exclaimed, This is impossible. His eyes were locked onto Suyu, and he shouted, sword intent. That's the embryonic form of sword intent. His expression was one of utter disbelief. Yunqi knew well the significance of sword intent for a swordsman. Without sword intent, no matter how talented one was in swordsmanship, they could not be considered a true swordsman. However, mastering sword intent was extremely difficult, and even a martial artist at the bone refining stage might not achieve it. Yet here was Suyu, already showing signs of sword intent, meaning he was halfway to becoming a true swordsman. It took Yunqi the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to recover from his shock. He smiled bitterly and sighed. This guy. He had hoped Suyu would surprise him during the dawn trial, but he never expected such an astonishing achievement. Yunqi began to speculate about Suyu's potential. Having already grasped the embryonic form of sword intent at the blood refining stage, Suyu might fully master it by the organ refining stage. Such talent was rare. Even the legendary Gu Lao, famed for his golden body, had only mastered his sword intent upon reaching the bone refining stage. Suyu's progress was significantly faster. As Yunqi was immersed in his shock and anticipation, a despondent voice suddenly filled the office. Yunqi instantly became alert, his hair standing on end, and a fierce aura erupted from him, sweeping across the room. He turned abruptly, seeing an old man in tattered clothes sitting on the office sofa, an appearance he hadn't noticed before. The old man's nose was red, and he reeked of alcohol, holding a wine gourd. His gaze was fixed on the screen, watching Suyu with a look of reminiscence. Recognizing the old man, Yunqi's wariness turned to joy. Senior, what brings you here? The old man ignored Yunqi, silently observing Suyu, particularly the embryonic sword intent emanating from him. A look of pain flashed in the old man's eyes. He took a swig from his gourd, letting the wine trickle down his neck and drip onto the floor. Seeing the old man's state, Yunqi seemed to understand something and sighed. The old man continued to stare at Suyu on the screen and slowly said, This little guy. All right, I guess this old man has one last bit of usefulness left in him. Yunqi looked at the old man in front of him with a complex expression. This seemingly drunk individual was a legendary figure within the Dawn organization. Not only was he one of the top fighters, but he was also ranked among the top 10. Even more awe-inspiring was the fact that he had personally captured and stopped more than 10 deities. However, what he was most renowned for was being the teacher of Dawn's greatest prodigy. This prodigy, a master of swordsmanship, had learned all his skills from this drunken old swordsman. Unfortunately, the prodigy was eventually crippled due to a lack of courage to face the deities. The old man always believed it was his failure in guidance that led to this. A genius who should have become one of Dawn's greatest warriors ended up a cripple. Since then, he had fallen into despair, spending his days in a haze of alcohol, growing more despondent over time. He had not been seen in Dawn for a long while. What Yunqi didn't expect was that the old man had decided to come out this time. It was clear he had come for Suyu. Senior, this time. Yunqi looked at the drunken swordsman with anticipation. If this venerable elder could come out of retirement, it would undoubtedly be a monumental event for Dawn. The old man's murky eyes glanced at Yunqi, showing a hint of confusion. Lilian, I didn't expect you to be so old now. He seemed to be lost in memories, taking a swig from his wine gourd. The harsh liquor burned his throat, and his face twisted in pain as he swallowed it down after a long moment. I'm a sinner of Dawn. The old man's voice was filled with deep bitterness. Senior, it wasn't your fault. Yunqi couldn't help but say. As a mentor, the old swordsman should have guided his disciple well, but at that time, Dawn was newly established and had limited knowledge of the deities. Who could have anticipated the immense pressure that came with their arrival? 4 top-tier warriors like the old swordsman. This pressure was nothing. But who could have predicted that the prodigy, with the potential to reach Dawn's pinnacle, would lack the courage to face it? The old man did not respond, his eyes fixed on the image of Suyu. Watching Suyu standing on the sword pool, it seemed to overlap with a youthful figure from his memory. Ruer, he whispered softly, a glimmer of clarity in his murky eyes. In the sword pool, Suyu stood still, but the budding sword intent within him grew increasingly intense. The extreme sword intent seemed ready to tear everything apart, causing ripples to spread across the calm surface of the sword pool. Immersed in this profound state, Suyu felt countless sparks of inspiration flashing in his mind. It seemed that if he could grasp just one of them, he would find the key to a breakthrough. But he was always just a hair's breadth away from understanding. What is it? Suyu wondered to himself, staring at the flashes of inspiration in his mind, lost in thought. The old swordsman observed Suyu for several minutes before slowly looking away. A true genius, even more so than Ruer back then, he murmured. Yunqi was visibly moved. Receiving such praise from the old swordsman was proof of Suyu's extraordinary talent. Since the fall of Ruer, no one had earned such commendation from him. Senior, Yunqi began, but he saw that the old swordsman had already fallen into deep thought, as if he had turned into a statue, still holding his wine gourd, his eyes vacant. A very talented young man indeed. Even Ruer couldn't achieve such mastery at his age, the old swordsman muttered to himself. But it's a pity. Suddenly, a look of pain crossed the old man's face. He raised his wine gourd and drank furiously, the liquor gushing down his throat. Cough, cough, cough. The intense burn made the old man cough violently. Yunqi silently watched this scene. He knew that Suyu's performance had already garnered significant attention within Dawn. Otherwise, it wouldn't have prompted the old swordsman to appear in person. There were very few people in Dawn who could mobilize him. Regarding the old man's current state, Yunqi felt nothing but regret and helplessness. It had been Dawn's mistake, lacking a proper training system, which led to the downfall of a prodigy with the potential to reach the peak. But isn't humanity all about rising again and again from failures? Whether it's humanity or Dawn, they are like wild grass in the vast wilderness. No matter how fierce the fire, they always find a way to sprout anew, swaying green in the hills. One failure is not the end. As long as the cause is found and humanity is not extinct, there is always hope. With this thought, a glimmer of determination returned to Yunqi's eyes. At this moment, the old swordsman seemed to awaken from his memories and glanced at Yunqi. He tossed a bracelet, took another swig of liquor, and said flatly, all the resources from Dawn are here. The rest is not my concern. After finishing his speech, the wine blade master cast a deep look at Suyu on the screen. This time, he had come out of seclusion because the Dawn's leader personally visited him and persuaded him. It took a long time for him to decide to return to the martial world. For years, he had been living in seclusion, trying to atone for his past sins. Now, another prodigy, far surpassing Ruer, had emerged in Dawn, even prompting the leader to seek him out personally. Although the wine blade master was reluctant to get involved with Dawn's prodigies again, he knew that Suyu and his former disciple represented hope for Dawn and the future of humanity. With this thought, a self-mocking smile appeared on his face. Fine, fine. Let this old man be the one to atone, he murmured to himself. Kid, I will protect your path of martial arts. He then turned to Yunqi and said calmly, it's best not to give these resources to him directly. Dawn values him, but we shouldn't make it too obvious, lest we spoil him. Find a suitable reason to hand them over. Before Yunqi could respond, the Wine Blade Master continued, I won't show myself again unless Suyu faces a life and death crisis. Just pretend I never appeared. I don't want to. His gaze fell on Suyu on the screen. Destroy another genius with my own hands. As soon as he finished speaking, a gentle breeze seemed to sweep through the room. When Yunqi withdrew his attention from his wristband, the Wine Blade Master had already vanished. Yunqi looked helplessly at the spot where the old man had been sitting and thought, the old man still can't let go of the past. Yunqi didn't say anything more. After all, given his status in Dawn, he was still a junior to the Wine Blade Master. He couldn't persuade such a stubborn old man. Shaking his head, Yunqi turned his attention to the wristband. This wristband was Dawn's latest research achievement. It looked small but contained a special space for storing items. By channeling qi and blood, one could retrieve items from it. Yunqi didn't activate the wristband, knowing the contents weren't meant for him. He reviewed the resource list recorded on the wristband, and his pupils contracted. Sword Spirit Clan's Spirit Bone? And Heart Sword! Yunqi exclaimed, then quickly composed himself, looking around in disbelief at the list. Seeing the abundant resources listed, he couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Dawn's regard for Suyu is beyond my imagination. Even Yunqi couldn't help but feel envious of these resources. Although Dawn had abundant resources, that was mainly for common resources. Rare resources still needed to be earned through completing tasks. The Sword Spirit Clan Spirit Bone and Heart Sword were treasures among treasures. The Spirit Bone of the Sword Spirit Clan could only be refined by their bone forging experts. The Sword Spirit Clan was a unique existence among many races. Its members were born swordsmen and would inevitably comprehend sword intent upon reaching adulthood. The Spirit Bone could significantly enhance a martial artist's bone forging progress, and, when integrated into the body, could improve sword mastery, depending on the individual's sword talent. Just one piece of this Spirit Bone was enough to make countless bone-forging martial artists in the great Xiao kingdom flock to it. As for the Heart Sword, this sword technique was on par with the Wuxiang Sword Bone in Gu Yun's hands. Even Dawn had paid a hefty price to acquire it from its creator, making it priceless. Reluctantly, Yunqi withdrew his gaze and sat back down, his bony fingers tapping the table. Can't give it directly to Suyu. Huh. He looked at Suyu on the screen, a smile forming on his lips. Then let's make it the reward for first place this time. In Yunqi's view, first place was almost in Suyu's pocket. With Suyu's talent, even without fully comprehending sword intent, the mere embryonic form of it was enough to dominate the first month's solo training. But if Suyu didn't get first place, it would mean an even more extraordinary talent had emerged. And for someone more extraordinary than Suyu, giving these resources would be justified. Dawn never hesitated to nurture prodigies. With this thought, Yunqi smiled slightly, finalizing his plan. Little guy, don't let me down. He cast a deep look at Suyu on the screen, murmuring softly. Meanwhile, in the sword pool, Suyu's body suddenly trembled, and he seemed to relax, closing his eyes gently as he sat cross-legged in the pool. During his prolonged meditation, Suyu found his mind unusually calm. It was as if he had entered a dark space where he could confront his inner self. Suyu sensed a blurry figure standing before him, back turned, holding a vague, sword-shaped light. Suddenly, the figure spoke. So, Suyu, why do you practice swordsmanship? The gentle voice reached Suyu's ears, ultimately resonating in his mind. Suyu jolted, staring at the blurry figure before him, and began to question himself. Yes, what is the true purpose behind my sword training? At that very moment, Suyu found himself engulfed in profound confusion. He began to question his true intentions. Why was he practicing swordsmanship? Was it merely to become stronger? But where did the motivation to grow stronger come from? As these questions swirled in his mind, a series of vivid, movie-like scenes flashed before his eyes. The first image was of an unnamed warrior. This warrior had a gaping wound in his chest, inflicted by a vicious claw, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, carrying a chilling coldness. Struggling, he turned his head and tried to soften his blood-stained face with a smile. He looked at the young Suyu and said, Little one, you are the future of the Xia. You must grow strong, sweep away the myriad races, and protect the Xia. This painfully real image and voice echoed in Suyu's mind, causing his heart to tremble violently. The scene abruptly vanished, and when it reappeared, Suyu found himself on a vast plain. A group of figures in black robes charged at him. Among them, one with crimson patterns on his robe had a sinister expression and extended a claw-like hand, enveloped in a powerful aura. toward Suyu. The threat of death loomed over him. In this critical moment, a towering figure descended from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a deep pit. A thunderous roar followed. Dare to touch my student? You're courting death. The scene changed again. The towering figure stood firm, his skin shimmering with mottled golden light, making his face stiff and menacing. Yet his eyes revealed an unprecedented gentleness. He said, "Remember this, kid. We warriors pave the way to heaven, create everlasting peace, and protect the light of every home." At this point, Suyu's pupils contracted sharply. He wanted to speak but found his throat constricted, unable to utter a sound. Bang! The scene shattered into countless star-like fragments, scattering into the dark space. As Suyu gazed at the fragments, the confusion in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a resolute determination. "Coach!" Suyu murmured softly. In the dark space, a black figure identical to Suyu slowly turned around, revealing his face. He smiled at Suyu and said, "It seems you found your true purpose for practicing swordsmanship." As soon as he finished, the shadow dissipated into the void. With the shadow's disappearance, the entire dark space began to tremble violently, with cracks spreading everywhere. Ultimately, amidst deafening roars, the dark space completely collapsed. Suyu felt an unprecedented sense of relief, as if all the obstacles that had been blocking him had vanished. He stood silently, deep in thought for a long time, before slowly lifting his head, his clear eyes gleaming with bright light. Yes, paving the way to heaven, creating everlasting peace, protecting the light of every home. Suyu whispered, "But coach, I never wanted to follow the path of protection. True protection can only be achieved through killing. Only by eliminating all enemies can eternal peace be created." Voicing his true intentions, Suyu continued, "So, my path is the path of slaughter." At that moment, Suyu, who was meditating in the sword pool, suddenly opened his eyes. An unstoppable aura surged from his slender body, making the entire sword pool tremble violently. The liquid sword energy churned wildly, as if something terrifying was about to break free. "Wong!" A crisp sword cry echoed through the valley, as if announcing its birth to the heavens and earth. Suyu slowly stood up from the sword pool, holding the trembling alloy longsword that had emitted the sword cry. Meanwhile, in a distant office, Yunqi stared at the screen, his pupils contracting in disbelief as he watched Suyu. The wine-word warrior, who had appeared behind Yunqi at some point, stared intently at Suyu on the screen with his murky eyes. After a moment, he said in a low voice, "Sword intent. This kid has comprehended sword intent." These words made Yunqi feel as if his worldview was collapsing. Although sword intent wasn't particularly powerful for warriors of their caliber, the fact that Suyu had comprehended it was astounding. A kid who hadn't even reached the refined viscera realm had managed to develop his own sword intent. What did this mean? Yunqi felt his mouth go dry. Everything happening with Suyu was too shocking. He had originally thought Suyu would only be able to condense sword intent after reaching the refined viscera realm. Who would have thought he could achieve this in the blood refinement realm? While the two were in shock, Suyu in the sword pool gazed emotionlessly at the pool before him and took a step forward. The alloy longsword in his hand soared into the air. Draw the sword. Swing the sword. Sword energy shot to the sky. A pure flash of sword light suddenly appeared in the valley, as if it were about to tear the sky apart. A burst of extreme lethal force erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar, splitting the sword pool in two. The liquid sword energy within the pool dissipated, and the mountains surrounding the valley were sliced open by the sword light, creating a narrow sky fissure. Through this crack, a distant, mist-shrouded peak loomed faintly, standing silently between heaven and earth. Suyu gazed at the misty peak, murmuring softly, "The second stage is over." Meanwhile, outside the Taishu spirit realm, night had fallen over the camp, with stars sprinkled across the sky. Weary dawn camp trainees emerged from the spirit realm, instinctively glancing at the leaderboard beside the bronze gate. They numbly confirmed Suyu was still firmly in first place, having entered the third stage. As everyone prepared to return to their rooms to rest, someone suddenly exclaimed, "He's already in the third stage?" This voice acted like a fuse, igniting a series of discussions. "No way. How long has he been in the second stage?" Even Bai Xiao and the others are only at 80% of the second stage. Suyu is a freak. Bai Xiao, Mo Qing, Hongwu, and Deng Jifeng stood among the crowd, looking at the leaderboard with complex expressions. The three next to Suyu's name stung their eyes. Bai Xiao smiled wryly, feeling his pride seemed laughable in front of Suyu. Deng Jifeng suddenly cursed, ruffling his messy red hair, a flash of unwillingness in his eyes as he turned and re-entered the Taishu spirit realm. The other three exchanged glances and silently followed, determined to close the gap with Suyu. Meanwhile, in the office, Yunqi and the Wine Blade Master stared at the screen, watching the embryonic form of the Sword Mountain in the Taishu spirit realm, struck silent with shock. Even as one of the top experts in the Great Xia, the Wine Blade Master had never seen such a monstrous talent. He took a silent sip of his wine, at a loss for words. Yunqi's gaze fell on Suyu in the image, curiosity brimming in his eyes. Just how many more astonishing feats did this young man have yet to reveal? Senior, how do you think Suyu will perform in Sword Mountain? Yunqi asked just as the Wine Blade Master's gaze was drawn to the screen of the Taishu spiritual realm. Sword Mountain is a mysterious and enigmatic secret realm in the Great Xia Kingdom. Ever since the resurgence of spiritual energy, it has inexplicably appeared within the borders of Great Xia. Countless sword masters have left behind their sword techniques, insights, and even a trace of their sword essence here. The unique rules of Sword Mountain transform these legacies into spectral sword warriors who eternally guard the mountain. Even one of the current pillars of Great Xiaonan, as the sword pillar, left his sword essence here in his youth. Sword Mountain offers swordsmen a chance to spar with various spectral sword warriors, greatly benefiting their practice and understanding of the sword. Although the Taishu spiritual realm only simulates a part of Sword Mountain, it is already sufficient for Suyu at this stage. Yunqi and the Wine Blade Master focused their attention on the Sword Mountain scene within the Taishu spiritual realm. Sword Mountain was filled with countless swords of various styles, all embedded in the mountain. At the peak, a crimson blade stood majestically, like the Emperor of Swords. This was the manifestation of the sword pillar's sword essence. Excitement sparkled in Yunqi and the Wine Blade Master's eyes. I'm actually looking forward to seeing what happens when young Suyu encounters the spectral sword warriors of the sword pillar, Yunqi said with a smile. The Wine Blade Master shrugged noncommittally and took a sip of fine wine. The weariness in his eyes faded slightly, replaced by a hint of anticipation. The mist enveloped the entire mountain peak. Suyu's figure slowly emerged at the foot of Sword Mountain, gazing up at the majestic peak shrouded in clouds. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Even though he had not yet set foot on the mountain, he could already sense the intense sword energy pulsating within. The mist cloaking Sword Mountain was actually composed of countless tiny sword energies, showcasing the mountain's terrifying power. On the surface, Sword Mountain appeared no different from any ordinary peak, yet not a single blade of grass grew there. No plant could survive in such a dense atmosphere of sword energy. From the base to the summit, countless swords were embedded in the mountain, each emitting an astonishing aura, as if countless sword masters stood atop the peak, overlooking the world. Taking a deep breath, Suyu stepped into the Sword Mountain territory. Instantly, the sound of swords clashing filled his ears, and the mist before him dispersed, revealing swords stuck into the ground, exuding a menacing aura. Sensing Suyu's arrival, the swords trembled slightly. A blurry figure appeared, gripping the sword that had just been embedded in the ground. The sword-wielding specter fixed its emotionless gaze on Suyu, waiting for his move. Suyu pondered for a moment. His training plan mentioned that the simplest way to traverse Sword Mountain was to defeat these specters, which were manifestations of sword energy and intent, until he reached the summit. Bring it on, Suyu murmured softly, his eyes clear and resolute. He surged forward like a gust of wind, his alloy longsword swirling to form a dazzling flower of light. 75 points of vital energy erupted instantly, thundering within him as his alloy longsword trembled wildly. Long wind, Suyu shouted, his sword slicing through the air like a prolonged gust, striking the specter in an instant. The specter reacted swiftly, retreating while counterattacking with a whistling white sword light. However, the specter's strength was at most comparable to the 9th level of blood refinement, with a vital energy of merely 30. Facing Suyu, a formidable blood refinement expert, even with some remnants of its former swordsmanship, it was no match. The clash of swords echoed crisply, and cracks appeared on the specter's form. Suyu's fist followed immediately, shattering the specter into pieces. The blurry figure dissolved into white mist, which surged into Suyu's forehead. Suyu intended to resist, but the white mist persistently entered his mind. Instantly, he was overwhelmed by an unprecedented comprehension of swordsmanship, as if he had gained years of sword training memories, with himself as the protagonist. Moments later, Suyu opened his eyes, a gleam of excitement in them. He realized that defeating the specters could enhance his understanding of swordsmanship. Though he had already grasped the essence of lethal sword intent, his martial journey was still young. Gaining more insights would undoubtedly propel him to greater heights. Taking a deep breath, Suyu turned to the sword where the specter had stood and bowed slightly. Thank you, master. The embedded longsword swayed gently, as if acknowledging his gratitude. Looking up at the summit, Suyu roughly estimated that there were at least 100 swords on Sword Mountain. If he could defeat all the specters, could his sword intent reach new heights? This thought ignited a fervor in Suyu's heart. To understand, mastering sword intent at the blood refinement stage was already extraordinary. Advancing further would be enough to astonish the entire Great Xiao. With this anticipation, Suyu moved towards the next sword. This scene did not escape the eyes of Yun Qi and the Wine Sword Immortal. Watching Su Yu's respectful gesture towards the sword after defeating the specter, Yun Qi couldn't help but smile. Though they remained silent, both felt a warmth in their hearts. Possessing exceptional talent while still showing respect for predecessors, such a character was truly admirable. Whether it was Yun Qi or the drunken bladesman, they had encountered countless prodigies in their lifetimes. Yet Suyu made them see him in a new light. Unlike the arrogant members of the Dawn organization, Suyu, despite his extraordinary talent, always maintained respect for others. This rare quality made the two elders increasingly satisfied with him. In the days that followed, Suyu did not rush to climb to the peak of Sword Mountain. He discovered that defeating the Shadow Swordsman granted him insights into swordsmanship, so he began to challenge every single sword. Regardless of the amount of insight he gained, Suyu enjoyed the process. Through these insights, he not only solidified his newly acquired killing sword intent, but his ninefold wind sword also made significant progress, nearing the completion of the sixth layer, the whirlwind stage. His cultivation even showed signs of a breakthrough. Meanwhile, by Xiao, Mo Qing, and the other two were also striving to advance. However, they quickly realized that entering the third stage was not easy. Their impatience hindered their progress. Reluctantly, the four had to abandon the idea of surpassing Suyu through individual training, not because they thought themselves inferior, but because Suyu was simply too extraordinary. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On Sword Mountain, Suyu sat cross-legged in the desolate landscape, his blood and energy surging so intensely that a crimson hue was visible even through his skin. With his eyes tightly closed, his aura grew stronger by the moment. In the office, Yun Qi and the drunken bladesman closely watched the screen showing Suyu. Initially, the drunken bladesman had no intention of appearing, but Suyu's performance deeply captivated him, rekindling a dormant spark within. "This kid looks like he's about to break through," Yun Qi remarked with a smile. The drunken bladesman remained silent for a moment before speaking in a slightly melancholic tone. "This kid's blood energy seems rather unusual." Upon hearing this, Yun Qi also noticed the extraordinary vigor in Suyu's blood energy, even more robust than that of Bai Xiao and the others. "Interesting," he said with a faint smile. As the two discussed, Suyu's body suddenly shuddered, and a powerful aura emanated from within him. He felt his pores open completely, and a faint crimson mist began to spread around him. The blood energy inside him roared like a raging river. "Blood refining level 8. Suyu abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of crimson in them. He had finally advanced to blood refining level 8, just one step away from the peak of the blood refining realm. Feeling the surging blood energy within him, Suyu couldn't help but smile. Since condensing his second Wuxiang sword bone, his blood energy had reached a terrifying intensity. With this breakthrough, his blood energy had surged even further, though the exact numbers would need to be tested. "Once the third stage is over, I'll go for a test," Suyu thought to himself, then got up and walked towards the nearest sword. In the office, the drunken bladesman and Yun Qi watched Suyu intently. "Elder, what do you think Suyu's blood energy level is?" Yun Qi asked, stroking his chin. The drunken bladesman pondered for a moment. "It should be around 55 points. Even Ruer, at blood refining level 8, was about the same." Mentioning Ruer, a hint of melancholy flashed in his eyes. Yun Qi seemed not to notice and simply laughed. "Elder, I think you might be underestimating this time. I reckon this kid's blood energy is at least 60. The drunken bladesman raised an eyebrow, unsure of Yun Qi's confidence, but merely shrugged. "Don't forget, Elder, this kid has condensed the Wuxiang sword bone." Yun Qi reminded him. "If you don't believe me, we can secretly test it." The drunken bladesman remained silent for a moment before slowly uttering, "All right." The two quickly agreed. Yun Qi would handle the situation openly, while the drunken bladesman would work from the shadows. Once Suyu emerged from the Taishu spirit realm, they would test his blood energy. Time flew by, and the sunlight in the sky gradually faded, replaced by the silver glow of the moon. Suyu's figure appeared outside the bronze gate. Though he looked tired, his eyes remained clear and bright. This trip to Sword Mountain was immensely rewarding. A glint of determination flashed in Suyu's eyes as he silently calculated his gains. Not only had he advanced his cultivation to the 8th level of blood refinement, but he was also on the verge of breaking through to the 6th level of the ninefold wind sword. This milestone promised a significant leap in his combat power. Even more gratifying was the fact that his lethal sword intent had stabilized remarkably during this period, marking substantial progress. Suyu glanced at his ranking and quietly calculated the remaining time. There's still some time left. I can continue honing my sword intent here, he muttered to himself. Rankings never really mattered to Suyu. Despite being the top talent in the Dawn camp, it only signified potential. In this realm teeming with prodigies, he was far from being the strongest. As Suyu pondered, Yunqi appeared beside him without him noticing. The old man's wrinkled face stretched into a smile, resembling a blooming, crumpled flower. Have you broken through? Yunqi asked. Snapping back to reality, Suyu quickly bowed slightly to Yunqi. Senior. Yunqi waved his hand dismissively, eyes gleaming as he looked at Suyu. What's your current blood vitality? He realized his question sounded overly eager, but Suyu seemed unbothered by the detail. How much blood vitality? I'm not sure, Suyu pondered briefly, but it should be around 80 points? Hearing this, Yunqi rubbed his hands together and suggested with a smile, how about testing it? Suyu raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback by Yunqi's excitement. Nonetheless, he agreed, curious to know the exact figure himself. Yunqi promptly led Suyu to the testing area, where a hefty machine stood silently. This is the device for measuring blood vitality. Just channel your blood vitality into it, Yunqi explained briefly. Nodding, Suyu stepped forward and placed his palm on the machine. Instantly, his blood vitality surged, red glows flickering along his arm and flowing into the machine. Yunqi held his breath, focusing intently on the machine. Outside the testing area, the hidden figure of the wine blade also watched through the glass. His interest peaked despite his usual indifference to such matters. The machine emitted a series of hums. Moments later, Suyu finished channeling his blood vitality, and the machine vibrated slightly. Two numbers gradually appeared on the display. 85. What? Yunqi's pupils contracted sharply, and his mind spun. 85? How is that possible? Outside, the wine blade's gourd fell to the ground with a thud. Even as one of the top 10 experts in the Dawn camp, he was stunned by Suyu's blood vitality reading. 85 points of blood vitality, what did it signify? Generally, a blood refinement stage martial artist at their peak would have around 30 points of blood vitality, with some barely reaching 20. Exceeding 30 was considered talented, while surpassing 40 meant a prodigy destined to become a cornerstone of the great Xiao defense line. Even newly advanced organ refinement stage warriors typically had around 50 points. Suyu's blood vitality was already comparable to that of an average dual-organ refinement warrior. The previously weary eyes of the wine blade suddenly sparkled with interest. Even Ruer, at the peak of blood refinement, only had 60 points. This Suyu. His gaze towards Suyu grew complex. Yunqi's reaction was even more intense, his face contorted in shock. He had expected Suyu's blood vitality to be extraordinary after condensing the formless sword bone, perhaps reaching 60 points. After all, 60 points in the blood refinement stage was already exceptional, a feat achieved by only the most elite in all of Great Xiao. But Suyu had far exceeded his expectations. More importantly, Suyu was still only at the 8th level of blood refinement. If he advanced another level, wouldn't his blood vitality break 90? Yunqi stood frozen for a moment, recalling a piece of information. The Great Xiao Research Institute had once theorized that a blood refinement stage warrior could potentially push their blood vitality to 99, the maximum capacity the human body could hold at this stage. However, this theory quickly faded into obscurity. In modern Great Xiao, surpassing 70 was already exceedingly rare. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, only a handful had managed to raise their blood vitality above 70. Yet Yunqi knew that the Research Institute's findings were based on rigorous calculations and experiments. Now he seemed to see a glimmer of hope for someone reaching the fabled 99 points of blood vitality. Yunqi's body involuntarily trembled. His gaze was fixed on Suyu, eyes sparkling with surprise and hope. If Suyu could truly elevate his blood energy to 99 in the blood refining realm, it would be an unprecedented achievement in the entire Great Xiao. Suyu had the potential to become a true pinnacle warrior in the Dawn organization, reaching the ultimate heights of martial arts and divinity. Yunqi's eyes softened, as if he saw the first ray of light in the darkness. He asked softly, "What's wrong?" Suyu glanced down at his blood energy index, his expression calm. He had long known that his blood energy exceeded 70. Yunqi was somewhat speechless, uncertain whether Suyu truly didn't know or was just pretending not to know that his blood energy had already made history. He then told Suyu about the Great Xiao Research Institute's findings on the peak blood energy levels of blood refining realm warriors. Surprisingly, Suyu remained unfazed after hearing this. He murmured softly, 99 points. Then, with a faint smile, he added, "I suppose I can give it a try." Despite the astonishing news, Suyu didn't show much excitement. In his heart, with such extraordinary talent, he should focus even more on his cultivation. His goal was to become the pillar of Great Xiao, the foremost defender against the myriad races, and even the vanguard in the counterattack against the myriad races and deities. Since the battle at the sword pool, Suyu had found his direction to kill all the myriad races and gods. Nothing else mattered to him. Suyu respectfully asked, "Senior, is there anything else? If not, I will return to my training." Yunqi looked at Suyu's composed demeanor, feeling increasingly satisfied. He waved his hand. All right, go train." Suyu bowed slightly to Yunqi and slowly left the testing ground. Watching Suyu's gradually disappearing figure, Yunqi's face showed a gratified smile. To remain so calm in the face of such significant news was truly commendable. Yunqi even thought that he couldn't have been this composed in his younger years. At that moment, the wine knife guest entered unnoticed. Yunqi was surprised to see that the usual despondency in the wine knife guest's eyes seemed to have diminished somewhat. "I guess it might have something to do with Suyu." Yunqi smiled and said to the wine knife guest, "Senior, it seems I guessed more accurately this time." The wine knife guest silently savored the wine from his gourd, his gaze unconsciously following the direction in which Suyu had left. Yunqi tentatively asked, "Senior, would you consider mentoring Suyu? With his talent, there are very few in Dawn who can teach him. Even I am not qualified. Only you, Senior." However, faced with Yunqi's suggestion, the wine knife guest remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. "Forget it, this old man shouldn't mislead the young." Yunqi sighed inwardly. The wine knife guest clearly had not yet emerged from the shadows of the past. If not for that incident years ago, the young one might have become a pillar of Dawn, and the wine knife guest could have been one of the pillars of Great Xia, known for his mastery of the blade. Unfortunately, in that battle, the young one's mind and martial foundation were destroyed, and the elder fell into despair, his path of the blade stagnating. Yunqi no longer mentioned the matter of mentoring and instead asked, "Senior, do you think Suyu will become our pinnacle warrior in Dawn?" The wine knife guest's body trembled slightly, his drinking motion pausing. His eyes filled with confusion, and after a long while, he said, "A pinnacle warrior. To become a pinnacle warrior, one must walk the path of invincibility. But to walk this invincible path, how difficult it is. The pinnacle is so hard to reach. Invincibility is a pathless journey." After saying this, the wine knife guest suddenly let out a strange laugh and disappeared from the testing ground, leaving only a few drops of wine on the ground, as if he had never been there. Yunqi silently stared at the spot where the wine knife guest had stood, his eyes growing more complex. He fetched a mop and cleaned up the wine stains, murmuring continually, "Invincibility is a pathless journey. The pinnacle is so hard to reach." After putting away the mop, Yunqi muttered to himself again, "But Suyu truly has hope." With that, he slowly walked out of the testing ground. The lights went out, and the testing ground returned to silence. Darkness gradually enveloped the entire room, as if nothing had ever happened. 3 days passed by slowly. In the Sword Mountain, Suyu faced a blurry, sword-wielding figure, his alloy longsword emitting a crisp, faint hum. Sunlight glinted off the blade, casting a cold gleam. In an instant, Suyu's sword moved like the wind, carrying a fierce, killing intent. "Whirlwind!" he shouted, as threads of sword energy shot out from the blade, enveloping the figure with a deadly force. The sword energy pierced through the figure, leaving several holes. In the next moment, the figure exploded into a cloud of white mist, which surged towards Suyu's forehead. He remained still, seated in a meditative pose, accepting the feedback. His body exuded a sharp aura, like an unsheathed sword. Suddenly, a powerful wave of blood energy erupted from within him, filling the air with a dense blood mist. As the mist appeared, Suyu's aura surged dramatically. Blood refining level 9. Suyu opened his eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips. Over the past 3 days, he had not only honed his sword intent, but also refined his blood energy. He discovered that during combat, and while honing his sword intent, the blood energy refinement was more effective, allowing him to leap from level 8 to level 9. Suyu stood up and looked toward the mountain peak. At this moment, only 7 swords remained embedded in the ground between him and the summit. In 3 days, he had defeated over 90 sword-wielding figures. There's still some time left. Let's see how much my blood energy has increased. Suyu chuckled as he exited the Void Spirit Realm. After passing through the Bronze Gate, Suyu glanced at the leaderboard. Over 20 people had entered the 3rd stage of training, with the first month's individual training nearing its end. Although Hongwu, Bai Xiao, and others had made significant progress in the 3rd stage, they still couldn't match Suyu. Arriving at the testing ground, Suyu channeled his blood energy into the machine. The display flashed 2 scarlet numbers, 99. Suyu's smile widened. He had long felt that his blood energy had reached a certain limit, but seeing the exact number brought him joy. This meant he had reached the theoretical maximum for a blood-refining warrior, setting an unprecedented record. 99 points. Is this the absolute limit for the blood-refining stage? It feels like something is still missing, Suyu murmured, sensing that he was just a step away from perfection. At that moment, an elderly voice spoke from behind him. 99 blood energy, I didn't think you would actually achieve it. Suyu turned to see Yun-Chi standing in the training ground, his eyes fixed on the display with a hint of excitement. However, as the head of the Dawn camp, he quickly composed himself. Since you've reached blood refining level 9, your next goal is to break through to the organ refining stage, Yun-Chi said. Suyu nodded, already contemplating his next steps in his training regimen. Indeed, for an average martial artist at the blood refining stage, reaching the 9th level usually means it's time to prepare for the organ refining stage. However, as Suyu gazed at the peak value of 99 blood energy points, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. Yun-Chi didn't notice the subtle change in Suyu's mindset and continued explaining. The organ refining stage is different from the previous 2 stages. The blood energy stage and blood refining stage mainly focus on tempering blood energy, which can be achieved through martial arts training. But the organ refining stage requires the refinement of the internal organs to make the flesh and blood stronger. This can't be done with mere martial arts techniques. It requires specific cultivation methods. As he spoke, Yun-Chi handed Suyu a tablet that listed all the organ refining techniques available at Dawn. You can start choosing your organ refining technique now. I've listed all the techniques here, so you can pick the one that suits you best. Remember, the technique you choose will accompany you for a long time, so choose wisely. Suyu took the tablet and scanned through the hundreds of meticulously selected organ refining techniques. Each of these techniques would be coveted by countless peak blood refining martial artists in the outside world. But here at Dawn, Suyu could choose freely. However, the more he browsed through the techniques, the more his brows furrowed. Finally, he gently bit his lip and turned off the tablet. Seeing this, Yun-Chi frowned and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Suyu pondered for a moment and softly replied, "I don't want to advance to the organ refining stage just yet." Yun-Chi was stunned by Suyu's words, his brows furrowed. Not wanting to step into the organ refining realm? What did that mean? He pondered carefully. Although Suyu's blood and chi concentration was comparable to that of a organ realm martial artist, those in the organ refining realm, who temper their internal organs, far surpassed the blood refining realm in terms of energy, perception, and physical strength. It was indeed puzzling that Suyu did not wish to enter this realm. Yun-Chi noticed that Suyu's gaze was fixed on the number 99 displayed on the machine screen. Suddenly, a realization dawned on him. As he had mentioned before, the chi and blood refining realms are the foundation and cornerstone of martial arts. The higher the limit in these stages, the more solid the foundation, and the greater the future achievements of a martial artist. Ordinary martial artists enter the blood refining realm at 10 points of chi and blood, and then the organ refining realm at 20 or 30 points. At best, they reach the peak of the organ refining realm and, with some luck, might step into the bone refining realm. However, those prodigies who break the chi and blood limits have much greater potential. Suyu had already reached the blood refining limit recognized by the Daxia Research Institute, but he was clearly not satisfied. The reason was the Wuxiang sword bone he had learned from the ancients. The first Wuxiang sword bone required 20 points of chi and blood to temper, the second required 50 points, and the third astonishingly required 100 points. Suyu was just one step away from meeting this requirement. If he could temper the third Wuxiang sword bone while still in the blood refining realm, his foundation would be unprecedentedly strong, possibly even breaking the Institute's recognized limits, leading to limitless future achievements. After hearing Suyu's explanation, Yun-Chi fell silent. After a moment, he waved his hand with a complex expression. "Fine, if that's what you want, go ahead and try." But his tone shifted. "No matter when you enter the organ refining realm, you cannot abandon the 3rd stage of training. Otherwise, you won't be able to join the team training in the 2nd month." Suyu nodded in agreement, bowed to Yun-Chi, and left the testing grounds. Watching Suyu's departing figure, Yun-Chi sighed. Ah, the arrogance of youth. But with Suyu's talent, a sliver of expectation arose in Yun-Chi's heart. Maybe this young man could indeed achieve the impossible. After a moment of contemplation, Yun-Chi took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hey, you old coot. Why are you calling now? Don't you know I'm in the middle of important research?" A tired voice answered from the other end. Yun-Chi chuckled. "Old Wong, if I'm calling, it must be important. What is it? As long as it's not about abusing my power to forge weapons for you, I'll consider it," Old Wong replied grumpily. Yun-Chi laughed awkwardly and got straight to the point. "You once said that the limit for a blood-refining realm martial artist is 99 points. Is it possible to break that limit?" Old Wong was momentarily taken aback before firmly stating, "Absolutely not. Reaching the limit itself is something I've never seen in all of Daxia." Yun Qi's heart sank. If old Wong, a pillar of the Daxiao Research Institute, said it was impossible, then Suyu's hope of breaking the qi and blood limit seemed slim. Sensing something amiss, old Wong's voice suddenly sharpened. Wait a minute. Yun Qi, have you found a freak with 99 points of qi and blood in the blood refining realm? He grew excited. Where are you? Send me your location right now. This is the only blood refining martial artist in Daxiao with 99 points of qi and blood. I need to study him. With this, we might be able to see more martial artists with over 90 points of qi and blood in the future. Yun Qi sneered. Dream on. This person belongs to Shuguang. The Institute can forget about taking him. There was a moment of silence on the other end before old Wong reluctantly said, Fine, fine. You Shuguang folks, young or old, are all troublemakers. Yun Qi just chuckled, not responding. Old Wong continued. By the way, the Institute recently developed a theoretical cultivation technique designed for the day we encounter a martial artist with over 90 points of qi and blood. Since you have someone in Shuguang with 99 points, you should take a look at this technique. Yun Qi's phone immediately received an encrypted email. Old Wong added, although it's just a theoretical technique, it has been tested with data and is theoretically feasible, even more powerful than typical organ refining realm martial arts. Other martial arts techniques in the lianzong realm are mere jokes for blood refinement warriors with blood energy above 90. Only this particular method is worthy of the title of a prodigy. Listening to old Wong on the other end of the phone, Yun Qi paused for a moment before simply saying, Got it, and then hung up. Despite old Wong's strong recommendation, Yun Qi had no intention of passing the technique to Suyu. He was well aware of the mad scientists at the Daxia Research Institute. Although the technique could be practiced, no one had tried it before, and if something went wrong, Suyu could be in trouble. With Suyu's extraordinary talent, he couldn't take that risk. Yun Qi wasn't too worried about Suyu's obsession with surpassing the blood energy limit. Every prodigy has their own pride, and Yun Qi was no exception in his youth. Suyu's efforts might just waste some time, but with his talent, he would quickly make up for it. In the end, Yun Qi shook his head and disappeared from the testing ground. After leaving the testing ground, Suyu returned to the Taishu spiritual realm. Standing halfway up the mountain, he gazed at the 7 remaining long swords on the peak, took a deep breath, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Suyu didn't necessarily have to break the limit, but he was just 1 point away from reaching 100 blood energy. If he didn't even try, he would feel regret. This wasn't about proving his talent to Dawn. It was because his dream was to become a unique warrior of Daxia, sweeping through all clans afterward. The third piece of Wuxiang's sword bone was his last chance to build a solid foundation during the basic phase. If he gave up, his limit would be set for life. Besides, what if 99 blood energy was the limit for blood refinement warriors? Isn't a warrior supposed to constantly break through limits? With this thought, Su Yu's gaze became firm. He lifted his head slightly, looked at the 7 long swords in front of him, and took a step forward, beginning his sprint once again. Sword energy crisscrossed the mountains, and a sharp aura swept through the entire sword mountain. Time passed unnoticed. After an indeterminate amount of time, Su Yu, panting heavily, found himself just a few hundred meters from the summit. At this point, only 4 sword blades remained standing on the peak. Huffing and puffing, Su Yu faced stronger opponents among the sword shadows. Even with his current strength of 99 blood energy, challenging 3 sword shadow warriors in a row left him fatigued. Despite his tired appearance, Su Yu's eyes were brighter than ever. The difficulty had increased, but the feedback from defeating the sword shadow warriors was also much stronger. Su Yu adjusted his breathing, taking a minute or two to return to peak condition. When he looked up again, his eyebrows raised slightly. Among the remaining 4 long swords, aside from the one standing at the summit, one emitted a very familiar sword intent. Su Yu had only felt this sword intent from the old one. During the night of darkness, he had sensed that astonishing sword aura from the old one. Unexpectedly, he could also feel the old one's sword intent on Sword Mountain. Did the old one also leave his sword intent on Sword Mountain? Su Yu murmured softly, a smile appearing on his lips. He couldn't help but wonder, who was stronger now, him or the old one from back then? Muttering to himself, Su Yu took a step forward, arriving before the old one's long sword. As if sensing Su Yu's presence, the ancient sword trembled slightly, emitting a clear sword hum. The crisp humming sound echoed around, and sword energy rippled outward like waves. Before the ancient long sword, a blurry figure slowly emerged, its face obscured by shadows. From its general outline alone, Su Yu could recognize the silhouette of the old one. Seeing the old one's sword shadow warrior appear, Su Yu first bowed slightly before his alloy long sword appeared silently. "Old one, here I come," Su Yu said with a faint smile, twirling his alloy long sword. In an instant, a sharp brilliance flashed on the sword, and a streak of white light, imbued with extreme killing intent, shot towards the Old One's sword shadow. The Old One's sword shadow, like an emotionless combat machine, manifested a phantom blade and clashed with Suyu in an instant. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing resounded across Sword Mountain. The more Suyu fought with the Old One, the more exhilarated he felt. Back in the Tian Di Dao Hall, Suyu had also wanted to spar with the Old One, but the Old One had scoffed, saying that even without full strength, dealing with Suyu would be as easy as dealing with a chick, and Suyu wasn't up to the mark. Now, in the Taishu spiritual realm simulation of Sword Mountain, there was a sword shadow warrior of the Old One, allowing Suyu to fulfill that small wish. Bang! Suddenly, a dull sound echoed as sword energy clashed. Suyu staggered back 3 steps, while the Old One's sword shadow warrior retreated 5 or 6 steps. Seeing this, Suyu's smile grew even wider. Ancient. This kid means business. Suyu burst into laughter as he faced the sword-wielding shadow warrior belonging to Gu Yun. The expressionless Gu Yun's sword shadow tightened his grip on the blade, waiting for Suyu's attack. At that moment, an overwhelming sword aura began to gather. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled between them, carrying sharp edges that felt like they could cut through skin. Suyu's eyes grew sharper, and the blood and energy within him surged like a raging river, creating a thunderous roar. The surrounding temperature rose due to the flow of his energy, and his aura soared instantly. A murderous intent emanated from Suyu's slaughter sword intent. The battlefield's temperature plummeted, and the air seemed to freeze. The alloy longsword in Suyu's hand trembled slightly, absorbing the influx of energy and emitting a faint hum. Suyu prepared to unleash his sword-drawing technique, followed by the ultimate skill he had learned from Gu Yun Heaven and Earth Sword. Facing the Gu Yun sword shadow, Suyu chose to counter with the martial arts he had inherited from Gu Yun, as a sign of respect. Sensing Suyu's change, the Gu Yun sword shadow also assumed a sword-drawing stance, ready to perform the Heaven and Earth Sword. Their sword auras clashed, tearing through the air and causing cracks to spread across the ground. In the next moment, they both struck simultaneously. The Heaven and Earth Sword exploded with terrifying force, intertwining in a destructive dance. The surging sword energy obliterated everything around them, and their figures were enveloped in a whirlwind of energy and sword chi. The mountain peaks shook and rocks tumbled down. Suddenly, a muffled sound was heard, and a dark shadow burst out of the encirclement. The surrounding area exploded again, releasing terrifying power. The dark shadow stood still for a moment, then turned to look in a direction. There, the Gu Yun sword shadow was riddled with holes, its body full of gaps. In an instant, the sword shadow dissipated into white mist and merged into the dark shadow's body. The dark shadow was none other than Suyu, who calmly accepted the insights of the ancient swordsmanship. After a moment, Suyu opened his eyes and looked at the sword left behind by Gu Yun, paying his respects as a disciple. Although Gu Yun had never explicitly stated it, in Suyu's heart, Gu Yun was already like a mentor. Suyu shifted his gaze to the mountain peak. Only 2 more swords to go before reaching the final blade. He took a deep breath and, with a smile, walked toward the summit. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Suyu finally reached the peak. Although the sword-wielding shadow warriors on Sword Mountain were formidable, this was still just a simulation created by the Void Spirit Realm, far less powerful than the real Sword Mountain. With his 99 points of energy and the slaughter sword intent he had mastered, Suyu had fought his way through to the final challenge. The summit was a vast area, and in the center stood a crimson longsword. Suyu immediately sensed the heavy aura it exuded, as if it were the anchor of the entire Sword Mountain. Gazing at the crimson longsword, Suyu recalled his journey of defeating the sword shadows. Although he had continuously refined himself with sword energy, he was still a bit short of raising his energy to 100 points. This realization left Suyu with a sense of regret. He understood that his energy had reached its limit. He could either break through to the next level by refining his internal organs or force a breakthrough, but the latter carried many risks. Suyu pondered, could the limit truly not be broken? In the end, Suyu chose not to continue the challenge and exited the Void Spirit Realm. Stepping out of the bronze portal, he glanced at the leaderboard. His name still held the top position, but as time passed, more and more Dawn Camp trainees had entered the 3rd stage. At least everyone on the leaderboard had reached the 3rd stage. After taking one last look, Suyu slowly walked away. Suyu had just reached his room's doorway when he bumped into Yun Qi, who had been waiting for him. Yun Qi stood on the path with a faint smile on his face and asked, "What's wrong? Something on your mind?" Suyu remained silent, simply gazing at Yun Qi, unbothered. Yun Qi continued, "Is it still about your qi and blood?" Suyu nodded slightly. Yun Qi's smile grew warmer, and his tone became gentle. All right, kid, the upper limit of chi and blood isn't something you can break through easily. Even though the researchers at the Daxia Research Institute are a bunch of madmen, you have to admit their findings are like gospel. 99 is the limit for blood refinement martial artists. Forget about surpassing it. Even reaching 99, from the beginning of the spiritual energy resurgence until now, you're the only one in all of Daxia. Yunqi patted Suyu's shoulder, speaking earnestly. I know you young ones all have your pride. But sometimes, being stubborn isn't a good thing. Listening to Yunqi's words, Suyu grew even more silent. Yunqi continued, think it over. Of course, I won't stop you from making any decision. I just hope you won't regret it. With that, he patted Suyu's shoulder again and turned to leave. During this period, Yunqi had been observing Suyu's situation from his office. He could tell that Suyu was in a state of confusion, which prompted his earlier words. As he said, he wouldn't stop Suyu from making any decision, whether to keep trying or to stop and break through. As long as Suyu didn't regret it, that was all that mattered. After all, there's no medicine for regret in this world. After Yunqi left, Suyu stood still for a long time. His eyes gradually shifted from confusion to determination. Not regretting. Senior, you're right. Life is about living without regrets. If I don't try, that would be my biggest regret. Suyu murmured softly, lifting his head slowly, his expression becoming resolute. In the days that followed, Suyu did not rush to challenge the final sword on Sword Mountain. Instead, he stayed in his room, continuously attempting to break through his chi and blood limit. As time passed, the first phase of training was nearing its end, with only 1 week left. The Dawn Camp had undergone a tremendous transformation compared to 20 days ago. If the trainees had been somewhat immature before, they were now much more seasoned. Under the camp's generous resources, their progress was astonishing. 20 days ago, many trainees, like Suyu, were still in the blood refinement stage. Now, except for Suyu, everyone had stepped into the organ refinement stage. This change highlighted the camp's formidable strength. The trainees who entered the Dawn Camp were all prodigies, and with such substantial support, their progress was naturally swift. The next day, Suyu slowly opened his eyes. Over the past few days, he had fully integrated the insights he gained from Sword Mountain, transforming them into his own sword intent. His killing sword intent had finally reached a minor accomplishment stage. Even his 9 layers wind sword had reached the peak of the 6th layer, the pinnacle of the whirlwind stage. He was just half a step away from advancing to the 7th layer, entering the final storm stage. Once he reached the storm stage, it would signify that his 9 layers wind sword had reached the organ refinement level. Then, let's give it one last try. Suyu's gaze slowly turned towards the direction of the Taishu spiritual realm, his eyes deep with resolve. After these days of reflection, Suyu felt like a sheathed, treasured sword, ready to astonish the world once drawn. Yunqi's words had given Suyu new insight. To live without regrets. To avoid regret, he had to give it one last shot. Regardless of the outcome, he wouldn't regret it afterward. With that in mind, Suyu got up and headed towards the Taishu spiritual realm. Soon, his figure appeared on Sword Mountain. Meanwhile, in Yunqi's office, Yunqi and the Wine Blade Master were quietly observing Suyu through a screen. Seeing Suyu reappear on Sword Mountain, Yunqi smiled. Looks like this kid is determined to conquer Sword Mountain completely. The Wine Blade Master nodded slightly and said calmly, but the last sword isn't so easy to pass after all. His eyes flashed with a profound light. That sword was left by the Sword Pillar in his youth. The Sword Pillar was a title reserved for those with the highest mastery of swordsmanship in all of Daxia. To become a Pillar of Daxia, the minimum requirement was to be above the Golden Body stage. Besides cultivation, one needed to be the furthest along their path. For instance, the Sword Pillar represented the pinnacle of swordsmanship mastery. Though the sword in Sword Mountain was left by the Sword Pillar in his youth, even then, he was at the peak of the organ refinement stage. While the Taishu spiritual realm couldn't fully replicate it, it was at least comparable to the 2nd or even 3rd organ refinement stage. Coupled with the Sword Pillar's formidable combat prowess, it wouldn't be easy to conquer. Let him face some hardship. It might make him reconsider and prepare to break through to the organ refinement stage. Yunqi chuckled. Although he didn't stop Suyu from trying, he secretly hoped Suyu would soon step into the organ refinement stage. After discussing for a while, they focused their attention back on the screen. On Sword Mountain, Suyu stepped towards the peak. He gazed at the crimson longsword and slowly drew his own alloy sword. The sword light flickered. As Suyu drew his sword, the crimson longsword embedded at the peak trembled slightly, as if an emperor felt challenged. In an instant, Sword Mountain shook, and a surge of sword energy swept across the entire peak. On the mountain peak, the howling winds mercilessly swept across the desolate land. However, upon stepping into the peak's vicinity, a startling revelation became evident: the seemingly ordinary winds were actually composed of invisible sword energy. The entire summit was enshrouded by this endless sword energy, forming a formidable natural barrier. At the spot where a crimson long sword rested, a very young sword shadow warrior gradually appeared. Although his figure was blurred and his face indistinct, his presence struck Suyu with unprecedented shock. This feeling surpassed that of any previous sword shadow warriors he had encountered. Pure and absolute mastery. It was as if this warrior had honed his sword to the pinnacle of perfection, capable of transforming the simplest green leaf or withered branch into a weapon of devastating power. The sharp sword energy around him felt like countless tiny blades, constantly grazing Suyu's skin. Even with his robust vitality, he couldn't entirely fend off the onslaught of these sword energies. Bright red blood slowly dripped from his wounds, leaving crimson spots on the ground. What powerful sword energy! Suyu took a deep breath, his expression serious. Yet, a slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. But, the stronger the sword energy, the better it is for me. Unexpectedly, Suyu did not choose to challenge the sword shadow warrior. Instead, he sat down cross-legged on the ground. The sword shadow warrior seemed to have no intention of attacking, merely watching Suyu's every move with indifference. The sword energy continued to permeate the entire peak, creating a perilous domain. Meanwhile, in a distant office, Yunqi was observing the scene through some means. Seeing Suyu's actions, his face turned grim. What is he trying to do? Yunqi exclaimed. Sitting down defenseless in such a dangerous area is practically courting death. Beside him, the drunken blade master took a silent sip of his drink. A gleam of clarity flickered in his otherwise dazed eyes, but he said nothing. Just as Yunqi was puzzled, Suyu began to operate his wuxiang swordbone. A miraculous scene unfolded. The sword energy in the air seemed to be drawn toward Suyu, rapidly flowing into his body. Seeing this, Yunqi's face grew even more tense. He finally understood Suyu's intention to use the sword energy from the sword pillar to temper his wuxiang swordbone. This idea was incredibly bold and fraught with risk. Yunqi anxiously stood up, ready to enter the Taishu spirit realm to stop Suyu. However, the drunken blade master placed a hand on his shoulder. Wait a moment, he said calmly. Perhaps this kid might actually pull off a miracle. Yunqi was taken aback by his words, but then he calmed down. He realized that with their combined strength, they could ensure Suyu's safety. Observing a bit longer wouldn't pose too much of a problem. Truth be told, deep down, Yunqi still harbored a sliver of hope for Suyu. The scene just now had Yunqi genuinely worried, causing him to become agitated. The words of the wine blade master were like a wake-up call, slowly bringing Yunqi back to his senses. Nonetheless, he remained ready to enter the void spirit realm at any moment, his eyes fixed on the screen, afraid of missing any detail. The image on the screen was breathtaking, depicting the summit of Sword Mountain. Suyu sat quietly on a hard rock, surrounded by wisps of powerful sword energy. This energy was not ordinary. It was the essence left behind by the sword pillars, its power far beyond the norm. The sword energy resembled countless tiny blades, continuously flowing into Suyu's body. Even though he had already refined 2 pieces of the formless sword bone, his body still trembled uncontrollably, his face contorted with pain. He gritted his teeth, enduring the agony that felt like it would tear his flesh and blood apart, as he controlled his surging vital energy to suppress the sword energy. Suyu had a clear goal: the last finger bone of his right index finger. If he succeeded, his entire index finger would be completely transformed into the formless sword bone. Guided by his vital energy, the sword energy relentlessly surged toward the target. As the sword energy continued to accumulate, waves of excruciating pain bombarded Suyu's nerves. His expression grew increasingly twisted, sweat dripping from his forehead, only to evaporate instantly upon contact with the surrounding sword energy. Ah! Finally, Suyu could no longer contain it and let out a heart-wrenching scream. His eyes turned bloodshot, his breathing rapid and heavy. However, Suyu did not give up. On the contrary, an even stronger determination ignited within him. This time, I must succeed, he growled under his breath, as if cheering himself on. Suyu knew well that refining the 3rd piece of the formless sword bone required 100 points of vital energy, a limit he had never been able to surpass. Faced with this predicament, he devised a bold plan to forcibly refine the formless sword bone with 99 points of vital energy, then use the feedback from the refining process to break through that critical barrier. This was a battle against his limits, and Suyu was pushing himself to the edge of the cliff, all for that glimmer of hope for a breakthrough. Certainly, this method is indeed too risky. The tempering of the wuxiang sword bone requires a substantial amount of vital energy and blood, which has been validated over a long period as the safe range. Suyu is well aware that if this threshold is not met, he could suffer a backlash, resulting in irreversible injuries. However, the thought of waiting until reaching the refined organ realm to temper the third Wuxiang swordbone was something Suyu found unacceptable. Yun Qi's words still echoed in his mind. There's no medicine for regret in this world. Suyu knew that if he didn't give it his all now, he would regret it deeply even if he reached the refined organ realm in the future. Suyu wanted a life without regrets. The sword energy continuously stimulated Suyu's body, his face contorting in pain, veins bulging under his skin. His index finger trembled uncontrollably, as if the bone might shatter at any moment. Suyu's breathing became rapid, his complexion paled, and waves of dizziness washed over Hema protective mechanism of the body, indicating he had reached his limit. Could it be that 99 is truly the human body's limit? Suyu felt a bitter sense of powerlessness. Is the limit truly unbreakable? He roared internally, unwilling to accept it. At that moment, faces began to appear in Suyu's mind. Nameless warriors, Zhao Long, Yu Pingin, Jian Chun, their voices seemed to echo in his ears. Protect the Xiao. Create a path to the heavens. Bring eternal peace. Guard the lights of 10,000 homes. Suyu, I'll be waiting for you in the cave. You're strong. I'll catch up to you. These familiar faces and voices awakened a deep-seated strength within Suyu. 99 points of vital energy and blood are the theoretical limit, but theories are meant to be broken. That might be the limit, but it is not Suyu's limit. Make it happen, Suyu suddenly roared. Countless streams of sword energy, under his command, rushed into his index finger. The extreme sword energy continuously stimulated it, and a jade-like glow began to emanate from Suyu's finger. As the glow grew brighter, a new surge of vital energy and blood emerged within him. Boom! Suyu's body resounded with a series of thunderous roars, as if a great dragon was roaring inside him. The surging vital energy transformed into a blood-colored dragon, rampaging through his body. Vital energy like a dragon. Suyu slowly opened his eyes, a flash of crimson passing through them. A slight smile appeared on his lips. The third Wuxiang sword bone had finally been successfully tempered. His vital energy had broken through the 99-point barrier, reaching 100 points. Though it was just an increase of 1 point, Suyu felt a profound transformation within himself. The quality of his vital energy had significantly improved, even breaking the shackles of the ninth wind sword. He realized he had broken through to the 7th layer, entering the realm of the storm. This is the true limit, the extreme of vital energy, surging like a mad dragon. Suyu murmured softly. He turned his gaze to the waiting sword shadow warrior and smiled. Senior. Thank you. Suyu stood up, and an alloy long sword appeared in his hand. The sword trembled slightly, emitting a faint sword hum, with its blade glinting under the sunlight. This will be my strongest strike. Senior, please be prepared, Suyu announced loudly. The long sword was slowly sheathed, but Suyu's aura began to surge wildly. The killing intent of his sword roared out, and the vital energy within him, like a raging dragon, flowed through his limbs and bones, bursting forth with terrifying intensity. Suyu's body bent slightly, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. The sword shadow warrior took a step forward, sensing the astonishing killing intent emanating from Suyu. Around the mountain peak, sword energy surged incredibly sharp. As the sword shadow warrior moved slightly, the sword energy seemed to be summoned, rushing towards his long sword. The extreme sword intent radiated from the blade. The sword shadow warrior, usually expressionless, showed a rare flicker of emotion in his eyes, as if encountering a worthy opponent for the first time in many years. Kill! Suyu roared, swinging the alloy long sword. Sword drawing technique. Heaven and earth sword. Ninth wind sword. Killing sword intent. The ultimate power was unleashed at this moment. As Suyu struck, the sword shadow warrior also swung his sword. Boom! The two ultimate killing forces collided instantly, their terrifying power seeming to shatter everything. The overwhelming force exploded in an instant. The thunderous roars echoed across the mountain peak, as if bolts of lightning were crashing to the ground. In an instant, the entire summit was engulfed in a storm of flying debris, obscuring everyone's vision. After what felt like an eternity, a gentle breeze swept through, revealing the scene atop the mountain once more. Suyu stood motionless at the peak, resembling a peerless swordmaster. Where his crimson longsword had struck, the shadow of the sword wielder had vanished. The crimson sword was now covered in cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. Moments later, the world around Suyu began to distort slightly, and light flickered around him. Then, the scene dissolved, and Suyu was transported out of the Taishu's spiritual realm. He had successfully completed the third phase of his training. Standing before the bronze gate, Suyu looked up at the leaderboard. His name still occupied the top spot, with his progress bar maxed out. This signified that Suyu had successfully completed all 3 phases of training, becoming the first person in the Dawn camp to achieve this feat. A faint smile appeared on Suyu's lips as he whispered to himself, "I've pushed my vital energy to the limit, and my foundation is flawless. Next, it's time to break through to the refining organ realm." Considering the lengthy training session, Suyu decided to take a break. Although the martial path requires seizing every moment, a balance between work and rest is essential. He turned and walked towards his room. Meanwhile, in the office, Yunqi and the Wine Blade Master silently watched the now-vanished scene, their eyes still filled with shock. Even a formidable warrior, like the Wine Blade Master, was deeply moved. After all, that was the sword intent left behind by the sword pillar in his youth. Although the Taishu spiritual realm had weakened the overall strength of Sword Mountain, it still possessed the combat power equivalent to the second, or even third refining organ realm. The Wine Blade Master had initially thought that despite Suyu's exceptional talent, breaking through the refining organ realm and overcoming the sword wielder's shadow would be an insurmountable challenge. Yet, Suyu had not only accomplished it, but had also shattered the theoretical limits set by the researchers at the Great Xiao Institute. In an era where martial artists in the blood refining realm rarely exceeded a vital energy level of 80 or 90, Suyu had trained his vital energy to 99 and even surpassed that limit. The two men's breathing grew increasingly intense. Yunqi suddenly stood up, grabbed the office phone, and dialed a number. With an excited tone, he said, "Boss, when can we finalize Suyu's class prodigy status? If it's not ready yet, don't rush it. Just let Suyu enter the absolute pinnacle plan directly." The boss on the other end was momentarily stunned. "What? You suddenly call and say this? Let Suyu enter the absolute pinnacle plan directly? How is that possible?" Realizing his tone was off, Yunqi quickly explained Suyu's recent performance and situation in the Dawn camp. The other end of the line fell into silence. The Wine Blade Master took the phone from Yunqi and calmly said, "I can vouch for it." Everything Yunqi said, I witnessed with my own eyes. There was a sound of rapid breathing from the other end, which gradually calmed down. A hoarse voice finally responded from the phone. "The Pinnacle Project requires Golden Body martial artists to participate. Although Suyu's talent is unprecedented, it's still too early for him." The senior members of the Dawn organization sternly stated over the phone that Suyu's talent should not lead to undue haste. The tragic events of the past must not be repeated. Yunqi listened to the words from the other end of the phone, his brow furrowing slightly, a tinge of disappointment rising in his heart. But soon, he felt relieved. He understood that the senior members' concerns were justified. The Pinnacle Project indeed required Golden Body and above martial artists. For Suyu to join with his current strength would be tantamount to courting death. The voice on the phone continued, "Suyu has talent, and it's right to provide him with appropriate resources and protection. But to enter the Pinnacle Project, his strength is still far from sufficient." Yunqi nodded in agreement and then discussed some details with the senior members before hanging up the phone. He took a deep breath and began to ponder how to cultivate Suyu's potential to the fullest without going against the organization's intentions. Early the next morning, Yunqi sent out an announcement through each trainee's wristband, declaring Suyu as the top performer in the first month of individual training. This news caused quite a stir in the Dawn camp. The trainees immediately checked the leaderboard and discovered that Suyu had successfully completed 3 stages of training. This not only gave them a new perspective on Suyu's abilities, but also ignited their fighting spirit. Bai Xiao and others sprang into action, dedicating almost all their time to training in the Void Realm, with the exception of necessary rest periods. Although reaching the top spot seemed difficult, they were determined to compete for other rankings. Previously a firm second, Bai Xiao found his position increasingly precarious as Mo Qing, Hong Wu, and Deng Jifeng intensified their training. The rankings on the leaderboard shifted almost constantly, and the atmosphere in the Dawn camp grew tense once more. Amid the buzz caused by the announcement, Yunqi made his way to Suyu's room alone. Standing at the door, he knocked gently, ready to have an important conversation with this talented young man. Yunqi knocked on the door. When Suyu opened it and saw Yunqi standing outside, his face clearly showed surprise. After a night's rest, Suyu had fully recovered his energy and spirit. Confused, he asked, "Senior, what brings you here?" Yunqi's expression was complex. He hadn't expected Suyu to truly break through his limits. What was initially meant as advice to make Suyu reconsider had instead strengthened his resolve. This left Yunqi feeling both gratified and somewhat conflicted. He shook his head inwardly, realizing that he was getting old and lacked the drive of the younger generation. Yunqi tossed a bracelet to Suyu and explained, "This is the reward for achieving first place in the solo trials. The reward list is stored within the bracelet. Just infuse it with your energy, and it will activate an independent space." Suyu caught the bracelet with surprise. unaware that there was an extra reward for first place. Following the instructions, he infused the bracelet with his energy, and instantly, an independent space appeared in his mind. With a single thought, he could summon any item from within the space. When he saw the items inside, Suyu's eyes widened. The space contained a plethora of resources, including rare items like the spirit bones of the Sword Spirit clan. These resources seemed tailor-made for him, making Suyu look at Yunqi with suspicion. Noticing Suyu's gaze, Yunqi changed the subject. So, you're preparing to break through to the viscera refining realm, right? Suyu nodded in confirmation. With some time left before the second month's team training, he planned to use this period to break through to the viscera refining realm. After all, he was the only one in the Dawn camp who hadn't reached this stage yet. Have you chosen a cultivation method? Yunqi asked. Suyu shook his head. There were so many viscera refining realm techniques in the Dawn camp that he couldn't decide. After a moment of contemplation, Yunqi remembered a unique technique sent by a friend from the Daxiao Research Institute. He had initially hesitated to give it to Suyu, worried about the unknown risks of a technique never before practiced. But in the end, he decided to let Suyu make the choice. Yunqi forwarded the email to Suyu and briefly explained the situation of the Daxiao Research Institute. All right, that's all from this old man. Your cultivation is in your own hands. Take care of it. With that, Yunqi left. After seeing Yunqi off, Suyu returned to his room and curiously opened the email. The name of the technique caught his eye: Qianlong Jiutian Gong, Hidden Dragon 9 Heavens Technique. After carefully reading for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Suyu looked up, his eyes filled with longing. This technique was indeed different from traditional viscera refining realm martial arts. It divided the viscera refining realm into 9 stages, far surpassing the conventional 5 stages. Besides the 5 viscera, it also included the 5 stores, 5 aggregates, inner heaven, and inner vision. Each stage not only strengthened the organs, but also significantly boosted energy. If he could complete all 9 stages, Suyu's energy at the peak of the viscera refining realm could reach 1,000 points, 5 times that of an ordinary martial artist. With this realization, Suyu's eyes burned with determination. He decided to attempt the Hidden Dragon 9 Heavens technique. Even if he failed, he could always switch to another technique, at most wasting some time. Without delay, Suyu took various energy-boosting pills from the bracelet and began cultivating according to the Hidden Dragon 9 Heavens technique, preparing to break through to the viscera refining realm. The heart houses the spirit, the lungs house the soul, the liver houses the ethereal soul, the spleen houses intent, and the kidneys house essence. These are the 5 viscera. These words echoed in Suyu's mind, taking him back to the scene when Xiao Long taught him during his early days in the martial arts class. Now, Suyu stood on the threshold of the viscera refining realm, a stage considered the watershed in foundational martial cultivation. Although the qi and blood realm and blood refining realm were important, they were essentially about laying the groundwork. Only by stepping into the viscera refining realm could a martial artist truly begin to rise. Most martial artists in the viscera refining realm only needed to temper their 5 viscera. But Suyu was practicing the Qianlong 9 Heavens technique, which required him to break through additional realms beyond the 5 viscera. At this moment, he had to choose the first organ to temper. Suyu closed his eyes, carefully contemplating the different effects that tempering each organ would bring. For most martial artists, the order of tempering didn't matter much. The key was to maximize their improvement based on their individual circumstances. But for Suyu, the choice was critical. After a moment, Suyu opened his eyes, his gaze resolute. The heart. The heart houses the spirit. He remembered that among the resources Yunqi had given him was a martial art called Heart Sword. Choosing the heart as the first organ to temper was undoubtedly the best choice. Taking a deep breath, Suyu meticulously reviewed the qi and blood circulation routes of the Qianlong 9 Heavens technique in his mind, then began to silently direct his qi and blood towards his heart. As the qi and blood surged into his heart, a sharp pain, like countless steel needles piercing his heart, overwhelmed him. However, having endured the baptism of sword energies on Sword Mountain, this pain was negligible to Suyu. He quickly adapted to the stinging sensation and increased the intensity of the qi and blood infusion. Time passed quietly as Suyu focused on tempering. When the sun set, painting the sky a shade of orange, Suyu slowly opened his eyes. A powerful aura erupted from him, making him appear like a deity whose mere presence demanded respect, making those with lower qi and blood levels unable to meet his gaze. So this is the power of the viscera refining realm? Suyu murmured, clenching his fist and feeling the surge of strength within him. His qi and blood had reached 150 points. By continuing to temper his heart, he could push his qi and blood to the 200-point limit before starting to temper the second organ. Suyu looked out the window and noticed that night had fallen. He turned his attention to the heart sword martial arts stored in his spatial ring. With his entry into the viscera refining realm, many of his previous techniques were no longer sufficient, and he urgently needed new martial arts to enhance his strength. However, as Suyu began studying heart sword, he was surprised to find that he couldn't grasp it. Given his talent in swordsmanship, he could easily master most sword techniques, but heart sword presented an unprecedented challenge. Suyu's expression gradually became serious. He realized that the difficulty didn't stem from a lack of talent in swordsmanship, but from the fundamental difference between heart sword and other sword techniques. If other sword techniques were tangible, then heart sword was completely intangible. The invisible sword. Suyu gazed at the heart sword in his hand, silently chanting in his mind before closing his eyes. He felt increasingly grateful for his wise decision to first temper his heart. The inner strength not only fortified his heart, but also nurtured his soul, making it even more powerful. Suyu knew that without this enhancement of his soul, cultivating the heart sword would have been extremely challenging. The heart sword, in essence, is an invisible blade nurtured by one's own spirit. In battle, it can intimidate enemies or even directly shatter their spirits, making it a formidable weapon. However, nurturing the heart sword is no easy task. It requires not only a strong talent in swordsmanship, but also a certain level of spiritual strength. If he hadn't chosen to temper his heart first, Suyu would have struggled to even start with the heart sword. Now, with the tempering of his heart, his spirit had significantly improved, enabling him to nurture up to 3 heart swords within his soul. Suyu raised an eyebrow and began to cultivate the heart sword according to the prescribed method. Despite his understanding of lethal sword intent, his first encounter with the heart sword proved somewhat challenging. But as time passed, he gradually became accustomed to this new cultivation technique. With his exceptional talent in swordsmanship, Suyu's progress was unstoppable. Slowly, the embryonic form of a sword silhouette emerged in his mind, radiating a sharp aura. Fully engrossed, Suyu felt as if this heart sword had become a part of him, capable of being controlled at will. After multiple attempts, Suyu was pleasantly surprised to discover the extensive influence of the heart sword. Even when extended tens of meters away, it still unleashed astonishing power. This meant that within 100 meters, he could exert spiritual pressure on his enemies, creating opportunities for a lethal strike. Suyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The heart sword was not only an invisible killing tool, but also a powerful deterrent. Even against opponents with strong spirits, he could use it to find openings and deliver a fatal blow. After experimenting with the heart sword, Suyu's gaze fell on another treasure in his spatial ring of bone that looked like white jade, emitting a faint milky glow and containing sharp sword energy. Suyu narrowed his eyes, understanding. This was a spirit bone from the Sword Spirit clan. Though few in number, every member of the Sword Spirit clan was a natural-born swordsmanship genius. These spirit bones, refined only by Sword Spirit clan experts who had reached the bone-tempering stage, were precious resources for understanding swordsmanship. An idea flashed in Suyu's mind. Why not use this Sword Spirit clan spirit bone to temper the remaining bones of the formless sword? He took the spirit bone from the spatial ring. Instantly, a wave of sharp sword energy filled the room. Thanks to his prior understanding of lethal sword intent and the rigorous training of Dawn Camp, Suyu could calmly face this sword energy. With a thought, he easily suppressed the sword energy within the spirit bone. In life, I might not have been able to suppress you, but now you're just a bone. How dare you act out in front of me? Suyu snorted coldly, releasing a wave of lethal intent that completely subdued the sword energy in the spirit bone. Then, Suyu carefully began to extract the sword energy from the spirit bone, guiding it into the middle finger of his right hand. This time, he aimed to temper the second finger bone of his formless sword. As the sword energy flowed into his finger, a tingling sensation akin to weak electric currents stimulating his bone ensued. Thanks to his greatly enhanced endurance over the past few days, Suyu could handle this feeling with ease. As time passed, the glow on the Sword Spirit clan's spirit bone gradually faded, eventually turning into an ordinary bone. Meanwhile, Suyu closed his eyes and focused on the tempering process. Suddenly, Suyu's body trembled, and he abruptly opened his eyes. An astonishing aura burst forth from within him, with his blood and chi roaring like a raging storm. 200 points of blood and chi. Suyu muttered to himself, a smile unconsciously forming at the corner of his mouth. With the power of the Sword Spirit clan spirit bone, he had successfully tempered all 3 bones of his middle finger into formless sword bones. Simultaneously, his cultivation had surged, leaping from the initial stage to the peak of the one viscera realm. Reaching 200 points of blood and chi meant that Suyu only needed to stabilize his current realm before beginning to break through to the 2 viscera realm. All of this filled him with anticipation and confidence. Feeling the surge of boundless power within him, Suyu slowly raised his right hand, his gaze fixed on his 2 fingers. His eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed a faint sword aura emanating from his fingertips, exuding a sharp and formidable presence. What was even more astonishing was the faint, golden glow flickering between his 2 fingers. What's going on? Golden bones? Suyu wondered to himself. After a moment of contemplation, with a thought, his 2 fingers unleashed an incredibly sharp sword aura that whirled around the room, as if it could slice through anything. Immediately, an alloy longsword appeared in Suyu's right hand. He was surprised to discover that wielding the sword and using sword techniques could amplify their power. Suyu couldn't help but marvel. So this is the power of the Wuxiang sword bone. Although refining 3 pieces of the Wuxiang sword bone only brought Suyu's cultivation to the peak of the first organ stage and didn't improve his foundation, it no longer mattered. Before entering the organ refining stage, Suyu's foundation had already reached perfection. Throughout the entire Xia human race, since the revival of spiritual energy, there had never been such a prodigious and perfect foundation. Suyu's gaze fell on his 2 fingers once more, filled with anticipation. If someday, all my bones transform into Wuxiang sword bones, what level of power will I reach? This martial art, revered by countless sword cultivators in Xia, was indeed extraordinary. After adapting to the current situation, Suyu sat cross-legged on his bed, took out cultivation resources from his spatial ring, and began to consolidate his realm. Time passed quietly, and a few days slipped by in the blink of an eye. The first phase of training concluded, with over 30 Dawn Camp trainees completing all 3 stages within a month, besides Suyu, who had long finished the training. Unfortunately, only the top 30 were eligible for the second month's assessment, while the rest, despite completing the training, were eliminated. Nonetheless, the gains from this month were enough to set them ahead of their peers. Thanks to Mo Qing and the others' relentless efforts, Bai Xiao secured second place. The third place went to Hong Wu, the fourth to Deng Jifeng, and the fifth to Mo Qing. After the individual training ended, Yunqi didn't come up with any more tricks, allowing everyone to rest and prepare for the next phase of training, starting the following day. The next day, as the first rays of sunlight touched the earth, Suyu was already awake. After a few days of adjustment and consolidation, he felt revitalized, as if he had undergone a transformation. Team training? Huh? Suyu murmured to himself with a faint smile, looking at the sun high in the sky as he pushed open the window. After taking a few breaths of fresh air, he left his room and headed to the Taishu spirit realm. By then, many Dawn Camp trainees had already gathered outside the Taishu spirit realm, including Bai Xiao and the others. As soon as Suyu appeared, everyone's eyes immediately focused on him, especially Bai Xiao and his group, whose eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Although they were defeated by Suyu in the individual training, they did not believe he could maintain his lead in the upcoming team training. Facing the battle-ready gazes of the crowd, Suyu merely smiled faintly, found a spot, and stood still, waiting for Yunqi to arrive. As time passed, the 30 trainees who made it to the second month of training finally gathered. Yunqi then appeared in front of the bronze gate of the Taishu spirit realm. His gaze swept over the crowd, pausing briefly on Suyu with a hint of surprise in his eyes before it quickly dissipated. His aged face rarely showed a smile. First, congratulations to all of you for making it to the second phase of team training. Yunqi's words brought smiles to many faces. Surviving the first phase was no small feat, marking them as the elite among the geniuses participating in the Dawn trials, worthy of pride. Before we start the team training, we need to form different teams, Yunqi continued. The 30 trainees remaining in the Dawn Camp will be divided into 5 teams, each selecting a team leader. The team leaders will have special bonus points in the team training. This announcement made many people breathe heavily. Becoming a team leader and earning bonus points would significantly increase their chances of passing the team training. More importantly, everyone in the Dawn Camp was a prodigy, who wouldn't want to be a leader rather than follow someone else's command. Even Suyu was no exception, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Yunqi. A team leader position? Huh. Suyu's eyes shone with a subtle light, waiting for Yunqi's next words. Since the team leader had bonus points, it wouldn't be easy to become one. As expected, Yunqi continued, of course, to become a team leader, you must have the ability to command respect. So, before the team training begins, we will hold a strength arena challenge. Each of you will undergo 10 challenges in the Taishu spirit realm. Based on your performance and displayed combat strength, we will score you. The top 5 scorers will become the team leaders for the upcoming team training. Everyone listened to Yunqi's words and suddenly understood. The essence of this competition was to determine the captains of the 5 teams through a test of combat strength. Bai Xiao stood among the crowd, his gaze sweeping over Suyu, a glint of something unusual in his eyes. He calculated silently. Although his talent was indeed inferior to Suyu's during the first phase of training, as a strong practitioner at the four-organ stage, his vitality had reached an astonishing 300 points. Throughout the entire Dawn camp, there were only a handful of students who could match him in terms of vitality. He was confident he could take first place in this combat trial. It wasn't just by Xiao. Others like Deng Jifeng, Hong Wu, and Mo Qing also had confident glimmers in their eyes. They all took pride in their combat abilities. Everyone, enter the void spirit realm. Yun Qi's voice echoed again. Without hesitation, everyone stepped into the void spirit realm. In an instant, the world flipped, the surrounding space twisted and transformed, and they found themselves in a spacious hall. At the front of the hall stood a massive black screen, still inactive. At this moment, they noticed that Suyu and Deng Jifeng were missing. Just as they were puzzled, the screen in the hall suddenly flickered, and the figures of Suyu and Deng Jifeng appeared on a dimly lit arena. Both seemed momentarily bewildered upon entering the arena, but quickly regained their composure. Deng Jifeng looked at Suyu, chewing gum and blowing a large bubble. As it popped, he licked his lips and smiled. Didn't expect the first match to be you and me. Suyu glanced at the red-haired Deng Jifeng, raised an eyebrow, and smiled back without saying much. Suddenly, an electronic voice sounded on the arena. Please choose the battle map. A virtual screen appeared in front of Deng Jifeng, displaying various map options. In the hall, Yun Qi's voice echoed again, also reaching the arena. According to the rankings from the first phase of the trial, the lower-ranked contestant gets the privilege to choose the map. Hearing this explanation, Suyu frowned slightly. He understood that having the privilege to choose the map was an advantage since the opponent would undoubtedly select terrain favorable to them. This would make it easier for the opponent to leverage their strengths. However, Suyu wasn't overly concerned. He believed that absolute strength could render map advantages insignificant. Deng Jifeng quickly scanned the virtual screen and locked onto a selection, his smile growing wider. This one, he lightly tapped a map on the screen. Map selection complete. Both contestants, please prepare. The chosen map is Urban Ruins, the electronic voice announced. As soon as the announcement ended, Suyu and Deng Jifeng's figures vanished from the arena. The dim arena seemed to be obliterated by some force, and the space twisted until a scene of urban ruins appeared before everyone in the hall. Collapsed buildings stood silently on the devastated ground, giving the impression of a city that had suffered catastrophic destruction, enveloped in eerie silence. Dust occasionally rose from the ruins, and the forest of steel and concrete lay in chaotic disarray. Suyu and Deng Jifeng were transported to the edge of the urban ruins. Deng Jifeng grinned at the sight of the ruins ahead, quickly drawing a massive heavy sniper rifle from his back. His vitality surged as he dashed into the steel jungle, soon disappearing from sight. Deng Jifeng moved swiftly among the collapsed buildings, his eyes alight with excitement. Although his vitality was not outstanding, only around 80 points, he was no ordinary individual to have entered Dawn Camp. Soon, Deng Jifeng reached the top of a tall building, lay prone, set up his sniper rifle, and began scanning the urban ruins through the scope. Deng Jifeng excelled in firearms, particularly sniper rifles. The heavy sniper rifle he wielded was made of special materials, and the bullets were custom-made. Even with only 80 points of vitality, a well-placed shot could severely injure a bone, refining stage warrior. Although Suyu's talent was extraordinary, with vitality far surpassing his, Deng Jifeng believed he still had a chance on this advantageous terrain. Let's see where you are, he muttered, chewing his gum while meticulously scanning for Suyu through the scope. Meanwhile, the students in the hall of Dawn Camp watched the screen intently. Someone couldn't help but comment. For warriors at the same stage, Deng Jifeng undoubtedly has a significant advantage in this terrain. Through the screen, they saw Deng Jifeng ready for a sniper shot, while Suyu was still moving through the ruins. Another student agreed. Yeah, even though we don't know Suyu's exact vitality, in the same realm, especially in a terrain favoring sniping, Deng Jifeng is practically on his home turf. Suyu might be in real trouble. Everyone in the hall stared intently at the screen, silently agreeing with the previous analysis. The map of the city ruins was indeed highly unfavorable for Suyu. Its vast expanse, even larger than Jiangcity, was littered with collapsed buildings and abandoned vehicles, making it difficult for Suyu to locate Deng Jifeng. Aware of this, Suyu didn't rashly expose himself. He cautiously hid in a corner of the ruins, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. His mind raced as he tried to predict Deng Jifeng's potential sniping positions. Even though Suyu had surpassed the refining organ stage and his vitality had reached an astonishing 200 points, he knew he still couldn't withstand the power of heavy firearms. His only chance was to find Deng Jifeng and get close to him quickly. Meanwhile, Mo Qing sat in a wheelchair, his fingers flying over a projection keyboard. A series of data flashed on a small screen as he leaned back, staring at the numbers. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, "In this battle, Suyu's chances of winning are less than 10%. Everyone looked at Mo Qing in surprise. He adjusted his glasses and calmly analyzed. The city ruins are practically tailor-made for a sniper. Deng Jifeng's talent with firearms is exceptional, and given that their levels are similar, Suyu's advantages are nullified here." Mo Qing continued, "Of course, if Suyu can get within 50 meters of Deng Jifeng, he might have a chance. But," a gleam appeared in his eyes, "if I were Deng Jifeng, I wouldn't give Suyu that opportunity." On the screen, Deng Jifeng was already lying on top of a tall building, scanning for Suyu through his scope. With his remarkable sniping talent, he quickly familiarized himself with the entire map and soon locked on his Suyu's position. Through the scope, Suyu appeared completely unaware, even exposing his back to Deng Jifeng's line of sight. "Got you," Deng Jifeng chuckled, gripping his sniper rifle tightly. "It's over?" He pulled the trigger, and a thunderous gunshot echoed across the ruins. A silver bullet, trailing flames, arced toward Suyu. Everyone shook their heads, thinking the battle was about to end. But just then, a shout broke the silence. "Holy crap!" Everyone turned sharply to the screen, and their faces filled with shock at Suyu's actions. At the moment of the gunshot, Suyu turned and reached out with 2 fingers towards the sound. His fingertips glowed with a faint golden light, and he effortlessly caught the silver bullet. Impossible! Mo Qing was so stunned he nearly fell out of his wheelchair, his body trembling. The members of the Dawn camp were equally dumbfounded, and even Deng Jifeng's pupils contracted in disbelief. "Catch a bullet with bare hands? Seriously?" the crowd exclaimed. After catching the bullet, Suyu's sharp gaze immediately locked onto the source of the sound, the towering building. Certainly, amidst the ruins of this city, Suyu didn't have the upper hand. He wasn't skilled in stealth operations or target search, especially against a sniper genius like Deng Jifeng, who excelled in concealment. However, Suyu had his own strategy, luring the snake out of its hole. Suyu deliberately exposed his position, knowing that his opponent would be eager to take action. This seemingly reckless move was actually a carefully designed trap. At the moment the gunshot rang out, Suyu was already on high alert, instantly pinpointing the enemy's location. "Got you," Suyu murmured softly, then darted towards the towering building like a bullet. Deng Jifeng watched in disbelief. His specially crafted bullet, which should have easily taken down a martial artist at the first organ refinement stage, was caught between Suyu's 2 fingers. What Deng Jifeng didn't know was that Suyu's fingers had been tempered into wuxiang sword bones, surpassing the level of an ordinary bone refinement stage martial artist. Despite his shock, Deng Jifeng quickly regained his composure. He assessed the situation calmly, noting that although Suyu's speed was astounding, there were still over 300 meters between them. Deng Jifeng sneered and raised his sniper rifle again. "Even if you can catch 1 bullet, what about 10? Deng Jifeng muttered himself, then pulled the trigger. Gunshots roared, and bullets rained down on Suyu, each one aiming for a vital spot. Yet, Suyu remained unfazed. Suddenly, an alloy longsword appeared in his hand. The blade was enveloped in sharp, sword energy emanating from his fingertips, enhancing the sword's originally fragile structure to an astonishing level. "Ninefold wind sword, storm realm," Suyu shouted in a low voice, swinging the longsword. The sword energy howled, sweeping around like a storm. The sound of metal clashing was incessant as Suyu deflected every incoming bullet. This scene caused the pupils of the Dawn Camp trainees watching to constrict. They realized that Suyu's displayed strength far exceeded that of a typical first organ refinement stage martial artist. Bai Xiao, Mo Qing, Hongwu, and others wore solemn expressions. Although Suyu was only at the first organ refinement stage, his combat prowess made them feel threatened. Bai Zhao's eyes gleamed with fervent fighting spirit as he began to look forward to a duel with Suyu. In another space, Yun Qi and Zhou Daoku were also observing the battle. Even they showed signs of surprise upon seeing Suyu's 2 fingers. To think his fingers have been tempered into wuxiang sword bones. "This kid's talent is terrifying," Yun Qi said with a wry smile, realizing once again that he had underestimated Suyu. Zhou Daoku, though seemingly still drunk, had a glint of clarity in his murky eyes. He silently took a sip of wine, not speaking but clearly impressed by Suyu's performance. "It looks like Deng Jifeng is being pushed to his limits," Yin Qi said softly, his eyes fixed on the screen. The scene shifted back to the city ruins. Deng Jifeng lay prone on a high building, his hands bleeding from the massive recoil, with blood dripping down the barrel. Despite growing up with sniper rifles, the continuous high-intensity shooting was taking its toll. A look of madness crossed Deng Jifeng's face as he pulled out a second heavy sniper rifle, placing both rifles side by side in front of him. Taking a deep breath, his eyes became resolute. The energy surged within him, instantly channeling into his kidneys the first organ he had refined. Under the rush of adrenaline, Deng Jifeng entered a state of extreme calm. He knew that if Suyu got close, he would have no chance of winning. His only opportunity was continuous sniping. No matter how strong Suyu was, he couldn't deflect every bullet. Deng Jifeng took another deep breath and pulled the trigger. In an instant, both heavy sniper rifles shook violently, and countless silver bullets roared towards Suyu like dragons. Suyu's figure darted through the ruins like a phantom, each flicker covering over 10 meters. Within a few breaths, the distance between him and Deng Jifeng shrank from over 300 meters to just 200. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted. Countless bullets rained down on Suyu like a storm. Squinting slightly, Suyu brandished his alloy longsword, which emitted a sharp screech as it was enveloped in sword energy. With a flash of his sword, waves of sword energy erupted, intercepting the incoming silver bullets. Bang! 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 The bullets exploded in midair between the two, creating bursts of dazzling mini-fireworks. Atop a high tower, Deng Jifeng sneered, holding a heavy sniper rifle in each hand. He aimed and fired again. Bang! Bang! Two bullets whizzed out, colliding just as they neared Suyu's sword energy and bursting into countless fragments that surged towards him. Caught off guard, a fragment grazed Suyu's thigh, causing blood to splatter and pain to shoot through him. Despite being in the refining organ stage, his body couldn't withstand these specially made bullets. Even a mere fragment left a long gash on his thigh. Although in the ethereal realm, the intense pain slowed Suyu's speed involuntarily. In the hall, the spectators' eyes lit up at this scene. They had thought Suyu was certain to win, but Deng Jifeng's ability to alter bullet trajectories through collisions to injure his opponent was astonishing. Deng Jifeng's talent with firearms once again impressed everyone. A Dawn Camp trainee gravely commented, "It looks simple, but it's incredibly difficult. To precisely control two bullets to collide while calculating the position of the sword energy, the collision force, and even considering wind speed factors is extraordinary." Completing such complex calculations in an instant during battle shows Deng Jifeng's exceptional skill. Suyu's speed has decreased. If Deng Jifeng hits him again, the outcome might be decided, someone analyzed. The crowd nodded in agreement. However, Bai Xiao and others frowned. Despite Suyu's reduced speed, the distance between him and Deng Jifeng continued to close. From 200 meters, it had now shortened to 100 meters. Once within 50 meters, Deng Jifeng would lose his advantage. Deng Jifeng atop the tower noticed this too. He increased his firing speed, with silver bullets whistling out continuously, trying to halt Suyu's advance. Amidst the intensifying barrage, Suyu glanced at Deng Jifeng, a mysterious smile curling his lips. For some reason, this smile filled Deng Jifeng with a sense of foreboding, even shaking the calm brought by his adrenaline. 100 meters, just the right distance, Suyu murmured softly. As soon as he spoke, Suyu's surging blood and energy flowed through his body like a crimson dragon, roaring within him. In an instant, under his control, the energy surged into his heart. With the influx of energy, Suyu's aura underwent a drastic transformation. Heart conceals spirit, the spirit of the heart. In Suyu's mind, the embryonic forms of three sword shadows trembled slightly, seeming to sense his intention, emitting sharp cries as if eager to break free. Go! Suyu whispered. In an instant, an invisible sword shot towards Deng Jifeng's position. This invisible sword was a lethal technique from the depths of the heart. Atop the tower, seeing Suyu's smile, Deng Jifeng's unease grew stronger. Instinctively, he wanted to pull the trigger and shoot Suyu. But at that very moment, Deng Jifeng's entire body shuddered. The next instant, a terrifying sword blade seemed to appear in Deng Jifeng's mind. The blade emitted an overwhelming sword energy, surging towards him with unstoppable force. The terrifying pressure reminded Deng Jifeng of the feeling he had the first time he faced Feng Ge. As the invisible sword blade descended, Deng Jifeng's mind went completely blank. Deng Jifeng lay motionless on top of the tower, as if frozen in time, unable to make any movements. The power of the mind sword had rendered him immobile. Suyu's eyes gleamed with determination. He knew that the effect of his mind sword was limited within a 100-meter range, but even a few seconds would be enough for him. Ignoring the searing pain in his thigh, Suyu pushed off with his foot and launched himself towards the tower. The audience in the hall was puzzled, not understanding why Deng Jifeng had suddenly stopped and stood still. Some sharp-eyed individuals noticed Deng Jifeng's abnormal, dazed expression, and their faces grew serious. Amidst the crowd's murmurs, Suyu's figure appeared silently atop the tower. At that moment, Deng Jifeng finally snapped out of the mind sword's grip and saw Suyu standing before him. He opened his mouth bitterly and called out, "Suyu!" But Suyu gave him no chance, his voice cold as he declared, It's over. Before the words fully left his mouth, his sword flashed. With a swift strike, Deng Jifeng's head was severed, and his body began to dissipate. An electronic voice echoed through the ruined city. Winner, Suyu. As the victory announcement sounded, both of their figures slowly disappeared from the screen. In the hall, over 20 members of the Dawn camp looked at each other in confusion, unable to understand Deng Jifeng's strange behavior at the last moment. Though some sensed something was amiss, they couldn't fathom how Suyu had achieved it. In another space, Yun Qi and Judake's eyes simultaneously shone with interest. Yun Qi smiled wryly. In just a few days, not only did he break through to the refining organ stage, but he also mastered the mind sword. If it weren't for his recent feats numbing me, my heart would be racing right now. He looked at Suyu with a complex expression. As the head of the Rongqing Dawn camp, Yun Qi had seen many prodigies, but compared to Suyu, those others seemed like jokes. Judake remained silent, savoring the wine from his gourd. Back in the hall, Deng Jifeng and Suyu's figures reappeared. Deng Jifeng looked at Suyu with a complicated expression, the terror of the mind, sword still fresh in his mind. He said bitterly, "You won." Suyu glanced at his injured thigh and responded sincerely, "You were strong too. If it wasn't for a stroke of luck, I'm not sure I could have beaten you." This was true. Without mastering the mind sword, Suyu would have struggled to break through Deng Jifeng's firepower. Despite Deng Jifeng's advantage in terrain and weaponry, no one can always remain in a position of strength in real combat. Moreover, Deng Jifeng's near-divine ballistic calculations were a testament to his honed skills. So you couldn't help but respect that. After a brief exchange, they noticed the complex gazes from the crowd, shock, apprehension, and even fervent fighting spirit intermingled. They slowly walked into the crowd and disappeared from the hall. The screen shifted back to the dim arena, and the system prompt sounded. Please select a map. Suyu and Deng Jifeng looked up to see Bai Xiao and Mo Qing already standing on the stage. Suyu squinted slightly, thinking, these two, in the Dawn camp. Few could catch Suyu's attention besides Deng Jifeng, Bai Xiao, Mo Qing, and Hongwu were the exceptions. Unexpectedly, the second match was between Mo Qing and Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao, the highest in cultivation, had reached the four-organ stage. Meanwhile, Mo Qing, despite being wheelchair-bound, had not only activated the Dawn trials, but also maintained a top 6 ranking in the first phase of training, which was impressive. Some couldn't help but remark on the vast disparity between the two. After all, Mo Qing was only at the one-organ stage, with a vitality of merely 60 points, far below Bai Xiao. Suyu, however, raised an eyebrow, thinking that Mo Qing's top 6 ranking surely indicated some exceptional abilities. On the screen, Mo Qing's eyes scanned the maps before finally smiling and selecting one. This one, he said. The system immediately announced, map selection complete. Both contestants, please prepare. The chosen map is Tech City. In an instant, the scene warped and the landscape shifted. A towering city appeared on the screen, with countless high-tech constructs weaving among the skyscrapers and vibrant neon lights casting a unique glow. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.